Chapter 1. The Goddess of Life. Tang San gradually shed his garments, nonchalantly tossing them aside, his gaze tenderly fixated upon the Goddess of Life. Life, I have come to keep our rendezvous. The goddess, adorned in a resplendent red qipao, accentuated her exquisite figure as she gracefully approached Tang San. With one hand, she gathered her cascading waves of hair, and she gently leaned forward to kiss him, silencing his impending words, leaving a vivid imprint of her lips at the corner of his mouth. Sangu, a phrase dripping with sweetness, escaped the lips of the Goddess of Life, resonating deep within his soul. Tang San, perhaps having relinquished his self-proclaimed image of a gentleman, or perhaps having indulged too much in such encounters, grasped the wrist of the goddess with one hand, lowering his head to kiss her as she tilted back her face. The Goddess of Life momentarily froze, then lowered her gaze at a subtly angled position, allowing Tang San to behold her bashful profile, igniting a blaze within him. The goddess then erupted into a melodic laugh, her voice intermingling with a tinkling, bell-like sound, as if she were teasingly brushing a feather across Tang San's heart, stirring a hint of restlessness within him. Today you cannot escape, wait for me. Tang San seemed to have lost all sense of reason, oblivious to the pink mist wafting softly from the goddess form, his vision entranced by her, consumed entirely by the image of the Goddess of Life. The black velvet mattress, adorned with delicate goose down, caressed Tang San's skin, heightening his desire as waves of heat escaped his nostrils. The torn fragments of the qipao fell upon the dark bed, akin to blooming roses gracing the sheets. In an instant, the sky wept a gentle drizzle, silver threads cascading down like smoke and mist. The Goddess of Life observed as Tang San leaned against the windowsill, gazing distantly, lost in thought. She descended from the bed, moving stealthily like a fox, approaching him from behind. Her slender fingers glided across his back, sending a jolt of electricity through him, causing Tang San to shudder slightly. He yearned to turn and confront this enchanting being, yet the Goddess of Life's delicate hand pressed gently upon him. "Do not move, Sangu." With a flick of her ethereal tail, she brushed against Tang San's thigh and then reclined against him, feeling the slight tremor of his body. Suddenly, he was reminded of Xiao Wu, the one who had stood by him during his most arduous times. Xiao Wu. I cannot betray my Xiao Wu, my beloved Xiao Wu. Tang San hesitated, realizing, wait, how could the embodiment of life possess a fox's tail? He turned, intending to glimpse the so-called Goddess of Life behind him, but she clung tightly to him, as if wishing to merge into one. Thus, disregarding his own tenderness, he summoned his divine power to push the Goddess of Life away. The naked Goddess of Life chimed in a voice like silver bells, "Brother Tang San, how coarse. You've hurt me." With that, a denser pink mist enveloped her, her form gradually transforming into that of Hulaina, the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Tang San stared at Hulaina in disbelief, astonished that she could even enter the divine realm. He recalled that ascending to the divine realm required a divine position and bore immense risks. When he ascended, even Yu Xiaojiang and the others had been left behind, destined to age alone in the mortal world. Moreover, he never expected the object of his recent passionate endeavors to be Hulaina, the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Though he had long desired her, he had never imagined their union would occur in such a manner, especially since he had long coveted the Goddess of Life. As Tang San pondered, the room seemed to shift into a void, and from within emerged the God of Destruction alongside the Goddess of Life. The God of Destruction draped his robe over Hulaina, then turned to Tang San, nonchalantly biting into a piece of watermelon as he mockingly remarked, "Tang San, you've truly outdone yourself. Look at how much I've tortured my little Laina. Look at your astonished face. What, did you not expect this? You wished for someone from the divine realm, and I have brought her to you. How does it feel? Hulaina is one of my 7 deadly sins lust. Look at what you've done, are you not satisfied?" Hearing this, Tang San glared at the God of Destruction, summoning his divine power to conjure a set of garments, then raised the sea god's trident, pointing its tip at the God of Destruction. "You seek death. Oh, I'm truly terrified. But tell me, Will this image captured in the recording crystal suddenly project into the skies of the divine realm, revealing your grandeur to all? He laughed heartily. Tang San was momentarily stifled by the words, seething with rage. You have already chosen your path to demise. Come on, kill me. The god of destruction taunted, swallowing the last of his watermelon. Tang San fell silent, preparing to hurl the trident at the god of destruction. However, he quelled his anger, reflecting upon the situation, and silently recited, according to the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record, one must consider all actions thoroughly before proceeding. He weighed the pros and cons of provoking a divine war, ultimately regaining his composure and casting a cold glance at the god of destruction, Hulaina, and the goddess of life before soaring out of the window. This place is not suitable for lingering, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, the pink mist had already permeated every fiber of his being, and when Hulaina's fingertip grazed his skin, he found himself paralyzed, his senses dulled to all but the most primal of impulses. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Evil God. Nana, you have performed admirably. Now, I shall see if this divine king, Tang San, can endure, the god of destruction said as he stepped forward to adjust Hulaina's robe. Thank you, Lord Destruction, for your praise, Hulaina replied, wishing to kneel in gratitude, for in her subconscious, the god of destruction had always been her savior. Had it not been for him locating Hulaina, then teaching her how to complete the trial of the god of lust, and refining her soul bone into a divine bone, she could not fathom what her fate would have been. The god of destruction, with swift reflexes, caught Hulaina with divine power. Do not be so formal, you have done well this time. Leave the rest to me. I have always regarded you as family, now and in the future, so there is no need for such gestures. With that, the god of destruction turned and stepped into the void, heading to the next place to observe. The central divine realm, underground, level 19. The gods were only aware that the central divine realm had 18 levels, managing the energy flow of the divine realm and serving as the former headquarters of the Divine Realm Council, as well as the origin points of the 5 great gods: Shura, goodness, evil, destruction, and life. However, unbeknownst to them, there existed a hidden 19th level of prison of the evil god. Once when the 6 great gods, the evil god was sealed away by Shura, goodness, evil, destruction, and life. It is crucial to note that the evil god and the god of evil are not the same entity. The evil god is composed of the malevolent thoughts of ancient soul masters. One might liken it to the evil sword immortal, a convergence of countless evil sword immortals. The evil god's power grows illogically the more malevolent individuals there are in the world, the stronger he becomes. Even the wars and fallen soldiers in the lower realms contribute to his power. Long before the emergence of the 5 great gods, the evil god had already risen to prominence within the divine realm, albeit his strength was still somewhat restricted by divine realm regulations. However, with the arrival of the 5 divine kings, the evil and malevolent thoughts within the gods caused the evil god's power to multiply exponentially, hinting at a potential escape from the confines of the divine realm. Should he be allowed to grow unchecked, the evil god would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the divine realm and its existing powers. Thus, in the annals of divine history, the evil god is synonymous with malevolence and destruction. The 5 great gods devised a scheme to invite the evil god to join the Divine Realm Council as a pretext to seal him away in the 19th level, forever keeping him beneath their feet. When Tang San inherited the powers of the sea god and Shura, he was aware of the forbidden nature of the 19th level. Yet, each time he approached the prison's entrance, his own hidden desires stirred within him. After his encounter with Hulaina, the summons grew ever more insistent, as if he could almost feel the urge to break free from his confines. With the sea god's trident and the Shura blade in hand, he opened the prison door, revealing a sight of 108 chains formed from divine power, their ends tethered to a formless gray mist. Kikiki, you have come. At last, you have arrived, a voice echoed from all directions, as if the entire prison were woven from that gray mist. Tang San suppressed his shock and slowly approached the mist. Yes, precisely so. Come closer, help me break my seal, and I shall grant you immense power. You can possess everything. Why would I assist you in breaking your seal? You promised me everything. Yet what benefits can you offer? Tang San raised his head slightly, catching a glimpse of the gray mist core, where countless gray skulls swirled within. Ha ha ha. Tang San, have you not always felt a profound sense of guilt toward your sect? Ah, that very Tang sect of yours, renowned for its myriad hidden weapons. Do you comprehend the fate of your sect leader, who regarded you as a son? Due to your obstinacy, he ultimately met a gruesome end, suffering 1,000 cuts, each one delivered with malice, voluntarily taking the punishment meant for his disciple. The mere thought is excruciating. How do you know about the Tang sect? Tang San exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. The secret of his rebirth was something he believed known only to himself. We are of a similar ilk, both willing to employ any means necessary for our own gain. You claim to divide the divine position out of brotherly affection, yet your true intent is to ensure your own standing in the divine realm, to rebuild your power, be it through celestial herbs, ascension in the divine realm, or the like, all of which serve to illustrate the essence of your character. In your previous life, you were aware that the Shintian treasure record of the Tang sect resided atop the library tower, embodying the pinnacle of Tang sect's techniques, accessible only to core disciples. But did you know the entire library was established to suppress a singular tome, the evil god's myriad? And in that moment, when you leapt from the ghostly cliff, the evil god's malevolent thoughts, accumulated over 7 centuries, surged forth and transported you to this realm. I am your savior, and I possess the power to return you to your original world. What do you think of that? No. Tang San seemed to lose his senses, his eyes vacant as he slumped to the ground, cradling his head. He had never anticipated that his master in the Tang sect would suffer on his behalf, nor had he realized that he was but a pawn of the evil god. No, as long as I do not release you, no one will know I am your pawn. I will find a way back to the Tang sect. Without unleashing you, you cannot control me. Ha ha, too late. The moment you entered this room, you hastened my escape from this prison. Did you truly believe you remained outside the chains? In a safe zone? 157 years of malevolent thoughts are sufficient to transmute the entirety of this area. Ha ha ha. As soon as he spoke, countless swirling gray mists surged from all directions, coalescing around Tang San and forming a vortex that drew into his very being. Not far away, the god of destruction began to tremble uncontrollably, desperately attempting to suppress his divine power fluctuations. He had intended to unleash a force to aid in the eradication of this malevolent god, but instead, he had inadvertently released a monster that now threatened Tang San's very sanity. It seemed he would have to retreat and devise a more cautious strategy. Uncertain if the pseudo-artifact he had left behind would still be useful, he could only hope it might serve some purpose. The god of destruction wished to tear through the void and escape, but he could see Tang San at the center of the gray mist, struggling to suppress something as he knelt on the ground. Tang San's body flickered with a haunting interplay of pale blue, crimson, and black light, the 3 colors alternating in a particularly eerie display. His gaze shifted constantly, at times clear and bright, at others deep and shadowy, as if 2 souls were vying for control of his body. Ultimately, his eyes settled into a unique state of half-blue, half-gray, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld them. His hair began to gradually take on a faint gray mist at the tips, rendering him both mysterious and beguiling. An enigma that was difficult to grasp. With this immense power, the god of destruction, I, Tang San, shall ensure you pay the price for the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today. Your path to death is already set. The divine realm, I, Tang San, have returned. Chapter 3. Return to Tang sect. Tang San's form gradually faded, and in an instant, he soared out from the depths of the 19th level dungeon, emerging into the divine realm's surface, where he beheld a world transformed by divine power, birds singing, flowers blooming, and sunlight streaming down. It was truly magnificent. A sense of freedom washing over him. He wondered if, once he departed from the core of the divine realm, the world would still retain such beauty. Flying towards the sun suspended in the sky, Tang San felt its scorching warmth and smiled. Yes, yes, this is the sensation. The sun, manifested from the ancient divine beast. The 3-legged golden crow is the very heart of this divine realm. For millennia, the laws of the sun have been burning my body and eroding my soul. Look how splendid she is. This temperature, this pure law, I shall claim it as my own. With the violet extreme demon eye, Tang San's eyes radiated golden light, allowing him to glimpse a fraction of the solar law before being scorched. Truly, the sun, which reigns supreme among the celestial bodies, was no ordinary force. Without innate spiritual eyes, even the most refined techniques would prove futile. With that, Tang San summoned his divine power to heal his eyes from the solar law's burn. What if I used the Shura sword? Perhaps it could extract even the slightest fragment of the law. With that thought, he conjured the Shura sword and struck at the sun before him, the clash ringing with the sound of metal on metal. Not far away, Xiaowu, munching on a carrot, suddenly felt a tremor in her heart, sensing something amiss with the Shura sword. Calmly focusing on its direction, she made several swift movements to appear beside Tang San. "Brother San, what are you doing?" she inquired. Tang San, taken aback by her sudden appearance, pondered for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. "Dear Xiaowu, I am engaged in something of great importance. Please go elsewhere for now. I shall explain everything shortly." Xiaowu's ears drooped in reluctance as she complied with an unwilling okay. Beneath Tang San's exterior lay the corrupted essence of himself. Yet he still harbored affection for Xiaowu. Seeing her dejected expression, he reached out to gently stroke her soft rabbit ears, his mood instantly brightening. "Be good. Listen to your brother. Return for now, and I will seek you out shortly." Xiaowu, wanting to say something, momentarily forgot her thoughts as the tremors from the Shura sword filled her with concern. Hesitant to disturb Tang San, she decided to let him have his surprise, believing he would discover everything in due time. With that, she skipped away. Tang San sat cross-legged before the sun, channeling the laws of the sun to decipher the principles of the three-legged golden crow's solar law, day after day. In the distance, the god of destruction observed a small black dot before the sun, muttering to himself, "Does this malevolent god possess no ambition? After being sealed for over a millennium, has he lost all his edge? This is not the same god who once threatened to annihilate the three realms, leaving devastation in his wake. Could it be that Tang San has usurped the malevolent god's essence? That would be intriguing." The god of destruction weighed a flag-like artifact in his hand before casually planting it beside the path in his garden. The dark flag bore the intricate character for Qin, and he pondered its efficacy, being a remnant from the upper realms, filled with an overwhelming spirit force. Each time he summoned it, he was inundated with the grievances of countless souls echoing, "How I hate it. Why must I be imprisoned? My fellow cultivator is not like this. I bring this forth to clash with you, while you wallow in self-reflection on the sun. Surely, the chains forged by the solar law over the past 1,000 years have not turned you into a masochist? You seem to derive pleasure from being scorched. A day without it leaves you unsettled?" The god of destruction scoffed internally. Unbeknownst to Tang San, he was wholly absorbed in unraveling the mysteries of the solar law. Suddenly, he rose, his divine power morphing from pale blue and light gray into a small sphere of mingled crimson gold and radiant yellow. The two colors intertwining to form a miniature sun. "This should suffice. I have not wasted a millennium in the dark dungeon. The shadowy and damp dungeon has ingrained the laws of the underworld deep within my soul. Having been imprisoned by the laws of the sun for a millennium, my body and spirit have memorized the sensation of being scorched. The pain of deciphering these laws pales in comparison. The 5 divine kings have bound me for 1,000 years. It is time they pay the price. I swear, their fate will be far more horrific than they could ever imagine. Before that, there remained a task of greater significance. Utilizing the solar law in his grasp, Tang San began to reverse engineer and simulate the laws of time and space. Essentially, the laws governing heaven and earth, the celestial bodies. And the 8 great laws belong to the same tier. Thus, mastering one allowed the simulation of the others, namely the cosmic laws of time and space. As Tang San harnessed the solar law, his body radiated a brilliant light, scorching and dazzling like the sun itself. As his power continued to coalesce, ripples began to form in the void, swiftly expanding to create a colossal vortex of time and space. This portal emanated a mysterious and formidable aura, as if it connected to another realm. Peering through the time-space portal, Tang San curiously gazed at what lay beyond. In the distance, he discerned the familiar cliffs of ghostly encounter. Thick chains constricted the peaks, anchoring them in midair in a manner that defied Newton's law of universal gravitation. Below lay an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in a dense mist that imparted a sense of depth and mystery. Tang San stepped forth without hesitation, crossing the threshold of the void. His figure vanished within the portal, entering another world. When he reappeared, he found himself above the cliffs of ghostly encounter. He stood suspended in midair, gazing down at the towering cliffs beneath him and the magnificent scenery surrounding him, a surge of indescribable excitement swelling within his heart. I, Tang San, have returned. He laughed heartily towards the heavens, his voice echoing through the valley, brimming with ambition and fervor. After a long journey fraught with countless challenges, he had finally returned to this place he once left behind. Chapter 4. Tang San soared above the ghostly cliff, taken aback to discover that the divine power of the divine realm could also be applied within the Tang sect of the original world. Indeed, the Xiantian skill could channel soul force into a different energy form. Compressing the internal energy of the Xiantian skill could gather divine power, transforming it from a gaseous to a liquid state, ultimately refining it into a divine core, transitioning from liquid to solid. Essentially, this was an elevation of the Xiantian skill's internal energy, thus summoning divine power. Here was perhaps not surprising. With this thought, Tang San gracefully descended onto the sub-peak of Tianmen Peak, walking towards the main peak. The regulations inscribed in the Xiantian treasure record forbade flying in the main peak area, except for the act of jumping off the cliff to declare one's determination. Even after many years in Douluo continent, Tang San had memorized all the rules of the Xiantian treasure record. This was one of his few commendable traits. From the admonition at Nodding Academy to not masquerade as a pig lest one become a true pig, to suppressing his recklessness during the Soul Master Elite competition using the Xiantian treasure record, and even devising strategies for the final battle at Jialing Pass by referencing the military tactics within the record. The Xiantian treasure record had served as a guiding light on Tang San's path in Douluo. As he walked along the path from Tianmen Peak to the inner gates of the Tang sect, he encountered disciples clad in white combat attire or black stealth suits on missions, as well as those in white robes leisurely admiring the flowers with folding fans at the roadside. Some were apprentices testing the power of hidden weapons, practicing their crossbows against a colossal tree, leaving behind a multitude of stray arrows. Ah, how nostalgic, Tang San mused, recalling how the sect leader had brought him back to the Tang sect, meticulously instructing him in various techniques, from training the Xian Jade hands on the body refinement peak, to mastering the ghostly shadow and the dragon taming methods. The sect leader had guided him step by step in the circulation of internal energy and breathing techniques, all to ensure a brighter future for the Tang sect. Later, when the old sect leader vanished, it was only through a fortuitous turn of events that he discovered the sect leader had been guarding the Xiantian treasure record in the library tower all along. He realized the reason for the sect leader's disappearance and understood that, even so, the sect leader had never blamed him, treating him as his own son. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San had already reached the summit of Tianmen Peak. With his purple extreme demon eyes, he surveyed the surrounding landscape through the mist, poisonous mountains, the Valley of Medicinal Kings, Iron Refining Peak, and the Chi-Chu Pavilion. Waves of emotion surged within him. The Tianmen Peak and the main peak of the Tang sect were connected by a 300-meter-long cableway, also known as the Heavenly Road. The peak acquired its name from this very road, serving as the gateway to the entire Tianmen Peak. On one side lay the cableway, while the other three sides plummeted into the unfathomable depths of the ghostly cliff, making it a fortress that was easy to defend but hard to attack. To penetrate the core of the Tang sect's inner cabinet, one must first traverse this lengthy cableway. Furthermore, flying was prohibited around Ghostly Cliff. At the center of the sect leader's pavilion, there were 44 crossbows and 72 firestone cannons, covering a 360 arc. Any flying object, even if it were a disciple of the Tang sect, would be met with a hail of cannon fire. The intervals between the firestones and crossbow bolts were a mere 0.3 seconds, transforming the area into a veritable beehive, a sight that was undeniably terrifying. As for the Heavenly Road, the first third was a wooden plank bridge. The middle third was a broken bridge that could only be traversed by hanging from the iron chains on either side. And the final third was a silk road that appeared delicate yet was more resilient than iron chains. Each step upon this silk road would exponentially amplify the force exerted on the next step. Even a master of the ghostly shadow could only mitigate a portion of the impact, bearing the remainder of the recoil. The inner disciples possessed a newly developed shock-absorbing device crafted by the Chi-Chu Pavilion, enabling them to traverse 1,000 miles with ease, effectively shielding themselves from distant tremors. Yet, as an outer disciple, Tang San could only rely on the mutual forces at play, enduring the final intensified impacts, reducing his steps by 6 or 7, thus bracing against the rebound. As Tang San approached the sect leader's peak, many individuals greeted him, some playfully calling him sect leader Tang San, leaving him bewildered. When had he become the sect leader? Before he could traverse the lengthy ascent, he noticed several elders hastily descending from the pinnacle, including the second elder wielding the rainstorm pear blossom needle and the ninth elder, who had concealed the 4 great killing techniques among a plethora of hidden weapons, as well as the vice master of the Qiqiao Pavilion, whose arsenal of hidden weapons was nearly transparent. Tang San regarded the encircling elders, unsure of their intentions. The Grand Elder bowed slightly, extending his hands in the highest form of respect, and the other elders followed suit, offering the same reverence to Tang San. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the spectacle, bowed their heads in deference, paying homage to Tang San as their sect leader. Thousands of disciples and dozens of elders gathered on the marble steps, all bowing in unison towards Tang San. Once the formalities concluded, the Grand Elder gestured for Tang San to proceed first, and Tang San, not one to hesitate, took the lead, followed closely by the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the remaining elders. Upon entering the sect leader's pavilion, the Grand Elder addressed Tang San, stating that the previous sect leader had passed the mantle to the one capable of creating the Buddha's wrath lotus. As for Tang San's theft of the Xiantian treasure record, the former sect leader had already borne the consequences. Since the sect leader was to accept this cause, he could rest assured in facing the results. This matter was not to be held against him, and he was invited to assume the role of sect leader, honoring the former sect leader's intentions. Tang San felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had experienced this moment before. After careful reflection, he recalled a past event. Yes, it was during his soul ring absorption from the human-faced demon spider, where its venom had plunged him into a hallucination. The scene before him now mirrored that time. Could this merely be a dream? No, I have crossed the temporal gateway and returned to the Tang sect. This is not a dream. This is reality. Looking at the surrounding elders, Tang San slowly spoke. I accept the position of sect leader. May I see the former sect leader? In the mouth of the malevolent deity, the old sect leader endured the extreme punishment of 1,000 cuts on behalf of his disciple, which instilled a sense of guilt in Tang San. Upon seeing the tombstone of the sect leader in the back mountain, he gazed at the inscription that read grave of the former sect leader, and pondered that perhaps if he had not stolen the Xiantian treasure record, he would not have violated the rules of the Tang sect, nor would he have burdened the sect leader. The more he thought, the more he felt remorseful, as if he were transported back to the time when he was still part of the Tang sect, where the former leader imparted his skills to him with great care, ultimately leading to his present self. Tang San cast aside his robe and knelt before the tombstone, bowing 3 times with deep sincerity, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Sect leader, I am truly sorry. After paying his respects to the former sect leader, Tang San proceeded with the elders into the sect leader's pavilion for the leadership transition ceremony. He accepted the purple robe symbolizing the sect leader's position and the command plaque capable of mobilizing all secret weapons and mechanisms within the Tang sect, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. As he tightly grasped the sect leader's token, he momentarily envisioned the specter of the former leader smiling kindly at him from a corner of the hall, seemingly pleased at the prospect of seeing a favored disciple inherit his legacy, perhaps one day leading the sect to greatness. I, Tang San, will surely uphold the legacy of the Tang sect, he silently vowed, as the phantom gradually faded into twinkling starlight, dispersing in the corners of the hall. Tang San slowly seated himself in the primary position that represented the sect leader's authority, his gaze calm and profound. He surveyed the surrounding elders, his expression inscrutable. After a moment of silence, Tang San spoke softly, Elders, you may withdraw for now. I wish to be alone. His voice was deep and resolute, imbued with an undeniable certainty. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and incredulity. They had anticipated that following Tang San's ascension, he would enact a series of decrees to adjust and manage the sect's affairs. However, he merely stated, let it be, leaving them astonished and perplexed. They began to ponder what Tang San would undertake, yet despite their myriad questions, they could only choose to remain silent. They understood that as members of the Elder Council, their role was to assist the sect leader and contribute their wisdom when appropriate, while also respecting the new leader's decisions. Thus, they quietly retreated, laden with uncertainty as they left the assembly room. Tang San remained seated, gazing at the now vacant hall, resting his chin on one hand while idly toying with the sect leader's token in the other, feeling the flow of mystical energy particles in the air. He could not help but reflect on the twists of fate that had brought him from the precipice of despair, as a thief of the Tang sect's core Xiantian treasure record, to the very person who now wielded its power. How cruelly fate had turned. Tang San gradually rose, stepping toward the hall's exit, taking in the 18 major peaks in the countless pavilions, observing the disciples traversing various paths, feeling a sense of exaltation as if he were surveying the world from a lofty height. He finally understood why those in possession of the highest authority would choose to construct their abodes atop the tallest peaks. Power, indeed, was exquisite. Tang San's desires swelled within him, the gray mist at the ends of his hair seemingly rejoicing, spreading slowly. He suddenly recalled that his arrival at the Tang sect was not merely to relive past glories. He was uncertain of how he had inadvertently become the sect leader. Tang San had intended to return to the Tang sect to pay homage to the old sect leader who once aided him, believing that even a life spent in confinement would be worthwhile. Yet now, as the sect leader, his gaze shifted toward the scripture pavilion, and he realized it was time to formulate his next plan. The so-called 100 resolutions of the evil god. Suppressed by the Xiantian treasure record, he longed to discover the source of its power. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him, as he could almost feel the surge of formidable energy coursing through him upon acquiring the 100 resolutions. Imagining himself breaking through his current limitations and ascending to greater heights with the knowledge contained within that tome, his heart surged with fervor and excitement. As he approached the entrance of the scripture pavilion, the disciples guarding the door did not recognize him and declared it a forbidden area, requesting the elder's command token. Tang San regarded them, conjuring his sect leader's token from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, gently levitating it before them with his spiritual energy. The two disciples, upon seeing the token, were drenched in cold sweat, realizing the presence of the sect leader. They quickly retreated, instructing those within the scripture pavilion to exit, stating that repairs were underway and that unauthorized individuals were not permitted inside. As the disciples responded in unison, one of them quickly turned and pressed a button on their waist token. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy emanated from the token, rippling outward. With this surge, the atmosphere within the scripture pavilion fell into an eerie silence. Tang San stood by, quietly observing, his gaze unwavering from the two disciples and the pavilion's entrance. Time passed, and gradually, individuals began to emerge from the scripture pavilion, some with serious expressions, others appearing perplexed, yet all were undeniably curious about the unfolding events. Finally, after the last person exited, the gatekeeper disciple reported to Tang San, "Everyone has come out." Tang San nodded slightly, acknowledging the report, and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." He stepped slowly into the first level of the scripture pavilion, captivated by the array of books before him. Each volume emanated a faint scent of ink and an aura of antiquity, as if whispering tales of time gone by. As he gently caressed the spines of the books, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He recalled the countless days and nights spent here, diligently studying, never missing the first rays of dawn or the starlit nights, persistently pursuing knowledge. It was this accumulation of wisdom that had shaped him into the Tang San he was today. Lifting his gaze, he peered beyond the rows of bookshelves toward the top level of the pavilion, where a brilliant gem, the Xiantian treasure record, awaited. It glimmered with a mysterious radiance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Tang San understood that this precious gem was the source of all his endeavors and the very starting point of his ascent to the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. Employing his purple extreme demon eye, he surveyed his surroundings and eventually discerned a clue on the first floor. He slowly approached the central bookshelf on the first floor and struck it with a palm, reducing it to powder. Beneath the bookshelf lay a wide, azure crystal, precisely the size of the shelf itself. Tang San marveled at the unexpected treasure hidden among the tomes, which even outer disciples rarely glanced at. The shelves of the library were crafted from ancient, dark wood, known for its soul-stabilizing properties and formidable hardness. Only an elder-level figure could shatter it with a single blow. The strong would overlook the first floor, while the weak would remain oblivious, revealing a cunning design. With a faint smile, Tang San placed his hand upon the blue crystal and, after assessing its texture, found himself astonished. This crystal was solidified from the power of faith, and upon further mental contact, he could faintly perceive the fervent prayers and blessings it contained, wishes for the malevolent god not to plague the world, for peace to reign, and for war to cease. A sincere aura of faith began to permeate Tang San's consciousness, threatening to assimilate him. He quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a twinge of fear. The crystal was undeniably peculiar, capable of assimilating spiritual power. Sitting before the crystal, Tang San was at a loss for how to confront it. He employed the sea goddess divine power to gradually penetrate the crystal, contemplating that since the sea goddess power was also derived from faith, it might yield some results. However, the sea goddess energy merely enveloped the blue crystal, which remained an intact entity, impervious to any energy, including the sea goddess faith. The two powers of faith were fundamentally incompatible and could not assimilate one another. Tang San carefully scrutinized the crystal with his purple extreme demon eye. since the malevolent god had mentioned that the accumulated malevolent power over a century could aid his traversal through time and space. There must be a method to radiate this power outward through the books contained within. If he could master this method, perhaps he could unravel the mystery of the blue crystal. He summoned the long-suppressed malevolent power within him, and a pale gray mist began to emanate from his body. With a unique rhythm, he concentrated the gray mist, which flickered erratically as if entangled in a quantum dance, transmitting signals to the malevolent essence ensconced within the blue crystal. Yet, despite his extensive efforts, there was no response from the malevolent essence. Tang San, facing the crystal, exhausted every conceivable method but could not budge it in the slightest. Akin to a child guarding a trove of treasures, utterly helpless. In desperation, he summoned the Sect Master S token from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, hoping the supreme authority of the Tang Sect S leader might yield some effect on the blue crystal. To his astonishment, as soon as the token made contact with the luminescent aura surrounding the crystal, it emitted a strange and vibrant color. The blue crystal, upon encountering this beam of light, began to change rapidly. It dissolved like snow under the blazing sun, transforming into wisps of blue mist that gradually merged into the peculiar light. Success! Tang San exclaimed, his face contorting in a mix of triumph and ferocity as he beheld the glowing remnants of the crystal. He extended his hand into the enchanting light, reverently cradling the tome of the malevolent essence. As he gazed at the 4 prominent characters dancing upon its surface, his mind momentarily faltered. As if transported to an ephemeral realm, before him unfolded an extraordinary spectacle, with countless beams of light intertwining to form a mysterious and potent energy field. These lights danced like serpents, swirling around the book. Tang San felt a powerful force surge forth from the tome, akin to a frigid spring flowing from the Arctic, continuously flooding into his being. This force, tangible in its essence, coiled around his arms and surged through his body, swiftly permeating his limbs and bones. In an instant, he was enveloped in icy despair, his body trembling uncontrollably. The malevolent energy was both chilling and sinister, as if he had plunged into a vortex of negative energy. Every cell in Tang San's body was saturated with the malevolent power, and his hair rapidly turned grayish-white, halting at about 2/3 of its length. His pupils appeared even more diabolical than when he first harnessed the malevolent energy, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread and coldness. As this formidable power flowed incessantly into him, Tang San's previously chaotic mind began to clear. He savored the tumultuous energy coursing through him while greedily absorbing the last remnants of power from the tome. His laughter grew louder, as if he intended to consume the entire world. I, Tang San, shall soon be the true deity of this realm. I crave power. This is insufficient, not nearly enough. Chapter 6. The infiltration of malevolent thoughts. Tang San emerged from the library with the tome in hand, instructing the gatekeeping disciple to clean the area and resume normal operations before hastening to the sect leader's hall, eager to delve into the malevolent essence he had long yearned for. The first chapter detailed the birth of the malevolent god and the origins of first-level malevolent power. As he read, Tang San felt the malevolent thoughts within him stir, as though he was the malevolent god incarnate. The power granted to him by the malevolent god began to influence him subconsciously. In essence, the malevolent god was Tang San, and Tang San was the malevolent god, their powers mutually reinforcing and ultimately manifesting within Tang San's corporeal form. The most significant passage in the first chapter recounted the fall of the malevolent god, who divided his power into 4 parts. The largest portion was inherited by the current malevolent god, but due to improper use, the power expanded too rapidly and was resisted by the gods, leading to a divine war. Subsequently, the malevolent god was imprisoned in the depths of the divine realm for over 1,000 years, suffering daily from the scorching punishment of the sun's loss. The remaining 3 segments fell into the lower realms of the Douluo continent. One was consumed by a spider, becoming the invincible evil spider. Another portion was swallowed by a serpent in the underworld, merging with the flower of the soul to become the mandala snake. And the last piece, an ordinary black tiger, was tainted by the malevolent power and mutated into the dark demon evil tiger, feared by soul masters for its ability to manipulate wind, time, lightning, darkness, evil, and space, as well as to create the 6 system rebirth technique, allowing for the temporary consumption of 3 abilities to forge a chance for a fresh start or to directly enter a dimensional rift. Subsequent chapters detailed the malevolent god's cultivation techniques, encompassing a wealth of knowledge and skills, including herbal lore, meridian pathways, methods of cultivation, and breathing techniques. These practices were first-hand experiences of the malevolent god, who documented his insights alongside detailed annotations in the margins. Tang San gazed quietly at the tome before him, his heart brimming with emotion. This book was akin to a key, unlocking the door to his innermost desires for power. Tang San realized that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he secure an invincible position in this dog-eat-dog world. As Tang San slowly closed the book, his gaze turned exceedingly resolute. He had already determined his future course, to acquire the remaining power of the evil god, making himself even more formidable. At that point, no one in the world would dare defy his will. He would become the sovereign of this world. As he contemplated this, the power the evil god had left within Tang San guided his spirit, making him increasingly yearn for greater strength. A dense, bloodthirsty hue gradually stained Tang San's pupils. The power that had just entered Tang San's body suddenly erupted, engulfing him and stirring up a powerful tempest. Power, power, he mused. This is power. I am truly impatient to sample this power. Tang San strode out of the sect master's pavilion and soared into the sky. Seemingly completely immersed in the ecstasy of his newfound power, utterly forgetting the Tang sect's decree against flying within the main peak. Instantly, the sound of mechanisms whirring echoed around the mountain peaks of the sect master's pavilion. Along the white jade steps, a row of iron rods slowly rose from the middle, accompanied by concentric circles of blue ripples emanating outward. 72 repeating crossbows, 44 flintlock cannons, 3,000 miniature anti-air guided magic cannons. Even the roof of the sect master's pavilion split open, revealing a honeycomb of dark gun muzzles, each surrounded by 32 auxiliary barrels, all aimed menacingly at Tang San. Upon hearing the sound, Tang San glanced down with disdain, observing the various mechanisms and cannons aimed at him. Tang San felt an increasing urge to test the extent of his power. He did not bother to use his sect master's token to reset the defenses. Instead, Tang San swooped down. In the briefest instant of Tang San's movement, the various mechanisms and cannons unleashed an impenetrable barrage of fire. There were profound iron crossbow bolts, flintlock cannonballs, and even rarer profound crystal-forged arrows, as well as the 12 types of needles from the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, Bone-Piercing Needle, Thunderfire Needle, Armor-Piercing Needle, Blade-Rending Needle, Demon-Suppressing Needle, Overlord Needle, Netherine Needle, Dragon-Severing Needle, Desire-Extinguishing Needle, Dragon Whisker Needle, Meteorite Needle, and 7-Kill Needle. There were also magnetic displays that momentarily disoriented the target, and the 32 auxiliary cannons fired even more astonishing projectiles. These included ordinary cannonballs that flew in a straight line, yellow cannonballs that accelerated and suddenly veered, blue cannonballs that instantly split into 3 different types, black cannonballs that exploded with immense power, and even those like the mother-son, soul-chasing, life-snatching bladder that split into an egg for explosive impact. There were even bombs that released sound waves to disrupt one's mind. Tang San smiled wickedly, his hand suddenly transforming into a jade-like, cyan-white hue, employing the jade hand. Then, unleashing the crane control, dragon-catching technique, he deflected most of the ordinary cannonballs, redirecting some toward the sky where they exploded into brilliant fireworks, and others into the surrounding mountains, causing billowing smoke. Tang San's movements became increasingly ethereal, and with the violet demon eye, he could even discern the trajectories and impact points of the incoming projectiles. Is this the Tang sect's defense? Tang San sneered. A faint gray light shimmered around him as he withstood several cannonballs head-on. The explosions erupted around Tang San, raising a cloud of dust, but at the epicenter, not a single wrinkle marred his clothing. The Tang sect disciples below looked up at the violet figure in the sky, descending into chaos. After all, that violet figure was enduring the pinnacle of Tang sect technology and seemed to be doing so with ease. They couldn't help but panic and scatter. Only the elders on the sect master's peak, observing the figure in the sky, were moved. The first elder couldn't help but exclaim, "With such a powerful sect master, our Tang sect will surely stand at the apex of the world." Indeed, indeed, the second elder echoed. "I only hope the sect master doesn't damage these things while testing the Tang sect's equipment," the pavilion master of the Ingenuity Hall worried. "These things take a lot of time and effort to manufacture." "Rest assured," the peak master of the body-tempering peak said with a smile. "The sect master is surely aware of what he's doing. Don't worry about your anti-air guided cannons." The sect master was appointed by the previous sect master as a genius. If your things break, the sect master will surely repair them himself. Tang San weaved through the barrage of cannonballs, and in a few breaths, he teleported to the blue signal tower. The closer he got, the more agitated he felt. The various toxins mixed in the cannonballs had been expelled, But Tang San did not realize that the lapis lazuli heart material, even in the smallest amount, would amplify one's emotional perception infinitely. This material was colorless, odorless, and weightless, lighter than air. It was this material that had caused Tang San to absorb a considerable amount as he teleported to the signal tower. Tang San lost his composure, and the color of his pupils gradually turned blood red. The power of the evil god increasingly influenced him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of unleashing his power. With a single word, kill. Seeing Tang San stop before the signal tower, the first elder said to the pavilion master of the Ingenuity Hall, "Should we reset it now?" The sect master must have finished testing. Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang rang out. Tang San had shattered the signal tower in half with a single punch. The signal tower crashed down, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, toward the sect master's pavilion. What's going on? Could it be that the sect master wasn't testing the Tang sect's security? The elders were shocked and quickly realized what was happening. They all used the ghost shadow perplexing steps to quickly reach Tang San. Tang San seemed to have been consumed by bloodlust, transforming into a demolition maniac. He teleported to the anti-air guided cannon above the sect master's pavilion and, with 2 more punches, shattered the entire barrel into countless pieces like a blooming night blooming Sirius. The pavilion master of the Ingenuity Hall watched, his heart bleeding. He clutched his chest and cried, "No, my babies, no." The elders, witnessing this scene, quickened their pace. After greeting Tang San with the sect master's salute, they asked, "Sect master, why are you destroying the Tang sect's weapons?" Tang San turned his head and faced the elders with a sinister smile. "Who do you think you were to lecture me?" The hot-tempered peak master of the body-tempering peak stepped forward and said, "Little brat, if it weren't for the previous sect master's sake, would you even be worthy of being the sect master? Answer when you're asked. Don't be so insolent, He completely forgot how he had just praised the sect master's divine power and how he would lead the Tang sect to glory. Tang San slowly turned, activated the ghost shadow perplexing steps, and appeared before the peak master of the body-tempering peak in a few breaths. "Who do you think you are?" He then pierced the peak master's chest with a palm, extracted the beating heart, and splattered blood all over his face. Tang San cackled, "How filthy," and crushed the heart in his hand, showering the surrounding elders with gore. The elders stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to react. Only when the lifeless body fell with a thud did they gradually come to their senses. The elders seemed unable to believe that the peak master of the body-tempering peak, with whom they had worked for so many years, had died just like that. Their bodies trembled slightly as they remained stunned. At this moment, Tang San said, "Who's next?" The 5th elder suddenly seemed to realize something. He quickly jumped back and unleashed the rainstorm pear blossom needle from his sleeve, attempting to take Tang San's life. "He's been possessed. Kill him." The 1st elder, having snapped out of his stupor, heard the sound of mechanisms behind him and was about to say don't, when he saw Tang San laugh and say, "Years ago, you hunted me down, and I jumped off a cliff to prove my innocence, but I didn't die. Now, you want to use the same outdated Tang sect weapons to attack me? Do you really think these things can kill me? What wishful thinking." As he spoke, Tang San summoned his trident, hurling it forward with tremendous force. The weapon pinned the 5th elder, who was about to unleash the rain of pear blossom needles, against a nearby wall, dragging him along the ground and leaving a long, dark streak behind, reminiscent of an elongated black line. The 5th elder resembled a kite with its string severed, being towed through the air. His body scraped against the earth, producing a piercing sound that evoked a sense of pity. "Do you old fools still believe you have any relevance? Come at me together," Tang San declared, his newfound strength instilling him with unwavering confidence. Even if all the other deities from the divine realm were to join forces against him, he felt assured of his escape. The Grand Elder had initially intended to reason with Tang San, appealing to his emotions and logic. However, upon witnessing his old comrades in dire straits, he sighed deeply and fixed his gaze on Tang San. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Everyone, attack." Instantly, the various elders, peak masters, and pavilion lords sprang into action, unleashing their signature abilities. A myriad of bizarre concealed weapons emerged in a dazzling display, akin to phantoms. "If this is all the strength you possess, then let us conclude this," Tang San remarked, simultaneously summoning a brand new artifact, a weapon forged from the power of the evil god. His dark thoughts had escalated to a terrifying level, allowing him to wield the evil god's scythe with ease. As he spun the scythe, its gray blade glimmered ominously, functioning almost like a shield as it deflected most of the incoming projectiles. The more potent weapons were absorbed by the eerie gray mist surrounding him. In an instant, Tang San teleported behind one of the elders, the tip of his scythe piercing the elder's heart. The elder was instantly drained of life, turning into a desiccated corpse. With a flick of the scythe, the remains disintegrated into dust scattered across the ground. Old Ninth. The remaining elders cried out in despair. Before the echoes of their lament could fade, Tang San appeared above another elder and, with a swift slice, sent yet another lifeless body tumbling down. The Grand Elder seemed to grasp the disparity in strength and shouted to retreat as far as possible. Yet, he himself advanced, employing the Phantom Shadow technique to close in on Tang San. With a flick of his wrist, he launched concealed weapons toward him. Oh, Tang San chuckled, intrigued. You wish to engage in close combat? Very well, I shall witness the capabilities of the Tang sect's foremost warrior. With that, he discarded all his artifacts. Eager for a fair duel, the Grand Elder revealed a short sword from his sleeve, thrusting it toward Tang San. Tang San leaned forward, narrowly evading the attack, and raised his hand to execute the bone-severing technique in an attempt to break the Elder's arm. The Grand Elder, glancing at Tang San's joints, redirected his dagger, retracting the blade to position it against Tang San's upward strike. Tang San was taken aback. The Grand Elder's remarkable control of his limbs allowed him to counter Tang San's momentum. Sensing instability in his stance, the Grand Elder swiftly followed up with a low kick. Aware that being hit would spell his doom, Tang San sidestepped, narrowly escaping the Grand Elder's rapid three-strike assault. With the Phantom Shadow technique in play, the Grand Elder sought to deliver a decisive blow to Tang San. However, Tang San smiled knowingly and anticipated the attack, swiftly drawing a concealed weapon from his sleeve. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the Grand Elder was sent flying, while Tang San appeared to be injured as well, a faint gray mist enveloping him. Just as Tang San believed the Grand Elder was finished, the Elder rose from a distance, tearing off his robe to reveal golden silk armor beneath. The heart-protecting mirror at the center of the armor lay shattered. The Grand Elder, wordless, reset his dislocated arm and discarded the damaged armor, revealing his robust physique. He wiped the blood from his mouth with the tattered robe, rewrapping his elbow and wrist, declaring, "We shall not allow you to wreak havoc upon this world any longer." Demon. With the burden of the golden silk armor lifted, the Grand Elder tapped into the superior techniques recorded in the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record. In this critical moment for the sect's survival, he resolved to unleash its full potential. Allowing Tang San to escape the sect would lead to the annihilation of its disciples, leaving their bodies to rot in the wilderness. Though uncertain of what had caused the sect leader's drastic change in demeanor, the Grand Elder understood that capturing or even killing him was paramount. Tang San, incredulous, pondered how his soul-guiding device, powered by divine energy capable of obliterating a city, had failed to vanquish the Elder. As the Grand Elder swiftly approached, Tang San felt an unexpected shock. The Grand Elder summoned the Elder's token, floating it effortlessly before Tang San. With a mere alignment of his fingers, Tang San effortlessly caught the token. The Grand Elder, maintaining a stoic expression, whispered "explode," causing the token to shatter into a cloud of purple poisonous smoke that enveloped Tang San. Utilizing the ethereal techniques from the Xiantian treasure record, the Grand Elder launched everything he possessed at Tang San in a delicate, yet lethal manner. The high-frequency vibrations could shatter the hands of any who dared to grasp them. The Grand Elder was surprised by Tang San's formidable physical strength, but the poison contained in the Elder's token was one of 691 concentrated poisons not documented in the Xiantian treasure record, and he believed it wouldn't be easily dispelled. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the toxic haze, intertwining light purple and gray mist in a surreal display. Tang San collapsed to the ground, hoarsely exclaiming, "Old fool, what poison is this? I have consumed the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, rendering me immune to all toxins. I possess dual godhood. How can your poison affect me?" The Grand Elder, having witnessed too many villains meet their demise through excessive chatter, had no desire to explain the poison's composition. Instead, he drew a dagger, intending to eliminate Tang San directly. However, the mist surrounding Tang San shimmered, forcing the purple smoke down. Although a hint of purple remained visible, it was far less pronounced. The Grand Elder sensed something amiss and hastily launched his dagger toward Tang San. The sound of metal striking metal reverberated as the dagger fell harmlessly to the ground. Not good, the Grand Elder thought, realizing the peril he was in. He attempted to create distance. But even the ultimate techniques recorded in the Xiantian treasure record were merely mortal skills, insufficient against a divine being. The mist swirling around Tang San seemed to express his inner dissatisfaction, and the Grand Elder understood that escape was futile. As he braced for Tang San's incoming punch, radiant symbols illuminated his skin, forming a protective barrier. The divine light even appeared to dissolve Tang San's mist. However, with a single blow, the symbols dimmed. Tang San scoffed. I shall see just how many tricks you possess, old man. Recognizing that Tang San was forcibly compressing the toxic gas rather than truly neutralizing it, the Grand Elder assumed a ready stance, attempting to utilize pure physicality. The dim symbols gradually reignited, glowing with a crimson hue as he prepared to burn his lifespan and soul. The Grand Elder initiated an array-breaking maneuver, immobilizing Tang San's legs with a leg lock, simultaneously restraining his torso with one hand. His elbow contorted into an unnatural angle, using his entire body as a fulcrum and his palm as a blade, aimed directly at Tang San's face. Tang San, unflinching, met the attack head-on, sinking his teeth into the Grand Elder's hand, tearing away a mouthful of flesh. He spat out the tainted morsel, which instantly corroded the flagstones upon contact. The Grand Elder's blood, a concoction of myriad toxins, threatened to induce sluggishness and cognitive impairment upon contact. Despite the grievous bite, the Grand Elder remained stoic, seemingly impervious to pain. He thrust his knee into Tang San, leveraging his full weight to gain a positional advantage, and unleashed a barrage of elbow strikes upon Tang San's chest. The onslaught transpired with blinding speed, leaving Tang San reeling. Though racked with pain, his thoughts were muddled. By the time Tang San regained his senses, he had already endured numerous blows. Reacting swiftly, Tang San seized the Grand Elder's arm, attempting to cripple his hands. However, the Grand Elder remained composed, trading injury for injury. As Tang San wrenched off the Grand Elder's left hand, the Grand Elder retaliated by severing Tang San's left forearm. Tang San, lacking the Grand Elder's steely resolve, faltered, his mind clouded by pain and disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, the Grand Elder, using his detached forearm as a makeshift blade, plunged it into Tang San's abdomen. The Grand Elder's venomous blood seeped into Tang San's wound, further impairing his already dulled senses. The Grand Elder pressed his advantage, raining blows upon Tang San's face. Tang San, summoning his dark thoughts, compelled his instincts to take over. Realizing the peril, he reached for the bone fragment lodged within his body. But the Grand Elder's sudden surge of power, fueled by burning essence blood, diminished Tang San's strength. Tang San, undeterred, snapped the bone fragment, half of which fell to the ground while the other half remained within him. Even the Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback by this ruthless act. Regaining his composure, he advanced and struck Tang San's knee, causing it to bend at an unnatural angle. Tang San, seizing the opportunity, retaliated with an elbow strike to the Grand Elder's ribs, eliciting a grunt of pain. From his 24-bridge Moonlight Knight, Tang San summoned his signature hidden weapons, launching a flurry of blades at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder frantically searched his mind for a countermeasure, but finding none, he tore off his mask, gripping it tightly in his right hand. He intercepted Tang San's daggers with the mask's eye sockets, then, with a swift wrist movement, numbed Tang San's hand and sent the mask spiraling toward Tang San's neck. Tang San, finally reacting, enveloped himself in a gray aura, repelling the Grand Elder. Having exhausted his resources against Tang San, and with his thoughts clouded by blood loss, the Grand Elder resolved to detonate himself, hoping to inflict grievous wounds upon Tang San. He cast a final, wistful glance at his brethren before initiating the self-destruction. His muscles swelled, engulfing the surrounding spiritual energy, compressing it rapidly before detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. The remaining elders, witnessing the sacrifice of their comrade, were overcome with a mixture of emotions, their vision blurred by tears. Yet, even this was not enough to kill Tang San. Amidst the dust and debris, Tang San, battered and broken, rose once more. His hair was disheveled, his left arm was missing, and blood gushed from his abdomen. His right leg was contorted at an unnatural angle. The remaining elders were aghast. He was still alive. The master of the Ingenuity Pavilion, witnessing the scene, acted decisively. He affixed explosives to his ankles, detonated them, and propelled himself toward Tang San. Only by sacrificing his legs could he achieve the speed necessary to overcome the ghost shadow perplexing track and prevent Tang San from recovering. The force of the explosion, combined with the master's flesh, mingled with the smoke and dust, bringing him within striking distance of the gasping Tang San. The 13th elder embraced Tang San, his flesh writhing as mechanical tentacles emerged from his spine, constricting Tang San's body. Despite having assimilated much of the evil god's power, Tang San was too weakened to break free. The second elder, sensing impending doom, cried out, "No, we may still have a chance." The Ingenuity Pavilion elder, unwavering, declared, "My mind is made up. As the eldest pavilion master, it is my duty to leave hope for the younger generation. The sect master has already succumbed to madness." With that, he embraced Tang San and activated the yellow metal block. Tang San struggled in vain, unable to escape the elder's iron grip. A wave of heat emanated from the block, followed by an immense shockwave that hurled the remaining elders away. A blinding light erupted, resembling a fallen sun, instantly vaporizing the surrounding landscape. The surviving elders, dragging their broken bodies, gazed upon the epicenter of the explosion, where a mushroom cloud had formed. Had the initial design not included a failsafe to generate a 20-kilometer shockwave, all of the elders would have been obliterated. From the heart of the explosion, a maniacal laughter echoed, reverberating across the ravaged landscape. Tang San, dragging his ruined body, stood up slowly. His eyes burned with fury. "You old fools," he snarled. "You have truly angered me. Even celestial artifacts cannot kill him? What manner of monster is he?" Despair gripped the hearts of the remaining elders, for they knew that this was a battle they could not win. Before they could react, Tang San unleashed his scythe, creating a whirlwind that swept them off their feet. Ghost Shadow perplexing track moved in an uncanny way, traversing the void and defying the laws of physics. In less than 20 breaths, the remaining elders were drained of their life force, reduced to dust. Tang San's attention turned to the stunned Tang sect disciples. From his wings, countless golden threads emerged, writhing like sentient tendrils. They snaked through the air, ensnaring their victims and draining their life essence. These were his devouring golden threads. Sustained by the lifeblood of over 70,000 disciples, Tang San began to regenerate his ravaged form. The Tang sect was annihilated, leaving behind only ruins and carnage. And Tang San felt no remorse. Tang San ascended into the skies above his former home, gazing upon the ruins and carnage without a trace of emotion. Even though these occurrences were orchestrated by his own hands, Tang San stood beside the swirling gray mist, invoking a wisp of purple venom hidden within the malevolent deity's power. He mused upon the fact that the old fellow's poison could indeed slay a god, but it merely encountered me. The malevolent deity, entrenched in the core of the divine realm on the 19th subterranean level, had long since mastered the sinister principles therein. Moreover, the 9 days and nights of analysis allowed Tang San to dissect a portion of the solar principles. His comprehension of these laws rivaled that of any deity in existence today. Perhaps during the battle, this wisp of toxic gas had always posed a concealed threat to Tang San, yet once the conflict had subsided, this very toxin could serve to enhance his divine power. As he manipulated the principle of darkness to decompose the toxin within his body, he simultaneously extracted the spiritual essence contained within, gradually replenishing his expended divine energy. Furthermore, thanks to the effects of the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, his internal balance of yin and yang was restored, making the analysis of this wisp of toxin an integral part of that equilibrium, harmonizing opposing forces such as yin and yang, ice and fire, and rendering Tang San's internal power more formidable. Such boundless utility, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. With a mere gesture, he summoned the solar principles, utilizing them to simulate the 2 cosmic laws, gradually manifesting a portal through which time and space could flow. Upon gazing down at the ruins of the Tang sect, he felt no lingering attachments and stepped through the time-space gateway. In the distance, at the ruins of the sect master pavilion, the blood of the Grand Elder coalesced, flowing into the ring upon his finger, which flickered with the same hue as the runes adorning the Grand Elder's body. In an instant, a golden page burst forth, swirling up the Grand Elder's essence and tearing through the fabric of time and space to enter. Suspended in the void, Tang San formed seals with his hands, invoking the law of time and space. With his movements, a rift slowly opened, revealing a lush forest, the Douluo forest. At this moment in the timeline, it was precisely when Tang San ascended to the divine realm after attaining godhood, and the entirety of Douluo continent remained in a state of peace and tranquility. As Tang San stepped through the rift, his body quivered slightly. The realm of Douluo had become devoid of sufficient soul power to sustain his divine strength. At this moment, his entire power was compressed to less than 1/10 of its potential, rendered meager by the thinness of the soul power in the land. With no other recourse, he had to retract his divine energy and various artifacts, retaining only the most basic strength for movement. It is often said that deities descending into the mortal realm disrupt the established order, yet this pertains only to ordinary gods. When one's power reaches a certain apex, the so-called rules become mere instruments to be broken. For Tang San, he possessed the capability to alter these rules. However, the emergence of 2 distinct divine powers in the world warranted thorough scrutiny. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a low profile until his strength was sufficient to dominate others. Tang San extended his divine consciousness to envelop the entirety of the Douluo forest. Within its depths, he clearly discerned the presence of human-faced demon spiders and mandala snakes. Observing the entirety of the forest, he noted that there was only a single dark demon tiger. Drawing back his divine awareness, he contemplated. Let us first eradicate the human-faced demon spiders. The dark demon tiger can be dealt with later. With that resolve, Tang San's physique tightened, and in an instant, he shot forth, arriving above the nearest human-faced demon spider, which was 4,000 years old and had no means of resistance. His powerful physique pierced through its most resilient exoskeleton. Following this, he summoned the sea god's 8 wings, extending numerous golden threads that entwined the entire human-faced demon spider, draining its strength until it was left as a desiccated husk. To his delight, he discovered that his malevolent divine flames had expanded slightly. For even the smallest increase was a cause for exuberance, as accumulation leads to qualitative leaps. As he surveyed his surroundings, he continued to search for traces of other soul beasts with his divine sense. Suddenly, he detected a massive, terrifying 90,000-year-old human-faced demon spider hunting nearby. Recognizing his quarry was in close proximity, he accelerated towards it. However, the spider quickly spun a colossal web, ensnaring Tang San tightly. Despite the web being woven by a 90,000-year-old creature, its resilience was no match for Tang San's physical prowess, which surpassed conventional standards of Douluo. He unleashed a tremendous burst of strength, breaking free from the web's grasp. The human-faced demon spider, clearly taken aback by the ease with which its prey escaped, attempted to flee. Yet, with its 8 legs, it could not evade Tang San, who, having activated his ghost shadow misty step, swiftly positioned himself atop the spider's back. There, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes with his colossal scythe, each blow infused with boundless power. The spider's form gradually became mutilated until it ultimately collapsed lifelessly to the ground. As the inky black soul rings began to rise, Tang San felt no inclination to absorb them. This 90,000-year-old beast was on the cusp of evolving into a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet the malevolent divine power it contained held far greater significance for him. He summoned the flames of the malevolent deity, incinerating the last of the human-faced demon spiders in this world. The crackling of the flames echoed mournfully in the wind, as if the Stardow forest lamented the loss of an entire species. Within just a day and a half, Tang San had slain 796 human-faced demon spiders, leaving no remnants behind. Their extinction was declared. Turning his attention to the mandala snake, Tang San found it to be significantly less challenging. His divine awareness swiftly pinpointed a 1,000-year-old soul beast, and without further ado, he flew towards it. The creature, masquerading as a mandala flower, remained oblivious to the human who had discovered it. With a powerful tug, Tang San yanked the mandala snake from its perch, eliciting a whimper that seemed to plead for mercy. Yet Tang San, having momentarily forgotten his promise to Xiaowu, thought to himself, "How can I enhance my strength without slaying soul beasts?" Thus, he quickly cast aside her words from his mind. With practiced ease, he skinned it and extracted the malevolent divine power using the flames. At that moment, a 90,000-year-old mandala snake surged forth from the ground, shooting out like a bolt of lightning, its sharp fangs glimmering ominously, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow to the human before it. However, a subtle smirk grazed Tang San's lips. He had anticipated this. With agile reflexes, he deftly stepped back, evading the deadly strike. Yet, an unexpected twist unfolded as the mandala snake opened its maw wide, unleashing a tiny red snake from within. This red mandala snake darted through the air with incredible speed, twisting mid-flight like an arrow aimed straight at Tang San's neck. A mutated soul beast that could execute combinatorial techniques, how intriguing. Tang San mused inwardly. Faced with this sudden upheaval, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he observed everything before him with keen interest. However, he felt no sense of suffocation. His formidable physique was impervious to any threats from the lower realms. Unlike his previous solitary battle with the human-faced demon spider, these mandala serpents displayed a remarkable capacity for cooperation, showcasing a high degree of intelligence and synergy. This phenomenon struck Tang San as both novel and intriguing. With a swift motion, he extended a hand and firmly grasped the body of a red mandala serpent. With a powerful tug, he tore it in two. Following that, he summoned the flames of the sinister deity, incinerating the severed serpent entirely. Simultaneously, his other hand seized the tail of a 90,000-year-old mandala serpent, shaking it vigorously before flinging it back. Subsequently, the flames of the sinister deity began to spread from the serpent's tail, swiftly engulfing its entire form. The fire blazed fiercely, crackling and popping, ultimately reducing the mandala serpent to ashes. After 2.5 days of relentless effort, Tang San had eradicated a total of 351 mandala serpents, leading to a qualitative transformation in his sinister divine power, deepening its essence. Next, he turned his attention to the lone dark magic evil god tiger residing in the Douluo forest. Are you prepared? Become a part of the power within me. He chuckled. He promptly soared into the air, recalling his first encounter with the dark magic evil god tiger, which had the ability to pull both parties into a separate space for combat during their youth. Nostalgia washed over him. As Tang San sensed a powerful aura emanating from ahead, he realized it was the location of the dark magic evil god tiger. Suddenly, he erupted into motion, his figure flickering and instantly appearing behind the tiger. The dark magic evil god tiger immediately sensed danger and unhesitatingly unleashed its abilities. Tang San felt a jolt as he was pulled into another space in the blink of an eye. This skill is truly extraordinary, he marveled inwardly. He swiftly withdrew a multitude of concealed weapons from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, his hands ablur as he unleashed them like a tempest upon the dark magic evil god tiger. The dark magic evil god tiger had never encountered such uniquely shaped weaponry. It froze, failing to evade the onslaught. Perhaps it believed that, as a soul beast, triumph over a soul master, especially a child, would be effortless, leading it to toy with Tang San. Little did it anticipate that these weapons bore such formidable power, turning it into a sieve. Chapter 9. The narrative commences in the interstices of a spatial rift. There lay a small secret realm. The soul token of the ancestral hall shattered instantaneously, fragments scattering in all directions. The elderly guardian, glancing at the scene with disbelief, reflected on the dire circumstances. The dark magic evil god tiger clan had survived since the last catastrophic upheaval, with the remaining members utilizing their time attribute to permanently exchange for a chance to create a secret realm within the fabric of time, a sacrifice that rendered their descendants incapable of awakening the time attribute. Yet, this trade-off bore both advantages and disadvantages. The clan had thrived for over 10 millennia within this temporal rift, shielded from calamity, leading a tranquil existence. The dark magic evil god tiger had always resided in this hidden realm, never revealing itself to the outside world, rendering the external descriptions of it mere legend. How could two clan members perish in quick succession? Centuries after the cataclysm, a powerful dark magic evil god tiger was dispatched to assess the current state of the continent. Recent information from the Soul Lantern indicated that this tiger had recently reached a formidable strength of 60,000 years and had comprehended its innate ability through ancient texts, allowing it to instantaneously transport beings into a peculiar space, reverting them to their juvenile forms. This talent had rendered the tiger invincible in territorial disputes, allowing it to seize a core region within the Douluo forest. However, just days later, an unforeseen event transpired. The soul lantern of the dark magic evil god tiger abruptly shattered without warning. This unexpected occurrence left everyone perplexed and contemplative. After all, a peak 60,000-year-old dark magic evil god tiger, equipped with such a bizarre innate ability, should be impervious to human soul masters. The frail forms of juvenile human soul masters, devoid of soul power, would be annihilated with the slightest touch from a soul beast of such strength. In terms of raw physical prowess, only mutated soul beasts could rival it. Yet, the dark magic evil god tiger, possessing 6 attributes, was a dominating force in one-on-one combat. Other soul beasts, when contending for territory, would carefully consider their adversaries, retreating if they sensed inferiority, as none could match the escape speed of a 6-attribute dark magic evil god tiger. It was indeed an anomaly, the elder mused, shaking his head in disbelief. The second member of the clan, who had inadvertently been swept into the spatial rift, seemed to have been taken by some indescribable force from the secret realm. For a millennium, no unnatural deaths had befallen the dark magic evil god tiger clan, yet now, 2 members had perished in quick succession. Perhaps calamity was once again on the horizon. The elderly guardian meticulously examined the shattered soul lantern fragments before turning toward the chamber of the clan leader. "See," he inquired, addressing the elder tasked with guarding the dark magic evil god tiger's soul lantern. C recounted the events in detail, expressing his concerns. "My lord, the soul lantern has shattered twice. Such occurrences have been unprecedented in 1,000 years. The cataclysm from millennia ago may be returning, potentially causing upheaval across Douluo continent, which would inevitably impact our secluded realm. Perhaps we should prepare in advance for the impending crisis." the leader, and caressed the six-pointed star necklace around his neck, which shimmered faintly with silver light, seemingly imbued with immense power. See, perhaps you are overthinking this. In a millennium, only 2 clan members have met with unnatural deaths, and both had left the secret realm, leading to their demise. Do you recall our lineage's legacy? We have long been the most devoted followers of the sinister deity, wielding its core power. We even possess the unique ability to negotiate with other beast clans, allowing us to forge a sanctuary for our existence, one established through trade with the temporal deity. Do not fret, see. As long as we remain within this secret realm, we shall remain unharmed. See wished to articulate further. Having guarded the ancestral hall for many years, even since its inception, and since the situation's oddity, as he prepared to speak, a fleeting gray light flashed in his eyes, exuding a powerful aura that weighed heavily upon C, causing him to shudder involuntarily. This sensation transcended mere physical pressure. It was a profound tremor that reached deep into his soul, as if invisible hands gripped his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. It felt reminiscent of the days when the dark magic evil god Tiger Clan served the sinister deity. C opened his mouth to voice his thoughts, yet his throat felt constricted, preventing any sound from escaping. A fine sheen of sweat broke out across his forehead, his body trembling slightly. He understood that if he continued to speak, it might provoke even greater discontent from him, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he reluctantly sealed his lips, daring not to utter another word, and turned to leave. High above, his gaze fixated on the departing figure of C, as if contemplating something profound. Suddenly, the wooden prayer beads on his wrist began to emanate a peculiar force. This aura seemed capable of influencing everything around him, instilling in it an inexplicable sense of calm and tranquility. As time passed, and noticed his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid, the distractions within his mind gradually dissipating. The gray luminescence in his eyes began to fade, transforming into a clear, bright sheen, quietly absorbing the transformations around him, and couldn't help but reflect on the growing influence of the dark god's power over him. Even with the prayer beads gifted by the goddess of time and space during their transaction, they merely served to temporarily stave off the encroaching darkness. A millennium had passed, and this corporeal vessel might soon succumb to being hollowed out. At that moment, a silhouette gradually emerged from the void, revealing the very visage of C, who had just exited the grand hall. C smiled and asked, "How did you discern that the person was not the true me?" And, momentarily disrupted in his thoughts, replied flatly, "You know that when I was bestowed the title of Patriarch of the Dark God Tiger Clan, you were my greatest ally. That earlier C, who referred to me as the Supreme Commander rather than treating me as an equal, was enough to raise my suspicions. Moreover, would you directly address me as Lord Patriarch? That figure must have been a temporal projection from the rift in time. I have already warned you against practicing within the river of time, as it leaves indelible marks. You cannot fathom how difficult it is to find someone to oversee the ancestral shrine in my stead. If that foreign entity wishes to enact a play, let him do so while observing. To the foreign races, I have long perished in the conflagration 147 years ago. For now, I am an extraneous entity. You are the only one aware of my existence, yet I cannot be restrained," and gestured for him to take a seat. C chuckled, unperturbed, and summoned a chair, saying, "Speak then. You called for me. What is it?" And sighed. "The dark magic of the dark god Tiger Clan. Its very name harbors the essence of darkness. How can we escape the encroachment of the dark god's power? In the past, I sealed the dark power of the entire clan within my own body. Yet now I can distinctly sense that dark energy within me boiling anew. Perhaps the dark god's strength is regaining its vigor, and the malevolent force etched within the dark god Tiger's form will inevitably be reclaimed by him. For our clan, the cost is nothing less than life itself, the fate of extinction." C, stunned, fell silent, his earlier mirth vanished. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. "Do we truly have no solutions? My demise would unleash a torrent of dark energy, engulfing the entire secret realm. The anguish I have shouldered for millennia would be magnified 1,000-fold, returning to my kin. How could I allow myself to perish? Though I have left the Dark God Tiger Clan, I am uncertain whether the Dark God can trace me through the dark energy I carry. If I abandon the clan and leave the secret realm unguarded, even with your presence, we cannot escape the chaos of temporal currents. Ultimately, the entire realm would be torn asunder. I once contemplated guiding the dark energy into the external time tunnel, yet it resembles a one-way passage. The dark energy can invade my body, but attempting to direct it outward is akin to a parasite clinging tenaciously to its host. This dilemma remains unsolvable." And exhaled a deep sigh, expressing his frustration. C regarded him, wrestling with thoughts of how to navigate this deadlock before finally conceding. I have honed my abilities within the river of time for many years. The forces of time and space surpass all else. Perhaps the essence of time can assimilate the dark energy. I am uncertain, yet I shall journey upstream within the river of time to seize the essence of time itself. I will return with it. Await me. And slowly took his seat, well aware of the perilous nature of the journey through the river of time. Since inheriting the name in, I have understood my ultimate fate. I have contemplated extensively, so should danger arise, return promptly. And remember to collect my remains. Do not arrive late, for a tardy arrival would mean I may not be whole. And smiled. C's form flickered and dissolved into the void, bidding him, take care. Chapter 10. I, the dark magic dark god tiger, awaken the 5 elements within the secret realm of the dark magic dark god tiger. I am Jiang Liunian, an ordinary member born into the dark magic dark god tiger clan. From a young age, I have heard the elders recount tales of the cruelty and injustice of the outside world, and how our clan forged a glorious history by negotiating with the lofty gods during the cataclysm to establish this secret realm, ensuring our survival. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the streets of the small town, rendering everything tranquil and beautiful. Jiang Liunian stepped out of his home, a smile gracing his face as he warmly greeted his neighbors, good morning, and he, standing at her doorstep, responded with a smile, good morning, little Liuji. She gently waved her hand, manipulating a small cluster of wind elements to deftly sweep the dust before her door into a garbage bin. Her remarkable control over the wind elements was awe-inspiring. Even a seasoned warrior might feel a sense of inadequacy. At that moment, Old Sun from the blacksmith shop diagonally across the street stepped outside, chuckling as he addressed Jiang Liunian. You've turned 18 this year, Haven to you, little Liuji? Is today the day you awaken your elemental power? Indeed, how swiftly time passes, Aunt he remarked with nostalgia. Little Liuji, today you celebrate your 18th birthday. Hard to believe we have been neighbors for 18 years. Hearing this, Uncle Shui next door could not help but exclaim, indeed, time flies. Before we know it, little Liuji is already coming of age. Jiang Liunian, delighted by the words of those around him, smiled and said, indeed, today I shall awaken the elemental power within me. And it fills me with immense excitement. Just then, a streak of black light streaked across the sky, swiftly approaching Jiang Liunian's location. The light descended to the ground, transforming into a mysterious elder. He surveyed his surroundings, and his gaze ultimately settled upon Jiang Liunian as he asked with a grave tone, is Jiang Liunian present here? I am the examiner for your awakening ceremony. Jiang Liunian respectfully replied, yes, I am Jiang Liunian. Greetings, esteemed examiner. A surge of tension and excitement welled up within him. The examiner glanced at Jiang Liunian before giving a slight nod. Very well, let us commence, he said, casually unfastening the straps of his backpack and placing it on the ground. He summoned forth the elemental awakening stones, which flew out from the backpack in succession, forming a hexagram. Suddenly, they burst forth with a peculiar radiance. Subsequently, 5 of the awakening stones floated before Jiang Liunian, leaving behind a solitary, dim white crystal that gently settled beside the examiner. Cradling the white crystal in his hands, the examiner recited, since the great catastrophe, the realm of spirit beasts has suffered immense losses, with blood staining the earth and the people in despair. All of creation laments, calamities engulf the universe. Thunder roars. Earthquakes rattle, tsunamis surge, hurricanes wreak havoc, and lives are laid to waste, with no peace to be found. Our forebears, through the heroic act of sacrificing themselves to forge souls, vowed never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. In reverence to the God of Time, we beseech for a promise on behalf of generations yet to come. The God of Time, with compassion in his heart, did not exploit humanity's plight, but instead wielded his divine power, carving a secret realm from the river of time, allowing the sinister tiger clan of the dark demon to preserve their bloodline, enduring through the ages. We are eternally grateful for the benevolence of the God of Time, engraving this gratitude deep within our hearts, never to forget. Upon concluding, the white crystal flickered momentarily before returning to silence, while the remaining 5 awakening stones emitted a faint glow. Come forth, Jiang Liunian. Place your hand in the center and relinquish control of your body, allowing the power of the awakening stones to flow within you, instructed the examiner. Jiang Liunian placed his hand at the center of the awakening stone array, feeling an extraordinary surge of 5 distinct forces coursing through his outstretched right hand into his very being. In an instant, the radiant light of the 5 awakening stones erupted, illuminating the essence of 5 elemental powers. The awakened elder, beholding the 5 vibrant hues, could not help but be taken aback. It is well known that for soul masters or cultivators, awakening multiple spiritual roots, particularly 5, often results in a lamentable constitution that makes any advancement throughout life exceedingly difficult, relegating them to the status of an ordinary person meandering through existence. Even with abundant resources, the required investment is astronomical. And should one choose to abandon 4 attributes in favor of specializing in a single one, such an imbalance could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially culminating in their demise at a certain threshold. However, the dark demon evil god tiger lineage diverges from this norm. Their innate racial gift allows them to absorb elemental energies with increasing efficiency as time progresses. Ultimately, if a member of this clan awakens only one attribute without extraordinary fortune, the quality of the elemental essence remains elusive. Yet, any dark demon evil god tiger capable of awakening 3 or more elemental affinities will find themselves strengthened by the elemental forces. And if one were to awaken the time attribute, they could even draw upon their past to enhance their strength, enabling the execution of their innate soul skills, time arts, and the arena of life and death. The elder, coming to his senses, erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming that the dark demon evil god tiger lineage has a promising future. He then patted Jiang Liuyan on the shoulder, expressing his utmost approval. The onlookers, drawn by the dazzling spectacle of 5 radiant lights, quickly grasped the situation, having all participated in the awakening ceremony themselves. The various uncles and aunts from the street gathered around, encircling Jiang Liuyan and the examiner, eager to discern the innate prowess of this young prodigy. The examiner summoned the final gray crystal, delicately levitating it with soul power before Jiang Liuyan. "Give it a try," he urged. "Extend your hand and close your eyes. Truly feel." The elder mused, thinking to himself that a talent with full mastery of the 5 elements is a rarity among this generation. Such brilliance emerging in my jurisdiction of the Western District could even warrant additional resources from the central authority. The more he observed Jiang Liuyan, the more he found him to be exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Jiang Liuyan extended his arms to touch the gray crystal, his fingers gently grazing its surface. As he moved, he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of isolation from the outside world. The moment Jiang Liuyan made contact with the gray crystal, it suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire street. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy surged from the crystal, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. The gray crystal began to develop fissures, emitting faint cracking sounds as if it were on the verge of shattering. The elderly man, startled, appeared to recall something ominous. But it was too late to intervene. In the next instant, the gray crystal shattered into countless tiny fragments, scattering across the ground. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe, having never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. The elderly man stared blankly at the debris, his face a mixture of helplessness and astonishment. He murmured to himself, "This talent is truly remarkable." Yet, soon he seemed to remember something, and his expression darkened considerably. "No, my allowance is gone, and my year-end bonus as well. It's all vanished. I even have to pay out of pocket. This matter won't be reimbursed by the central authority. I must purchase it myself. What a stroke of bad luck." He couldn't help but utter an expletive, followed by a heavy sigh. As Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of shattered fragments. Unsure of how to respond, the elderly man, suppressing his heartache, kindly remarked, "Jiang Liuyan, your talent is exceptional. I shall report this to the central authority immediately, facilitating your admission to the Central Advanced Soul Beast Academy, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. You will receive the highest education there, ensuring that your remarkable talent is not squandered. In the future, you are destined to become a great Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, perhaps even achieving a status comparable to that of the captain of the Evil God Vanguard. You need not worry about the damages. We will follow the proper repair procedures." As Jiang Liuyan nodded dreamily, the old man collected 5 awakening stones, effortlessly summoning the power of wind to sweep up the scattered fragments. His face etched with pain as he stowed them into his backpack. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of black light, soaring eastward towards the central city. Once the examiner departed, the crowd regained their composure, their eyes fixated on Jiang Liuyan as they buzzed with excitement. Astonished that such a prodigy could emerge from this humble street, they exchanged a flurry of remarks, while Jiang Liuyan responded with a gentle and unassuming demeanor until around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. As the novelty began to fade, they dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Jiang Liunyan ascended the mountain to gather some medicinal herbs. Contemplating that even with the prospect of being admitted to the prestigious Soul Beast Academy, one must still make a living. These herbs could fetch a decent sum for his daily expenses. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he lay down in bed, surrendering to a peaceful slumber. Chapter 11. The journey begins. Jiang Liunyan, your letter has arrived. A crisp voice echoed from outside, shattering the tranquility of the morning. The sound struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly pulling the dreaming Jiang Liunyan back to the realm of reality. Jiang Liunyan rubbed his drowsy eyes and gradually opened them, striving to acclimate to the morning light. In a daze, he stepped out of his room and languidly stretched his body, as if attempting to release all the weariness that had accumulated within him. At that moment, the gentle morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his face and enhancing the already radiant charm of his features. The golden light illuminated his visage, accentuating his distinct contours and profound gaze, rendering him even more handsome and captivating. Jiang Liunyan slowly pushed open the door and walked over to the mailbox, extending his hand to retrieve the letter. As he pulled it out, he could not help but marvel at its exquisite packaging. The envelope was adorned with 7 large, dark golden characters, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. This name instantly enveloped him in an aura of mystery and grandeur. This school is quite impressive. Jiang Liunyan mused to himself. He scrutinized the inscription on the envelope and discovered it was crafted with a special gilding technique, causing the letters to shimmer with a distinctive radiance. This design not only heightened the letter's enigmatic allure, but also reflected the Academy's noble character. Jiang Lu gently caressed the characters on the envelope, savoring their texture and warmth. He could sense the significance that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy placed on its new students, which inevitably stirred a peculiar emotion within him, igniting his imagination about what it would be like to study at the esteemed Advanced Soul Beast Academy. As Jiang Liunyan hummed a cheerful tune, he nestled the mail under his arm and made his way back to his cozy abode, taking a moment to bend down and retrieve the spiritual liquid he had ordered that morning from the steps at the entrance. The cultivation of soul beasts is not akin to that of ordinary individuals, while soul masters endure years of rigorous training to elevate their soul power. Progressing from level 0 to level 100 to attain divinity, soul beasts derive their energy from the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of the sun and moon, and even the power of the laws. By consuming other soul beasts, they enhance their rank and lifespan. The higher their lifespan, the greater their capabilities, enabling them to harness the forces of nature with remarkable efficacy. When pitted against soul masters of the same level, soul beasts, unassisted by external aids, overwhelmingly dominate. Therefore, the spiritual liquid, a postnatal product of celestial essence, stands as the most exceptional means of augmenting one's strength. Despite the current simplicity of life, who can truly foresee what the future holds? Jiang Liunyan poured the elixir into the goblet, elegantly and slowly swirling it, tilting it ever so slightly to keenly observe the hue of the liquid. Ah, what a splendid color! The gradient is exquisite, vibrant, and captivating, so lively that it nearly rivals the crimson undergarments worn by Uncle Shui during his auspicious year. Truly commendable. After gently swirling the wine glass, Jiang Liunyan was enveloped by a medley of fragrances emanating from within. Momentarily taken aback, he leaned in to delicately inhale the scent wafting from the cup. Savoring a small sip, the aroma was reminiscent of cedar, oak, violet, cinnamon, and perhaps a hint of mint and blackberry. It seemed that the rare treasures of the northern lands had been seized by those madmen of winemaking. Jiang Liunyan mused internally. Even on the palate, there lingered a slight spiciness and bitterness, leading him to ponder, was there a trace of sweetness accompanied by a unique acidity? Could it be the sweet fruit? No. It must be the golden fruit, priced at 80 gold coins outside. To think they would incorporate such extravagance into the wine. No wonder they spoke of a quality upgrade necessitating a renewed subscription fee. This concoction, at 130 gold coins per month, was hardly an exaggeration. Jiang Liunyan meticulously savored the sensory impact imparted by the spiritual liquid, concurrently refining the spiritual power it contained. Admittedly, the gustatory experience was indeed diverse. However, presumably to economize on expenditures, the constituents employed were all inferior to 4 centuries in age, and consequently, the spiritual power therein was unremarkable, merely marginally superior to that of ordinary spiritual liquids. Nonetheless, Jiang Liunyan was in high spirits. He then picked up the admission letter from the Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger Academy. Jiang Liunyan withdrew a card forged from pure black gold. The front was emblazoned with the words "Inner Gate Student of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy," while the back bore the flamboyant and audacious characters of his name, Jiang Liuyan, alongside an enigmatic letters in the lower right corner, the significance of which remained a mystery. Nonetheless, it exuded an imposing aura. "It perfectly aligns with my temperament," Jiang Liuyan remarked, simultaneously producing his acceptance letter. "Dear classmate Jiang Liuyan, with the approval of the Western District Soul Master Committee, you have been admitted as an inner disciple of our esteemed institute. Kindly present this notification upon your arrival at the school. For detailed information regarding the specific time, location, and selected subjects, please refer to the Freshman Enrollment Handbook of the Advanced Soul Beast Academy, affiliated with the Central Region and the Imperial City Research Institute. Issued by Feng, authorized by Gene Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, Year 176 of the Evil God Tiger Calendar. May you, during your time at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, seize the essence of youth, embark courageously towards your aspirations, and shoulder the responsibilities of our nation. The Academy holds great expectations for you, providing attentive care and emphasizing your holistic development and future growth. Here, cherish every opportunity, broaden your horizons, excel in your studies, and continuously enhance yourself. Embrace this new era with vigor, and through relentless endeavor, let your youth radiate with vibrant brilliance. May this academy serve as a steadfast support in your life's journey, empowering you to achieve a glorious future." On the reverse side lies a panoramic view of the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, exuding a grand and solemn ambience. Adjacent to this breathtaking vista is a nationwide train ticket, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, subtly hinting at its rarity and significance. Jiang Liuyan cautiously picked up the ticket and examined it meticulously. His gaze gradually transformed into one of astonishment and exhilaration. For the characters Fania were clearly printed on the ticket. While this name may not resonate with the average individual, it reverberates like thunder among affluent collectors of rare items. The Fania ticket is lauded as one of the most expensive tickets in the world, having once been auctioned for a staggering 10 million gold coins, becoming a coveted treasure for countless collectors. Now, the appearance of such a priceless ticket in his possession left Jiang Liuyan in disbelief. His eyes widened as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fania? The ticket that sold for 10 million gold coins." His words were laden with shock and excitement. He could hardly fathom that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy could be so extravagantly wealthy, casually bestowing gifts of this magnitude. Jiang Liuyan once again cast his gaze upon the letter resting on the table, then glanced at the ticket in his hand, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Jiang Liuyan repeatedly verified the time and realized he could check in early, so he began to pack his belongings. "This is unnecessary, and this as well. This piece of clothing can be washed and still worn. The white shirt makes me look exceptionally dashing. And this wine glass, which I have used for a decade, is nearly polished by time. I must take it with me. Furthermore, that unique stone I picked up from the mountain certainly deserves to be included." Jiang Liuyan ascended to the rooftop and pried open the 6th brick from the chimney, carefully scraping away the plaster and lime. Within, he uncovered a glimmering gold brick, precisely what he needed to take with him on his journey. This discovery pleased him greatly. Afterward, he replaced the plaster and lime, descending from the rooftop. Jiang Liuyan approached the offering table and gently tapped its surface. He then proceeded to strike, poke, and kick it at various angles, producing a series of clicking sounds from within. The table's top suddenly split apart, revealing a tome nestled inside. As Jiang Liuyan opened the book, a silver ring slipped out from between its pages. "This must be taken as well," he mused, pondering her well-being. His heart surged with tumultuous waves. This was the sole gift she had bestowed upon him. As for the book, he had perused its contents over the years, primarily focusing on the intricate art of mechanisms, gears, levers, axles, and the like. It bore the profound wisdom of a figure named Zhu Mo. Jiang Liuyan cast a final glance at the book, flipping to its concluding page. Unfortunately, inscribed upon the golden page was a description of a legendary weapon forged from celestial iron, a creation requiring a lifetime of effort to uncover. This weapon was of a growth type, absorbing energy from each foe vanquished. "How I yearned to behold it," Jiang Liuyan sighed, lamenting that he had stumbled upon this tome by mere chance within the crevices of time and space. Regrettably, the last page had already fallen away, leaving him only with the techniques and the instructions for utilizing the golden page. Not entirely lacking, he reflected, caressing the book before hurling it into the roaring fireplace. The flames engulfed the tome, swiftly reducing it to ashes. Jiang Liunian cast a final glance at the home he had inhabited for 18 years, then resolutely departed, embarking on a journey of self-improvement. Thus began his odyssey. Chapter 12. A series of twists and turns. Jiang Liunian, clutching the ticket for the soaring bird, entered the dimly lit commercial establishment. The reason for not heading to the station or similar locales was that the soaring bird ticket was not merely a simple fare. It served as an exceptionally unique pass. Its purpose was to summon a vehicle from any commercial or auction house across the nation. The SVP Black Gold version of this ticket was particularly extravagant, allowing one to summon the highest specification welcoming vehicle, the Fania 963, with just a brief wait, to transport you anywhere within the country. While a station might lack a designated vehicle to showcase one's identity, possessing a soaring bird ticket ensured the availability of a personal car wherever one might be. Esteemed guest, welcome to our establishment. We appreciate your choice and look forward to providing you with satisfactory service. As Jiang Liunian stepped into the commercial house, a young woman clad in a white qipao greeted him. Please take me to the 6th floor, Jiang Liunian said, his voice tinged with hesitation. Just as he intended to present his ticket, he was taken aback by the girl's stunning beauty, causing him to forget to retrieve it altogether. Upon encountering the young woman clad in a qipao, Jiang Liunian felt his heart clench, akin to a refreshing breeze wafting through the heart on an early summer morning, bestowing an unending sense of purity and freshness. Her visage resembled a newly blossomed lily in the mountains, untouched by the dust of the world, exuding an ethereal beauty that radiated the fragrance of nature and the allure of unrefined grace. Her eyes, clear as crystal, seemed capable of reflecting the gentlest shadows of the human soul, concealing boundless tales that beckoned one to delve into the innocence hidden within their profound depths. Standing there, her form was as delicate as the swaying willows in the dawn light, captivatingly enchanting. Every subtle movement revealed an effortless elegance that invoked tender affection. Her smile was warm yet reserved, reminiscent of a flower unexpectedly blooming in spring, modest yet bright enough to illuminate the hearts of those nearby, offering unspoken solace and encouragement. Her voice, soft and nuanced, resembled a mountain stream gently caressing smooth pebbles. Each word carried a perfectly measured dose of care and thoughtfulness, providing the gentlest comfort to the listener's spirit. In her presence, time appeared to slow, inviting one to bask in the rare purity and beauty she embodied, allowing the world to seem gentler and more endearing due to her existence. She resembled a delicate and moving ink wash painting, every stroke impeccably executed, sketching an image that elicits both compassion and an unforgettable impression. Jiang Liunian was secretly astonished, after all, having just emerged from the village. The most beautiful girls he had encountered were merely the village chief's daughter, Huniu, or at best, the widow Li. A girl of such grace and elegance was indeed a rare sight for him. Jiang Liunian was inwardly astounded by her countenance and attentive service, feeling a sense of unease, wondering if he was considered a patron of importance. Her beauty was truly exceptional, as Jiang Liunian's mind raced with compliments for the young woman's appearance. Before he could utter a single word, a subtly sarcastic remark cut through the air. The 6th level of Dark Heaven is off-limits to unauthorized personnel. A middle-aged woman approached with a graceful gait, adorned in a light purple Tang San. Her eyes betrayed an attitude of extreme disdain. Her waist swayed gently, as if boneless, resembling a venomous purple serpent poised to ensnare its prey, devouring it until nothing remained. Her gaze, akin to a serpent's, met Jiang Liunian's. Her eyes, almond-shaped, were sharp and glacial, as if capable of penetrating the deepest recesses of one's soul, imbued with an air of lofty disdain that sent shivers down the spine, enveloping one in a chilling aura that induced involuntary trembling and piloerection. It was akin to being assailed by an eerie gust on a sweltering summer's day, evoking profound unease and discomfort. The maiden in the white cheongsam, poised to utter something, was met with a severe glare from the violet-clad woman, causing her to promptly retract. Standing meekly behind Jiang Liunian, resembling a frightened chick, with a languid grace, the violet-clad figure, her hand lifting the hem of her dress to reveal a pair of luminous thighs, sauntered towards the white-clad maiden. The exposure of her gleaming legs, however, went largely unnoticed in the secluded corner of the 6th floor, averting a cacophony of gasps. She glided, her movements ethereal, like a spectral apparition in the night, drawing near to the maiden in white. Deliberately, she closed her folding fan, grasping its handle firmly. The fan's tip, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, traced a silent path across the maiden's bodice, commencing from the top button and ascending languidly along the neckline. At each button, the violet-clad woman paused deliberately, allowing the fan's tip to graze the button, producing a delicate sound. Each such pause caused the maiden to recoil slightly, as if reliving a harrowing nightmare. Her body convulsing involuntarily, as though the fan's touch had not merely grazed her garment, but had also stirred some forbidden dread within the depths of her being, awakening long-dormant terrors. The violet-clad woman's breath, redolent with a delicate fragrance, wafted gently upon the maiden's countenance. Yet, to the maiden, this fragrance was akin to a deadly poison, instilling in her a sense of profound dread. This somber sixth floor, is it a place for just any riffraff to tread? You, Qingyu. Have you perhaps forgotten the regulations of the Dark Heavens Commerce Guild? Her voice, sonorous and magnetic, was like meticulously crafted arrows, aimed directly at Qingyu's heart. Ostensibly, her words served as a reprimand to Qingyu, yet, implicitly, they were a barb directed at Jiang Liuyan, who had presumptuously requested entry to the Dark Heaven's sixth floor. It was hardly surprising that he was held in low regard. Jiang Liuyan, fresh from the village, wore a set of white martial attire that had been washed to a faint pallor. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that even the quality of his attire paled in comparison to that of the maiden in white's Tang San. Clearly, he was not one accustomed to frequenting floors above the fourth, let alone the Dark Heaven's sixth. With a saccharine smile, the violet-clad woman apologized to Jiang Liuyan, stating, "We are not open to irrelevant personnel. Please depart." Though the smile adorned her face, it evoked a profound sense of unease within Jiang Liuyan. He glanced at Qingyu, who remained transfixed, feeling responsible for her predicament. Overwhelmed with remorse, he bowed deeply in apology and proceeded towards the exit. Qingyu, realizing her dereliction of duty, attempted to pursue him, only to be met with a stern gaze from the violet-clad woman, who cautioned her against further breaches of the Dark Heavens regulations before gesturing for her to continue her descent. Halting abruptly midway, Jiang Liuyan realized, "That's not right. The ticket requires boarding on the sixth floor. Why am I leaving?" Having come to this realization, Jiang Liuyan turned to ascend the stairs, just as Qingyu, in a state of agitated yet graceful descent, collided with him. "Why have you returned? Entry is forbidden here. One more attempt, and you shall be blacklisted," Qingyu, still shaken from the earlier ordeal, offered as a well-intentioned warning. Jiang Liuyan brandished the train ticket before Qingyu, inquiring if she recognized it. "This is mine. You need to ascend to the sixth floor. Any level below that does not acknowledge this ticket. Do not attempt to use a counterfeit ticket. Forging a phony ticket carries severe consequences, including being blacklisted by the entire business community of the nation. Even if you are the son of an, you must consider the ramifications," Qingyu warned, her gaze fixed on the ticket, her concern palpable. "This is indeed the ticket that accompanied my admission notice," he replied with a resigned smile, turning to ascend to the sixth floor. "Hey, wait," Qingyu called out, hastening to follow him. The sixth floor of Antion. Ziyi had initially contemplated that Qingyu's demeanor and character were exemplary, perhaps even suggesting she might succeed Ziyi as a steward, thus enabling Ziyi to advance to the esteemed position of a red robe in the central headquarters of Zhongzhou. However, witnessing today's events, it seemed Qingyu still required further refinement. On her very first day at work, she had escorted an exceedingly ordinary individual into the core area of the sixth floor. Who knew what unforeseen complications might arise from this? Fortunately, there were few witnesses today, yet now it appeared that she could not leave. She felt uneasy entrusting the branch to someone so naive. Ziyi exhaled deeply, frustration boiling within her. When would she receive a promotion and a raise? As she lifted her teacup to sip, her peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Liuyan, eliciting a curse from her lips. All those years spent honing her inner peace seemed in vain. Why was he here again? And why had he taken little Qingyu with him? With a measured approach, Ziyi strode towards Jiang Liuyan, gritting her teeth and accusing, "You are a mere bystander." She was interrupted as Jiang Liuyan extracted a golden train ticket from his pocket. Ziyi was taken aback. In her lifetime, she had only encountered such tickets thrice, and each time it had been in the possession of this very youth. Could he possibly be a direct disciple of the six hermits of Ammo, or perhaps the favored son of one of Zhongzhou's premier families? Ziyi's mind reeled, leaving her momentarily speechless. Upon arrival, Qingyu noticed Ziyi standing before Jiang Liuyan, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Please, steward, punish me. I failed to prevent him from entering. I am taking him down now," she implored, fully aware that failing to escort him away might provoke Ziyi's true wrath, which could lead to dire consequences, even involving the koi in the business association's pond. Ziyi waved her hand, signaling silence, and scrutinized the ticket in Jiang Liuyan's grasp. "Number 051, How peculiar, she mused. It was known that the Fania tickets were exclusively produced by the Royal Central Research Institute, with only 50 issued, reserved for individuals of significant influence or wealth. The claim that number 051 was counterfeit was unexpected. The texture, materials, and printing methods were all indistinguishable from the authentic tickets. Yet there could only be 50 in existence. Z found herself lost in contemplation, briefly suspecting the ticket's authenticity. Chapter 13. Fake? Real? Observing Z deep in thought, Jiang Liuyan felt perplexed. The Dark Demon Academy had indeed sent him an admission notice. Logically, this ticket should not be fake. Yet, witnessing Z's pensive state stirred unease within him. After a prolonged silence, Z lifted her gaze to Jiang Liuyan. The moment their eyes met sent a shiver down his spine. For her piercing stare seemed capable of penetrating the very depths of his soul. Perhaps Z's demeanor was too intimidating, causing him to hesitate awkwardly. Well? Let us take him down for now. I will contact the headquarters, she concluded, as if reaching a decision. What is your name? Z inquired, halting Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan. He replied. Qingyu, take this young Master Jiang to the 4th floor, Z instructed. Jiang Liuyan exhaled softly, and upon hearing the outcome, he found it rather acceptable. After all, once he comprehended the significance and the means of obtaining such a ticket, he couldn't help but ponder what merit he possessed to acquire such a ticket. What if it were truly misplaced? Wouldn't he using it only lead to greater complications? Within Jiang Liuyan's heart, a myriad of mythical beasts surged forth. Yet he could only follow Qingyu down to the 4th floor VIP lounge. After all, while the situation had yet to spiral into uncontrollable chaos, it was neither feasible to allow him to remain on the 6th floor of the Dark Sky, nor could he be summarily expelled from the Dark Sky Commerce Association. Thus, he was to be accommodated with a level of hospitality that slightly exceeded the norm for VIP guests. Qingyu inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. She was a person well-versed in the art of etiquette, and having endured previous events, she quickly emerged from her state of shock, displaying a gracious and poised smile. However, beneath her composed exterior, her heart was a tempest of emotions. At that moment, a subtle chill flickered in her gaze, and after a brief hesitation, she resolutely led Jiang Liuyan towards the 4th floor. As Qingyu glided gracefully, Jiang Liuyan stepped through the intricately carved wooden door of the 4th floor lounge. As if traversing a rift in time and space, abruptly transitioning from the earlier tense atmosphere into a realm of opulence and tranquility. Although the decor of the 4th floor VIP lounge was slightly less grand than that of the 6th floor, every detail exuded extraordinary taste and understated luxury. Soft lighting danced upon the exquisite carpet, casting mottled shadows, while a gentle hint of lavender wafted through the air, inducing an involuntary sense of relaxation. Young Master Jiang, please follow me. Qingyu's voice was gentle and clear, akin to a spring breeze, yet laced with a hint of the earlier chill. She guided Jiang Liuyan through a corridor adorned with precious artworks, finally halting before an elegantly appointed suite. This shall be your temporary abode, equipped with all necessary amenities. Should you require anything, simply press the call button by the bedside, and we shall attend to your needs immediately, Qingyu explained with a warm smile. Gently pushing the door open to indicate for Jiang Liuyan to enter. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the sudden change in his circumstances, his heart a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he was acutely aware that this was not due to his own status, but rather the chain reaction triggered by that enigmatic ticket. On the other hand, he could not deny that such an environment provided a momentary respite for his taut nerves. Thank you, Miss Qingshu. I shall adhere to the rules here and will not cause you any inconvenience, Jiang Liuyan responded politely as he stepped into the suite, beginning to survey this future temporary sanctuary. Inside the room, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed warm sunlight to flood the space, illuminating it with a bright and inviting glow. The walls were adorned with several profound landscape paintings, while the bookshelves were filled with ancient texts and precious tomes, silently narrating the rich history and cultural heritage of this place. Just as Jiang Liuyan was immersed in this rare tranquility, the communicator in the room suddenly chimed, interrupting his reverie. Young Master Jiang, this is Z. The calm yet slightly urgent voice on the other end of the communicator stated, after verification from headquarters. Your ticket is indeed legitimate. However, the reason it came into your possession still requires further investigation. In the meantime, please ensure your lines of communication remain open, as there may be subsequent arrangements. Understood. I acknowledge this, Jiang Liuyan replied, his heart a mix of astonishment and anticipation. After ending the call, he stood by the window, noticing a corner of the acceptance letter peeking out from his backpack, and let out a deep sigh. What is this? Am I being effectively placed under house arrest? A sense of discomfort washed over him, causing him to rise and grab a piece of fruit from the platter, which he began to munch on. Not bad at all, Jiang Liunian thought as he took a bite, feeling the weight of his worries diminish. Meanwhile, Chishu stood quietly behind him, silent and still. Jiang Liunian picked up a piece of fruit and exclaimed, "Let us eat together." However, he did not realize that the dynamic between them was akin to that of a guest and a servant. In an instant, the fruit he held soared through the air in a perfect parabolic arc towards Qingyu. Momentarily taken aback, Qingyu, being a trained individual, deftly sidestepped and evaded the incoming fruit. "My apologies, young Master Jiang. As a servant, I must adhere to decorum and cannot partake in such indulgence." Jiang Liunian was momentarily taken aback, for she vaguely sensed through their conversation that ascending to the 6th level of the dark heaven might entail some grave repercussions. Nevertheless, she still chose to accompany herself there. Moreover, the version of herself from that time, who had offered reminders, appeared markedly different from her current, exceedingly meticulous self. Or perhaps, the enigmatic woman in purple on the 6th level had imparted some profound words to her? Jiang Liunian found herself in a quandary, unable to unravel the mystery. Ultimately, she decided to set aside her musings and redirected her gaze towards Qingyu. As Jiang Lion approached the blue fish, he picked up the fruit that had fallen behind him. The ground was so extraordinarily soft, resembling the hide of a ferocious beast, that the fruit, upon striking the earth, remained unscathed, its skin intact. Jiang Liunian gazed wistfully at the fruit, then turned to the blue fish that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he merely murmured his regrets about the exquisite fruit. To clarify the diverse races within the entire secret realm, it is not solely inhabited by the dark demon evil god tiger. There exist various affiliated tiger species and other herbivorous domesticated races. The intelligent beings typically reside at the pinnacle of the food chain, and the realm is not exclusively ruled by the dark demon evil god tiger clan. In the past, a tiger had passionately advocated for the acceptance of other races, albeit at a cost. Furthermore, there are other races involved. You may wonder why some characters I depict possess traits of different animals or characteristics. This reflects the phenomenon of racial diversification, where a single race can embody various attributes that evolve based on elemental awakenings, leading to focused training. For example, those attuned to the wind would enhance their wings and other relevant parts, resulting in enormous wings capable of generating powerful gales or manipulating wind elements with precision. Likewise, some soul beasts undergo training and ultimately transform into weapons. Additionally, interbreeding between the dark demon evil god tiger and other races leads to the emergence of offspring with unique traits, such as charm reminiscent of serpents. It is worth noting that over the millennia, true-blooded dark demon evil god tigers have dwindled, with Jiang Liunian being a rare exception. I will elaborate on this in more detail after 20 chapters. This narrative lacks a detailed outline, and some plot holes may remain unaddressed. I will strive to improve it. And I appreciate everyone's understanding. Chapter 14. True or False? Z activated the S-Class communication device, preparing to seek verification from headquarters regarding its authenticity. Each use of such a device consumes a considerable amount of energy, potentially impacting Z's end-of-year performance assessment, which is crucial for her aspirations to become a red-clad steward. Gritting her teeth, she weighed her options. At this juncture, there was no alternative. If the individual possessing the bird ticket were indeed legitimate and she neglected him, her future career could come to a premature end. Reflecting on the exquisite craftsmanship of the bird ticket, even the adept counterfeiter Chu Ningyi might lack such skill. Even if he impersonated someone or engaged in forgery to infiltrate the Dark Heaven Merchants Association, capturing him could prove advantageous. Moreover, she could transform the negative repercussions of this call into a stepping stone for her future. Thus, after careful deliberation, Z resolved to stabilize the situation and ensure she did not offend him. At headquarters, within the 176th branch of the Dark Heaven Merchants Association in the West District, Acting General Manager, Administrative Steward, Z, codenamed Crimson Sand Snake, sought guidance from headquarters. Z altered her usual demeanor to one of utmost respect, half-crouching with hands clasped, bowing towards the screen before her. In the dim confrontation with headquarters, a middle-aged man sat at the core amidst interwoven light and shadow, draped in a cloak as dark as the night, exuding an ineffable aura of calmness and depth. His fingers delicately caressed a snow-white spirit cat, seemingly untouched by the dust of the world, each stroke weaving an intangible secret. Z's voice, like a gentle drizzle caressing a tranquil lake, bore an urgency yet failed to stir any ripples in the heart of the man in the black robe. It was only when the pure white cat stretched contentedly, emitting a soft, satisfied purr, that he slowly lifted his gaze. Half hidden beneath the shadow of his cloak, only a portion of his profile emerged in the dim light, adding an air of mystery. Z dared not act impulsively, aware that the figure before her was regarded as the most challenging individual to engage with in secret circles. One of the four revered figures of the dark heaven, Qianyu, often spoken of as the most enigmatic person in the world, possessing unparalleled power and influence within the Merchants Association. Even the president of the Dark Heaven Merchants Association would show him deference. Z trembled not only at Qianyu's elevated status, which surpassed her by many ranks, but also due to his imposing presence and legendary reputation. She steeled herself, striving for composure. Yet the mere thought of his presence filled her with trepidation. Rise, Qianyu's voice resonated with a magnetic timbre, lacking the oppressive authority others attributed to him, instead resembling a senior's concern for a junior. Nevertheless, Z remained tense, every movement deliberate, as she stood, saluted, and executed each gesture with textbook precision. As Qianyu observed her rise without any visible reaction, he languidly remarked, "Speak. You should know when to utilize such devices. If I am not satisfied, you, who have served as Z for 19 years, should be well aware of the sixth clause of the Dark Heaven Merchants Association's punitive regulations." Upon hearing this, Z quaked with fear. Stammering, "Master," and promptly pressed her right thumb into her palm to steady her nerves. Despite her panic, she could not afford to provoke Qianyu's displeasure, so she employed this method to distract herself. Once she had composed herself, Z began, "Master, I encountered a young man holding a bird ticket at the 176th branch. Since he possesses a bird ticket, fulfill all his wishes. It cannot be such a trivial matter," Qianyu replied impatiently. "Master, the crux lies in the ticket's serial number. No. 51. This number is specifically crafted to commemorate the 51 Dark Demon Evil God Tiger generals from the era of Qiwan. Numbers range from NO 0 to NO 50. The existence of NO 51 is impossible," Z explained respectfully. Qianyu appeared troubled, as even with his extensive knowledge, he had never heard of a person authorized to issue a ticket numbered 51. Who could it possibly be? Perhaps it was a forgery? No. Since Z had not explicitly stated it was false, could it be that the craftsmanship was exceptionally intricate? 176? I shall arrive in half an hour. Each ticket imbued with special soul power will reveal the unique emblem of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, thus confirming its authenticity. Ensure that the individual who brought the ticket keeps it secure and does not allow him to leave. Half an hour later, a streak of black light traversed the sky and landed steadily atop the Dark Heaven Merchants Association building. Z, having awaited this moment with anticipation, personally took on the role of guide, for using another to receive him might irk Master Qianyu. Once Qianyu alighted, he regarded Z with a fleeting glance and instructed, "Lead the way. I shall personally verify the ticket." Z opened the door to the top floor, and at a designated location, she pressed several buttons in succession, then rotated a series of dials. Finally, she spun a mural on the wall, which rumbled open to reveal a passageway to the 7th level. For those unfamiliar with the mechanism, it might simply appear as an ordinary mural. However, activating the mechanism incorrectly by pressing just one wrong button would trigger an alarm, resulting in one's soul being marked by the Dark Sky Merchant Guild and subsequently imprisoned in a death cell. Notably, each branch of the Dark Sky Merchant Guild comprises 7 levels, appearing as 6 from the outside. The core of every branch is situated within a spatial rift, where fragments of time and space abound. The headquarters of the Dark Sky Merchant Guild, a radiant 9th floor, is colloquially referred to as the 9-tiered Demon Tower by the Central Region's inhabitants, for it houses specimens of all beings defeated by the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger prior to the Cataclysm. Commonly referred to as demons, though that is a tale for another time. Z addressed, "Esteemed sir, please allow me to personally escort Lord Qianyu to the core of this branch, to the innermost 7th level." Chapter 15. Verification and Departure. Upon reaching the 7th level of the Dark Sky, Qianyu approached the central round table. This table, crafted from the entirety of a millennia-old golden silk Nanmu plant soul beast, was a worldly treasure. Its flowing golden luminescence paled in comparison to the brilliance of a single bird ticket. Each ticket's shimmering golden light was forged from the essence of millions of malevolent souls through special techniques. As the saying goes, From the extremes of darkness arises the beginnings of light. When malevolent souls are refined to a certain degree, they transmute from dark to nurturing young souls, known as inquiry souls, which can nourish and enhance the power of one's spirit. Every 10 strands of light would coalesce into a principal soul, with the experiences of these principal souls subtly infusing the carrier's body with energy. Thus, it served not only as a symbol of status, but also as a divine artifact for rapid cultivation. With utmost caution, Qianyu lifted the ticket with his soul power, daring not to breathe, for he understood that even as a being of his caliber, he could only admire such a masterpiece. The more powerful one became, the more one comprehended the intricacies behind its creation and the significance it embodied. The mere possession of this ticket could potentially bring about the downfall of a merchant guild. While the world recognized this ticket as an omnipotent pass, only one counterfeit existed, numbered 50, replicated by 27 masters of imitation from the secret realm following the same intricate steps. Yet, even when these masters voluntarily surrendered, they could escape death but not the punishment of their crimes. To emphasize the inviolability of the ticket, the landlord of the rented property, all previous occupants, and anyone who had conversed with them, along with the entire 11 clans, faced extermination, totaling 144 non-pure blood dark demon evil god tigers and 17 pure bloods, including one that was 90,000 years old, along with 573 individuals from other races. Such ferocity is truly terrifying. This urgency propelled Qianyu to verify the authenticity of the ticket. He yearned to ascertain whether this ticket numbered 51 was indeed genuine. Channeling his soul power, he summoned the energy sealed within his ring. A greenish hue of soul power entwined around Qianyu's fingertips, and then the silver ring suddenly emanated a blackish-purple glow, exuding a formidable pressure into the air. A tiger's roar resonated through the compressed air and soul power, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Z widened her eyes, gazing at Qianyu, who had intentionally concentrated his soul power pressure before her. Despite her efforts, the overwhelming force still left her in shock, akin to a heavy mountain pressing down upon her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Just as Z had relaxed her nerves, now they tensed anew, a flicker of trepidation rising within her. Qianyu meticulously directed the blackish-purple soul power from his ring into the black and gold card. The power seemed to vanish into the card like a cow sinking into the sea. After a brief moment, he gazed at the unresponsive ticket, momentarily stunned. He mused that it was becoming increasingly clear that this item was indeed counterfeit. Yet, the craftsmanship was astonishing. Should the truth emerge, it could very well reignite the tragedies of the past. As Qianyu prepared to retract the ring and inform Z to apprehend the forger, a resounding tiger's roar erupted from the ticket, akin to a king of the mountains. This sound transported Qianyu back to the peak of his hubris, when he felt invincible enough to challenge the 4 great war deities. It was a time when he sought to confront the commander of the Black Flame army, Black Flame himself, who transformed into the dark demon evil god tiger. In that instant, his form obscured the skies, and his roar reverberated through mountains and seas, embodying an innate power that resonated through the food chain. Qianyu envisioned a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, witnessing the dark demon evil god tiger, akin to a deity, standing amidst the clouds, his soul trembling in response. Qianyu was momentarily dazed, who claimed that the shadow within this card merely represented the soul power of a 6-person council. Who dared to say such a thing? He mentally cursed it, having believed this item to be fake, unaware that it could lead him to discover the counterfeiting syndicate and secure a significant achievement. The ticket could invoke the primal soul power of the dark demon evil god tiger, which was at least 40,000 years old, or even the essence of 2 tigers, each over 80,000 years. Who would dare to counterfeit such an artifact? What counterfeiting team would risk such folly, akin to spending 1,000 gold to replicate a single gold soul coin? Gradually regaining his composure, Qianyu lifted the ticket and turned to present it to Z. Although he had shielded most of the soul power projection, a faint hint remained exposed. Yet Z, possessing lesser strength, could not withstand the mental pressure and stood frozen, seemingly stunned. With a sigh, Qianyu reflected on his own recklessness, having channeled all the soul power from his ring into the card, resulting in this predicament. If the branch's council member were to become a vegetative state or a fool, he would bear the burden of guilt. From his pocket, Qianyu produced a white jade pendant, gently flicking it with his fingertip. The surface of the pendant rippled with delicate waves, releasing a strand of mist as fine as a hair. Qianyu, feeling a pang of sympathy, guided this white mist into Z's forehead. After a considerable time, Z gradually regained her senses. Upon seeing the expressionless countenance of Qianyu, she felt a rush of anxiety and immediately bowed, apologizing. My sincerest apologies, Lord Qianyu. I lost focus. Please punish me as you see fit. Qianyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, no matter. Lead the way. Time is of the essence. This ticket is genuine, and it signifies one of the most esteemed guests of our Dark Sky Merchant Guild. Z acknowledged and promptly turned to guide Qianyu, who followed closely behind, eager to discover the identity of the ticket holder. As the elevator doors opened slowly, they arrived at the fourth-floor VIP room, an elegant space infused with the delicate scent of lavender, contrasting sharply with the clamor outside. Z adeptly led Qianyu through intricately designed screens, ultimately arriving before a tastefully decorated reception room. Lord Qianyu, please, she gestured. Z respectfully pushed open the door, revealing a figure draped in white attire, Jiang Liuyan, reclining on the sofa with an air of languid elegance. Beside him, Qianyu bent low to fan him gently, while a fruit platter rested upon Jiang Liuyan's abdomen. The nearby table was adorned with 17 or 18 cups of beverages, one of which sported a straw. Jiang Liuyan alternated between sipping from various cups and nibbling on pieces of fruit, exuding a profound sense of leisure. Upon witnessing the peculiar and rather extraordinary posture of the young man sprawled on the sofa, Qianyu was taken aback. Even with his extensive experience, the sight of such a relaxed individual was startling. He exchanged a knowing glance with Z, who promptly called over Qianyu, still fanning. Qianyu poked Jiang Liuyan gently with the fan, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Mr. Jiang, this is a representative from headquarters, Lord Qianyu. Lord Qianyu, this is Mr. Jiang Liuyan, the holder of the coveted Faniac ticket, Z introduced. Qianyu scrutinized the now-seated Jiang Liuyan, who was preparing to rise. He couldn't help but be astonished by the youthfulness of the young man, who appeared barely of age. How could someone so young possess such a ticket? Yet, he recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. Understanding the gravity of what the ticket represented, he felt compelled to treat the situation with utmost seriousness, meticulously suppressing his own soul power, fearing that it might inadvertently harm the young man before him. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. Qianyu extended his hand, offering a polite salutation, while internally musing on the irony. In the presence of this ticket, he felt as though he could be dwarfed by 20 of his own stature. When would he ever have the opportunity to shake hands with someone so powerful? Even if the individual across from him bore no formidable strength and was merely an ordinary beast, it would still be an honor. As Jiang Liuyan grasped Qianyu's hand, it served as a subtle acknowledgement. He tentatively inquired, what about my ticket? Oh, it's right here, right here. Qianyu hurriedly produced the black and gold ticket, cradling it with utmost care and presenting it to Jiang Liuyan with profound reverence, as though offering an invaluable treasure. Although he was uncertain about the shift in demeanor from his counterpart, which appeared markedly more respectful than before, Jiang Liuyan had spent several minutes fortifying his resolve, feeling he had discerned the essence of right and wrong. Moreover, he sensed no trace of soul power emanating from the individual before him, while even the connection with his own Qianyu allowed him to perceive subtle fluctuations of soul energy. In the depths of his thoughts, Jiang Liuyan mused whether this individual could truly be an ordinary person, despite claiming to hail from the central headquarters. Was he merely a privileged offspring dispatched from the central authority to gain experience at the grassroots level? Jiang Liuyan speculated whether this man was a scion of wealth or power, devoid of ambition and intellectual prowess. He had silently looked down upon the so-called heir of affluence and influence countless times. If Qianyu were to discover how often she had been scorned in Jiang Liuyan's mind, she would likely be mortified beyond measure. Esteemed Mr. Jiang Liuyan, how may we assist you? Qianyu inquired earnestly. Jiang Liuyan mentioned preparing a vehicle for my journey to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Thank you. Very well. Please take a moment to rest. Your dedicated vehicle is on its way to the Intian branch. After bidding farewell, Qianyu turned with Ziyi, leaving Qianyu behind to continue fanning Jiang Liuyan. Qianyu summoned a communication stone from her spatial storage pouch. This is Qianyu. I am at Intian Commercial Association branch number 176. Is this the central headquarters of Intian Commercial Association? The operation code is Bird 51. The authenticity of the ticket has been confirmed, and the headquarters is dispatching the vehicle with utmost specifications. Please respond immediately upon receipt. Received, came the reply from the other end. Qianyu stowed the communication stone and instructed Ziyi to lead the way to the resting area on the 6th floor. As the access method to the 7th floor was overly complicated, and Qianyu was disinclined to wait. As Qianyu sat down, Ziyi remained standing beside her, not daring to overstep her bounds. Observing the fatigued Zi, Qianyu generously summoned a scroll from her storage pouch. Using her soul power to present it before Zi, I trust you will treat the esteemed ticket holder of the bird with the utmost respect. As an exception, I grant you a personal gift. This artifact is a technique I devised in my youth that will enhance your abilities and is compatible with your essence. I hope you will contribute even more significantly to the Intian Commercial Association in the future. Zi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. But it was quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. She hurriedly bowed and expressed her gratitude, her voice brimming with excitement. Zi thanks you, esteemed Qianyu. Thank you for the gift. Qianyu waved her hand dismissively, closing her eyes in contemplation. After a while, a distinctive rumbling sound resonated above the Intian Commercial Association, as two guards descended from the rooftop and approached the 7th floor. Upon seeing Qianyu, the guards quickly knelt and clasped their fists in salute. Greetings, Lady Qianyu. Qianyu gestured for them to rise, and then turned to Zi, saying, You may proceed. Zi led the two guards to the VIP room on the 4th floor. Drawing from prior experience, she instructed the guards to wait at the entrance while she entered first to assess the situation. As expected, she found Jiang Liuyan sleeping inside. Zi subtly waved her arms, signaling Qianyu to rouse him. Qianyu understood and gently prodded Jiang Liuyan, who suddenly awoke with a start, exclaiming, Who? What happened? Qianyu chuckled at his reaction, but given the authority of those present, she quickly covered her mouth, then resumed her composure. Gesturing towards the door and whispering to Zi, It seems the vehicle you require has arrived. Oh, is that so? I thought someone was attempting a sneak attack while I was asleep. Jiang Liuyan walked toward the door, followed by Qianyu, with Zi leading the way ahead. The two guards trailed silently behind, not uttering a word. Upon reaching the rooftop, they were met with the opulence of the so-called VIP exclusive vehicle. It occupied the central 5 parking spaces of the rooftop, a testament to its grandeur. Resembling the brightest star in the night sky, instantly captivating all eyes. The vehicle was crafted from the rare deep-sea blue metal, shimmering with profound and mysterious luster as the light danced upon it, each glimmer reminiscent of the undulating waves of the deep sea, enchanting and dazzling. The front of the vehicle sported a streamlined design, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce, adorned with the Intian Commercial Association emblem, composed of hundreds of brilliant diamonds. Glimmering in the sunset-esque glow, proclaiming its extraordinary status even within the vast Intian Commercial Association. The sole guiding lights on either side resembled the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating the path ahead while seemingly peering into the hearts of those who dared to gaze upon their brilliance. The two guards led Jiang Liuyan forward until they reached the enormous flying vehicle. The door opened slowly, devoid of traditional mechanical sounds, accompanied only by a gentle and technologically advanced airwave, as if even the air were making way for this vehicle, an epitome of luxury. Jiang Liuyan marveled softly, then stepped into the spacecraft, which was adorned with an opulence beyond compare. A colossal crystal served as the display screen, showcasing the most authentic vistas of the surroundings, while a plush carpet greeted his feet. An abundance of fruits, beverages, and wines was available, epitomizing extravagance. Shall we commence our journey? Inquired a guard with utmost care. Jiang Liuyan responded with a sound, and soon the spaceship slowly ascended, piercing the sky. The destination was the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Chapter 16. Just entering the academy after a journey that was both relaxing and comfortably thrilling. Regarding the thrill, it was because Zi claimed that Jiang Liuyan was a VIP client of the Intian Chamber of Commerce and impulsively bestowed upon him 2 life-saving artifacts from their treasury. One was an ordinary jade piece, yet it possessed the power to ward off calamities belonging to the realm of causality. The other was a peachwood token that contained the full force of Lord Qianyu's strike, ready to unleash upon being shattered in a critical moment. The gifts indeed reflected meticulous thoughtfulness. The thrill lay in Zi's determination. She believed that the young Qianyu, accompanying Jiang Liuyan, might achieve greater heights. With a resolute heart, she entrusted her successor to Jiang Liuyan, allowing her to be by his side, assisting him as needed. The Intian Chamber of Commerce also shared a slight business collaboration with the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. After years of maneuvering, Zi had acquired the privilege to recommend students from the Intian Chamber of Commerce to the academy. Thus, with a heart full of reluctance, she handed Qianyu over to accompany Jiang Liuyan in classes. However, along the way, Qianyu gradually reverted to her true nature, becoming a curious child, poking and prodding at everything. Unintentionally, she triggered a hunting ultrasonic sonar device installed for clients with a penchant for hunting. Jiang Jianyan, after all, was only 18 years old. And the sonar attracted a void-devouring starbird that had not transformed for 5,000 years. Its wingspan nearly matched a quarter of the spaceship's length. The colossal bird rapidly collided with the spaceship, but fortunately, a 30,000-year-old dark magic bodyguard was present to drive it away, averting disaster. Nonetheless, Qingyu was left in shock. And seeing her in such a state, Jiang Liuanian could not bring himself to reprimand her and chose to let it be. After a long while, Jiang Liuanian's gaze was firmly fixed on the Dark Demon Tiger Academy, which hovered ethereally in the air. His heart brimmed with both curiosity about the unknown world and eagerness for the academic challenges that awaited him within the Academy's hallowed halls. The spacecraft glided gently to the Academy's designated aerial port, where an atmosphere of ancient and steadfast wisdom enveloped him. As if each stone slab and every whisper of wind bore the weight of a profound history. As the hatch slowly opened, Jiang Liuanian was the first to disembark, followed closely by Qingyu and several guards. The ground beneath them trembled lightly under the arrival of various spacecraft, as if welcoming all who arrived. At the entrance of the academy stood a colossal stone sculpture, its form imposing and regal, representing the patriarch of the Dark Demon Tiger clan. The embodiment of the mythic entity known as an. This statue was not only the most conspicuous landmark within the academy, but also a symbol of the clan's honor and strength, weathered by the passage of time. The statue still emanated a faint dark purple luminescence, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, guiding each student of the academy on their journey. Towering at approximately 10 zhang, it was masterfully carved, with every detail reflecting the artisan's exquisite skill and profound understanding of the Dark Demon Tiger clan. The tiger's head was held high, its eyes wide open, seemingly infused with the wisdom to perceive the world's myriad wonders and an indescribable majesty. Within its profound gaze, dark purple lightning appeared to swirl, hinting at the mysteries of power and destruction. A slight smile graced its lips, embodying a mix of disdain for challengers and hope for the future of its kin. The tiger's physique was robust, its muscular lines flowing with explosive energy, each muscle seemingly containing the might to shake mountains. The dark purple fur that cloaked its body shimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, exuding an air of both mystery and danger. Its limbs were stout and powerful, with claws as sharp as blades, ready to rend any obstacle in its path. Its tail curled elegantly, the scorpion-like tip lightly grazing the ground, embodying a restraint of power and a perfect expression of balance. The statue's pedestal, crafted from obsidian, was adorned with intricate totems and ancient runes, which appeared to serve as a bridge connecting the past with the future, narrating the glorious history and immortal legends of the Dark Demon Tiger clan. Each nightfall, as a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, these totems and runes seemed to quiver softly, emitting a deep and distant resonance, akin to an ancient melody echoing in the academy's skies, allowing every listener to feel the call and legacy from a bygone era. Its eyes, seemingly capable of discerning the depths of the human heart, instilled an undeniable sense of reverence in newcomers. In Jiang Liuanian's heart, an undeniable sense of admiration arose. It is essential to recognize that the existence of the Dark Demon Evil God, Heian, holds significance for the Dark Demon Evil Tiger clan akin to that of Jerusalem for the West. Heian was the founder of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger lineage, having once led his kin to the pinnacle of their glory. In the face of the tribe's existential crisis, he made a pivotal decision to negotiate with the god of time and space, guiding his people to the temporal rift where they could settle and thrive. His remarkable achievements are destined to be eternally commemorated by the Dark Demon Evil Tiger clan. Upon passing through a luminous gate adorned with intricate runes, Jiang Liuanian and his companions arrived at the enrollment hall of the academy. Within the hall, a constant flow of individuals filled the space, their youthful faces reflecting a blend of anticipation and anxiety regarding their future. At the registration desk, several staff members clad in academy uniforms were diligently processing the various formalities for the new students. Jiang Liuanian approached, presenting his admission letter and identification. The staff member received the documents, quickly reviewing them, and, with a hint of astonishment, exclaimed, "Are you the Jiang Liuanian rated at 3S level?" Instantly, the hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Soon, whispers began to circulate. Is he the 3S? The one whose lineage is so potent that even the time crystal responds? Let me see, he seems rather young. Is this really the 3S? He feels so ordinary. Do you not find him reminiscent of Heian? Could he be Heian's illegitimate son? You truly have no fear, daring to spread rumors about Heian. The defense forces need to be alerted. We have a walking fortune of 500,000 here. One could not help but admit, to be honest. The young man is rather handsome. As the chatter escalated to an uncontrollable level, the surrounding voices grew increasingly boisterous. Only then did the blue fish beside Jiang Liuyan comprehend why he possessed a ticket for the soaring bird. It was no jest, given such a concentration of lineage. Not even the president of the Heian Merchant Association would hesitate to smile and offer him the entire association. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the admissions lady opposite him, a wry smile escaping his lips. He had never anticipated that his seemingly ordinary awakening power would be classified in such a manner. Until this moment, he had always regarded himself as an average individual. The lady appeared to recognize her misstep, and with utmost respect, she presented him with a jade tablet engraved with the Academy's emblem, accompanied by a comprehensive guide for new students. As Jiang Liuyan sensed the increasingly cacophonous crowd surrounding him, he seized the token and, accompanied by the young fish, slipped into the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy while the onlookers remained oblivious. Welcome to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, Jiang Liuyan. Please follow the instructions on the guide to proceed to the freshman reception area and complete the subsequent registration process. Despite the overwhelming noise from outside, the staff member remained undisturbed, her voice still warm and brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Liuyan nodded slightly, then turned to accompany you and the guards towards the freshman reception. There, they not only received information regarding their dormitory assignments, but were also informed of a special traditional initiation trial for newcomers. The trial's content would be randomly generated based on each student's abilities, designed to test their potential and courage, while also serving as an initial assessment of their strength by the Academy. During the dormitory allocation, Jiang Liuyan unexpectedly received an independent courtyard situated at the back mountain of the Academy, boasting breathtaking views. Together with Qingyu, he named the courtyard Liu Yuxio Courtyard. Although modest in size, the courtyard was well-equipped, surrounded by numerous magical arrays for cultivation and defense, clearly indicating the Academy's meticulous care for its outstanding students. After settling in their belongings, Jiang Liuyan decided to familiarize himself with the surroundings and strolled alone through the Academy. Along the way, he witnessed a myriad of cultivation scenes. Some meditated on the grass, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Others engaged in fierce duels in the arena, competing in martial skills, and still others buried themselves in books at the library, exploring the ocean of knowledge. All of this left Jiang Liuyan deeply impressed and further solidified his resolve to study diligently for the next 4 years. As night fell, he stood on the terrace of the courtyard, gazing at the Academy beneath the starry sky, which donned a mysterious veil. In the stillness of the night, the lights below gradually illuminated, twinkling like stars, harmonizing with the celestial bodies above, weaving a warm and dreamlike nocturnal tapestry. A gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a refreshing chill. The protagonist stood by the window, contemplating this world that was both familiar and foreign, his heart filled with boundless aspirations for the future. As the night deepened, Liu Yuxio Courtyard appeared even more tranquil under the soft caress of moonlight. After a day of toil, the two soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 17. A small incident the following dawn. As usual, Jiang Liuyan rose early to engage in his morning exercises. However, he had shifted from his customary routine of running around the town to a more arduous regimen of mountain training, which included uphill endurance exercises. The physical exertion combined with the lavish fruits he had indulged in the previous day at the Intian Chamber of Commerce left him feeling somewhat fatigued. The 40 kilometers he ran caused him to break a light sweat. After all, being a soul beast, his physical capabilities were unparalleled by ordinary individuals. A fundamental tenet of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan is the importance of physical training. As the innate skill inscribed in their very bones, the life and death arena relies on robust physicality to exhaust the soul beast they hunt. Thus, Jiang Liuyan consistently committed himself to physical conditioning. Whether it was during his morning runs, foraging for herbs in the mountains, or even while studying the text of Emoju. After an hour, Jiang Liuyan returned to his modest Liu Yuxio courtyard, carrying buns, deep-fried dough sticks, and soy milk purchased from the market. Early riser Qingyu was already up, diligently tidying the table, arranging Jiang Liuyan's bedding, and clearing the weeds in the courtyard. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the neatly organized courtyard, a sense of joy blossoming within him. At times, he pondered the idyllic notion of this existence persisting, where each day unfolded with invigorating exercises, leisurely strolls, and the simple pleasure of returning home with breakfast. The thought of her diligently tidying the house added to the bliss of this life. Qingyu observed Jiang Liuyan as contemplative stare, curious about his musings, yet unperturbed. She gracefully approached him, took the breakfast from his hands, and gently instructed, "You sit in the courtyard for a while. I will warm this up," thus gently drawing Jiang Liuyan back from his reverie. Jiang Liuyan had breakfast and contemplated taking a leisurely stroll around the campus. Yesterday, in a hurried manner, he had only glimpsed a portion of the architecture, and today he was determined to explore the entire institution. For someone like Jiang Liuyan, who possessed a wanderlust spirit, staying at home was nothing short of torment unless something more captivating drew him away. Jiang Liuyan made his way down the mountain path towards the outer courtyard. Observing the steady influx of individuals arriving at the mountain gate, shadows danced amidst the throng, creating a bustling sea of humanity. It seemed that he was among the earliest group of students to arrive, he mused. Jiang Liuyan squeezed through the throngs of people, yearning to behold once more the imposing statue of the dark demon tiger god. There was no other reason, for its sheer magnificence was utterly captivating. He longed to capture a photograph as a cherished memento. Upon reaching the obsidian pedestal that supported the statue, he realized the true disparity in height. Even in his maximum form, prior to consuming the transformation herb, he was but an eighth of the pedestal's stature, standing before it in human form, akin to an insignificant ant. Jiang Liuyan exclaimed in awe, "It is truly magnificent, so grand and imposing." With the use of a capturing stone, he was able to clearly photograph the intricate details of the statue from several hundred meters away. He then made his way through a side entrance into the inner courtyard of the dark demon, evil god tiger. The inner courtyard is divided into numerous areas, featuring a teaching zone with 28 main buildings and 36 auxiliary structures. The buildings are interconnected by passageways and sky bridges, creating a labyrinthine beauty that is both intricate and harmonious. The tallest of the teaching buildings boasts 61 stories, resembling a sharp sword piercing the heavens. In reality, this building serves as a magical artifact, designed to prevent the merging of spatial rifts, and it traverses the 8 most vital regions at the center. Within the entire secret realm, there are 7 additional subcores, 1 main core, and countless stone pillars that support the periphery of the secret realm. Turning to the adjacent library, its exterior is constructed from rare obsidian and white jade. During the day, the white jade radiates a soft and warm glow, akin to the first rays of sunlight at dawn, filled with warmth and hope. However, during his visit to the market the previous evening, Jiang Liuyan was struck by the library's breathtaking appearance. The obsidian's presence causes its surface to seemingly absorb all surrounding light, rendering the entire structure even more enigmatic under the moonlight, as if cloaked in a veil of night. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Jiang Liuyan found himself entranced, completely oblivious to the figure hurtling towards him. In an instant, a cloud of dust erupted from the spot where he stood. What is happening? Who are you? Despite Jiang Liuyan's typically good-natured temperament, the sudden appearance of this unexpected object from the heavens stirred a sense of irritation within him. What on earth is this flying object? He muttered softly. Just then, a middle-aged man descended from the platform, grasping the figure and bowing an apology. "My apologies, young man. I lost control for a moment. Please forgive me." Jiang Liuyan regarded the sincere demeanor of the individual across from him, and to be frank, he felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, in unfamiliar territory, the risk of being taken advantage of loomed large. Fortunately, the man opposite him appeared reasonable. Jiang Liuyan glanced at the middle-aged gentleman, then at the young man who had just been propelled through the air, and said, "I am unscathed, so do not take it to heart, young lad. You possess commendable qualities." The middle-aged man gave the youth a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Chapter 18. An unexpected turn of events. Dappled sunlight spilled across the ancient martial arts arena, as the dust stirred lightly from the altercation between the two, adding a touch of dramatic flair to this unforeseen confrontation. The woman who had gracefully descended from the air, by Ruoli, had cascading black hair flowing like a waterfall. Her exquisite features, even more striking upon the removal of her protective gear, exuded an air of icy elegance. She pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes shimmering with defiance and fury, the latent anger within her resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. Jiang Liuyan stood to the side, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze was as profound as the night sky. He paid little heed to Jiang Ruoli's ire, instead finding himself perplexed by the imposing figure of the burly man before him. This muscular giant, seemingly forged from steel, had just remarked, "Kid, you're quite impressive." Jiang Liuyan pondered, could it be that my striking appearance is the reason for such praise? At that moment, the burly man appeared helpless, caught between the feisty little cat, Jiang Ruoli, and the remarkably composed young man. Xiaoli, be obedient. We must not challenge others recklessly just because we possess some skills, especially someone like this young brother. While he is indeed at fault, your attitude is also lacking. Li Tieju's voice resonated with a deep authority, clearly intending to dissuade Xiaoli from confronting the young man in white. From the perspective of the burly man, he had already gauged Jiang Liuyan's physical prowess after patting his shoulders twice. Although Jiang Liuyan's strength could not rival that of the martial arts prodigy, by Ruoli, it was evident he had devoted considerable effort to his training. Given Xiaoli's current emotional state, her chances of victory against the calm and collected demeanor of her opponent were slim. He understood that victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Yet he feared that a loss might leave her with a psychological scar, jeopardizing her future. Nevertheless, once by Ruoli's stubbornness surfaced, it was akin to trying to rein in a wild bull. Humph, who does he think he is? Merely boasting, she declared, determination igniting within her. I shall show him that in the face of true strength, all words are but feeble. As she spoke, her soul energy began to surge, clearly indicating her readiness to engage once more. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Liuyan felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Setting aside the question of whether he could prevail, the mere existence of such complications was enough to occupy his mind throughout his academic pursuits. He silently acknowledged the gravity of the matter. Yet, in an instant, Jiang Liuyan composed himself. The reason was simple. He recalled the calming techniques from his studies. Just as in woodworking, where one must first harmonize their inner energy, quieting both heart and mind in order to craft exquisite pieces, so too did he seek clarity. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Liuyan's thoughts crystallized, and he began to contemplate possible solutions. Jiang Liuyan did not hasten to engage in combat. Instead, he leisurely strolled to the side, meticulously gauging the distance, his gaze intentionally and unintentionally drifting towards the northwest corner of the martial arena, where the stage had been set by the petulant young girl for their imminent showdown. If you truly wish to compete, I, Jiang Liuyan, shall willingly accompany you to the end. However, given the multitude of spectators here, it is inevitable that innocence may be harmed. Let us agree to meet on the stage in an hour's time to reveal our true prowess. What do you say? Jiang Liuyan's voice was calm and confident, as if the outcome were already predetermined, exuding an air of resolute victory. The burly man, upon hearing Jiang Liuyan's words, mistakenly interpreted them as a mutual concession, thinking it was an apology of sorts, and mindlessly echoed, yes, that is indeed how it should be. What? Could you repeat that? Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, the burly man was taken aback. He had initially perceived Jiang Liuyan as a composed individual, and assumed he had offered a way out, believing that perhaps a compromise could avert the conflict. He was prepared to intervene and dissuade his young apprentice from pursuing this bout, not expecting Jiang Liuyan to accept the challenge. His worldview was shattered. Could it be that those clad in white are inherently cunning? He was reminded of the scarred dark demon tiger that had emerged from the rift in time and space, its smile radiant, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Surely, that could not be the case. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ruoli's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, which was swiftly supplanted by an even more intense fervor for battle. Very well, it is settled with a word. Should you dare to flee, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth, relentless and unyielding. Having uttered these words, she turned and strode purposefully towards the arena. As Jiang Liuyan gazed at the retreating figure of Bai Ruoli, a mysterious smile graced his lips. Ah, the 36 stratagems. How could one not recognize the best course of action? Clearly, it was to make an exit. Thus, with a gentle leap, he began to mentally sketch the blueprint of the duel arena. Fortuitously, Jiang Liuyan possessed exceptional spatial reasoning abilities, allowing him to memorize typical routes with ease. Seizing the moment while Bai Ruoli had turned away for several paces, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fleeting white shadow, vanishing instantly to the opposite end of the arena, leaving behind a crowd awash in astonishment and fervent speculation. At that very moment, in a secluded corner of the river of time, a pair of eyes inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Liuyan's silhouette within the arena, and a knowing smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This lad is quite intriguing. Don't run away, Bai Ruoli exclaimed, her earlier frustration now flaring up like a volcano on the verge of eruption, intent on incinerating the fleeing Jiang Liuyan. Look at him. Master. He disregards the rules. Master, all right, the burly man interjected, After all, he hasn't stepped onto the stage, nor has he specified when he would. Perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, or some day in the future. He is merely toying with words. Do not take it to heart. The scholar muttered under his breath, clearly harboring memories of having been bullied by learned individuals. By Ruoli, observing the direction in which Jiang Lianyan had vanished, stamped her foot in frustration, vowing fiercely, I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts. Your demise would be no loss. Jiang Lianyan barely managed to halt his steps after flying 20 kilometers away from the duel arena. Surely, she wouldn't pursue him any further, he mused, feeling utterly terrified. That woman was a lunatic, always eager to engage in combat. If he were to encounter her again, he resolved to keep as far away as possible. After catching his breath, Jiang Lianyan randomly chose a direction and resumed his exploration of the campus. Indeed, even the foreign language department sprawled across an immense area, its myriad buildings resembling a veritable forest of steel. Jiang Lianyan turned left and right, ultimately becoming bewildered, despite his keen spatial reasoning. The uniform trees surrounding him rendered him powerless. Eventually, he found himself in a primordial grove, desolate and seemingly untouched by human presence. Contemplating retreat, he hesitated, recalling the words of a great leader who once proclaimed that the world originally held no paths, but through frequent passage, they became trails. Having embarked on this journey, returning would be illogical. Unbeknownst to him, this forest constituted the heart of an enigmatic realm, its surrounding barriers fortified over centuries, with an astonishing array of tens of thousands of magical formations. Had it not been for the clandestine alteration of spatial fissure coordinates by a being from the River of Time, Jiang Lianyan would not have so effortlessly entered this core area. It was merely a fortunate opportunity bestowed upon the younger generation. As for why I possess such clarity regarding Jiang Lianyan's existence, it is because I have long inscribed his soul into the River of Time, merging it with that of an otherworldly entity, granting me the ability to oversee the temporal flow. This alien form lacks a definitive appearance. It could manifest as an insect, a serpent, or even a tree. Nevertheless, I have dedicated millennia to refining these aberrations, allowing the resonance of souls to connect across the River of Time, which is the foundation of my awareness of Jiang Lianyan's circumstances. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Lianyan wandered into a cavern. Due to the alterations in the terrain, I guided him safely to the cave where I ascended to the Saint Tier. Gazing at the dark entrance of the cave, he ultimately resolved to investigate. Pondering the potential treasures within, to let such an opportunity slip by would be regrettable. The cave was shrouded in profound darkness, yet awakened to the shadows. Jiang Lianyan could discern objects 10 meters away. With an increase in dark elements, he might even extend his visibility to a kilometer. But that was a consideration for another time. Upon stepping into the cave, a brisk chill enveloped him, infused with the faint aromas of earth and minerals. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few shafts of sunlight filtering through crevices and the occasional glimmer of luminescent stones on the walls, bestowing an air of mystery and unease upon the shadowy space. The surrounding stone walls were slick with moisture, droplets occasionally falling and echoing crisply, accentuating the solitude of this vast emptiness. As Jiang Lianyan cautiously advanced, his hand brushed against the wall, every step taken with utmost diligence. For the secrets concealed within this cavern remained unknown. Soon, he encountered his first challenge, a seemingly ordinary stone door, yet one imbued with hidden complexities. Intricate runes adorned its surface, hinting at the necessity of a specific sequence or force to unlock it. He scrutinized the door, drawing upon his limited understanding of ancient scripts, but ultimately conceded defeat, for his knowledge in this domain was scant. The Western region, focused more on practical matters, lagged in the study of ancient texts among the 5 major areas. Gazing at the imposing stone door, Jiang Lianyan sighed, realizing that this treasure was not meant for him. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A colossal python materialized before him, speaking in human tongue. Young one, it declared, I guard this realm. Answer me but one question, and I shall impart the knowledge to unlock this door. Proceed. Reluctantly, Jiang Lianyan, unwilling to let the coveted prize slip away, replied, Very well. The python responded, Do you acknowledge the existence of the unparalleled, invincible dark demonic priest, the wanderer of time and space, the esteemed one, who embodies both wisdom and beauty, and who combines courage with cunning, the most handsome in the world? Jiang Lianyan had resolutely prepared himself for a protracted battle, for he found himself alone in the vast expanse of the secret realm. He could easily have fled, yet he chose to acknowledge my presence, proclaiming himself the unrivaled champion of the universe. Within the confines of the secret realm, he was unmatched, a dark, demonic priest who embodied both wisdom and beauty. Courage and strategy, a wanderer through time and space, the esteemed master, and the unparalleled paragon of the cosmos. The great python nodded, employing an ancient and obscure tongue to gradually awaken the slumbering stone door. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow passage that led deeper into the abyss. This passage was fraught with peril, floors that collapsed unexpectedly, fissures that spewed toxic gas, and subterranean rivers that appeared placid, yet concealed treacherous undercurrents. Jiang Liunian had no choice but to rely on his agility, extraordinary intellect, and unwavering will to surmount each obstacle. At one perilous juncture, nearly succumbing to the dark river, he demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. Utilizing the rope and grappling hook he carried to stabilize himself at the critical moment, narrowly escaping disaster. After traversing a multitude of dangers, Jiang Liunian arrived at a vast cavern. Here, the previous atmosphere of dread and danger was replaced by a dazzling spectacle. The ceiling was adorned with stalactites of various forms, illuminated by the glow of luminous stones resembling the stars in the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. In the center lay a crystal-clear underground lake, its waters shimmering with a gentle blue light, reflecting the exquisite beauty of the cavern's ceiling, instilling a sense of tranquility. Lenny stood by the lakeside, absorbing the serenity and harmony, as if his spirit were being purified. Just as Jiang Liunian was lost in this tranquility, a gentle breeze swept across the surface of the lake, creating ripples, while a time-worn stone platform slowly emerged from the depths of the lake. Upon the stone platform lay an exquisite jade box, clearly a treasure left behind by a predecessor. With a heart full of reverence, Lenny gently opened the jade box, revealing not only the 9 transformation life-replenishing pill and magical artifacts, but also an ancient tome of cultivation techniques, chronicling the insights and unparalleled martial skills of the predecessor's lifetime. Furthermore, the predecessor had inscribed the character's sacrifice upon his memorial plaque. Jiang Liunian, well-versed in the history of past sacrifices, had always remembered the coffins of previous priests. Yet, he had never contemplated the identity of this particular sacrifice. How could the identity of a priest be present here? The priest was still serving in the library. It was impossible for his remains to suddenly appear in this place. Jiang Liunian etched in his memory the 2 grand characters on the ancestral tablet, which exuded an ancient and profound essence, as if they contained the sediment of countless years and the deep reflections of predecessors. He gazed at them, his heart swelling with unprecedented awe and curiosity. Slowly, he closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to descend into a realm of tranquility, attempting to reach out and perceive the mysteries concealed behind these 2 characters through the essence of his soul. In Jiang Liunian's understanding, the act of worship was originally a ritual through which ancient people expressed their reverence and gratitude towards the celestial and divine forces. Yet at this moment, these 2 characters took on a different significance within him. He began to contemplate that worship is not merely an external ritual. It is also a spiritual anchorage and a legacy, a remembrance of the past, an aspiration for the future, and a profound comprehension of the essence of life and the laws of the universe. As his thoughts deepened, Jiang Liunian felt an invisible force surging within him, a nascent awareness of the loss. He realized that the term worship encapsulates the cyclical nature of all things in the universe, the concept of perpetual existence. Worship is a tribute to the natural laws, an understanding and alignment with the interdependent nature of all things, the balance of yin and yang. Through this process, Jiang Liunian gradually perceived that true strength does not emanate from external treasures or martial techniques, but arises from a profound understanding and mastery of the laws within one's heart. Having grasped merely the surface of this understanding, he mused on how such a slight insight could lead to a significant enhancement of his abilities. He took a moment to express his apologies to the predecessors, murmuring, "Forgive me, dear ancestors," as he meticulously searched for elixirs, secret manuals, and even the meditation mats, leaving no stone unturned, even tapping the walls to check for hidden compartments. Chapter 19. With nothing to do, the martial arts contest begins. After thoroughly scavenging the entire cave for resources, Jiang Lion walked out with an air of confidence, pondering humorously that natural treasures rightfully belong to those with the capability to seize them. Why should one be timid or hesitant? What? Am I feeling guilty for taking these items? Quite the contrary, I do so with utmost ease. Although the figure from the river of time had anticipated this behavior, witnessing him strike every stone wall and scrape the dust from the floor tiles was nonetheless somewhat embarrassing. If this lad possessed the ability to store items, Would he not pack up the entire cave's walls as well? He is undoubtedly stronger than I was in my prime. As Jiang Liunian meandered through the ethereal embodiment that guided him, he emerged from the depths of the forest. The moment he stepped beyond its confines, the dense woods behind him gradually faded into obscurity, melding seamlessly with the surrounding garden. A sense of unease washed over him. Upon glancing back, he discovered remnants of the forest still lingered, with only the cobblestones beneath his feet leading to a pavilion in the distance. The vast, intricate primal wilderness had vanished without a trace. In that moment, Jiang Liunian felt a sudden apprehension, suspecting he might have encountered an illusory barrier. His first instinct was to verify the authenticity of the treasures and martial arts manuals nestled within his storage bag. Delving his spiritual awareness into the depths of the bag, he meticulously examined each item. A wave of relief washed over him. Everything remained intact, all genuine. After all, he mused, it would have been a great loss if they had been mere illusions. With a heart filled with satisfaction, he reflected on how fortunate it was to stumble upon such precious items while wandering through the campus. Resolute, he decided against further aimless wandering. After orienting himself, he made his way towards his small courtyard, flowing fish house. Jiang Liunian contemplated the necessity of safeguarding these treasures, realizing that carrying them with him was prudent. Who had the audacity to risk being robbed? As Jiang Liunian returned to the courtyard, he exhaled deeply, revealing all his findings, startling the nearby Qingyu into questioning whether he had pilfered treasures from the sect's storied vault. Where had such an abundance of rare materials come from? Jiang Liunian merely smiled and remarked, these belong to us. The words sent a shiver of anxiety through Qingyu. She had no desire to be apprehended upon entering the Dark Demon Evil God Academy, subjected to harsh interrogation, and ultimately stripped of her powers. Confined to a dungeon, such thoughts were indeed terrifying. Consequently, her hand instinctively sought the Academy's token at her waist, contemplating whether to report the matter to the enforcement team, hoping that exceptional performance might allow her an early release. However, as her fingers brushed the token, Jiang Liunian sensed impending trouble. No, put your hand down. Don't be so anxious. I found all this in a cave that clearly appeared to be an abandoned site. What do you think I'm capable of? I lack the courage to steal from the merchant guild. Now, be good and listen. Put your hand down. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Lion rose abruptly, softening his tone as if fearful that a careless word might provoke the irritable Qingyu across from him. He swiftly dialed the enforcement team's number, apprehensive that, should things escalate, these items might be confiscated, rendering his efforts in vain. Qingyu wore a face full of skepticism, seemingly questioning, is this true? You are not deceiving me, are you? Jiang Liunian, with an expression of unwavering integrity, questioned, when have I ever deceived you? I am inherently benevolent and seldom resort to deceit. Truly. Take a good look at me. It seemed that Qingyu had also lowered her guard, removing her hand from her waist. Exactly, he continued, as he unearthed a pristine white flower from a pile of items on the ground. It resembled a pure, unblemished lotus, exuding an air of refreshing elegance. This herb was none other than the Narcissus ujigigu, cultivated in a pot. Remarkably, it had thrived away from the ice and fire duality surviving despite the pot being cracked from centuries of neglect. The plant appeared to be around 3,000 years old, perfectly suited for Qingyu, who could absorb its essence over 7,000 years. Moreover, the primary function of the Narcissus ujigigu lies in its ability to nourish tendons and strengthen bones, enhancing the structural integrity of the body, thereby rendering the consumer more resilient and powerful. Besides fortifying tendons and bones, it also facilitates the flow of qi through the body's meridians, boosting vitality and internal energy. Such a rare herb could potentially extend Qingyu's spiritual longevity by approximately 2,500 years, and with gradual absorption of its medicinal properties, she might even reach 3,000 years, allowing her to surpass the 9,000-year threshold, thereby furthering her strength. After all, she was one of the few compatriots who had journeyed alongside him from the Intian Chamber of Commerce, deserving of his utmost care. As Jiang Liunian contemplated this, he noticed Qingyu staring at the flower, her expression one of charming shyness and undeniable cuteness. She then remarked, is this flower meant to be nurtured? I shall change its soil at once. The passage of time inevitably brings a twinge of embarrassment to Jiang Liunian. Indeed, were it not for the extensive knowledge gleaned from the tome Heavenly Mechanisms by Zhu Mo, covering various fields such as mechanics, carpentry, physics, herbalism, alchemy, talismans, and formations, he would hardly possess the ability to recognize these herbs, let alone comprehend their utilization. Who could have imagined that a seemingly ordinary pot of flowers on the table could be such a treasure? Stop right there. This item is meant to enhance your prowess. If you wish to cultivate flowers, there is an abundance behind the mountain, Jiang Liunian remarked with a hint of irritation. But these flowers are unlike any others. They are so beautiful. These flowers can elevate your strength. The choice is yours, he responded. Very well, then, exclaimed Qingyu, her eyes shimmering with a green light. After all, the Dark Demon Tiger clan revered strength above all, and even someone as simple-minded as she aspired to one day become an unparalleled powerhouse. This herb is called Water Immortal Jade Skinbone. Its method of consumption is rather unique. One must only ingest the petals and, at the end, suck the stamen while channeling one's soul power to ensure the full efficacy of the herb, Jiang Liunian explained. Upon hearing the instructions, Qingyu could no longer contain herself and proceeded to absorb the herb entirely. In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from her, gradually merging with the pharmacological properties of the Water Immortal Jade Skinbone. Is it already this effective? Jiang Liunian remarked, taken aback by the rapid transformation. Jiang Liunian was astonished, yet he continued to crouch and examine whether there were any celestial treasures among the items around him. Dragon's bloodgrass? It was merely suitable for coloring furniture. The purity of this dragon's blood was even inferior to that of the blood from Sun Sanyang's dog. To his surprise, the wooden table was made from enlightenment wood. Astonishingly, who would have thought that a piece seemingly reminiscent of a 1990s wooden table was, in fact, a new product from Balenciaga? This substantial block of enlightenment wood was sufficient to comprehend not one, but two laws, Jiang Liunian exclaimed excitedly. And this, he misjudged. The contents of this porcelain vase were nothing more than ordinary broken illusion pills for banishing inner demons. However, the glaze on it was indeed a precious commodity. A rare calming incense that was priceless, seemingly made from ambergris aged 40,000 years. Jiang Liunian's smile widened. He yearned to grasp the porcelain vase and shout in excitement. A rare find. As for this rubbish, a tattered sheepskin scroll inscribed with inferior earth-level techniques was utterly worthless. The glue was useless for adhering wood. It was merely a sticky nuisance. Moreover, these items offered no enhancement to his physique. Perhaps they could be of some use to Qing Shu. But if Qi Shu were to develop a muscular physique, he would have no place to lament. No, he could not give it away. Perhaps he could feed it to the pigs in the back mountains pig pen, as lean meat would be more delectable for making sweet and sour pork. Should these thoughts reach the ears of the one across the river of time and space, he would undoubtedly spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he would not covet such items, they represented the very treasures he once longed for at that age, now carelessly sifted through by this impudent youth. After the passage of time, only a few items remained. The first was the poisonous pill of 1,000 poisons, the second was the balancing life pill crafted from various herbs. The third was the revered Arctic pill made from 81 extreme cold herbs, and the fourth was the infernal pill composed of 81 potent fire toxins. Consuming any one of these pills alone would undoubtedly lead to death, yet taking them together could absorb the maximum energy. The final pill, the fifth, was the restoration pill, capable of channeling all its energy through the yin-yang transformation technique and the innate skill of the life and death arena, thus enhancing its physical strength by altering its past, thereby modifying its own constitution and distorting the timeline. As the Dark Demon God Tiger clan resided within the secret realms of time and space, they could directly access the laws of time. Therefore, the book Heaven's Secrets described how one's future self could alter the past through these laws, enabling the past self to grow stronger and accommodate more spiritual energy, thus creating a positive feedback loop for one's future self. This causal cultivation technique might indeed be applicable to one's own journey. If successful, the physical form of one's childhood could continuously strengthen until it reached its zenith. Determined, Jiang Liunian observed as Qingyu approached the final step of absorbing the water fairy jade bone. He decided to leave her to her own devices, trusting that the remaining tasks posed no significant danger. After all, these were celestial herbs. Consuming one would not lead to Qingyu's demise. Why should he fret unnecessarily? Jiang Liunian gazed at the 5 elixirs before him, a tumult of resolve and trepidation stirring within his heart. He acknowledged the gamble he was undertaking, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. This was not merely a wager of life and death. It was his singular opportunity to transcend his limits and rewrite his destiny. To attain power, one must inevitably endure suffering beyond the capacity of ordinary mortals, and therein lay the chance. Taking a deep breath, he adhered to his predetermined sequence. First grasping the toxic elixir, the Qian Du Su Yuan Dan, which emanated a ghostly green luminescence. As the pill slipped past his lips, an indescribable agony engulfed him. as if countless venomous creatures were ravaging his insides, gnawing at his flesh and soul. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet he clenched his jaw resolutely, suppressing any sound of anguish. He summoned the feeble soul force within him, attempting to guide the venomous energy, only to discover it surged through his body like an insatiable specter, wreaking havoc upon every sinew, as though the poison sought to obliterate each cell within him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Liuyan's mouth. He understood that only through the destruction wrought by this toxin could the next elixir, the Bai Chao Su Ming Wan, nourish his meridians more profoundly, just as he felt his remaining willpower on the brink of being devoured by the venom. Jiang Liuyan collapsed to the ground, disregarding any dust that may have sullied the floor. In an instant, he seized the second elixir, the Bai Chao Su Ming Wan, and hastily consumed it, employing the swiftest method he could conceive. It may have appeared somewhat disheveled, but no one was there to witness his plight. Upon entering his abdomen, the elixir transformed into a soothing stream, fiercely combating the venom coursing through him. The gentle yet potent properties of the Bai Chao Su Ming Wan neutralized the raging toxins one by one, although the process remained agonizing. Jiang Liuyan sensed the flickering flame of his life gradually stabilizing. Next, he perceived his meridian cells gradually reconfiguring, the remnants of vitality that had been nearly extinguished by the toxic elixir beginning to shimmer anew. Without hesitation, he swiftly swallowed the third elixir, the Shaoji Di Dan. This pill brought forth an overwhelming chill, as if he were instantaneously transported to the depths of an eternal ice cavern. His blood felt as though it were on the verge of freezing, every inch of his skin quaking. Yet, through sheer willpower, Jiang Liuyan directed this frost into his dantian, intertwining it with the previous venom and medicinal energies, creating an extraordinarily peculiar state within him. Soon after, the fiery kiss of the Shao Lian Yu Dan followed. In stark contrast to the preceding cold, this elixir unleashed an incinerating heat, as though it sought to reduce him to ashes. Jiang Liuyan's consciousness began to waver, but driven by an indomitable desire for life, he forcibly absorbed this fiery toxin, merging it with the previous energies, culminating in an unprecedented surge of power. Just as he believed he would be torn asunder by these four extreme forces, he retrieved the final elixir, the Su Bin Huan Yuan Dan. Upon ingestion, it transformed into a warm and enigmatic energy, circulating gently within him. It seemed to possess the power to reverse the very fabric of existence. Jiang Liuyan dared not underestimate it. In terms of potency, this elixir far surpassed the combined might of the first four. Yet, it bore no threat to his body, only guiding the surrounding forces to recalibrate his energy. For an ordinary person, it would merely restore them to their most formidable state, suitable for those suffering from hidden injuries or chronic ailments. However, with the immense energies coursing through Jiang Liuyan, consuming the Su Bin Huan Yuan Dan was akin to igniting a fuse that could potentially lead to his own annihilation. With utmost caution, Jiang Liuyan activated the Yin Yang Zhuang Shun Fa, simultaneously awakening the latent talent within him, the life and death arena. In that moment, his body transformed into a colossal battleground, where four extreme forces clashed violently, and he reigned as the master of this conflict. Through profound comprehension of life and death, and the utmost excavation of his potential, he gradually transmuted these energies into his physical strength. Each transformation was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet his resolve grew ever stronger. Pain. Could it truly outweigh the determination to attain formidable power? Jiang Liuyan channels his strength through the arena of life and death, influencing his younger self. His youthful form expands and contracts, undergoing a continuous cycle of growth and compression, gradually honing his physical prowess to its utmost limits. With each passing moment, he loosens his grip on the arena of life and death, empowering every version of himself across various ages to harness their maximum potential. Consequently, every punch Jiang Liuyan delivers embodies the strength of each fragment of his 18-year journey. At last, as he assimilates all this power, transforming it into an intrinsic part of his being, Jiang Liuyan undergoes a profound metamorphosis. His muscles become more resilient, his bones denser, and even his skin emanates a subtle radiance. It is as if he has been reborn, emerging as a completely renewed self. Rising to deliver a punch, he realizes that the mastery of his muscles, cultivated over 18 years, is instinctively engraved within him, requiring no further adaptation. He then turns his attention to his dantian, where four spirals of energy have formed, further expanding to accommodate an even greater reservoir of soul power. And this is merely the beginning. As his comprehension of the intricate laws of cause and effect deepens through the cultivation of the arcane manual, he firmly believes he can continually transcend his limits, propelling his physique to unprecedented heights. Jiang Lianyan was quite pleased with his transformation, contentedly tidying up his belongings, while Qingyu had also swiftly refined the medicinal power, achieving a soul force limit of 9,300 years. Currently, Jiang Lianyan possesses a physical prowess that is unrivaled among his peers, with a soul power longevity of 16,500 years. For a student who has barely graduated from the primary academy of soul beasts in the all-secret realm after merely a decade of soul power, such strength is indeed not particularly remarkable. By the way, Qingyu has a soul power of 9,300, despite being an ordinary person. He is granted special permission by the Intian Chamber of Commerce, allowing him entry into the Advanced Academy of Dark Demon Evil God Tigers. With both their strengths having increased significantly, they are filled with confidence as they prepare for the upcoming freshman martial arts competition. Chapter 20. The Grand Martial Arts Event. Freshman trials on the following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mottled glow upon the martial arts arena of the primary academy of soul beasts in the all-secret realm. The air was thick with a blend of tension and excitement. The freshman martial arts competition, an event that would determine the allocation of resources and honors for the upcoming year, was finally set to commence. Jiang Lianyan and Qingyu stood side by side at the front of the audience, their eyes shimmering with a fervent desire for victory. With the referee's authoritative call, the competition commenced in earnest. On the stage, the newcomers took turns showcasing their talents, each striving to demonstrate their capabilities in hopes of securing a better class and superior resources. They were all eager to leave their names etched on the leaderboard. Yet, none could shake Jiang Lianyan's composed demeanor. Having consumed 5 elixirs, he had transformed them into tangible strength, ready to radiate his unique brilliance on the stage. When it was Jiang Lianyan's turn to compete, he strode confidently to the center of the arena, each step resonating with a sense of stability and power, as if the very platform quivered slightly at his arrival. His opponent was a wind-element hybrid beast, the dark demon evil tiger, renowned for its speed. Jiang Lianyan discerned from the introduction that this creature was a mutated soul beast, a blend of the Gale Wolf and the dark demon evil tiger, mastering 2 distinct wind attributes. In an instant, it darted forward, leaving behind a mere phantom as it lunged towards Jiang Lianyan. However, faced with this tempestuous assault, Jiang Lianyan merely assumed a defensive stance, his body subtly angled to evade the attack effortlessly. With a gentle wave of his right hand, an invisible force descended, akin to a mountain's weight, catching the dark demon evil tiger off guard, causing it to momentarily lose its balance. Yet, its remarkable control over the wind allowed it to stabilize gracefully, avoiding a humiliating fall. As wind disturbance regained its footing and gazed at Jiang Lianyan, it noted that he remained steadfast in his defensive posture, unyielding as a mountain, his muscles resembling the solid foundation of a towering edifice, perfectly harmonized across his well-proportioned physique. A hint of caution flickered in wind disturbance's mind. The previous blow had struck his ribs, and he could still feel a dull ache resonating there. He sensed that Jiang Lianyan had pulled back his punch just before impact, and even so, he knew he could not withstand more than 3 strikes before succumbing to defeat. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Wind Disturbance remarked that while many believed he could vie for a spot among the top 10, he considered that his only aspiration. I believe I can unleash my most formidable technique. Should you withstand it, I shall withdraw voluntarily. With a hearty laugh, Wind Disturbance summoned a pale green vortex in his left hand, spinning it clockwise at an ever-increasing pace, while the dark blue vortex in his right whirled counterclockwise with equal fervor. The 2 spirals, differing in direction yet identical in speed, began to absorb the spiritual energy from the air, expanding in a most peculiar manner. As Wind Disturbance extended his arms, the 2 whirlpools collided, and he laughed triumphantly. You are the first to compel me to use this technique. If you wish to surrender, now is your final opportunity. The audience gasped in astonishment. Wind Disturbance was a seed competitor likely to secure a place in the top 10. His unique dual wind technique was known only from confidential records, never before witnessed in combat. The fact that Jiang Lianyan, an unremarkable dark demon evil tiger who had yet to make a name for himself, could elicit such a signature move was astonishing. I shall not surrender. Bring it on, Jiang Lianyan replied calmly. Wind Disturbance had never fully unleashed this finishing technique, and the potential power was beyond his estimation. Resolute, he pressed his hands together, merging the 2 whirlwinds into a singular force. The eye of the storm collided, generating a potent gust. Using his limited control over the wind elements, wind disturbance directed the swirling vortex toward Jiang Liuyan. However, even in his retreat, he had been slashed by the razor-like wind elements, blood flowing profusely from numerous lacerations. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the cyclone before him, akin to a Category 10 hurricane. And even from half the stage away, he could feel its overwhelming presence. To be capable of forcibly unleashing a soul technique equivalent to one cultivated over 50,000 years, while drawing upon a foundation of merely 11,000 years, was a testament to the respect Jiang Liuyan held for his opponent. Facing the soul technique head-on was the greatest form of reverence he could offer. Jiang Liuyan's entire body was tense, muscles shimmering with a metallic sheen, as if he were a statue of fortitude. His feet were firmly rooted, akin to a gladiator on the arena floor. As the impending hurricane approached, his garments fluttered violently in the gusts, and with each encroaching moment, the scars upon his body multiplied. The tempest tore his clothing to shreds. Yet Jiang Liuyan remained steadfast amidst the turmoil, his formidable physique resisting the winds until he found himself at the eye of the storm. There, he began to rotate against the gale, embodying a colossal top in motion. Eventually, the whirlwind subsided, leaving him standing in the center of the arena, resembling a primordial beast, half-crouched and supported by his own strength, adorned only in tatters. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could he truly withstand the legendary wind disturbance that existed only in whispered tales? Who was this individual? The black market records would need revision. Such a dark horse had yet to make the list. Leaning against the arena's barrier, Feng Rao chuckled. You are formidable, Jiang Liuyan. It is a pleasure to meet you. I feel the same. You are a worthy adversary, Jiang Liuyan replied as he approached Feng Rao, extending his hand in camaraderie. Feng Rao grasped the offered hand without pretense, declaring, I shall surpass you, before descending from the ring. In this battle, Jiang Liuyan emerged victorious. In the subsequent match, he faced an opponent of no renown, whom he effortlessly knocked out of the arena with a single punch. In the following bout, he encountered a contender of modest skill, whom he dispatched with a swift kick. Except for his encounter with Feng Rao, Jiang Liuyan dominated each match with remarkable speed and prowess. One contest after another, he showcased his extraordinary strength, whether in direct confrontations or through exquisite manipulation of soul energy, effortlessly breaking through all barriers and exhibiting unparalleled power. Yet, he consistently held back, refraining from revealing his full potential, as if anticipating something significant. Finally, in the last match before the finals, Jiang Liuyan's long wait bore fruit as he encountered the striking figure of Bairuoli. Bairuoli, having inadvertently wandered into the martial arena during her stroll, was struck by the flying debris. Fortunately, Jiang Liuyan's robust physique and remarkable reflexes spared him from serious harm. He had merely uttered a jest, but Bairuoli, with ears sharper than a rabbit's, heard him and immediately demanded a duel. This incident, which transpired just 2 days prior, remained vividly etched in his memory. Jiang Liuyan silently sighed. What a nemesis, yet he dared not let his guard down. Who could predict whether his opponent would seek vengeance for past grievances? He resolved to maintain his composure amidst the uncertainty. At this moment, the two stood face to face, an indescribable tension enveloping the air around them. Bairuoli, I never anticipated we would meet here, she remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips, though her eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. Indeed, I too wish to ascertain whether I can rectify my previous misstep, Jiang Liuyan replied, his tone steady. Yet the fire of combat burned brightly within his gaze. The imminent clash was palpable. Bairuoli refrained from rushing into attack, instead opting to maneuver gracefully, employing her agile physique and unpredictable soul power. After 2 days of contemplation, she had resolved to deplete Jiang Liuyan's stamina in this manner, for she had studied his fighting style extensively. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is the key to prevailing in countless battles. She recognized that his offensive rhythm was one of brute force overcoming myriad techniques, thus she aimed to exploit the unfamiliar territory. In contrast, Jiang Liuyan chose to remain steadfast. Fully aware of Bairuoli's intentions, he exercised caution while simultaneously seeking the opportune moment for a decisive strike, if a single blow could resolve the conflict. Why allow the chance for a second? As the standoff continued, Bairuoli suddenly sprang into action, launching a meticulously planned assault. However, Jiang Liuyan had already anticipated her move. He stepped forward, 5 spirals of energy swirling within him, unleashing an unprecedented force that manifested as a shadow of his fist. This sheer power shattered Bairuoli's offensive maneuvers and sent her staggering back several paces. What formidable strength! Bairuoli's expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. aware that the true contest was only just beginning. With a swift detonation of her soul power, she created a cloud of dust to obscure Jiang Liuyan's vision. Memorizing his precise location, she held her breath, twisting her slender waist as she advanced with a peculiar grace, closing in on Jiang Liuyan's flank while executing an upward thrust. Jiang Liuyan felt an ominous premonition as he seemed to lose all his senses amidst the swirling dust, becoming utterly lost in the abyss of darkness. The soul power trap set by Ruoli, aptly named the absence of all senses, allowed entry through the respiratory passage. And even minimal contact with the skin would suffice for its effects to take hold. Thus, Ruoli held her breath, engaging in a rather underhanded tactic. Did you see now, after making me wait for so long without coming to the arena, just how formidable I am? Ruoli inscribed a mark within Jiang Liuyan's consciousness, patiently awaiting the moment when his senses would be unsealed, allowing him to directly perceive her transmitted thoughts. In the heart of Jiang Liuyan, an undeniable sense of agitation brewed. For he found himself upon the arena, yet he had inexplicably lost all six senses. If this predicament persisted, defeat was inevitable. Thus, in an instant, Jiang Liuyan summoned a dagger, gripping it firmly in his right hand and plunging it into his left arm. Despite the absence of tactile sensation, the prowess honed in the arena of life and death bestowed upon him an extraordinary mastery over his own body, enabling him to accurately locate his arm. As the blade sank in, blood gushed forth, leaving Ruoli, who sought to teach Jiang Liuyan a lesson, utterly astounded. Jiang Liuyan's conjecture proved accurate. Intense pain indeed triggers the body's self-preservation mechanisms to restore the six senses. Although the toxin Ruoli administered likely persists within his system, it appears to have become largely ineffective. His paramount objective now is to vanquish her. Jiang Liuyan tore a strip of cloth from his rugged attire to bind his arm. After drawing a dagger from his storage pouch, he stood barehanded, raising both hands in a gesture to challenge Ruoli across from him to a duel. Although Jiang Ruoli was momentarily taken aback, she swiftly regained her composure, profoundly shaken by Jiang Liuyan's resoluteness. However, after calming down, her anger fueled a determination to personally vanquish Jiang Liuyan. The ensuing battle intensified, with both combatants exchanging blows and showcasing their respective skills. Jiang Liuyan struck at Ruoli with a series of punches, each delivered in a myriad of peculiar styles. Through the mastery of his physique within the arena of life and death, Jiang was able to push the limits of his body. Just half an inch further might inflict irreversible damage, while retreating by half an inch would render him incapable of reaching Ruoli, leaving him unable to even graze her. Jiang Liuyan, through his unparalleled mastery over his physical form, consistently maintained the upper hand. Ruoli found herself retreating step by step. Astonished that the Jiang Liuyan she had perceived as a mere weakling just days ago had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Her master had even informed her that his physical strength was slightly inferior to her own. Yet, in merely a few days, this young man had achieved a qualitative leap that seemed utterly implausible. Jiang Liuyan executed a series of strikes, hammering, hitting, sweeping, thrusting, pivoting, and gesturing with seamless precision, demonstrating an exquisite command of his abilities. Ruoli's arms throbbed from the impact, leaving her bewildered and unable to formulate a counter-strategy. However, just as Jiang Liuyan prepared to deliver the final blow, Ruoli finally regained her composure. She took a step back and detonated all the soul power traps she had set, instantly engulfing the area in smoke, while she soared into the sky, propelled by the wings at her back. Jiang Liuyan had already discerned the weaknesses of the soul power trap. Holding his breath, he knew that a typical 10,000-year old dark demon evil god tiger soul beast could endure for the duration of 2 incense sticks if it held its breath. Just in time, Jiang Liuyan thought. The hunt begins. Jiang Liuyan's figure flickered like a specter, traversing the entire arena in the blink of an eye. Oddly enough, the platform was devoid of any presence. There were no holes in the ground. Could it be that he was soaring through the skies? Jiang Liuyan pondered with curiosity. Jiang Liuyan tore open the bandage on his wound, squeezed out about half a bowl of blood, and incinerated it, causing the arena to fill with smoke. What was the purpose of this action? Was tearing off the bandage necessary, as if he didn't lose blood quickly enough? How could the common masses comprehend the profound significance behind Jiang Gongzi's exceptional actions? A group of myopic individuals. Jiang Gongzi's actions undoubtedly held deeper meaning. Jiang Liuyan, your strength is undeniable, but I am determined to seize the championship in this competition. Ruoli, hovering in the air, pondered her strategy. Her wings sustained by an independent energy source, enabling her to fly even in exhaustion. Let's see how you fly. She remained oblivious to the faint crimson mist emanating from below, gradually intensifying. Eventually, Bairuoli felt her body succumb to a loss of control, plummeting to the ground. Her limbs rigid. She conceded to Jiang Liuyan, acknowledging her defeat. After all, Jiang Liuyan had recently ingested 4 potent poison pills, leaving residual medicinal effects in his blood. Igniting this blood and allowing it to permeate the arena in vaporous form served as a tactic to subdue his opponent without direct combat. Jiang Liuyan assisted Bairuoli to her feet, administering an antidote. Ultimately, they reconciled. As Jiang Liuyan had not only defeated Bairuoli, but also provided her with the medicinal ingredient she had long sought after, his very own blood. Chapter 21. Secrets. Latent ailments. The following morning, despite the radiant sunshine, a heavy atmosphere pervaded Bairuoli's bedroom. Within the room, Bairuoli's complexion was ashen. Her 5 elemental soul forces severely disrupted due to the previous night's intense fluctuations. In the previous day's new student competition final, Jiang Liuyan's act of releasing and incinerating his blood to vaporize it across the arena, while arguably justifiable as a means to victory, served as a catalyst, igniting a latent ailment within Bairuoli's body. Bairuoli's 5 elements were already in a delicate state of imbalance. Furthermore, prior to the new student competition, she had recklessly augmented her strength within the fiery forest, resulting in an invasion of fire element into her body, leaving a hidden affliction within her heart. With the 5 viscera corresponding to the 5 elements, her heart fire blazed intensely, causing her soul forces to descend into utter disarray. At that moment, she resembled a flickering candle in the wind, her flame of life teetering precariously. Jiang Liuyan sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze filled with remorse and anxiety. He was acutely aware that all of this stemmed from his own actions, had it not been for the competition that demanded his own blood. Bairuoli would never have found herself in such dire circumstances. Had alternative methods been employed, perhaps she would not have descended to this lamentable state. He scoured every ancient medical text he could find, even traversing through the pages of his scant knowledge of the celestial transformation in his mind, desperately seeking a remedy. Yet, he was met with futility, for not every tome could correspond to this peculiar ailment. Faced with the intertwining symptoms of rampant heart fire and chaotic soul energy, he felt powerless, merely watching as Bairuoli's life force gradually waned and her vitality diminished day by day. It was not without reason that the robust figure beside Bairuoli's bed patted Jiang Liuyan, whose pallid complexion betrayed his exhaustion. At merely 18 years of age, Jiang Liuyan was overwhelmed by guilt in the face of such calamity. Today marked the 3rd consecutive day he had kept vigil at her bedside, and still, he was at a loss, sitting there in utter helplessness. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, news arrived from the academy. The council had summoned Jiang Liuyan personally, intending to bestow upon him the title of champion of the new student competition, along with a reward. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Liuyan felt an even deeper sense of frustration and self-reproach. What use was it for me to secure first place in this grand competition? The burly man sighed and said, "You should go. I will guard this place. Perhaps this is simply fate. Do not worry, there will be a solution." The robust figure hesitated, yet ultimately offered a comforting word. Jiang Liuyan nodded slightly, casting a grateful glance at the burly man before turning to depart. His steps appeared somewhat heavy, as if he bore the weight of the entire world upon his shoulders. Jiang Liuyan, disoriented and disheveled, stepped into the committee room, only to find a solitary maid awaiting him. The maid addressed him. "You must be Jiang Liuyan, correct? Please follow me. The meeting is not held here." Jiang Liuyan nodded and followed the maid as she led him onward, ultimately arriving at a spatial rift. The maid turned to Jiang Liuyan and said, "Once you traverse this rift, you shall discover who wishes to meet you. I am unable to accompany you further along this path." Jiang Liuyan nodded slightly, taking a deep breath as if to embrace a resolute determination, and abruptly stepped into the rift of space before him. Upon entering, he found himself in a profound corridor that seemed to stretch infinitely. As he ventured deeper, he ultimately arrived at a heavy black iron door, intricately carved with a lifelike depiction of a malevolent tiger deity, its fangs bared and eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, as if poised to leap forth and devour any creature daring to trespass upon its domain. The doorknob, crafted from pure silver, bore exquisite engravings that hinted at its extraordinary quality. Gently pushing open the heavy door revealed the entire expanse of the principal's office. The room was spacious and bright, yet exuded a warmth that starkly contrasted with the chilling exterior of the tower. The ceiling soared high above, adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier that cast a soft and inviting glow throughout the room. The walls were lined with an array of certificates, trophies, and precious ancient scrolls, chronicling the illustrious history and remarkable achievements of the Dark Demon Tiger Academy. At the heart of the room stood the principal's desk, hewn from a colossal piece of obsidian. Its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting a cold brilliance. The desk was cluttered with various documents, books, and an exquisite map, attesting to the principal's busy professional and personal life. Behind the desk loomed a high-backed chair, its back intricately carved with the totem of the malevolent tiger, while the seat was draped in soft black velvet, striking a balance between solemnity and comfort. In one corner of the room stood a grand bookshelf, brimming with an eclectic collection of volumes ranging from ancient magical tomes to the latest scholarly research, catering to every intellectual pursuit. Adjacent to the bookshelf was a reading table accompanied by 2 chairs, clearly intended for quiet contemplation and study. The entire principal's office was imbued with an ineffable atmosphere, a blend of profound knowledge and vastness coupled with the gravitas and dignity of authority. Suddenly, from behind the bookshelf emerged a middle-aged gentleman. Jiang Liuanian recognized him from a few days prior during a visit to the school history museum. This man was the current principal of the Dark Demon Tiger Academy. The gentleman bore a smile, yet his eyes concealed a depth of meaning. "Allow me to introduce myself," he began. "My surname is Gu, and my given name is Gu Ling. I am the principal of this esteemed Dark Demon Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jiang Liuanian." Jiang Liuanian was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with utmost respect. "Greetings, Principal Gu Ling." The principal glanced at Jiang Liuanian and gestured for him to take a seat at the desk, before settling into his own chair to commence the discussion. "Jiang Liuanian, I have heard of your affair with Bairuoli. Are you aware that your fleeting actions have stirred a tempest of consequences?" The dean spoke slowly, a note of gravity lacing his tone. "Principal, the student acknowledges his mistake and is prepared to bear all repercussions." Jiang Liuanian bowed deeply, sensing the weight of the situation. He had anticipated the ramifications of injuring Bairuoli and felt a pang of regret as he observed her diminishing life force over the past few days. "The fault does not lie with you, yet the responsibility is yours to shoulder." The dean waved his hand dismissively before shifting the subject. "Let us first discuss Bairuoli. Her grandfather and I share a history of grievances, but those are matters of the past that should not burden the younger generation. Even her master, Cui Ru, known as the formidable 9-strength demon monk, may appear brawny yet simple-minded. However, his physique has been fortified by Buddhist teachings and he recites scriptures daily. The Cui family, formerly a subordinate clan of the Bai family, now holds significant power and is deeply concerned about this affair. I understand your anxiety, and I possess a method to save Bairuoli, but you must undertake the journey personally." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Liuanian's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Now that a viable remedy had been revealed, how could he not grasp this final lifeline to save Bairuoli? He urgently inquired, "Please, esteemed Dean, clarify the details. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." Deep within the icy expanse of the 9 heavens, there exists a Tang San snow lotus, renowned for its frigid essence. While consuming it alone could invite the chilling poison into one's body, gradually undermining bodily functions, it possesses remarkable efficacy against fiery toxins and other afflictions, particularly in healing Bairuoli's injuries. However, the journey is perilous and fraught with danger. You must proceed with utmost caution, the dean admonished earnestly. He continued, "Once your mission is accomplished, I shall arrange for the Grand Elder to take you as a disciple. We have never met, and I am not personally acquainted with you. This is merely my obligation to the Bai family. Despite my past grievances with old Master Bai, Bairuoli is undeniably a member of our Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. I cannot stand idly by while she suffers. Were I to intervene directly, the Bai family would not show gratitude, and they would not permit me to lay a hand on her. However, I have reviewed your records and noted your exceptional potential, your mastery of all 5 elements, and the latent ability to resonate with spatial crystal stones. The path to saving Bairuoli represents an opportunity for camaraderie between us. You are the most suitable candidate to break this impasse. Should you procure the Tang San Snow Lotus, both the Bai family and the Cui family, along with the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, will become formidable allies on your journey of cultivation." Jiang Liuanian was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that the principal harbored such secrets with the Bai family. This revelation prompted him to reassess and untangle the intricacies of their relationship once more. As Jiang Liuanian savored the moment, an overwhelming sense of gratitude filled his heart. He vowed with unwavering determination to retrieve the Snow Lotus from Tang San and rescue Bairuoli from her perilous plight. The principal smiled gently and subsequently assigned Jiang Liuyan a B-level solo mission, instructing him to investigate the geological and meteorological changes in the icy expanse of the Nine Heavens. He mentioned that the journey had already been meticulously planned, and all Jiang needed to do was to set up signal-collecting soul guides along the towering mountains en route. Once accomplished, his task would be deemed complete. Furthermore, the Snow Lotus was said to reside atop one of these great peaks. This B-level mission served merely as a guise. The true objective was marked on the map. As he approached the Snow Lotus, his collecting device would detect the elemental responses it emitted, thereby enhancing his chances of successfully harvesting the precious flower. Jiang Liuyan expressed his profound gratitude before swiftly exiting the principal's office, embarking on a procurement mission towards the icy expanse of the Nine Heavens. In a concealed corner, the principal snapped his fingers, and a clandestine rift in space latched onto a strand of Jiang Liuyan's hair from 100 miles away. Days later, under the guise of an external assignment, Jiang Liuyan set forth alone on his journey to the frigid plains of the Nine Heavens. Jiang Liuyan exchanged a few words with Qingyu before preparing to venture to the Nine Heavens ice field. Despite his repeated warnings about the perils of the journey, he ultimately acquiesced to Qingyu's persistent persuasion. In Jiang Liuyan's heart burned an unprecedented resolve and courage. He understood that this journey not only pertained to the life and death of Bairuoli, but also marked a pivotal turning point in his own destiny. After bidding farewell to the principal, filled with gratitude and a sense of responsibility, he embarked on a solitary voyage to the frozen plains of the Nine Heavens. Jiang Liuyan meticulously prepared, selecting the most suitable gear from his peers for the frigid environment, specially crafted thermal attire capable of withstanding sub-zero temperatures. A pair of ice claw boots with an integrated heating system to ensure steady footing on the slick ice, and those compact yet intricate signal-collecting soul devices, which would prove crucial for the successful completion of his mission. As dawn broke, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu embarked on their journey. The path was long and fraught with uncertainty. Yet his heart harbored but one thought: to rescue Bairuoli. Traversing the vast, snowy plains, with the biting cold winds lacerating like daggers, Jiang Liuyan's resolve remained unwavering. Drawing upon the knowledge imparted by the academy, he and Qingyu adeptly navigated perilous ice fissures and tempestuous snowstorms, each decision reflecting his extraordinary wisdom and courage. Along the way, Jiang Liuyan encountered unprecedented challenges. A sudden blizzard nearly engulfed him, yet through sheer tenacity and exceptional survival skills, he discovered a sheltered cave where he could temporarily take refuge. Within the cave, he utilized his provisions and a heating stone to ward off the chill, while also inspecting and repairing his damaged equipment, preparing himself for the arduous journey ahead. After several days of grueling travel, Jiang Liuyan finally reached the depths of the Nine Heavens ice field. It was a world draped in silver, where ice crystals sparkled dazzlingly under the sun, breathtakingly beautiful, yet concealing hidden dangers. Following the map and guidance provided by the principal, he advanced step by step towards the high mountain that concealed the legendary Tang San Snow Lotus. As he ascended, the thinning air necessitated a slowing of his pace, requiring utmost caution in his climb. Each step demanded immense patience and strength, yet he remained steadfast, never wavering. At last, atop a snow-covered cliff, he beheld the fabled Tang San Snow Lotus. The lotus was translucent, its petals adorned with a delicate frost, resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece of nature. Jiang Liuyan inhaled deeply and cautiously approached, gingerly using a specially designed ice pick to clear the surrounding ice and snow, terrified that even the slightest misstep could jeopardize this precious entity. As the Snow Lotus gradually revealed itself, a powerful elemental fluctuation began to manifest on the signal-collecting soul device in his hand, affirming the principal's prophecy. Ultimately, after countless heart-pounding moments and beads of sweat, Jiang Liuyan successfully harvested the Tang San Snow Lotus. He carefully placed it into a specially designed insulated box, as if cradling the flame of his own life. As he gazed back at the frozen expanse, an indescribable sense of emotion and pride surged within him. He understood that he had not only accomplished a formidable task, but had also saved a life and laid a solid foundation for his own path of cultivation. With the Tang San Snow Lotus in hand, Jiang Liuyan began his journey homeward. His heart brimmed with hope and anticipation, for he knew that with this lotus, Bairuoli's life would be safeguarded. Yet, as Jiang Liuyan gingerly returned with the crystalline, cold-emitting flower, Bairuoli's life force was nearly extinguished. Even with the Bai family's use of the Nine Turns Resurrection Pill, a renowned elixir capable of reviving the dead, Bairuoli had merely been sustained by a thread, and there was little expectation surrounding the lotus. However, just as despair loomed, The chilling power of the Tang San snow lotus began to flow gently into Bairuoli's body, miraculously stabilizing her chaotic soul energy and extinguishing the raging heart fire. As time passed, her complexion gradually regained its color, and her life force began to flow back. Ultimately, under Jiang Liuyan's watchful protection, Bairuoli awakened, her eyes shimmering with the light of survival. The Bai family, overwhelmed with gratitude, pledged a personal commitment to Jiang Liuyan, promising unwavering support whenever he called upon them. Even Ru, the towering and formidable monk, rarely displayed a smile and committed Jiang Liuyan, expressing his willingness to impart more profound wisdom to him. The Tang San snow lotus, which Bairuoli could not consume, was traded by the head of the Gu family, who had suffered hidden injuries in his youth and required the lotus and 48 other medicinal ingredients to heal. After searching for over 50 years, he had never found the Tang San snow lotus, and today's discovery promised him a renewed life. Thus, the Gu family also vowed a singular commitment to Jiang Liuyan. In the aftermath of these events, Jiang Liuyan not only garnered the friendship of the Bai and Gu families, but also soared to prominence within the academy, becoming the center of attention. The bond he forged with Bairuoli and Qingyu was akin to that of sworn brothers. Chapter 22. The Ordinary Campus Life, Worthy of Remembrance. Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bairuoli appear to be inextricably linked by the red thread of fate, having collectively endured the trials of life and death. The tacit understanding and camaraderie between them resemble a fine vintage, growing more fragrant with the passage of time. The first rays of morning sunlight pierce through the clouds, cascading onto the ancient bluestone slabs of the academy, adorning the new day with a golden veneer. Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bairuoli walk side by side along the path to their classroom, their stride steady and resolute, their eyes shimmering with boundless aspirations for the future. One is Bairuoli, recently rescued from the brink of death. Another is Jiang Liuyan, who played a pivotal role in the search for the snow lotus. And the third is the fortuitous Qingyu, who serendipitously discovered the Tang San snow lotus within a cave. As the morning sunlight filters through the window panes, it bathes every corner of the classroom, enveloping the air in a subtle fragrance of books. At the podium, an elderly man with hair as white as snow slowly unfurls a scroll, commencing his narrative on the illustrious history of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Dear students, today we shall delve into the origins and splendor of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Our ancestors were among the most formidable magical beasts of ancient times. Endowed with the ability to manipulate dark elements and wield the powers of the evil gods, his voice, steady and resonant, transports the students into a fantastical realm. As Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bairuoli listened intently, their eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly when the tale recounted how the dark demon evil god tiger clan steadfastly endured through numerous calamities, ultimately emerging as an indomitable force on the continent. They envisioned their ancestors valiantly battling on the battlefield, a profound sense of glory and awakening within them. The narrative then shifted to how the entire clan persevered during the epic of great cataclysms. After class, the trio gathered in a circle, deliberating on the knowledge they had acquired. It was astonishing to learn of the formidable strength of their ancestors. I truly hope that one day, I too can contribute my strength to protect my family and the academy, Qingyu expressed, brimming with aspiration. Bairuoli nodded with a smile. Indeed. And I have also heard that the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger clan harbors boundless potential. With diligent cultivation, we can surely unleash our unique powers. Jiang Liuyan had perused the tome The Transformation of Heaven and Earth, which vividly portrays a realm steeped in history, allowing one to deeply appreciate the boundless power contained within. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I believe that studying history is not merely an act of commemorating the past. Rather, it serves as a wellspring of wisdom, guiding us along the path to our future. We must carry forward the glory of our ancestors while simultaneously crafting our own illustrious legacy. This insightful observation was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of their instructor behind the trio, startling them. History ought not to reside solely within the pages of books. A mere 30,000 years of history is but a fleeting moment. For the majority of the dark demon evil gods, it constitutes merely a period of seclusion. The cultivation of soul beasts is arduous. Hence, history should dwell within our hearts. History acts as a mirror, reflecting the rise and fall of a community and the trajectory of civilizational evolution. By delving into history, we can extract valuable lessons, steering clear of past mistakes. Whether in governance, cultural inheritance, or personal growth, history offers invaluable references and insights. It is not merely a collection of events, but a manifestation of human nature. Within the vast river of history, we witness the brilliance and darkness of humanity, courage and cowardice, wisdom and folly. Through the analysis of historical figures and events, we gain a deeper understanding of the complexity and diversity of human nature, prompting reflection upon ourselves and fostering self-cultivation. The elder concluded, "This is my understanding. I hope it proves beneficial to you." As the course progressed, the students embarked on their studies of the elemental combinations of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan. This intricate and sophisticated discipline demands mastery over the artful fusion of various elements, including dark elements, alongside precise control of these forces. After all, for soul beasts, the precise manipulation of elements reflects their inherent strength, while physical prowess remains a crucial aspect of evaluation. Not everyone possesses the innate gift of divine strength. Thus, mastering elements with precision to forge formidable offensive and defensive capabilities tailored to one's physique is of paramount importance. In the classroom, the instructor utilized advanced soul-guiding devices to simulate various elemental environments, allowing students to personally experience the mysteries of elemental combinations. In the heart of the simulation arena, Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bairuoli stood, fully immersed in the elemental fluctuations surrounding them. Qingyu, your affinity for water and dark elements can be harnessed to create a water shadow domain, capable of both ensnaring and bewildering adversaries. The mentor offered guidance. Having witnessed Qingyu's elemental prowess surpass that of ordinary soul beasts following the unique dual-phase elemental awakening from the Tian Chamber of Commerce, Qingyu's affinity for water elements was so profound that it subtly eclipsed even that of the water element instructors. It was only now that Jiang Liuyan learned of the Kunpeng bloodline coursing through Qingyu's veins, albeit diluted over generations, leaving only the capacity to wield water and dark elements. With eyes closed in concentration, Qingyu gracefully waved her hands, sending ripples through the air that coalesced into an abyssal domain, enveloping the simulated enemy. This realm, composed of water elements and shrouded in dark energy, formed reflective surfaces that mirrored the dummies with a deeper hue, suggesting a strength comparable to the simulacra due to the dark element's enhancement. After diligent training, the mentor assessed that Qingyu could potentially manifest up to 64 facets, each creating a replica to simultaneously entrap foes. Elated, Qingyu flashed a victory sign at Jiang Liuyan. Having endured the oppressive atmosphere of the Tian Chamber for too long, her spirit blossomed into the cheerful and somewhat playful essence of a true fish after spending days with Jiang Liuyan. Bairuoli, your physical strength can be harmonized with the elements within you, allowing you to cultivate a path where elements nourish the body. This avenue has been traversed by countless gifted predecessors, including a legendary warrior who mastered all 5 elements, infusing each cell and drop of blood with elemental energy. This path is particularly suited for you. Even though you have awakened 4 elements, the heart fire and Tian Shan snow lotus still reside within you, allowing you to absorb their energies. Additionally, you must enhance your internal organs and bloodline with rare treasures to ensure your skeletal structure can support your burgeoning muscles. Otherwise, they may become mere flat. Taking a deep breath, Bairuoli bowed deeply to her mentor, recalling her grandfather's teachings, albeit less comprehensive. She marveled at the advanced philosophies of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy. When it was Jiang Liuyan's turn, the mentor's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Jiang Liuyan, you have awakened all 5 elements and possess a unique insight into spatial elements. You should endeavor to merge spatial power with dark elements and the evil god's might to create a spatial dark evil trap, ensnaring your enemies silently within your grasp. You can even fuse the 5 elements to create explosive combinations. The sheer variety of elemental types at your disposal allows for myriad combinations, each forming lethal techniques dictated solely by your imagination. The 5 pathways of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, represent 5 stairways to strength, ultimately guiding you to become a formidable force, potentially surpassing the majority of newcomers and establishing yourself as a cornerstone of the future Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. As Jiang Lion closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, he suddenly opened them, and a magnificent force of spatial energy surged forth from within him, intertwining with the dark elements and the power of the malevolent deity, forming an ethereal, yet perilous vortex of space. The mentor, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but nod in approval. Excellent. You have begun to grasp the essence of elemental combination. Remember, true strength does not lie in the number of elements one possesses, but in the ability to blend these elements harmoniously to unleash their utmost potential. Even if you wield numerous elements, You must commence your journey by mastering the intricacies of each type. Only by attaining proficiency in every nuance of an element can you achieve flawless control over it, thus avoiding the pitfalls of defeat due to insufficient mastery in battle. Jiang Liuyan deeply bowed to his mentor, expressing his sincere commitment to commence his studies from the fundamentals. He understood that a solid foundation was imperative for achieving greater accomplishments. The mentor smiled, patting Jiang Liuyan on the shoulder, acknowledging his potential. "You flatter me." "Thank you, teacher," Jiang Liuyan responded humbly. Beyond theoretical knowledge. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy emphasized physical training and practical combat skills. The weekly specialized physical education classes were eagerly anticipated yet arduous for the students. On the playground, students were divided into several groups to engage in various high-intensity training exercises. Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Ruoli, as members of the same group, grew increasingly attuned to one another's movements. Today's training focused on shadow tracking and evil god assault. The physical education instructor, positioned on a platform, announced the training activities with enthusiasm. Shadow tracking tested the student's speed, agility, and stealth capabilities. Utilizing his faint perception of spatial elements, Jiang Liuyan could detect movements within a 20-meter radius, establishing himself as an adept tracker within the group. Meanwhile, Qingyu, with his exceptional command over water elements, created mists and water veils to obscure their movements, making it difficult for opponents to discern their location. Evil God Assault was a practical exercise where students simulated a battlefield environment to engage in offensive and defensive confrontations. Bai Ruoli's formidable physical prowess was on full display as she executed lightning-fast movements combined with devastating strikes, leaving opponents defenseless. Jiang Liuyan, in critical moments, employed spatial dark traps to deliver decisive blows to adversaries. After the training concluded, the trio sat on the grass, panting yet sharing smiles. Though physically exhausted, their hearts brimmed with a sense of accomplishment and joy. They recognized that every drop of sweat and effort was dedicated to better protecting those around them and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of their continent. Following the physical education class, the Academy offered unique games exclusive to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy. 1. Shadow Traversal Race. In a specially designed maze or complex terrain, multiple checkpoints and obstacles were established. Students must utilize dark elemental abilities, such as invisibility and teleportation, to navigate undetected and reach all checkpoints as quickly as possible, testing both their speed and control over dark elements. 2. Evil God Power Combat. Students were divided into two teams to engage in combat on a simulated battlefield. Each team utilized evil god powers, such as cursed flames and hexes, to attack opponents while employing defensive skills for protection, fostering their abilities in using evil god powers, teamwork, and quick adaptability. 3. Elemental Fusion Obstacle Course. A series of obstacles requiring elemental fusion skills to overcome were set up. For instance, students might need to combine water and wind elements to create a water vortex to disperse fog or merge earth and fire elements to forge a molten pathway across a chasm. This project encouraged students to explore the limitless possibilities of elemental fusion and enhance their practical application skills. 4. Spatial Maze Exploration. Utilizing Jiang Liuyan's unique perception of spatial elements, a labyrinthine maze filled with unpredictable transformations was designed. Students needed to find an exit while collecting treasures or task items scattered throughout the maze. This project tested their spatial awareness and navigation skills, igniting their sense of exploration and adventure. 5. Comprehensive Physical and Elemental Manipulation Test. Combining traditional physical training with elemental manipulation skills, a series of comprehensive testing projects were designed. For example, students had to carry heavy weights while traversing an obstacle course laden with firewalls and ice spikes within a time limit, simultaneously using elemental abilities to clear obstacles or shield themselves. This aimed to enhance their physical strength, willpower, and elemental manipulation capabilities. 6. Team Tactical Drills. Simulating real combat scenarios. Students organized team tactical exercises. By mimicking various enemy situations and battlefield environments, they learned to utilize elemental abilities, devise strategies, allocate tasks, and collaborate effectively. This project bolstered their team's spirit and strategic thinking skills. These games comprehensively enhanced students' physical fitness, elemental manipulation abilities, and tactical acumen, laying a solid foundation for their future growth and development. Through the daily cycles of study and training, both Jiang Liuyan and his companions, Qingyu and Bai Ruoli, experienced significant improvements in their physical capabilities while their bond deepened. They shared countless days and nights of struggle and challenges, as well as laughter and tears. Their friendship shone like brilliant stars, eternally illuminating their path forward. Chapter 23. The Dance of the Reverse Scale. From the moment Jiang Liuyan stepped into the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, the wheels of fate began to turn stealthily, drawing him into a tumultuous struggle. If the adage "a tall tree attracts the wind" epitomizes the journey of every prodigy, then Jiang Liuyan, whose exceptional talents had yet to be unveiled, held the metaphorical golden spoon of destiny. The academy, outwardly resplendent, concealed a tumultuous undercurrent. Its internal factions were intricate and complex, with numerous cliques vying for dominance, each yearning to seize the supreme resources and power. Within every institution, interwoven gang rivalries thrived. And at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Academy, one of the pinnacle sanctuaries within the secret realms, despite its seemingly glamorous facade, it housed an array of gifted individuals. Imperious scions from prestigious families, and even those with affiliations to the academy or military, leaving many in awe. As time progressed, in Jiang Liuyan's 6th month at the academy, Jiang Liuyan, endowed with a prodigious talent, swiftly ascended to prominence within the academy, becoming the focal point of attention. However, such brilliance inevitably attracted envy and hostility. Prior to this, two major factions within the academy, the Shadow Moon Pavilion and the Radiant Sun Alliance, sought to recruit fresh blood and welcomed him into their ranks. Yet, Jiang Liuyan, disinterested in entering the fray, remained grounded in his humble origins from a small town in the Western District. His disposition was one of tranquility. He harbored no desire for conflict, merely wishing to comply with the Academy's arrangements after graduating from the Dark Demon God Tiger Academy and to find a serene place to lead a simple life. As for his talent, he contemplated that an exceptional gift could potentially become a burden in the future. Presently, however, this talent resided within him, compelling him to accept the status quo. Upon realizing that Jiang Liuyan would not align himself with either faction, both groups relinquished their attempts at persuasion. Yet, through unknown channels, word spread that this unassuming youth, Jiang Liuyan, who seemed poised to become the top newcomer, had simultaneously mastered 5 elemental forces and exhibited subtle signs of resonance with the time crystal. This revelation rekindled the interest of both factions, prompting them to reassign agents to court him, much to his dismay. The Shadow Moon Pavilion, skilled in assassination and stealth, comprised members who predominantly operated under the cover of night. Conversely, the Radiant Sun Alliance was renowned for its overt displays of martial prowess, with its leader recognized as one of the Academy's formidable figures. The covert rivalry between these two factions was an open secret within the Academy, and the emergence of a once-in-a-century, if not millennium, genius like Jiang Liuyan intensified their competition for a single member. Yin Jian, the second-in-command of the Shadow Moon Pavilion and the eldest son of the Yin family's 3rd branch, hailed from a lineage of salt merchants dating back 3,000 years. His family's extensive experience over millennia allowed him to navigate his life with ease. However, it was a grave misstep for Yin Jian to orchestrate an infiltration of the Radiant Sun Alliance, deploying peripheral agents to harass Jiang Liuyan, along with his companions, Qingyu and Bai Ruoli, under the guise of the Radiant Sun Alliance. Yet, who was Jiang Liuyan? Although he shunned conflict, it was evident to any discerning observer that this harassment was directed at him, as Qingyu was not one to engage with many, and Bai Ruoli needed no introduction. Her master, the Nine Forces Demon Monk, serving as an even better shield. After Jiang Liuyan successfully awakened his first-tier control over the dark element upon refining energy within his body, he finally took action. Remarkably, this occurred just on the 7th day since his companions had been disturbed. Within this span, he had successfully awakened an elemental power, an unprecedented feat that could be deemed unparalleled in history. Jiang Liuyan, enveloped in dark elements, unleashed a newly awakened tracking technique. After several days of pursuit, the two individuals who had been causing disturbances finally revealed their true colors. As for why he did not simply confront them and cast them aside, it is because the Radiant Sun Alliance prides itself on integrity, making it implausible for them to employ such underhanded tactics. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the Radiant Sun Alliance might be leveraging reverse psychology, betting on the notion that others would not suspect them of such deceit. Jiang Liuyan, not one to miss an opportunity nor a ruthless adversary, chose instead to remain vigilant, intent on uncovering whether these individuals were indeed affiliated with the Radiant Sun Alliance. Thus, he continued his surveillance for several days. Jiang Liuyan, the head of the department, acquired a set of lie detection equipment, which he carried at all times. However, this equipment could not be employed directly. If the subject of the lie detection was on guard, it would compromise the final assessment. This was also the second reason Jiang Liunian refrained from employing coercive methods to apprehend the two students. "Hey, brother, do you think we might be akin to undercover agents or spies?" inquired Student A. "Sure," replied another member of the Qiang Alliance, Student B. After surveying the surroundings and covering Student A's mouth, once assured that there was no one nearby, he whispered, "We must possess the resolve of an undercover operative. Be wary. For walls have ears. Who are we disturbing today? Perhaps that girl, Qingyu. After some observation, I've noted her route is rather predictable. She rarely ventures out," said Student A. The eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Ruoli, is indeed formidable. Her mentor is quite intimidating, and her own prowess is not to be underestimated. One blow from her, and my wound is yet to heal. Do you truly believe this endeavor is worthwhile? I can't shake the feeling that one day we might be branded as deviants. Let it be, Student B replied. We work for those above us. As long as there is compensation, that suffices. What does it matter? We are merely talented individuals from a small village. If we can earn some money, it is already an achievement. Others desire to pursue such opportunities but lack the chance. If we simply play our roles, display a bit of rogue charm, and incite Jiang Liunian's disdain for the Qiang Alliance, our mission will be accomplished. If we perform well, there may even be additional rewards. Salt's second-in-command has already made promises. And let us not entertain any fanciful thoughts. We are too deep into this to turn back. Perhaps this is the lament of the insignificant, Student B remarked, patting Student A on the back. All right, brother, I shall heed your words, Student A affirmed, expressing his loyalty. After the two departed, Jiang Liunian leapt down from the tree, landing softly on the ground. There was no one around, nor any indication to raise his suspicions. With a stealth technique, he remained undetected by anyone of his rank, and the lie detector on him remained silent. This led Jiang Liunian to believe that the two might indeed be correct. So, it is thus, he thought, the Shadow Moon Pavilion. I shall remember this. His teeth clenched in frustration, he followed closely behind the two. Upon encountering Qingyu, the two began their clumsy flirtation. Ah, a beautiful lady all alone. Have you considered joining the Qiang Alliance? I am one of its leaders. I can protect you, one of them said, reaching out towards Qingyu. Jiang Liunian swiftly positioned himself in front of the troublesome Qingyu, obstructing the members of the Qiang Alliance. The mudman still bristled with residual anger, Jiang Liunian, despite understanding the circumstances behind the two students before him, found it exceedingly difficult to accept their presence and felt a deep loathing. With a stern reprimand, Jiang Liunian commanded them to leave. The two, however, were unfazed, for their mission was to tarnish the reputation of the Qiang Alliance, regardless of the outcome. They were assured by Yan Er, the second-in-command of the Ingwei Pavilion, of medical compensation and a reward if this task succeeded. They would secure financial stability for the remainder of their lives. Qiang Alliance Student A sneered. So you are the illustrious Jiang Liunian? Humph, merely an inexperienced novice. He continued. This matter does not concern you. I am a purple-level disciple of the Qiang Alliance. If you are wise, step aside and do not hinder me from conducting my affairs. Qiang Alliance Student B brandished his student token, looking down upon Jiang with an air of superiority. In the brightness of broad daylight, amidst the clarity of the heavens. How absurd your conduct appears. If you believe me to be an easy target for your bullying, you are gravely mistaken. As Jiang Liunian stepped forward, he had already positioned himself beside them before they could react, whispering about the despicable undercover agents of the Shadow Moon Pavilion. If such underhanded tactics could deceive me, that would indeed be an audacious fantasy. The two were equally astonished. The two students were unaware of where the flaw lay but suppressed their shock. Feigning nonchalance as they remarked, the Blazing Sun Alliance is present. Why discuss the Shadow Moon Alliance? Jiang Liunian's gaze turned cold as he retorted. Are you unaware of the animosity that exists between the Blazing Sun Alliance and the Shadow Moon Alliance? You must weigh your options. Should I hand you over to the enforcement hall of the Blazing Sun Alliance or to that of the Academy? After all, disturbing students is a serious matter. Do you truly believe you can avoid a severe punishment? Just as Student A contemplated confronting Jiang Liunian, ready to strike first, he reconsidered. If members of the society resorted to bullying others, Jiang Liunian's aspirations to join the organization would surely be dashed. However, Student B, with a clearer perspective, sensed that Jiang Liunian's boldness and standing before Qingyu indicated a certain confidence. Utilizing the observational technique he had inadvertently acquired, he carefully probed Jiang Liunian's soul power fluctuations. To his shock, upon sensing it, Student B's face paled, and he quickly restrained Student A, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. What astonished Student B was that even in just 7 days, Jiang Liunian's cultivation seemed to be catching up to theirs. while the two of them might have a substantial chance of overpowering Jiang Liuyan together. The prospect of someone bridging the gap in just a week raised concerns about what hidden strengths Jiang Liuyan might possess. Realizing he was outmatched, Student B uttered a harsh ultimatum and forcefully withdrew with Student A. He vowed never to antagonize Jiang Liuyan again, if such growth could occur in only 7 days. Retribution for past humiliations would leave him with no place to hide. In the aftermath, Student B and Student A processed their leave of absence. And perhaps due to their nature, Student B later became an opportunistic investigator. Even from 1,000 miles away from the central hub, he remained anxious, fearing the day Jiang Liuyan might remember past grievances and bury him. Before long, an unexpected gang conflict shattered the tranquility of the academy. The Shadow Moon Pavilion launched a nighttime ambush on the Blazing Sun Alliance. Such incidents had occurred countless times over the decades, often resulting in minor skirmishes. However, this time, the Shadow Moon Pavilion was serious, deploying their elite forces to assassinate the higher-ups of the Blazing Sun Alliance. According to the rules of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Academy, if one was outmatched and killed while attempting to steal treasures, the consequences would be borne solely by the deceased. This rule, though often criticized, had ensured that the Academy's elite standards surpassed those of all other institutions within the territory, thus establishing a system of elimination for the weakest. Due to the previous incident involving Qingyu, Jiang Liuyan had proactively declined the invitation to join the Shadow Moon Pavilion, though he subtly refused the invitation from the Blazing Sun Alliance as well. The Shadow Moon Alliance, perceiving his outright rejection of their invitation and the nuanced refusal of the Blazing Sun Alliance as unjust, mistakenly categorized Jiang Liuyan as an ally of the latter during the ensuing chaos, inadvertently dragging him into the fray. He even found himself on the notorious black kill list of the Shadow Moon Alliance, indicating their significant concern for him. Throughout the battle, Jiang Liuyan showcased his exceptional martial skills, fending off wave after wave of assaults. Yet, the Shadow Moon Alliance's assassination techniques proved overwhelmingly sophisticated. Despite his repeated escapes from peril, he was ultimately outnumbered, sustaining severe injuries from simultaneous strikes to his shoulder and thigh, leaving him on the brink of losing his combat capability. As Jiang Liuyan spat a mouthful of blood, at the brink of life and death, Bai Ruoli selflessly positioned herself before him, enduring a fatal blow with her frail body and collapsing to the ground in an instant. This scene profoundly shook every onlooker present. Cradling the unconscious Bai Ruoli, Jiang Liuyan's mind went blank as he tore away the remnants of his already tattered clothing, using it to staunch the gaping wound at her abdomen. No. Despite his own grievous injuries, Jiang Liuyan held the unconscious Bai Ruoli and let out a heart-wrenching wail towards the heavens amidst the chaos of the crowd, oblivious to his own wounds. The spectators, upon realizing that the figure seated in the corner of the battlefield was Jiang Liuyan, understood that the members of the Shadow Moon Pavilion sought to severely injure him. While the temperamental individuals of the Radiant Sun Alliance were equally reluctant to allow any innocent bystanders to become embroiled in this gang conflict, Jiang Liuyan gently laid down Bai Ruoli, utilizing his innate soul power to sustain her breath with his own essence, despite his own grievous wounds, which could easily render him unconscious. Jiang Liuyan summoned his formidable willpower to rise to his feet. He surveyed his surroundings, casting his gaze upon the onlookers, while the lurking assassins concealed in the shadows were struck dumb by the intensity of his stare. At that moment, Jiang Liuyan beheld the fallen Bai Ruoli, and a chilling laughter erupted from him, echoing hauntingly across the battlefield. Jiang Liuyan actively unraveled the restrictions left within his body by the book Tianji Bian. The primordial force coursing through his veins surged and roared, pumping relentlessly into his battered frame with each heartbeat. The book had previously suppressed the signs of his ancestral regression after he inadvertently consumed the self-contained spirit-reverting herb, utilizing the innate spiritual energy within the text to maintain his humanity, albeit at only 70 to 80% of its potential. However, now, with the thought of certain death looming in his heart, and knowing that Bai Ruoli had suffered grave injuries to protect him, Jiang Liuyan resolutely dismantled the constraints. Fixated solely on a singular thought, they all must perish. Jiang Liuyan had undergone a complete transformation into a beast-like state. However, the potency of the anti-spirit herb had diminished significantly over the span of 7 years, losing approximately 20 to 30% of its efficacy. Consequently, it merely facilitated the extraction of the ancient power within him and augmented his own abilities, preventing the bloodline strength from overwhelming his will, thereby preserving Jiang Liuyan's clarity of mind. Jiang Liuyan's physique underwent a bestial transformation, and with a single swipe of his claw, he sent the 3 lurking assassins behind him hurtling away. The 3 assassins were sent flying, each ejecting a graceful arc of blood into the air. As Jiang Liuyan spread his wings, a tempest suddenly surged forth, akin to the wrath of a celestial wind god descending from the heavens, unleashing a hurricane potent enough to rend the very earth. Jiang Liuyan himself epitomized the pinnacle of a new generation of warriors, possessing even greater strength after his beastly transformation and ancestral return. He could effortlessly sever the leader of the Shadow Moon Alliance with a single strike. In this moment, Jiang Liuyan had lost all semblance of rationality. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path, within his line of sight, fell victim to his merciless onslaught, including even the Blazing Sun Alliance, once his allies. With a piercing howl, Jiang Liuyan unleashed a sonic wave that reverberated through the air, toppling a circle of surrounding students. As he advanced, his colossal figure seemed to obliterate a student with each step. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan transformed into a harbinger of death, an unstoppable force. Suddenly, the bell tower, 100 meters away, tolled ominously, signaling a state of emergency with a level 3 alert. Instantly, a torrent of A-class students clad in violet martial attire surged forth from the inner courtyard. At that moment, a supervising instructor stepped forward, brandishing a token and commanding the crowd, "Stand back." In an instant, an individual launched toward Jiang Liuyan, accompanied by swirling talismans and an overflowing array of magical formations. They charged at Jiang as control arrays enveloped him, forming golden chains that bound him in place. The instructor single-handedly restrained Jiang Liuyan and addressed the onlookers. All right. Disperse now." The crowd hovered in suspension until the bell tower issued the command to lift the level 3 alert, at which point they gradually dispersed. The instructor, bearing the transformed, beastly form of Jiang Liuyan, swiftly entered a time tunnel, landing in a vast expanse. After healing Jiang, the instructor remarked, "You owe me a personal favor." Jiang Liuyan. In that moment, the instructor's figure morphed into that of Principal Gu Ling. Following the aftermath of the campus gang conflict, the various corpses had been dealt with, and Bai Ruoli was sent to the Bai family by the principal's trusted confidants. Jiang Liuyan lay unconscious for 10 days and nights, during which the principal personally transmitted spiritual energy into his body. Meanwhile, Qingyu remained at Liuxiazu, anxiously awaiting Jiang Liuyan's awakening, even searching far and wide yet failing to catch a glimpse of him. On the eve of Jiang Liuyan's awakening, the principal escorted him to the Luyu cottage, performing a noble deed incognito. But is the matter truly as simple as it appears? After awakening, Jiang Liuyan adjusted his body and, without a moment's hesitation, informed Qingyu before sprinting towards the Bai residence. He found himself too preoccupied to contemplate the reasons for his survival, for he vividly recalled how Bai Ruoli had once shielded him from a knife. His concern for Bai Ruoli weighed heavily on his heart. Jiang Liuyan recalled a favor once bestowed upon him by the Bai family and resolved to spare no effort in rescuing Bai Ruoli. However, despite being the eldest daughter of the Bai clan, the harsh realities of a noble lineage remain unyielding. When the potential future gains of an individual are deemed lesser than the current sacrifices made, even a formidable family such as the Bai clan must weigh their options carefully. After much deliberation, they ultimately chose to forsake Bai Ruoli. This decision stemmed from a comprehensive evaluation of her prospective achievements, coupled with the value of the 9 rebirth resurrection pill she had consumed following her previous fainting episode. Even with the influence of her master, the formidable Qianjin demon monk, and the connections to the Cui family, the Bai clan resolved to abandon her, for in their eyes, the family's interest took precedence, rendering the sacrifice of one individual an inevitable conclusion. Jiang Liuyan sighed, reflecting on how Bai Ruoli had sustained such grave injuries solely to save him. He contemplated leveraging the goodwill of the Bai family to secure treatment for her. However, that very goodwill was a consequence of her sacrifice, ultimately leaving the Bai family with the final say. Thus, Jiang Liuyan found himself at an impasse. In his desperation, he turned his thoughts to the Gu family, hoping to seek fortune there. The head of the Gu family remarked that Jiang Liuyan bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, one who would go to great lengths for a beautiful woman, yet still could not save her. Nevertheless, the Gu family patriarch shifted his tone, suggesting that if Jiang Liuyan could agree to one condition, he would be willing to guarantee her treatment under his esteemed name. Jiang Liuyan readily agreed. The head of the Gu family stated that as long as he consented, matters would proceed smoothly, without revealing the specifics, only assuring him he would come to understand in due course. Thanks to the goodwill of the Gu family and the assurance of its patriarch, Jiang Liunyan gained entry into the Gu family's secret medicinal garden, a sanctuary teeming with rare herbs and legendary healing treasures. With the assistance of the Gu family's alchemical experts, Ruoli's injuries gradually stabilized, deepening Jiang Liunyan's appreciation for the Gu family's benevolence. 40 days later, as the academy began to stabilize following the turmoil instigated by Jiang Liunyan's transformation, which had decimated nearly 90% of the leadership of two major factions, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the institution. The ancient secret realm within the academy was about to be unveiled. This realm was rumored to conceal countless treasures and formidable spirit beasts, with the potential to elevate individuals to unparalleled heights, granting supreme techniques or artifacts. In the face of such temptation, the nearly obliterated Ingyue Pavilion and the Qiang Alliance, currently the two major factions, albeit only marginally larger than minor alliances, along with various smaller factions, eagerly prepared for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Jiang Liunyan harbored far-reaching plans of his own. He understood that only through breakthroughs within the secret realm could he truly safeguard himself and those dear to him, preventing the recurrence of past tragedies. At this juncture, Ruoli awakened, her recovery bolstered by the healing treasures, allowing her to ascend 6 minor realms, embodying the notion that even in slumber, one could grow stronger. This secret realm resembled an ancient relic from the dawn of creation, with every inch of land harboring untold secrets and treasures. Within the realm, dangers lurked at every turn, yet opportunities abounded. Employing his keen intuition and extraordinary courage, Jiang Liunyan navigated through myriad challenges, confronting ferocious spirit beasts, intricate traps, and the covert rivalries of other disciples. In the enigmatic, surreal world of the secret realm, Jiang Liunyan embarked on a journey rich with both serendipitous encounters and lurking perils. Upon stepping into the realm, he was awestruck by the scene before him: lush primordial forests, towering ancient trees piercing the heavens, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. The air was infused with a delicate floral fragrance and the earthy aroma of soil. Yet beneath this tranquility lay countless unknown dangers. Jiang Liunyan, wielding a long sword, cautiously navigated the narrow paths of the forest. Suddenly, an unusual bird call shattered the surrounding silence, followed by a flock of vibrant spirit birds that emerged from all directions, gracefully dancing around him. These ethereal creatures seemed devoid of malice, instead appearing to guide him onward. As he delved deeper into the secret realm, Jiang Liunyan encountered his first spirit beast, a colossal flame lion. This majestic beast was enveloped in fierce flames, its eyes gleaming with ferocity and cunning. Undeterred by such a formidable adversary, Jiang Liunyan swiftly regulated his breathing, channeling his spiritual energy in preparation for battle. The confrontation was intensely fierce. Each strike from the flame lion carried devastating force, while Jiang Liunyan skillfully evaded and countered with his agility and martial prowess. Ultimately, after a breathtaking duel, he executed a flawless counterattack, successfully vanquishing the flame lion and claiming the precious fire spirit pearl from within its being. Continuing his journey, Jiang Liunyan stumbled upon a mysterious ruin, cloaked in ancient runes. Hidden deep within a dense thicket, the area was fraught with intricate mechanisms and traps. Through his extraordinary wisdom and courage, he methodically unraveled these challenges, finally reaching the core of the ruin. There, he beheld a colossal stone mirror, which reflected not his likeness, but an ancient and enigmatic scene. In this vision, a robed warrior engaged in fierce combat with a gigantic beast, wielding techniques strikingly similar to those Jiang Liunyan had learned. Just as he became engrossed in the image, the stone mirror erupted with blinding light, and a torrent of immense knowledge surged into his mind. It became apparent that this mirror was a relic of an ancient powerhouse, containing the essence of that warrior's lifelong cultivation insights and martial techniques. Under the onslaught of this information, Jiang Liunyan felt as though his soul was being purified, leading to a significant breakthrough in both his cultivation and martial skills. As he prepared to depart the ruin, he unexpectedly discovered a secret passage leading to the innermost depths of the secret realm. This winding corridor was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet Jiang Liunyan understood that only by venturing deeper could he hope to uncover the legendary celestial treasure. After formidable trials and battles, he finally reached the heart of the secret realm. There, he glimpsed the dazzling celestial treasure, a fragment of an ancient and mystical longsword. This shard radiated immense power, invigorating Jiang Liunyan's spirit. In the final moments before the secret realm closed, he, through unwavering determination and relentless effort, successfully claimed the sword fragment. As it fused with his spiritual essence, His strength soared to unprecedented heights. Returning to the academy, Zhang Liuyan was no longer the fledgling youth he once was, but rather a formidable force capable of reshaping the very fabric of the academy. His first act was to reignite the faction wars, single-handedly suppressing various smaller factions and establishing himself as the supreme leader of the alliances. The image of Zhang Liuyan in his beastly form had circulated among the students, making them acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Consequently, he single-handedly quelled the conflicts between factions, restoring tranquility to the academy. Subsequently, Zhang Liuyan leveraged his influence to advocate for a series of reforms aimed at nurturing well-rounded martial artists, rather than merely creating instruments of carnage. His endeavors earned him widespread admiration and respect from both the faculty and students. Through two harrowing trials of life and death, an affection blossomed between Zhang Liuyan and Bai Ruoli, transforming them from adversaries into partners who could entrust their backs to one another, ultimately advancing together. Chapter 24. The Prelude to a Tempest at Long Last. I have found you. In the heart of the divine realm, Tang San was enveloped in a swirling gray mist, which coiled around him like a host of menacing serpents. Each tendril of mist exuded a formidable aura, imparting an overwhelming sense of oppression. A smirk played upon Tang San's lips, his eyes gleaming with a gray light that revealed boundless malice and authority. His voice, low and frigid, resonated with menace. The remnants of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, do you believe you can evade forever? His laughter echoed with an eerie cruelty that sent shivers down the spine. Tang San slowly extended his palm, gently pushing against the mass of gray mist. In an instant, the mist surged forward as if compelled by some unseen force. Simultaneously, the air around him was stirred by a potent surge of soul power, creating twisting currents. This fluctuation was so intense that it shattered the stone wall of his seclusion, reducing it to rubble. Through fierce battles with the elders of the Tang sect, Tang San's mastery over soul power had grown increasingly refined. However, it was this battle, along with subsequent events, that escalated his emotions to an unprecedented peak, especially after he personally eliminated his former master and the sect leader who had treated him like a son. The anguish and conflict within him reached a boiling point. This intricate web of emotions plunged his mind into chaos. At that moment, the gray mist, infused with the essence of the evil god, began to infiltrate Tang San's psyche. His inner darkness expanded exponentially, and his once unwavering convictions began to waver. He started to question his actions and ponder whether he was truly on the right path. During this turmoil, he discovered that the malevolent thoughts lurking deep within him were gradually merging with his own strength. The remnants of the evil god hidden within Tang San's soul sensed the concentration of the surrounding gray mist and could not help but chuckle. Ah, Tang San, you truly surprise me. Even in the depths of the dungeon, your essence merges with mine, relinquishing a significant portion of my power to you, intertwining our fates. Yet, is this merged self truly me? I, the evil god, once battled the 5 divine realm enforcers single-handedly and instigated a divine war. In my heart, I was once a paragon of an era, and to be reborn in such a manner is an affront I cannot tolerate. Thus, this cunning evil god devised a sinister contingency. He adeptly infused his remnants into the evil god's power, stealthily embedding them into the strength granted to Tang San. This scheme was profoundly intricate. During ordinary times, when Tang San did not rely on the evil god's power for combat or solely used it for cultivation, he would remain oblivious to the hidden trap. However, should Tang San's soul be weakened by an assault, the evil god could swiftly assimilate the power within him, consuming Tang San's very essence and extinguishing his soul in an instant. Should this succeed, the evil god would seize control of Tang San's body, becoming the new master. At that point, the dual divinity of the sea god and Ashura god, along with Tang San's formidable prowess, would belong to the evil god. He would ascend to his former pinnacle, wielding unparalleled strength. Yet, this was not his ultimate goal. He sought vengeance against the 5 enforcers who had imprisoned him for a millennium, ensuring they too experienced the torment of confinement. He would make those who once shackled him pay dearly. In the depths of the dark demon evil god Tiger Academy, within the ancient and shadowy principal's office, flickering candlelight cast a warm glow over the towering stacks of ancient tomes and the meticulously arranged artifacts, each exuding the essence of time's passage. Principal Gu Ling, an elder with hair as white as snow yet possessing an eagle-like sharpness in his gaze, donned a robe intricately embroidered with arcane runes. He meandered slowly among the shelves, each step resonating subtly with the laws of space. His profound eyes, akin to those of a sage capable of discerning the essence of all things, swept over the seemingly ordinary yet enigmatically concealed bookshelves. Each tome was not merely a vessel of knowledge. Rather, they served as keys to another realm. Awakened one by one through Gu Ling's unique touch, he gently pressed a few seemingly haphazardly placed volumes, and where his fingertips grazed, a faint luminescence flickered between the pages, a subtle indication of the power of space being delicately ignited. These glimmers swiftly intertwined, forming an intricate web that vaguely outlined the contours of a portal to a hidden realm. Subsequently, Gu Ling's hand glided over a specific area of the bookshelf, where a barely perceptible seam lay concealed. With a gentle tug, the bookshelf appeared to be nudged by an unseen force, parting slowly to reveal a stone door adorned with peculiar runes. This door was the very entrance to a secret domain steeped in the art of divination, a fact unknown even to the most erudite scholars within the academy. As he drew the bookshelf aside, Gu Ling meticulously rotated several scattered ornaments resting upon it. Some were carved with ancient totems, others embedded with sparkling gems, each containing specific spatial coordinates. Under Gu Ling's deft manipulation, these ornaments seemed to come alive, emitting a soft glow that harmonized with the light released from the previously touched books, collectively forming an exquisitely precise temporal and spatial coordinate lock. With a resonating thud, it was not merely the sound of a door opening but the reverberation of the entire space, as if even time had been shaken by this force. As the stone door creaked open, a refreshing breeze from an unknown world brushed against him, imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura that evoked both serenity and reverence. He ventured into this secret realm due to an ominous sign concerning the tortoise he had cared for over 3 millennia. A crack had appeared on its shell, with patterns extending to its limbs, tail, and head, heralding a dire omen that left him unsettled. Gu Ling was acutely aware that behind this door lay a legacy related to the path of divination, and he had merely glimpsed a page from the tome of that inheritance. His life was destined to undergo a profound transformation. He took resolute steps through the grand entrance to the secret realm, his figure gradually fading into the distorted light, leaving behind an air of silence and anticipation, awaiting his return with answers. Upon entering the secret realm, the surroundings morphed dramatically, stars scattered like grains of sand, and time flowed like strands. Gu Ling felt as if he had been enveloped in a fluid cosmic tapestry. Here, the concepts of space and time became nebulous, with each ray of light and speck of dust encapsulating boundless information and potential. Gu Ling closed his eyes, sensing the powerful mental energy surging forth like a tide, intertwining with the divinatory force present in this realm, seeking to capture the faintest hints about the future. You should not be here. An ancient consciousness thundered within Gu Ling's mind like a clap of thunder. Your last opportunity has passed, and you are not the chosen one, my lord. The divine tortoise from the last secret realm has perished, and the fissure upon its back is a harbinger of calamity. What relevance does this hold for me? The voice responded coldly. Given the grace I received from the immortal, I beseech you, master, to lend me your assistance. I implore you to provide answers. I swear by my 12,673 years of cultivation that once this matter concludes, I shall not disturb you again. Very well, such is fate. We bear the title of master and disciple. Allow me to divine and assess the situation. Suddenly, a peculiar wave emanated from the depths of the secret realm. Gu Ling opened his eyes wide, witnessing images of various shapes and patterns swirling in the void before him, akin to a revolving lantern. Fragments of the future unfolding, some radiant and glorious, others shrouded in gloom. He furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why his master wished for him to behold these visions, and focused intently on analyzing each detail, striving to uncover clues related to his tortoise's fate and the potential crises threatening the academy and the entire continent. As time progressed, Gu Ling's expression grew increasingly grave. He recognized that this divination journey transcended the life and death of a single tortoise. It was a profound insight into the destiny of the entire continent. Amidst the endless conjectures and choices, he gradually discerned a glimmer of hope, a necessity to unite the forces of the entire continent to collectively confront the impending crisis. Master, I understand, he murmured. Alas, my disciple, do not depart. If you return now, the connection between this spatial rift and your world will sever, and you shall have no chance to return. The spatial turbulence renders this coordinate elusive, and you have already witnessed 3,600 outcomes, 3,600 deaths. The best scenario involves a student named Jiang Liunian, who escapes this vast world with the last remnants of his bloodline. If you choose to remain, I can ensure your safety. Your kin is down to a single survivor. It may very well be you, but it will bear no weight. The elder appeared before Gu Ling for the first time, articulating these words directly. Gu Ling sighed. If I do not return, can Jiang Liuyan possibly escape? There is no longer a chance, the elder replied. If my worn-out bones can ensure the continuation of my race and allow the new generation to carry on the legacy of the dark demon evil god tiger, I would die without regret. I have lived for 12,673 years, though I am indeed shallow compared to my master. How can I linger on when my people face extinction? I am fully aware that my life's achievements amount to this alone. The one capable of annihilating the dark demon evil god tiger clan must be extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what my fleeting cultivation can contend with. If I remain alive, what are the odds of revenge? Gu Ling's pallor deepened, despair and helplessness flashing in his eyes. Less than 1 in 1,000, the elder eventually spoke. His voice heavy yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Gu Ling's gaze dimmed, an indescribable sorrow swelling within him. He understood the vast chasm separating him from his enemy, rendering revenge an almost insurmountable task. Yet, he could not suppress his desire to inquire, if Jiang Liuyan survives, what are the chances he can avenge our kin? The elder pondered for a moment before responding. Jiang Liuyan's fate will be obscured 3 years hence. Even I cannot ascertain it. However, it is known that his life star has only fallen 3 times in the next 400,000 years. Upon hearing this, Gu Ling's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Although it was merely a vague conjecture, for one who had lost everything, any flicker of possibility was worth seizing. No outcome is the best outcome, is it? Gu Ling whispered, as if speaking to himself. Master. Gu Ling suddenly rose, solemnly bowing to the elder. His gaze brimmed with gratitude and respect, conveying profound appreciation for the mentor who had guided him. He then swept his sleeve, performing the ritual of thanks, kneeling heavily upon the ground, and bowing his head 3 times. Disciple, unworthy Gu Ling, he murmured, tears cascading down his cheeks. He realized his destiny was predetermined. Despite his attempts to defy fate, all had failed. Knowing this was their final farewell, he bid his master adieu until the next life. The elder turned back and bestowed upon Gu Ling a jade pendant, expressing hope for his return, his heart overflowing with sorrow. Back in the principal's office at the dark demonic evil god tiger advanced soul beast academy, Gu Ling felt a pang of sadness as he gazed at the jade pendant. He gently caressed it, as if sensing the power and warmth it held. Gu Ling sighed and resolved to contact his master once more. He approached the bookshelf and delicately touched the books, fissures, and ornaments. However, there was no response. He frantically manipulated the mechanisms, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the passage to his master's secret realm. Despair washed over Gu Ling as his heart sank. He stood there, gazing at the empty wall where the entrance should have appeared. Tears blurred his vision as he realized he might never see his master again. Master, Gu Ling whispered, his voice filled with loss and anguish. He recalled the times they had spent together, the teachings, the care, and the days they faced difficulties together. And the words his master said to him at the final farewell, his heart filled with even more sorrow. Gu Ling composed himself and wrote to An, the patriarch of the dark demonic evil god tiger clan, detailing everything he had divined, omitting no detail. He affixed his personal seal and entrusted it to the supreme VIP messenger of the Antion Merchant Guild, ensuring it would be received by An himself. Simultaneously, he leveraged the influence of the dark demonic evil god tiger academy to prepare for the impending battle. After completing these tasks, Gu Ling slumped into his office chair, unable to find peace. Chapter 25, Seeking the Secret Realm. Deep within the twisted fabric of space-time, Tang San's figure materialized like a specter, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger for power. The power of the evil god, an ancient and malevolent force, beckoned him like a lodestone, driving him to seize it at any cost. The dark demonic evil god tiger clan, a race that had lived in peace and seclusion for generations, had unwittingly become the victims of Tang San's ambition. After refining the evil god's power from the human-faced demon spider and the mandala snake, Tang San's desire for the evil god's power within the dark demonic evil god tigers intensified. Tang San knew that to obtain the remaining evil god's power and wield ultimate strength, he had to find the source, the dark demonic evil god tiger clan's location. This was not only their ancestral home but also the wellspring of the evil god's power. Fortunately, Tang San could be considered half a favored son of the plane. Even if his actions were reprehensible and he disregarded innocent lives and even his own kin, Tang San focused his mind, manipulating the evil god's power within him, allowing it to flow in a rhythmic undulation and coalesce into a unique vortex. Simultaneously, within and in the dark, demonic, evil god tiger's secret realm, and soul power was gradually ignited by the evil god's power, causing it to surge, and sat at his desk, pinning a letter before attempting to suppress it. However, Tang San's actions required a significant expenditure of soul power, and his evil god's power began to wane, as if depleted to its limit. At that moment, a gleam of enlightenment flashed in Tang San's eyes. Suddenly, he struck his chest forcefully, causing his breath to falter and him to cough up blood. The blood splattered into the gray mist before him, triggering a startling transformation. The gray mist shimmered with crimson light, creating an eerie scene that was both mesmerizing and unsettling. Tang San stepped into the vortex before him, revealing a world of scattered stars and dots, even more vast and boundless than the edge of the god realm. Tang San was immediately bewildered. The sight before him was simply too astonishing. In the profound depths of the river of time, space and time interwove to form a magnificent and intricate tapestry, transcending the dimensions comprehensible to mortals and constituting one of the universe's most ancient and enigmatic domains. Here, there was no fixed form, nor did time flow linearly. Instead, everything unfolded within an endless cycle and interweaving of the cosmos's mysteries. The river of time appeared as an infinite universe, yet this universe was not the three-dimensional space known to all, but rather a higher dimensional existence. Surrounding it were stars and nebulae shimmering with strange light, not static but swirling and colliding in the river of time's waves at speeds surpassing that of light. These stars and nebulae were, in fact, the personifications of temporal nodes and events, each bearing witness to a significant moment in the universe's history, either a period of splendor or one of obscurity. Within this vast sea of space-time, Tang San could even perceive the boundaries between past and future blurring, with fragments of history and premonitions of the future intermingling to create awe-inspiring vistas. Tang San beheld a distant scene of ancient stars exploding, unleashing radiant light. The magnificent instant of the universe's birth, the future destruction of a certain planet, with a massive black hole devouring all in its vicinity, a harbinger of the universe's end. Whether time or space, they were merely dimensions of the universe. The true river of time was far broader, deeper, and more enigmatic than imagined. He even witnessed his past and present lives from an extraordinarily peculiar third-person perspective, creating the Buddha's furious fire lotus. Leaping off the cliff of no return to declare his resolve, and assisting his so-called brothers at Shrek Academy. As Tang San ventured forward, navigating the river of time, the temporal forces washed over his body, causing it to age rapidly. Tang San was taken aback, realizing that he was already a god, one of the most powerful beings in the Douluo world, yet even he could not withstand the strange powers cleansing. After just 10 minutes, he felt nearly a century of his life force drain away. Tang San clicked his tongue in astonishment, marveling at the fact that the last vestiges of the evil god's power and the dark demonic evil god tigers could have escaped to such a place. Fortunately, guided by the evil god's power, Tang San did not have to take many detours. Moreover, if he could obtain the final evil god's power, Tang San would surely replenish his lost lifespan, perhaps even merging with the god realm's core and becoming co-eternal with the heavens and earth. Chapter 26, Slaughtering the Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger Clan, Part 1. After a long journey, Tang San entered the dark demonic evil god tiger's secret realm. The dark demonic evil god tiger's secret realm only prevented the erosion of space-time turbulence. Whether living beings could enter was beyond the realm's protective capabilities. This was why the xenomorphs could enter the secret realm on a large scale, and why the dark demonic evil god tiger clan's priests could freely enter and exit the secret realm. Within the secret realm, lush greenery abounded, teeming with life. The dark demonic evil god tigers frolicked in the forests or leisurely basked in the sunlight on the grasslands. They never imagined that a cataclysmic disaster was about to befall them. When Tang San's first wave of attacks struck, the entire clan was thrown into chaos. He unleashed his blue-silver emperor and clear sky hammer, releasing devastating power that instantly felled several dark, demonic, evil god tigers. Blue-silver entanglement. Tang San believed that there was no need to summon divine artifacts to deal with these ancient dark demon tigers, some of which had existed for 3,000 or even 5,000 years. The devouring golden threads of the blue-silver emperor entwined every dark demon tiger lying upon the grass, consuming their soul power and lives. Although the soul power of these ancient soul beasts was insignificant to him, the accumulation of small amounts could lead to great gains. Adhering to his principle of not letting any escape while ensuring a thorough extermination, Tang San systematically slaughtered all the dark demon tigers in the region. He even took delight in planting a parasitic seed on one dark demon tiger adept at flying, which carried the taint of the dark god's power. This parasitic seed soul technique had long since deteriorated and awaited Tang San to ignite the soul power within, ready to drain the host's very essence before bursting forth from a withered husk, thereby siphoning the last vestiges of life from its bearer, potentially even regurgitating vitality through the devouring golden threads. Amidst the blood-stained grass, Tang San smiled. Just a moment prior, the sun had cast its gentle rays upon the earth, covering the boundless grassland with a golden veil. A soft breeze carried the refreshing fragrance of flowers and grasses, as if nature itself were breathing gentle and tranquil. The grassland resembled a vast green velvet carpet, sprawling beneath the blue sky and white clouds, both soft and vibrant. In the meadow, wildflowers of various hues bloomed in competition, red as fire, yellow like gold, purple akin to royal robes, and white as snow, intertwining to weave a vivid tapestry. Bees flitted between the blossoms, busily collecting sweet nectar, occasionally humming a low drone that added a touch of liveliness and harmony to the serene tableau. In the distance, a few tall trees stood proudly, their branches swaying gently in the wind, casting dappled shadows that mingled with those on the grass, creating a dreamlike interplay of light and shadow. Beneath the trees, small birds hopped joyfully, sometimes pecking at the ground for food, other times lifting their heads to sing, their melodious calls enhancing the warmth and vitality of the meadow. However, following Tang San's massacre, this once vibrant and pleasant grassland seemed to have been shrouded in despair and death. The sunlight continued to shine, yet it appeared to have lost its warmth, becoming pale and blinding. The breeze no longer brought the freshness of flowers, but instead carried a heavy scent of blood and sorrow. The green of the grass was cloaked in a thick layer of dark red, the remnants of the dark demon tiger's blood. The once resplendent wildflowers had mostly withered, leaving only a few scattered blooms swaying in the wind, silently lamenting the tragedy that had unfolded here. No longer could one see the industrious bees, nor hear their buzzing. Instead, an oppressive silence and desolation prevailed. The tall trees, though still standing, seemed to have lost their former vitality, their leaves dim and lifeless. Beneath them, the cheerful birdsong had vanished, replaced only by the occasional mournful caw of crows, adding an air of eeriness and dread to the desolate grassland. Tang San, intrigued, walked across the meadow with the Haotian hammer, leaving a deep mark in the grass. He traversed the entire northern district, slaying any dark demon tiger he encountered until he had extinguished the lives of all 753 dark demon tigers in that region. News of his rampage gradually reached the Central Command. In the Central Command, the Ancient Spirit and other high-ranking dark demon tigers convened to deliberate on how to respond. Reports indicated that he, this otherworldly demon, could kill without a blink. If left unchecked, it seemed the dark demon tiger clan's legacy, built over nearly 1,000,000 years, was on the brink of annihilation. The head of the Ming family, Meng Siluo, remarked, "Let us not even consider how he entered or why he is here. Could it be merely to kill? We should seek the aid of the 4 great war gods. Perhaps only these legendary figures can halt this demon." Their grass bore resemblance to the blue-silver grass that flourished during the cataclysm. The blue-silver grass was not uncommon. Yet the ones I have encountered were pure and delicate, utterly untouched by evil. Why then is the grass he wields so formidable and malevolent? The assembly buzzed with voices, presenting several eye-catching proposals. Only Gu Ling, the headmaster of the Dark Demon Tiger Academy, understood the true complexity of this individual's power. "Silence, please," Gu Ling stood, his demeanor commanding respect. Although he was neither the oldest nor the strongest among them, his connections were formidable. The Dark Demon Tiger Academy annually dispatched numerous talents to the military and across the world. Thus, his background commanded attention, silencing the crowd as they awaited his insights. As you all know, I began with divination. My skills in this art yield accuracy exceeding 98%. Recently, I foresaw a dire omen, a calamity for our entire clan. Is our verbal sparring of any use? We have deliberated for nearly 2 incense sticks worth of time. In another 2. The demon may have decimated the outer 4 districts in the underground 6. I must emphasize one point. I recently issued the highest level SSR protection order for our clan. With a single command, we can evacuate all 230,000 dark demon tigers to safety. How long the sanctuary holds will depend on how long we, the old guard, can endure. Do any of you dissent? The atmosphere in the Dark Demon Tiger clan's conference room was tense and grave. Gu Ling's expression darkened as he surveyed the assembly. his voice deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. The prominent figures present, management and key executives, fell silent upon hearing his words. Some bowed their heads in contemplation, while others displayed expressions of uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. The room descended into an oppressive silence, with none daring to voice their opinions. Gu Ling, embodying the authority of a superior, scanned each individual, his eyes radiating determination. He recognized that this was not a moment for debate but for decisive action. As seconds turned into minutes, the tension in the room escalated. Finally, one voice broke the stillness. "We cannot simply surrender. We have other options." Gu Ling raised his head, his gaze piercing as he addressed the speaker, slowly articulating, "Then tell us, what options remain?" He recognized the individual as the former administrative officer of the West District, who had risen to the position of director of the 6th Management Division through sheer merit. The man, intimidated by Gu Ling's stare, hesitated but mustered the courage to propose, "We could organize a counteroffensive, using our strength to confront the demon." "A counteroffensive?" Gu Ling scoffed, seemingly mocking the man's naivety. "Do you believe we have any chance of success? Continuing to fight will only lead to more sacrifices among our kin. A counterattack would require our mid to high tier combatants to exhaust the demon. While you suggest sending civilians armed with shovels to strike at the demon's head in hopes of rendering it unconscious." The conference room fell silent once more, faces exchanging glances of resignation and despair. Gu Ling inhaled deeply, his tongue leaving the crowd in place, their hearts filled with contradictions and struggles. Gu Ling activated the SSR Sanctuary Order. Regardless of his esteemed position, he had glimpsed countless futures, yet only once managed to escape a tumultuous year. Now, having returned, he pondered whether he could alter this destiny. Even if it meant saving just 2 more lives to preserve the hope of his race, it would be worthwhile. Standing atop the Academy's bell tower, Gu Ling took one last look at his vibrant classmates and sighed heavily. He then rang the bell 6 times, signifying the dark demonic divine tiger Academy's state of readiness, calling all to assemble in the underground chamber 1,400 meters below. "This is all I can do for you, survive," Gu Ling thought to himself. Chapter 27. The Annihilation of the Dark Demonic Divine Tiger Clan, Part 2. Although Gu Ling understood that predetermined events would inevitably unfold, perhaps today the Demon Number 1 would exterminate the Dark Demonic Divine Tigers. If unsuccessful, future attempts, Demon Number 2, Demon Number 3, would surely follow, leading to a catastrophic crisis for the clan. Over the millennia of learning under his mentor, he had come to grasp many truths. The future of this world would manifest at some point. Actions taken along the way might temporarily delay that future. Yet the relentless march of time would always prevail. The formidable corrective power of time rendered every individual seemingly insignificant. Decisions that appeared monumental might alter the course momentarily. But in the grand scheme, time would invariably restore everything to its rightful path. Each person, amidst the vast cosmos, is but a diminutive existence, akin to a drop in the ocean, insignificant yet an indispensable part of the immense sea. The corrective power of time imbued everything with a natural and inevitable quality, evoking in Gu Ling a profound reverence for this grand order. Time, it brings all splendor and decay, brilliance and obscurity, ultimately returning everything to simplicity and tranquility. Gu Ling lamented. Gu Ling formed a seal with his hands, and with a thunderous sound, a rift in time appeared before him, revealing the old principal's office from 1346 years ago, within the old campus of the Dark Demonic Divine Tiger. At that time, Gu Ling served as the vice principal, and after the management's decisions were made, the central area was designated for the Dark Demonic Divine Tiger Academy, in collaboration with the Dark Sky Commerce, the Advanced Soul Beast Academy, the Dark Demonic Divine Tiger Education Department, and the Central Education Committee. The new Dark Demonic Divine Tiger Academy was established. The former principal retired, and Gu Ling, the former vice principal, assumed the role of principal for 1,346 years. As Gu Ling stepped into the time tunnel, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Memories surged forth. Within the drawer of the principal's desk lay a military uniform he once wore during his service. Perhaps, in this critical moment for the Dark Demonic Divine Tiger Clan, this attire, which had accompanied him through numerous battles against foreign foes, would bolster his confidence. For the demons too are adversaries. He yearned to proclaim the oath he had sworn during his military service, with unwavering loyalty. "I forge my spirit into a sword to defend my homeland, united in iron will." He recalled the fierce clashes of iron and blood on the battlefield, Ling lifted the military uniform with his sole force, scrutinizing the garment. The wind outside rustled through the treetops, sweeping into the room and stirring the fabric. As he faintly sensed the scent of blood, igniting a fervor within him. The jacket featured a stand-up collar, with golden and silver threads intricately woven along its edges, symbolizing the honor and nobility of a soldier. The shoulder insignia, adorned with exquisite embroidery, gleamed with golden stars and stripes against a black background, not only reflecting Ling's status as a divine tiger general but also embodying a pursuit of craftsmanship. In the hierarchy of the dark demonic divine tiger army, ranks were as follows: the emperor, the clan leader, followed by 4 great war gods. Independent of these, there was a guard unit directly under the emperor's command, comprising 50 elite members stationed in the royal city, the central region. Each of the 4 great war gods commanded 4 legions stationed in the 4 cardinal directions, with a joint force residing in the underground 6th district, as the entirety of the underground was interconnected. Their ranks included celestial tiger, demon tiger, winged tiger, earth tiger, and others, leading down to the ranks of 1,000 troops, 100 troops, and 10-man squads, with special roles such as reconnaissance, defense, and protection freely integrated. The military uniform bore a badge on the left chest, indicating the unit, inscribed with Divine Tiger General Level 923 Division Commander. The design ingeniously merged the unit insignia with the emblem of the dark demonic Divine Tiger clan, vibrant in color, the dark portions profoundly deep, as if gazing into the abyss, rich in meaning. The nameplate, situated beneath the badge, displayed the characters Ling in silver-white font, its flamboyant script standing out dramatically against the dark background. As Ling touched the badge, memories flooded back: his first enlistment, his initial battle alongside comrades. The moment he tore off his badge to save a soul drained of energy, shouting alongside the instructor, "I am the elemental force of the wind and thunder of the 4th Division. I, Ling, pledge to use my soul power to save him." The jacket featured practical pockets on both sides, secured with dark fasteners, lending a neat appearance while conveniently storing small items. Ling rummaged through the pockets, retrieving a button, musing that his old squad leader would likely face scrutiny from the inspectors again. Retirement has its perks. He won't have to come personally this time. Who can guarantee victory in this battle? The cuffs were likewise adorned with golden or silver threads, adding an elegant touch. The cuffs were stained with an indeterminate amount of blood from foreign races. Ling donned his military uniform, meticulously adjusting every wrinkle in the mirror of the old principal's office, resembling a general poised for battle. After casting a final glance at his reflection, Ling stepped into the time-space tunnel, proceeding towards the central tower of the Dark Demon Tiger Academy, the very pillar that upheld the secret realm of the Dark Demon Tiger. He knocked on the door of the Hall of Heroic Spirits beneath the central pillar, proclaiming, "Junior Ling requests the esteemed seniors to emerge and confront the enemy." With that, he pushed open the grand door and made a cut upon his wrist, blood spraying into the air. Among the 92 heroic spirits in the hall, some were soul beasts on the verge of breaking through to 400,000 years, others nearly achieving 800,000 years, and one was the father of An, whose soul power had reached an impressive 900,000 years but had stagnated for a long time. Even more astonishing was An's grandfather, whose soul power reached a staggering 990,000 years, just a step away from attaining divinity. Stimulated by the blood, the heroic spirits gradually awakened. After Ling recounted the circumstances and shared the future he glimpsed in the river of time, the assembly was left in utter shock. They had slumbered in this secret realm for tens of thousands of years, and while they had pondered that this day might eventually come, they had envisioned sweeping across the previous Douluo continent with their overwhelming strength, never anticipating an invasion at their doorstep, nor the peril of annihilation. The souls of the heroic spirits returned to their bodies, consuming the thousands of blood offerings concealed beneath the Hall of Heroic Spirits, which bore an alternative name known as the Bone Repository among other races. As for An, the patriarch of the Dark Demon Tiger clan, when Tang San entered the secret realm, the malevolent energy within him surged to a peak, even hinting at the potential for loss of control over his soul power. An had never imagined that the dark godly power, one of their most relied upon abilities, could one day backfire upon them to such an extent. Fortunately, the condition of his pact with the divine required that all the clan's malevolent energy be concentrated solely within him, were it to disperse. The strength of this demon might absorb additional power amidst the chaos, propelling his might to even greater heights, perhaps before we could await C's return, and strove to suppress the tumultuous waves of dark godly power within himself. Not far off, Tang San had eradicated all the dark demon tigers in the northern district. How utterly mundane, he remarked with a chuckle, standing before the critical passageway leading from the north to the center, known as the Northtown Pass. Gazing at the three characters inscribed upon the gate, he felt a tinge of pessimism before breaking into laughter. I shall demonstrate the disparity of power to you, to show what true despair is. With that, Tang San swiftly unleashed a projectile, a freshly fired shell. Thanks to Gu Ling's strategic redeployment, nearly half of the forces in the region were now stationed here, with another third en route to the front lines. Soul beasts over 10,000 years old converged upon the Northtown Pass. Should it fall, only a rock and a cloud pass would remain between it and the center. And once those were breached, they could strike directly at the heart without delay. Therefore, the Northtown Pass must not falter. All soldiers, heed the command. Activate the 3-tiered soul power sensor to power the soul cannon. Engage the 4-tier amplification array. Aim for a linear velocity of 97 Hz, and fire in 7 seconds. The commander issued his precise orders. Is this all? Tang San stood amidst the rising smoke, holding a sphere of radiant energy. The very essence of the compressed soul power from the cannon he had just fired. The onlookers were astonished. Although this was merely a 3-tier soul cannon enhanced by 4 tiers, it was not something just anyone could withstand. The high-ranking commander commanded those above the 3rd tier to concentrate their soul power into the compression device and then withdraw, based on his extensive battle experience. He knew this battle was exceedingly perilous, rendering even the elite 3rd-tier soldiers seemingly useless in the eyes of the world. Tang San laughed. Is this the extent of your strength? It would be impolite not to reciprocate. He then infused his own gray mist into the shell and hurled it toward the walls of the Northtown Pass. A tremendous explosion echoed as the soul cannon was entirely thwarted by the unique soul defense of the Northtown, the emergency defense array, which merely dimmed the glow of the projectile. Tang San paused, intrigued, before summoning the sea god's trident to pierce through the defenses. However, the high-ranking commander had already discerned Tang San's intentions and activated the super defense mode, neutralizing the attack just 3 feet away with the magnetic reversal system of Mo Chenxi's defenses. Yet, how could a divine artifact be restrained by mere mortal implements? Even the might of technology fell short. Tang San guffawed, redirecting the trident with a swift motion, accelerating it through the barrier and creating a gaping hole. Though the golden light flickered and soon restored itself to perfection, leaving the sea god's trident trapped within the shield. You are indeed far more entertaining than the face-mimicking demon spider and the mandala snake. Yet you are still mere insects, destined to become my sustenance, my strength. Tang San laughed maniacally, his voice echoing across the battlefield, imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance and madness. Nevertheless, the high-ranking commander showed no signs of panic. He understood that facing such an adversary required a calm response to secure a glimmer of hope. Tang San, you are indeed formidable, but this is our territory. You underestimate our determination and wisdom. The commander's voice resonated through the loudspeaker across the battlefield, each word exuding resolve and defiance. Do you believe you can overturn everything with just your strength? You are mistaken. True power derives from unity and conviction. As the commander's words echoed, the battlefield underwent a sudden transformation. The seemingly disorganized soldiers swiftly regrouped, forming the pre-rehearsed formations, their soul power beginning to resonate in a peculiar rhythm, as if an invisible force connected the entire battlefield. This was soul array unity. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Tang San's eyes. This tactic was exceedingly rare, demanding high levels of synergy and coordination, capable of converging the soul power of numerous soul masters into a formidable force, momentarily surpassing individual limits. Above the battlefield, a colossal vortex of soul power gradually formed, imbued with the will and strength of countless warriors. At the vortex's center, a dazzling beam of light shot skyward, directly aimed at Tang San. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Tang San did not waver. He inhaled deeply, allowing the gray mist to swirl around him, merging with the surrounding air. He clasped his hands, chanting an ancient incantation, and an even more tremendous force erupted from within him, standing in opposition to the converging vortex of soul power. Sea God's light, illuminate my path. Tang San bellowed, and the Sea God's trident, sensing its master's call, broke free from the shield, transforming into a golden streak of light, merging with Tang San's soul power to form a resplendent beam that soared into the heavens. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, producing a deafening roar. The entire battlefield trembled, engulfed in dust and chaos. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a figure gradually emerged, Tang San. still steadfast, his gaze unwavering, as if no force could topple him. Your strength indeed leaves me in awe, but true warriors never fear challenges. Tang San's voice pierced through the smoke, clear and powerful. Today, let me show you what true sea god's power is. With that, Tang San's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of gray lightning, wielding the sea god trident, charging directly towards the disintegrating vortex of soul power. The soul formation of the diminutive dark demon evil god tiger clan was but a mere assemblage. Did they truly believe he would cower before them? Undaunted, Tang San yearned for a direct confrontation, eager to ascertain the extent of his current prowess. Chapter 28, Annihilation of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, Part 2. Tang San shattered myriad laws with singular strength, his hands mastering two distinct divine powers. His silhouette flitted through the shattered vortex of soul energy like a specter, each strike executed with lethal precision. In his grasp, the sea god trident seemed to possess a life of its own, each swing accompanied by an overwhelming force that rent the air asunder, tearing through the meticulously arranged defenses of the dark demon evil god tiger legion. Despite the legion's centuries of training, achieving the unity of man and formation, they were still akin to fragile parchment, ruthlessly torn apart by Tang San's overwhelming might. Their soul formation merely delayed their inevitable defeat. The members of the dark demon evil god tiger clan wore expressions of terror, having never encountered such a formidable adversary. The dual powers emanating from Tang San were not only oppressive but exuded an irresistible aura of majesty and sanctity, evoking a desire to worship within them. Conversely, the other power felt familiar, cold, and malevolent, an amalgamation of sensations they never anticipated could coexist within a single individual. Though their soul formation was strong, it paled in comparison to the true essence of his power, rendering them weak and utterly defenseless. Tang San moved across the battlefield with the grace of a dragon. His actions nimble and precise, each evasion perfectly timed to avoid enemy strikes. His eyes shimmered with a cold light, seemingly capable of perceiving every subtle change on the battlefield. The members of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, unwilling to concede, roared fiercely, unleashing their soul skills in a desperate attempt to engulf Tang San in a torrent of soul power. Yet, Tang San appeared unfazed, as if within the eye of a storm, maintaining an inner tranquility amidst the tumult surrounding him, accompanied by anguished cries. The members of the dark demon evil god tiger legion fell one after another. Some peered together. They exchanged knowing glances, heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, before swiftly surrounding Tang San. They could no longer afford to underestimate him. To do so might lead to the dire consequences foretold by Gu Ling. With the heavenly seal, earthly veins, mystical darkness, and yellow jade, the four conjured their respective elemental treasures, merging them into a formidable lethal attack. Each of them possessed 70,000 years of cultivation, and their combined assault had once vanquished the moonlit silver wolf, a being of over 900,000 years of power, as they unleashed their deadly strike. The other members of the Spirit Hall sprang into action. Some adept at enhancement quickly inscribed numerous boosting formations, while others, skilled in confinement, cast their robes filled with binding arrays towards Tang San, aiming to diminish his strength. Additionally, some burned portions of their own souls cultivated over 100,000 years, summoning creatures from alternate realms, while others meticulously reconstructed a semi-complete path of the Tao, intending to suppress Tang San's power. In their understanding, all strength originated from the laws, and elements, emotions, and formations were merely manifestations of these forces. The dark demon evil god tiger, endowed with fragments of 6 elemental laws since the cataclysm, was particularly attuned to the Tao, for the essence of cultivation was but the imprinting of the world's great path within oneself. A multitude of vibrant formations and elemental pathways surged towards Tang San like an unstoppable tide, and due to the binding arrays, he scarcely had time to react. A gray mist enveloped him, cocooning him as he braced himself to endure the onslaught. Having witnessed the history of the evil god, Tang San was acutely aware that the power of the evil god surpassed that of the sea god and the punitive might of the god of Shura. Thus, he unleashed all of his evil god powers, resolutely facing the impending assault. Meanwhile, in the chamber of the dark demon evil god tiger's chieftain, and gritted his teeth against the negative effects of the evil god's power. He had withstood this for tens of thousands of years. What were a few more days? Unbeknownst to him, the dark demons had already slaughtered the entire northern district and were engaged in battle with the Spirit Hall. His sole conviction was to await the arrival of C for a solution, despite having waited for thousands of years in vain. Suddenly, and felt the evil god's energy, he was resisting calm inexplicably. Sensing something amiss, he was taken aback as the next moment. The evil god's power within him erupted like a volcano. Corresponding to Tang San's defense against the onslaught, the evil god's power weakened, leaving Tang San incredulous that such a minor creature could render him so beleaguered. Within him, dark thoughts began to flourish, subtly amplifying the evil god's power. This ultimately led to the complete loss of control of the evil god's power within him. In a final act of desperation, he consumed a peculiar item from the table before him, his eyes turning crimson as he roared, transforming into a primal beast that unleashed its desires without restraint. Ah! Ha ha ha! Tang San suddenly felt the resurgence of the missing portion of his evil god power, which was his primary objective for being here. He sought to summon the other part of his divine energy, confident that even if it manifested as a mere dog, it could become a significant ally in his confrontation against his formidable opponents. Continue the assault. Do not relent, someone shouted. Amidst the chaos, another tore open their tome, scattering pages to create a formation to sever Tang San's path to survival. Others produced secret poisons to hurl at him, while some engaged him in direct combat, delivering powerful strikes. Tang San relentlessly countered the damage with the evil god's power, even allowing his own sea god energy to be consumed to further expand the evil god energy. In the distance, Shura remarked, "Why do I feel a sense of foreboding lately? It seems something monumental is afoot. You've grown too idle. The moment you're tasked with something, you seek excuses. Hurry and complete the reconnaissance." As Tang San's consciousness surged with fervor, the uncontrollable evil god's energy began to be drawn toward him, as if by invisible chains. Even from deep within him, it slowly converged toward Tang San. In the secret chamber, En's body, influenced by this force, underwent a miraculous transformation. Dark red patterns writhed beneath his skin, and his crimson gaze intensified. With a final roar, he expanded into a colossal beast, exuding an aura of malevolence that was both ancient and terrifying, and burst through the ceiling, emerging from the depths to join the battlefield where Tang San stood. What is that? Is there such a creature within the secret realm? Someone questioned. Indeed, that form resembles our current chieftain, and another remarked. He is a voice declared, revealing him to be the only soul beast in the spirit hall with a cultivation of 990,000 years. What has happened to it? The colossal beast roared, its every step sending tremors through the ground, each breath seemingly siphoning the air around it, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread in the elders of the spirit hall. Tang San smirked coldly, fully aware that it had become his most powerful weapon, a relentless killing machine devoid of fear or fatigue. Go forth, my blade. Let these ancient beings witness true despair. Tang San silently commanded, intensifying his mental control and infusing his evil god power into its form, ensuring each action was precise and lethal. Under Tang San's guidance, the immense beast charged toward the elders of the spirit hall, each strike accompanied by devastating force. Whether fortified barriers or exquisite swordplay, all appeared feeble against this tide of evil god energy. The elders invoked their treasures and skills, striving to avert this calamity, yet seemingly impervious to pain, grew more ferocious with each wound inflicted upon him. However, just as it seemed victory was assured for Tang San, a shocking decision emerged from the depths of the spirit hall. En's father, a venerable elder with silver hair and profound eyes, suddenly resolved to sacrifice himself. Closing his eyes, he erupted with brilliant light, a culmination of his life as cultivation. Dark demon, return my son's life. In the depths of his heart, he believed that by vanquishing this dark demon, En might regain his freedom. Thus, sacrificing himself seemed a small price to pay. As the battle reached its zenith, with Anne's monstrous form nearly unstoppable, the spirit hall faced an unprecedented crisis. Resolutely, the elder chose the path of self-sacrifice. Aware that the current strength was insufficient to confront the uncontrollable evil god power and protect the spirit hall, the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan, and his son, he made the ultimate decision to initiate an explosion, hoping to seal the dark demon along with the evil god energy. For the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan, I willingly sacrifice myself to seal this evil. His voice resonated through the heavens as his form expanded in radiant light, culminating in a cataclysmic force directed at Tang San. A deafening explosion echoed, causing the entire spirit hall to tremble in that moment. Before him, a colossal beast, born of darkness, lunged fiercely at Tang San, intercepting a lethal strike, tightly enveloped in a thick cocoon of light. The assailant vanished without a trace, leaving only swirling black dust in the air. Emerging from the haze, Tang San clapped in admiration, exclaiming, "What a spectacle! Kin turning against kin!" As he absorbed the dark power of the malevolent deity from within the cocoon, he mused that if he could entirely assimilate this sinister energy, he would master the full path of the Dark God. With a mix of taunts and silent absorption, he took a step forward, confronting the celestial demon responsible for the death of his kin. The warriors of the Hall of Heroes, grasping his intent, formed a unique formation. Creating a funnel shape with Dao at the forefront, they began with a 170,000 year soul beast, advancing through 200,000, 400,000, and 800,000 years, culminating in a 960,000 year soul beast. Despite sustaining some energy loss, they transmitted their power layer by layer, each willing to exhaust their soul power for Dao to break through the divine realm. The God of Time had left behind a divine position, and if Dao could expand his soul power, he could inherit this divine status and gain the strength to contend with the gods. As the special formation formed within the Hall of Heroes, an unprecedented surge of soul power coursed from the center, akin to rivers converging into the sea. Each soul beast pouring its essence into Dao, standing resolutely at the forefront. This power transcended the confines of time and space, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. As if even the heavens and earth were affected, Dao closed his eyes, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, a wondrous spectacle born of the fusion of various soul powers, each beam embodying distinct forces and wills. They intertwined and clashed, ultimately coalescing into an unstoppable torrent that surged into Dao's being. At that moment, he resonated with the cosmos, awakening a profound consciousness within the depths of his soul. As the soul power continued to flow in, Dao's body gradually became transparent. His veins, bones, and even his soul undergoing an unparalleled baptism and transformation. His aura intensified, reaching an ineffable realm that surpassed ordinary soul masters and even the boundaries of a million-year soul beast. Suddenly, the sky split open, a radiant beam of light piercing through and illuminating Dao. This was the divine light of inheritance left by the God of Time. Sensing the power within Dao capable of shaking the divine realm, thus preemptively unlocking the door to inheritance, Dao opened his eyes, now brimming with an unprecedented resolve. He gazed upward at the radiant light, his heart a tumult of emotions as he cast a distant glance at the celestial demon, Tang San, knowing that vengeance was inevitable. This divine inheritance marked the commencement of his retribution and guardianship. Without a moment's hesitation, Dao stepped forward, entering the luminous passage. Attempting to thwart him, Tang San hurled a scythe of malevolent energy towards the light, only for it to crash against the brilliance in vain. What kind of inheritance is this? Tang San questioned. Though no one answered his query, in an instant, the divine inheritance enveloped Dao, ancient and potent divine energy coursing through him, merging with his soul power to forge a novel strength, which was then intensely refined and compressed. The density of energy within him vastly exceeded that of his previous 99,000 years. While a 99,000-year soul beast could be deemed semi-divine, it ultimately remained a mortal vessel, and after being washed by divine energy, the quality of the soul power he could contain was significantly enhanced, transforming his body into a vessel for divine strength. Throughout this process, Dao faced countless trials and tribulations, his will, soul, and body being continuously reshaped and elevated. Each struggle and breakthrough brought him closer to the divine realm. Finally, as the last vestige of light faded, Dao slowly opened his eyes, devoid of past anger and hatred, replaced instead by a serene and profound tranquility. He felt within him a pulsating force that was no longer mere soul power, but authentic divine energy. He had succeeded, inheriting the divine position of the God of Time, becoming a true deity. In this moment, he fought not only for himself but for his entire kin, for those who had perished in his name. He vowed to protect this land in the name of divinity, ensuring that the celestial demon across from him would be reduced to ashes, with no escape. Familiarizing himself with the newfound powers of the elemental god, he realized he could master elemental forces, space, time, wind, thunder, and even the malevolent energy bestowed upon the dark demon tiger clan by the dark god, now returning to him in a form that felt strangely familiar, as though it were an intrinsic part of his being. Dao carefully controlled his immense power, his expression grave and solemn. He understood that this formidable strength did not solely belong to him, but was derived from the legacy and accumulation of the entire Dark Demon Tiger clan. In this moment, he felt the weight of the expectations and trust of the 87 souls behind him, who had sacrificed their lives to channel all their soul power into them, enabling his ascent to the divine realm. Simultaneously, thousands of soldiers at the northern gate selflessly burned their soul power in support of this battle. Faced with such monumental sacrifice and backing, Dao's heart brimmed with gratitude and a sense of responsibility. He knew he could not disappoint their hopes. He must give his all to overcome the adversary before him. Thus, he silently vowed, "This battle shall end in victory." With unwavering faith and determination, Dao gathered all his strength once more, preparing to confront Tang San's assault. "Is this evil power?" Tang San mused, incredulous. "How can you possess such malevolence?" All the dark goddess power from the dark demon tiger clan was transferred solely to one. As Tang San sought to reverse control and using the power of the dark god, he inadvertently extracted an S memories, grasping the general situation of this secret realm. Thus, upon witnessing the evil power within Dao, he was struck with shock, for he knew that the power of the dark god was his greatest reliance. Dao remained silent, consolidating energy within his right palm, formidable strength gradually coalescing into a wave of energy that stirred the air around him, causing his robes to billow. "So, you prefer silence? Then let me test the limits of your divinity," Tang San responded, regaining his composure and preparing for the imminent clash. With a swift motion, the energy wave shot forth from Dao's hand, and in that instant, Dao shifted, employing his dark attributes to create 3 shadowy replicas that followed the energy wave in a triangular formation. Tang San felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he were hunting his prey akin to the mandala snake from 422 years ago. "How amusing," he scoffed. With his purple extreme demon eyes at their zenith, golden light emanated from his gaze, yet even with this heightened perception, he could not discern which was the true form and which were illusions, for all maintained identical movements. If one were real and 2 were false, one could deduce the truth from their shapes, but what if all 3 were illusions? Where then would one draw comparisons? Tang San had already determined that one among them must be genuine, neglecting the slim chance that all 3 could be false. Consequently, he unleashed the malevolent power of the evil god, transforming it into 3 pointed spikes that shot towards the shadows. Yet, before he could strike, a chill ran down his spine, the hairs on his neck stood on end, and his muscles tensed. Years of combat experience had honed his 6th sense, alerting him to imminent danger. In a mere fraction of a second, he reacted, pivoting to the side, but a hidden figure concealed in the shadows, brandishing a dagger, left a long gash on his armored back. Flesh tore, and the wound instantly turned a shade of blue and purple. The 3 phantoms dissolved into a puddle, revealing that they were mere illusions conjured by a water mirror, augmented by dark elements to create shadows. Pain surged through Tang San as he knelt, his mind racing. The figure, still shrouded in a black cloak, retreated into the shadows, sowing discord with the grass element, which sprouted dogtail grass to mock and rattle Tang San's composure. He found himself in a situation where the enemy lurked in obscurity while he remained exposed. After a moment of contemplation, he erupted into laughter, declaring that if this were the case, he would not hold back his hand. Tang San shifted his focus to those lying on the ground, depleted of soul power, proclaiming, "Old man, aren't you quite brave? If you don't show yourself in a minute, I shall slay one of your comrades, until none remain." The figure hidden in the shadows began to tremble, feeling the weight of Tang San's threat. Consequently, the intensity of the figure's offensive escalated. Employing every erase symbol and debuff at his disposal, Tang San braced himself against the damage, observing his surroundings, hoping for a moment of negligence from the adversary that would allow him to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Compared to the lives of the entire dark demon evil god tiger clan, he was far more intrigued by the new malevolent power that enveloped the figure. For the paths of the world were myriad, and understanding varied immensely. In the celestial realm, the number of ultimate paths was finite. If one person could wholly absorb one of these paths, it would signify an innate path body, whereas hundreds of individuals would struggle for days to barely comprehend a fraction of a path. Suddenly, Tang San kicked the trident of the sea god, watching as the immense weapon swiftly lifted from the ground, spinning rapidly in midair before hovering steadily. In Tang San's hands, the trident became remarkably compliant, akin to a tamed beast, slowly rotating and emanating a powerful yet mysterious aura. Gripping the trident tightly, his gaze resolute, he murmured, "Come forth, let this battle commence." The figure conjured an elemental chain, recalling how, before gaining fame, he had utilized his tail as a scorpion stinger in combat, achieving an impressive record of 93 victories, 2 draws, and 3 losses, ultimately claiming the championship in that tournament. It could be said that when it came to wielding chains, he was exceptionally skilled. The 2 figures on the battlefield intertwined like phantoms, each clash sending ripples through the fabric of space, shattering the surrounding silence. "Heavenly demon, you shall pay for your actions today." The figure's voice resonated from the shadows, imbued with unwavering determination. The chain, forged from elemental energy, glimmered with an eerie blue light under the night sky, as if capable of binding all things. It was launched with a whoosh, aimed directly at Tang San's heart. Its speed astonishing. Tang San's eyes narrowed, yet his stance remained steadfast as he merely flicked his wrist. The trident of the sea god seemed to sense its master's will, transforming into a bolt of blue lightning that surged towards the chain, colliding fiercely in midair. The clash produced a deafening clang, the shockwave from the collision causing the surrounding space to tremble. A mere chain dares to bind me? Tang San scoffed, the power within him surging. The trident blazed with light, a torrent of sea god power erupting from its tip, creating ripples in the air that forcefully pushed the chain back several meters. The figure's expression shifted slightly. He had suffered considerable losses in this clash of divine powers. Even after tens of thousands of years of cultivation at the 990,000 year realm, soul power remained distinct from divine power. Moreover, having only recently merged with divine status, he was unable to fully exert his strength, leading to Tang San's relentless suppression. Yet he had no retreat left. Standing behind him were millions of kin from the dark demon evil god tiger clan. In a flash, his form transformed into a shadow, his speed doubling as he distanced himself by several hundred meters. Blood pact, ignite. Spirit pact, ignite. Soul pact, ignite. With my blood, I shall shatter the heavens, he bellowed. Life inevitably leads to death, whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain. Enter, and I shall slay you, demon. Though I may perish, I shall have no regrets. The divine power began to dissipate from his form, solidifying on the surface of his skin, merging with the blood seeping from his body due to the sacrifice of life, emanating an eerie blue glow. Indeed, this was the manifestation of his formidable mental and spiritual prowess. Tang San attempted to withstand the figure's assault, but after a single contact, he was left spitting blood. The overwhelming force of burning blood, spirit, and soul in a frenzied outburst caused simultaneous combustion with each strike. Should the physical body withstand a blow, the dark energy and spiritual force would penetrate, delivering a double strike. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Tang San summoned an ominous artifact, the Scythe of the Evil God. The scythe, entirely black, shimmered with dark purple malevolent energy, exuding an aura of death that sent chills down one's spine. With the descent of the evil god, all things wither, Tang San roared, wielding the scythe and summoning a chilling whirlwind that surged towards the figure. This strike not only contained the power to obliterate the heavens, but also harbored a sinister force capable of corroding the soul, making it nearly impossible to guard against. The figure's eyes blazed with determination. Rather than retreating from this lethal assault, he charged forward. The elemental chain, infused with the mingled power of blood, spirit, and soul, seemed to come alive in his hands, swirling and morphing into an impenetrable shield, bracing itself against the scythe. The collision erupted in a brilliant burst of light and an ear-splitting roar, as if the heavens themselves quaked in response. Heavenly demon, I concede your strength is formidable, but you have slain too many of my kin. Today marks your demise, he declared, his voice resolute. With a sudden jolt, the chain unleashed a torrent of pure and overwhelming power, merging with elemental forces to clash fiercely against the malevolent energy of the scythe. As time progressed, the energy fluctuations on the battlefield intensified, the clash between the two reaching a fever pitch. Each encounter was akin to the collision of stars, resonating deeply within the hearts of all who beheld it. Despite being a newly ascended god, the figure, fueled by the combustion of blood, spirit, and soul, found himself evenly matched with Tang San, even gaining a subtle edge. Encouraged by his momentum, he relentlessly attacked Tang San with the chain. Yet, Tang San, seasoned in combat, evaded with remarkable agility. Sighing, the figure gazed towards the towering pillar at the center of the battlefield, realizing that if this war of attrition continued, he would ultimately perish once he had nothing left to burn. It was time to act. With newfound resolve, he bellowed, "Sword, come forth." Tang San was momentarily taken aback by the commanding shout, but he quickly regained his composure. From the center, the towering column abruptly split in two, and a long sword shot forth from within. The blade streaked across the sky like a shooting star, tracing a graceful arc before coming to rest firmly before Dao. Etched upon the sword were the spirits of mountains, rivers, and flora, shimmering with a faint azure glow. Dao bound the elemental chains in his hand to the sword's body, which instantly transformed into numerous elemental ions that infused themselves into Dao's components. The sword trembled slightly, as if the sword's spirit within was lamenting. The elemental forging of the sword's spirit aimed to unleash its full potential. Only with a single strike could the last vestige of power be honored. Regardless of the outcome after this elemental forging, the sword would shatter completely, and the sword's spirit would be reduced to ashes. Dao silently whispered an apology to his old friend, yet he knew he must prevail. The sword spirit seemed to quiver in response. Dao raised the sword and lunged toward Tang San. At last, in this decisive confrontation, Dao identified Tang San's flaw, intending to secure victory with a single blow. Just as the tip of Dao's sword was about to pierce Tang San's chest, Tang San's form shifted in an uncanny manner, evading the lethal strike and leveraging Dao's momentum. Surged forward like a specter. The side of the evil god, imbued with boundless malevolent power, appeared to come alive in Tang San's grasp. Its blade glistening with a ghostly green light, a manifestation of the evil god's fervor, ravenously yearning to consume all vitality. With a crisp yet heavy crack, the scythe of the evil god struck true at Dao's heart. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, disbelief and despair flickering in Dao's eyes. His life force dissipated like leaves caught in a tempest, while the evil god's power voraciously devoured his remaining vitality. The secret art of burning life. Once Dao's ultimate trump card to turn the tide of battle, had now become a catalyst hastening his downfall. His body began to tremble as he struggled to maintain his footing, yet the malevolent force from the scythe had utterly shattered his will and strength. His gaze grew unfocused. A visage of unwillingness etched upon his face. He could not fall here. His kin depended on him, and he could not perish. He let out a desperate roar. But the die had already been cast. The scythe of the evil god pierced through his body, rupturing his heart and siphoning away all his power and life. And upon this battlefield, only the silhouette of Tang San remained. This signified that the tempest heralding the final chapter of the dark demon evil god tiger clan was about to unfold. Chapter 30, Prelude to Escape. Time rewinds to 7 days before Tang San's incursion into the secrets of the dark demon evil god tiger realm. Jiang Liuyan, the dean, had his secretary seek out the principal to summon Jiang Liuyan to the principal's office. On a moonlit night, the ancient and enigmatic Principal Guling sat alone in his office, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that revealed a rare expression of gravity and resolve upon his face. Jiang Liuyan, as the most distinguished member of the young generation at the academy, had quelled a long-standing conflict between two rival factions and was quietly emerging as a potential leader among the youth, being the only one in nearly 2 decades capable of resonating with fragments of the key of time. If he could continue to grow steadily, he might very well become one of the future's foremost powers. Guling sighed deeply, lamenting the brevity of time. Yonyan, I have called you here to discuss a matter of great importance. His gaze pierced through the flickering candlelight, as if he could discern the obscured truths of the future. His voice resonated with gravity, shattering the stillness of the room. The future landscape is far more intricate and volatile than we imagine. Through divination and deduction, I have uncovered an insidious force that is quietly approaching. A celestial demon whose origins I could not fully comprehend through my divinations. I can only vaguely perceive that he hails from the Douluo continent, and his sights are set upon the dark demon evil god tiger realm. The fate star of the dark demon evil god tiger clan is dimming, yet the divination suggests you may be the sole variable. Jiang Liuyan's gaze instantly sharpened, for he was acutely aware that the emergence of each otherworldly demon heralded unimaginable peril. It was as if an unseen hand was systematically erasing the vitality of the dark demon evil tiger clan. Each confrontation resulted in heavy casualties among his kin, preventing their numbers from ascending to a higher echelon. Thus, having journeyed from a humble village to this pivotal moment, Jiang Liuyan comprehended the profound implications behind these events. Principal, do we possess any means of counteraction? He inquired. Listen carefully to what I am about to say, came the reply. Do you believe he might enter the secret realm through the celestial portal? Jiang Liuyan speculated. Guling shook her head and produced a weathered tome from her sleeve, placing it gently upon the table. This is an ancient divination manual bequeathed by my master, chronicling numerous archaic and enigmatic predictive methods. Based on these techniques and the recent celestial alignments, I surmise that the heavenly demon is most likely to infiltrate from the Nether Valley in the northern region. It is the closest point to the Douluo continent, where the flow of time differs significantly from other locales. Once he enters, the internal passage of time will accelerate exponentially. Thus, the heavenly demon will inevitably strike here. If he harbors intentions of annihilation, the northern clans would face utter devastation. The predictive results derived from the stargazing technique reveal that this demon's power is unfathomable, compelling us to abandon the defense of tens of thousands in the north at the northern pass. However, this remains a conjecture. Moreover, Gu Ling's tone shifted as she retrieved a jade pendant, warm and lustrous, emanating a soft blue glow that seemed to encapsulate boundless strength. This is the life-preserving jade pendant my master entrusted to me. It will safeguard you in critical moments. Yonyan, I have grown old. The prophecies foretell that the last bloodline of the dark demon evil tiger clan will survive only through you. Yet, is it not said that man can triumph over fate? Destiny is not immutable. What if we emerge victorious? You are among the most gifted of your generation. Should the moment of your clan's potential extinction arrive, do not hesitate to wield this pendant to ward off fatal harm. Furthermore, I shall impart to you a unique technique. Strive to endure. Jiang Liuyan received the jade pendant with both hands, a warm current surging within him. He understood that this was not merely a treasured artifact, but a profound expression of his master and the principal's deep expectations and trust in him. Gu Ling instructed Jiang Liuyan to stow the treasure away. Before rummaging through the drawer, ultimately activating the spatial rift concealed within the bookshelf. Perhaps this clan was on the brink of annihilation. It would be better to leave a small gift for the future generations. If they were not extinguished, he could always shamelessly reclaim it later, Gu Ling mused. He randomly extracted an ancient tome entitled Six Elemental Transmutation Technique. Gu Ling explained that this book was authored by the primal bloodline beast, the Six Elemental Celestial Beast. Long before the Great Desolation, the Six Elemental Celestial Beast had succumbed to the exhaustion of the world's spiritual energy and could no longer awaken its six elements, thus fading into obscurity among the myriad beasts. Perhaps now, the wind elemental swift-wind demon wolf, the electric elemental purple tiger, or the grass elemental vining fox might be descendants or variants of the six elemental celestial beast. The application of this technique is confined to the six elemental categories, and it must originate from a natural affinity. Any attempt to invoke the technique through external elemental perception would result in catastrophic self-destruction. The book elaborated on how to inscribe magical formations pertaining to the six elements, thereby linking to the river of time and the ubiquitous spatial rifts, facilitating escape from pursuers. However, there was a significant limitation. This technique, bound by a 5,000-year threshold, could exhaust all soul power for a maximum of 5 uses, extending to 6 for 6,000 years, and so forth, until perhaps achieving godhood at the 100th level would allow for unrestricted application. But principle, I possess only 5 elements. Most critically, I lack the time element. Jiang Liuyan lamented. In the uncertain future, he might perish in battle or be ensnared by malevolent forces. Only the treasure he held, a relic of the dark demon tiger clan, could offer assistance. Jiang Liuyan hesitated to speak further about the silver necklace, clearly aware of its legendary status. Gu Ling nodded slightly, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. That necklace was a divine relic left behind by the god of space, imbued with the mysteries of the path of time. There were rumors that this necklace was forged through a transaction involving the entirety of a clan, resulting in a complete path of time. However, due to divergent understandings of time among individuals, some impurities inevitably marred the path. The god of space, along with an and the temporal sorcerer, collaborated to create 2 paths of time, one of exquisite purity, shimmering like the stars above and easily absorbable, and another encompassing the path of time interspersed with various interpretations. As this path was extracted from the dark demon tiger clan, the impurities were left for its chieftain. Should an outsider attempt to wield it, the embedded soul imprints or remnants could transform them into a genuine dark demon tiger. As the chieftain of the dark demon tiger clan, and once contemplated directly absorbing this power, persistently endeavoring to purify the necklace's impurities with malevolent energy, hoping to restore the clan's wholeness. Yet, as you know, the dark energy within him acted as a double-edged sword, serving as both a source of power and a cause of destruction. Most admirably, to prevent the necklace from falling into the hands of the celestial demon, which could turn it into a weapon against the dark demon tiger clan, and erased all consciousness related to the necklace from his mind. The process of purifying the necklace's impurities became a form of muscle memory, considering that it had been tens of thousands of years since he began this endeavor. Jiang Liuyan, somewhat perplexed, nodded knowingly. At this point, Gu Ling's voice deepened, pausing momentarily as if about to divulge a monumental secret to Jiang Liuyan. In truth, I am not the genuine Gu Ling. This revelation left Jiang Liuyan utterly astonished. While previous statements had only momentarily bewildered him, this news struck like a thunderclap, rendering him immobile. I am the external manifestation of Lord C. The true Gu Ling has long perished in the battle against the extraterrestrial tribes. I have inherited fragments of Lord C's memories and will, yet the traumas of war have left my recollections chaotic, occasionally leading to erratic behavior. Fortunately, the muscle memory of this body remains intact, allowing the will of the external manifestation to retain certain habitual actions. After 15 years of warfare, culminating in PTSD and disordered memories, fluctuations in behavior are to be expected. Recently, I, as Lord C, discovered the shattering of an soul plate, and simultaneously realized my sudden inability to perceive the temporal fragments within the secret realm, awakening me to the gravity of the situation. How could Lord and soul plate shatter if he were still alive? Jiang Yonyan inquired, perplexed. The river of time in this world is merely a flowing timeline, each cresting wave representing a fleeting moment. This river flows ceaselessly downstream. In my quest to uncover a viable solution for the malevolent force within it, I dared to venture upstream against the current to explore the mysteries of time. However, the beginning of this river is the reverse of its flow, where the pace quickens and time dilates. If the ordinary flow of time is 1, then upstream, it could be 0, 5, or even less. Thus, I have received countless possibilities sent from the future, learning of what lies ahead from the past of the current timeline, and subsequently relaying future events back to the distant past. Through this river of time, I foresaw its demise and regained control, allowing my visions to coincide with his, compelling me to protect you at all costs. Should the Dark Demon Tiger clan encounter misfortune, I must ensure that the silver necklace does not fall into the hands of the celestial demons, as it could precipitate an even greater catastrophe. Gu Ling's gaze was resolute and profound, and you, Liuyan, may indeed be the one capable of altering fate. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Liuyan felt as if a blazing inferno had ignited within the depths of his heart. An unprecedented sense of mission and responsibility surged through him like a tidal wave. He profoundly recognized that what he bore was not merely the duty to safeguard the academy and protect his companions. More significantly, he must endure as a spark in the face of potential extinction, striving to escape the impending doom. This mission weighed heavily upon his shoulders, yet he did not waver, for he understood that only by confronting challenges with courage could he truly become a hero. Rest assured, Headmaster, I shall exert every effort and live up to your expectations. Jiang Liuyan vowed solemnly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination and fervor. His voice resonated with conviction and strength. The headmaster nodded in satisfaction, a gentle smile gracing his face. He knew that his initial choice had not been in vain. The young man before him had already demonstrated extraordinary bravery and responsibility, and he believed that Jiang Liuyan was destined for greatness. Alas, he would not be there to witness it. How splendid it was to see such a spirited youth. 3 days prior to Tang San's incursion into the Dark Demon God Tiger's secret realm, as Jiang Liuyan listened intently to the intricate explanations provided by Gu Ling, an unprecedented determination and yearning sparkled in his eyes. He was acutely aware that, in the face of the impending invasion of the celestial demons, no opportunity to enhance his own strength could be overlooked. Thus, he resolved to dedicate himself fully to mastering the 6 elemental transformation technique within the span of 3 days. The countdown had reached its 3rd day. Jiang Liuyan chose the most tranquil chamber as his sanctuary for cultivation, fully aware that this technique demanded a formidable dual challenge for both the mind and body. He first closed his eyes and focused his thoughts, allowing his spirit to return to its purest state, and began to perceive the faint yet intricate powers of the 6 elemental forces within him. This was no simple task, as his bloodline did not directly descend from the 6-veined celestial beast. However, through his profound understanding of the natural order and years of subtle manipulation of elemental forces, he gradually delineated the indistinct contours of the 6 elements within his being. Countdown to the 2nd day. Jiang Liuyan embarked upon a more arduous phase of practice. Following the ancient texts, he endeavored to replicate the intricate array required for the 6 elemental transmutation technique within his own body. This demanded not only precise control over every thread of elemental power, but also the ability to meld them in a specific sequence and rhythm, forming a peculiar structure capable of bridging time and space. Throughout this process, he endured countless failures, each one leaving him feeling as though he were at the eye of a storm, with the powers of the 6 elements clashing violently within him, nearly tearing apart his flesh and soul. Yet, through remarkable tenacity, he made adjustments and corrections time and again, until the night descended once more, when he finally sensed the subtle fluctuations of the nascent array within him. The 1st day of the countdown marked a pivotal moment for validation and consolidation. Jiang Liuyan was acutely aware that merely constructing the array within himself was far from sufficient. He needed to test its efficacy in real combat and refine it further. He chose a remote forest, teeming with various natural elements, as the ideal venue for practicing the six-elemental transmutation technique. Deep within the woods, he closed his eyes and centered his thoughts, silently reciting the incantation. In an instant, he felt as though he had transformed into an envoy of the six elements. With the surrounding wind, lightning, and shadows responding to his call, coalescing into a formidable force. Although he currently wielded only 5 elements, he could summon the power of time through the unique magic imbued within his belt, crafted from an exceptionally rare mineral that emitted a chilling aura. While utilizing this method extensively might require multiple belts, for preliminary practice, one was more than adequate. With a low exclamation, the array within Jiang Liunian suddenly activated, warping the space around him, while time appeared to slow. He felt an unprecedented surge of power emanating from within, propelling his form through the forest with instantaneous precision, as if he were transcending the boundaries of space. In that moment, he grasped the profound mysteries and might of the six-elemental transmutation technique, further solidifying his resolve to protect his homeland. After 3 days of relentless effort, Jiang Liunian finally mastered this ancient secret art. Though he had yet to attain the realm of unrestricted use, it sufficed to provide him with an additional means of survival in the impending crisis. He understood that the true battle was only just beginning, and he was prepared. Chapter 31. The retreat time rewinds to Tang San as the scythe pierced Dao's heart. Before the blood-drenched gates of the North Town Pass, the sunset bled crimson, casting a feeble glow upon the mottled earth, revealing a scene that sent chills through the heart. Even the secret realm trembled slightly, the sky shifting to heavy hues, as if mourning the demise of this formidable figure from the dark demon god-tiger lineage. The last hope of the dark demon god-tiger clan, Dao, was slowly collapsing. His eyes filled with unwillingness and despair, a poignant indictment of fate's cruelty, and an expression of rage directed at the merciless Tang San. Tang San, a power from the divine realm, enforcer of the gods, and dual deity of the sea god and Shura god, was also a member of the divine council. Having inherited the malevolent god's divine power, consciousness, and essence. At this moment, he resembled a Shura emerging from hell, a sinister smile gracing his face, one that held both the triumph of victory and a chilling disregard for life. He approached Dao's lifeless body, each step seemingly treading upon the hearts of all present, rendering the air around them stagnant. Dao, you once believed yourself to be the salvation of the dark demon god Tiger clan, yet today, you shall become my most exquisite offering. Tang San's voice dripped with cold indifference, laced with an undeniable aura of cruelty. He knelt before the fallen Dao, gazing upon him with an expression that mirrored that of an art connoisseur, eyes glimmering with madness and delight. The onlookers appeared stunned, for it was only through the combined strength of their entire clan that Dao had attained divine-level power, capable of erasing even ordinary gods. They were incredulous that this otherworldly demon could so easily pierce Dao's heart with a single swing of his scythe. Fear gripped them, for they realized they had lost all soul energy, rendering them no different from ordinary mortals. I shall make all bear witness to the fate of those who challenge me. You will witness how Dao meets his end, and I will ensure you perish in utter despair. Tang San seemed intent on obliterating the very spirit of the dark demon god Tiger clan, but more likely, he sought to satisfy the tainted desires of the heart corrupted by the evil god. The malevolent divine power coursed through Tang San's body, distorting his psyche, nudging him toward madness. Tang San's words were like icy blades, piercing the hearts of everyone present. He rose, retrieving a pitch-black dagger from his soul guide, its surface shimmering with an eerie dark purple light, yet it was remarkably dull, clearly crafted for the purpose of torment. As Tang San moved, the surrounding air began to tremble violently, waves of malevolent energy surging from him, intertwining with the dark elements around. See, the luminary who once embodied their aspirations now lies as a mangled corpse beneath Tang San's feet. His sacrifice seems to have ignited no redemption, instead casting an even deeper pall of death over Zhenbei Pass. Remember, this is the price of defying me. Tang San's voice reverberates across the pass. Imbued with a chilling majesty, he arises, leaving behind a scene of carnage and despair. The survivors can only gaze at Tang San, their eyes filled with trepidation and uncertainty. In this blighted land, the fate of the dark demonic evil god Tiger clan seems sealed. Tang San may very well become the architect of their extinction, and from this day forward, they may cease to exist. Tang San harbors no remorse, having already exterminated the man-faced demon spider and the mandala snake. Only reference materials in the library and biological samples in the infirmary remain. One defiant youth from the clan crashes into the protective barrier formed by the evil god's power and detonates himself in a fit of rage. "Do you think you can kill me?" Another youth cries out, charging toward the site of the previous explosion. "Slay the heavenly demon." Yet another follows suit. Those who have regained a modicum of soul power burn their lives and souls to maximize the explosions, perhaps forfeiting any chance of reincarnation. Yet, many continue to press forward. However, this one-sided slaughter extracts a heavy toll on Tang San. His power seems to be consumed by an endless darkness, plunging him into an unprecedented void. The soul power within him is like a dried-up river, unable to sustain his once invincible defenses. It is then that a most unexpected figure emerges, Gu Ling, the dean of the dark demonic evil god Tiger Academy, who harbors a startling secret. As an avatar of the sacrificial god, empowered by the sacrificial god, he possesses the ability to summon the power of all the sacrificial god's divided souls within the dark demonic evil god Tiger's secret realm. Facing the existential threat to his clan, Gu Ling unhesitatingly chooses self-sacrifice. With unwavering resolve and dauntless courage, he summons hundreds of the sacrificial god's divided souls, even those of departed comrades. These souls answer his call, offering their formidable spiritual power without reservation. Merging with Gu Ling, thousands of spiritual energies converge upon Gu Ling, forming an unparalleled force. However, this immense power also places Gu Ling under tremendous strain. Each soul that merges with him burdens his spiritual world, as if countless mountains were weighing down his heart. One misstep could cause his soul to be torn apart by the overwhelming spiritual power, vanishing forever. At this moment, Gu Ling transcends his individuality, becoming an emblem of the dark demonic evil god Tiger clan spirit. The fusion of all souls within him elevates his spiritual power to unprecedented heights. This formidable spiritual power allows Gu Ling's consciousness to transcend mortal limits, sharpening his mind and enhancing his perception. Astonishingly, Gu Ling's spiritual power begins to touch the divine realm. He senses an ineffable force, the power possessed only by gods. This power bestows upon him an extraordinary ability to perceive everything around him, as if he could discern the essence of all things. Gu Ling has now transcended the realm of ordinary beings, becoming a divine entity. The sacrificial god, Gu Ling, his face grim, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, stealthily approaches Tang San like a specter. Tang San, weakened by the preceding battle, is teetering on the brink of collapse. The sacrificial god knows that to defeat such a formidable opponent, he must resort to extreme measures. He takes a deep breath, a glint of resolution in his eyes. He decides to unleash the forbidden heavenly soul disintegration art, a perilous secret technique that sacrifices one's own soul to unleash a brief but potent surge of power. While this technique inflicts immense damage upon the user, the sacrificial god no longer cares. Clenching his teeth, he swiftly forms hand seals, chanting incantations. As he speaks, a mysterious aura emanates from him. His body begins to tremble slightly, as if enduring immense pain. Yet, his gaze remains steadfast, unwavering. The sacrificial god's heart is filled with sorrow and determination. He knows that this action may lead to his demise, but he is willing to gamble his life. As long as he can deliver a fatal blow to Tang San, it will all be worthwhile. He closes his eyes, focusing his mind, channeling all his power. His soul begins to ignite, emitting a dazzling light. Simultaneously, his body gradually becomes transparent, as if it will soon vanish into thin air. In his final moment, the sacrificial god opens his eyes, a fiery glint blazing within them. He throws himself at Tang San with all his might, his figure like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying boundless sorrow and determination, attempting to inflict grievous harm upon Tang San. Indeed, when the sacrificial god unleashes the heavenly soul disintegration art, his spiritual power surges instantly, assailing Tang San's vast spiritual world like a raging torrent. Despite his strength, Tang San is undeniably dealt a severe blow. His soul feels as if it is being torn apart, his consciousness wavering between lucidity and oblivion. However, the sacrificial god also pays a heavy price. His body rapidly withers after using the secret technique, his life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet, he harbors no regrets, knowing that his sacrifice has secured a glimmer of hope for his clan. At this moment, the evil god's divine will within Tang San seizes the opportunity to make a move, attempting to usurp control. However, Gu Ling, or rather, the sacrificial god, has foreseen this all along. Though somewhat surprised, he seizes the last vestige of opportunity. He expends the last embers of his life, burning all his remaining power, and hurls the crucial necklace into the distance, landing it accurately in front of Jiang Liuyan. This necklace is the key to the future. The final hope Guling leaves for Jiang Liuyan. Tang San's evil god's divine will and his own divine will gradually merge in a fierce struggle, forming a new, even more formidable divine will. This divine will surges forth, as if about to break free from its constraints and reveal its true power. However, Tang San no longer has the will to fight. His heart is filled with weariness and helplessness, and he feels powerless in the face of the current situation. Tang San leaps into the air, soaring like a bird. Simultaneously, the three divine artifacts beside him also rise into the sky, scattering in all directions. These artifacts spin rapidly in the air, emitting a dazzling light, like three brilliant stars. Tang San gazes steadfastly around him, focusing his mind, fully controlling these three divine artifacts. Guided by his will, the artifacts hurtle away like lightning. Their targets the pillars that support the entire secret realm. Each artifact contains boundless power and majesty, striking the pillars with astonishing speed, unleashing deafening roars. Instantly, the entire secret realm begins to tremble violently, the ground collapsing in layers, cracks spreading rapidly. The once sturdy buildings and landscapes crumble at this moment, dust billowing, a scene of utter chaos. The colossal stone pillars shattered and collapsed, the walls fractured, and debris scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Liuyan, under the valiant protection of Gu Ling, finally discovered an opportunity for escape. He clutched the necklace tightly in his hand, an overwhelming tide of sorrow and fury surging within him. He understood that this necklace was purchased with Gu Ling's very life, and he could not betray her sacrifice. Without hesitation, he extracted the elemental essence of time from the necklace and absorbed it into his being. At this moment, he could no longer afford to refine these elements. He was solely intent on following Gu Ling's final words. In a moment of dire peril, Jiang Liuyan adeptly employed the 6 yuan turnaround technique, swiftly evading the clutches of the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan's secret realm. His figure raced like lightning, traversing through one temporal rift after another. Each passage resonated with immense energy fluctuations, reflecting his anxious spirit and unwavering resolve. He understood that this was his sole chance to elude his pursuers and safeguard the necklace that Gu Ling had sacrificed her life to obtain. Throughout this relentless journey through the rifts, Jiang Liuyan encountered unprecedented pressure and challenges. The chaotic energies within the rifts weighed heavily upon his body. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, moving ever forward. His eyes shone with steadfast determination, fueled by a singular belief: to survive for Gu Ling, for his kin. Chapter 32. Remnants of the Fallen. With Tang San's earth-shattering strike, the dark demon evil god Tiger's secret realm seemed to bear the weight of catastrophe. Shattering into countless fragments of varying sizes, scattering into the void. Once resplendent palaces, deep caverns, and lush forests had now succumbed to desolation and ruin, leaving behind only the remnants of destruction and the ashes of battle. Tang San gently descended upon one of the larger fragments, which remained relatively intact, sufficient to support his form without plunging him into the abyss. Standing at the edge of this fragment, his gaze was profound and complex. Though he had merely destroyed several key pillars, it was enough to signify the might he now possessed. Beyond the realm lay an expanse of infinite void, adorned with twinkling stars reminiscent of gemstones embedded in black satin, casting a mysterious and distant glow. Here, the concept of time was non-existent, and the constraints of space were absent, leaving only an endless silence and profundity. Occasionally, a beam of light from a distant galaxy would pierce through this stillness, bringing a whisper of warmth and hope. Upon this fragment, Tang San could distinctly feel the forces of the void pressing in from all directions, some gentle, others tempestuous, continually battering his body and soul. Yet, he remained unaffected, allowing these forces to rage around him. With the fragment providing support and protection, he was shielded from the ravages of time that could otherwise sap his vitality. In the depths of the dark demon evil god Tiger's secret realm, time appeared to stand still, enveloping everything in tranquility and mystery. Tang San sat there quietly, his form cloaked in a faint grayish light, exuding an aura of divine solemnity. After what felt like an eternity, he finally achieved profound enlightenment concerning the principles of the evil god. His eyes slowly opened, gleaming with deep insight, as if he could fathom the mysteries of the universe. At that moment, his powers as an evil god underwent a monumental transformation. Having absorbed the remnants of strength from the dark corpse, Tang San's evil god power surged within him, imparting an unparalleled sense of might. This strength manifested not only in his enhanced capabilities, but also in his comprehension and mastery over the principles. At this juncture, Tang San had transcended the realm of ordinary divine beings, emerging as a true evil god. His evil god power resembled an unfathomable ocean, brimming with boundless might. In this elevated state, he could wield the forces of the evil god at will, conjuring countless astonishing miracles. However, just as he prepared to depart the secret realm and integrate this newfound understanding into his cultivation, a subtle anomaly caught his attention. He discovered that a small portion of his core evil god power had mysteriously dissipated, as if silently stripped away by some unseen force. This revelation ignited a sense of vigilance within Tang San. According to the tales recounted in the Evil God Compendium, the evil god power was divided into four main components that inherited by the evil god himself, and those of the dark demon evil god tiger, mandala serpent, and the face spider. He had absorbed all of the evil god component, leading him to suspect that remnants of the three clans yet lingered, posing a latent threat. While such remnants might not stir significant turmoil, Tang San resolved to eradicate these hidden dangers. Aware that wildfires could not be extinguished and would spring anew with the spring breeze, determined, he set forth to return to Douluo continent, initiating a meticulous investigation. Tang San traversed the vast soul beast forests and human cities, personally annihilating numerous face spiders, mandala serpents, and other beings of the same ilk, even extending his efforts to eradicate their offshoots. Yet, despite his relentless endeavors, he found no trace of evil god power within their forms. The missing core of his evil god power remained elusive. This sense of loss and unease loomed over him like a dark cloud. Suddenly, a memory surfaced regarding a unique divination technique documented in the Evil God Compendium. This ancient and malevolent form of divination required the sacrifice of countless lives, an abhorrent degree of wickedness. Yet, with no alternatives left, Tang San yearned to reclaim the lost power and was unwilling to allow the potential threat to lurk unchallenged. In truth, the aftermath left by Gu Ling in the climactic battle had quietly erupted within Tang San's sea of consciousness. The explosive mental energy unleashed by Gu Ling had not only severely damaged his consciousness but had also allowed the remnants of the evil god to wreak havoc. Tang San exerted every ounce of strength to suppress these malevolent thoughts, yet the ferocity of the battle nearly shattered his spirit, threatening to obliterate his very essence. Although he ultimately succeeded in quelling the majority of these dark thoughts, a small fraction remained, subtly altering his mental state. These malevolent seeds took root and quietly began to erode Tang San's will, embodying the evil god's ultimate design, to gradually transform him and ultimately seize control. In this contest of soul and will, the evil god, though wounded and rendered dormant, left a profound and lasting impact. Tang San, once a dual god rank possessor, perhaps once held a disdain for life, viewing the lives of countless beings as inconsequential. Yet, under the evil god's insidious influence, his mindset underwent a silent metamorphosis. He began to adopt an indifferent stance toward life, perceiving the lives of multitudes as mere chaff. In his mind, he pondered, how could the lives of mere hundreds of thousands compare to his future strength? His coldness and resolve were unmistakable. To fulfill the wicked divination, Tang San did not hesitate to employ his divine powers. Capturing countless innocent souls of the Star Do Empire's citizens, those who devoutly worshipped the sea god, to serve as offerings for the malevolent ritual. This scene sent shockwaves throughout the Douluo continent. Standing atop the towering peaks of Sea God Island, Tang San radiated a faint blue light, a symbol of the sea god's power. His gaze was icy and profound, as if he could penetrate the very essence of existence. Under his command, the souls of countless believers, once fervently devoted to the sea god, were drawn together by an invisible force, coalescing in midair to form a magnificent ocean of souls. These followers, who had once believed their faith would grant them protection and solace, were unprepared for the shackle their faith had become in this moment of life and death. Their voices intertwined in a chorus of despair, echoing across the shattered secret realm, each word imbued with hopelessness and confusion. "O great sea god, we have devoted ourselves to you with utmost sincerity. Why do you treat us thus?" A frail and trembling voice resonated across the ocean of souls. It belonged to one of the aged believers, whose gaze was filled with unwavering loyalty and confusion towards the sea deity. However, Tang San's response was as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. "It is precisely because you worship me that you, mere ants, ought to contribute to my cause. In my eyes, your lives are but ephemeral whispers, and your faith serves merely as a source of my power." His tone was laden with an undeniable authority, as if stating the most self-evident truth. "The protection and peace you believe you possess are merely illusions I bestow upon you. In the face of true power, Your faith is but inconsequential dust. We only seek your protection, another youthful voice quavered, her soul trembling as she struggled to accept this cruel reality. A cold smile curled upon Tang San's lips. Protection? Huh. Your contributions to me are the fortunate blessings of your existence. In the realm of the divine, there is no reward without sacrifice. Your offerings shall become part of my strength, aiding me in ascending to greater heights. As Tang San's words lingered, the souls of the believers began to dissipate, transforming into strands of pure energy that integrated into the enchantment beneath his feet. At that moment, the aura of the formation deepened and intensified, as if the very heavens quivered in response to his burgeoning power. For Tang San, this was merely a trifling episode on his journey to ascend the divine throne. His gaze piercing through the illusions before him, towards a distant and expansive future. There lay the power and glory he yearned for, along with everything he might possess, provided he perfected the last remnants of the path of the malevolent deity. Standing atop the ominous and solemn heights of Sea God Island on the Douluo continent, illuminated by the eerie light of the dark formation, Tang San was enveloped by the corrupt energy coalesced from hundreds of thousands of innocent souls. This power was potent and distorted, capable of tearing through the fabric of space and peering into the future. His eyes were as profound as a black hole, transcending the boundaries of time and space, capturing the secrets hidden beneath layers of erased memories. How enlightening, Tang San murmured, his voice imbued with both realization and a sense of lament for the capriciousness of fate. You have so deftly refined the power of the malevolent deity and infused it into that necklace, allowing it to seep in unnoticed, concealing its core essence. I never anticipated that the ancient spirit's feigned attack was ultimately aimed at that very necklace. The gears of fate are indeed intricate. Tang San reflected as he revisited the scene of the decisive battle, realizing something was amiss. He continued to observe, aware that mere speculation required further scrutiny of the past to validate its authenticity. Furrowing his brow, he recognized that although he had glimpsed a sliver of the future, it resembled a lighthouse shrouded in fog, illuminating only a small expanse of sea ahead, with myriad unknowns and dangers lurking in the shadows. Diane's daily caress of the necklace. The malevolent deity's power subtly flowing within, there can be no doubt. Diane has repeatedly refined the essence of that sinister power into what appears to be an inconspicuous necklace. Having witnessed nearly 10,000 years of Diane's life, Tang San reached a resolution. Yet, the souls of countless individuals only sustained him until the day before the memories were erased. Tang San murmured, his tone heavy with regret and frustration. He understood that the necklace contained the very fragment of the malevolent deity's path he most desperately needed, compelling him to seek its trace with unwavering determination. However, the memory retrieval and the dark formation's tracing only extended to the day after Diane's memories were erased, leaving Tang San unaware that the necklace was a gift from the god of space, containing a complete and untainted path of time, a force capable of distorting time and space, manipulating destiny. To possess it would pave the way to divine realms. Had he known, he might have resorted to extreme measures, sacrificing countless lives to activate the formation, all to unveil the necklace's ultimate fate and the deeper secrets it concealed. Tang San inhaled deeply, as if attempting to draw in the fragments of the past that surged like a tide, yet those images cut through his consciousness like sharp blades. His gaze flickered, at times bright, at others dim. In this pivotal moment, he swiftly summoned his soul power, invoking the ancient and mysterious heart-calming technique. As the incantation flowed, a refreshing energy rose from his dantian, gradually permeating his limbs and calming his tumultuous thoughts. His breath stabilized, growing deep and even, while the anger and frustration within him settled like ripples on a lake after a spring breeze. Yet beneath this calm lay profound helplessness and concern. Tang San understood that at this stage, he could not directly locate the necklace imbued with the malevolent deity's power, nor could he foresee where its bearer would tread or the consequences that would follow. This sense of powerlessness prompted a sigh, but he recognized that lamentation would not resolve the issue. Only action could alter the current state of affairs. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the more distant future, deciding to refine the path of the malevolent deity through his own insights. The path of the malevolent deity was one that the deity itself had traversed, and with his dual divine experience, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. Perhaps he could perfect the path of the malevolent deity himself, despite its potential treacherous and unorthodox nature. In his current situation, this was the only course available to him. He believed that with relentless effort, he might one day perfect the path of the malevolent deity without needing to find the necklace, ultimately seizing the essence of the malevolent deity's laws and acquiring immense power. With these thoughts in mind, Tang San gazed skyward at the expanse of Douluo continent. It was a vast and boundless azure, seemingly capable of encompassing all the joys and sorrows of the world. His vision transcended the clouds, pierced the starry sky, and even appeared to traverse the river of time itself, catching a glimpse of the distant and enigmatic figure, Jiang Liuanian, a being capable of employing the six elemental transmutation technique, freely navigating through time and space. Every movement and decision could alter the course of the world. Jiang Liuanian. Tang San mused softly, having gleaned these two names from the dark formation. They seemed to possess an enchanting allure that piqued his curiosity. One belonged to the ordinary dark demon deity of the Tiger clan who had taken the necklace, while the other was a concealed identity traversing through the river of time for thousands of years. I will undoubtedly find you. The things you have taken will be reclaimed by my own hands. Whether it be the last vestige of the malevolent deity's power or the deeper forces hidden behind this world. In the distance, within a secluded paradise of the immortal realm on the Xianwu continent, a bamboo cottage resonated with two resounding echoes. This volume concludes with Chapter 33, Bamboo Forest. The River of Time is, by nature, a unique timeline that transcends the boundaries of past and present. The tributary of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan within this river is merely a minuscule stream, comparable to a single strand of hair. After Jiang Liuanian executed the six elemental transformation technique, the five elemental forces within him and the power of time in his grasp were drawn by the cyclone inscribed within his body. This created a distinctive passage before Jiang Liuanian. With the necklace in hand, he leaped into the passage. The reason only Jiang Liuanian could escape was that once the power of time within the necklace recognized its master, no one else could wield it even slightly. Moreover, the execution of the six elemental transformation technique necessitated complete mastery over the elements. Jiang Liuanian gazed through the passage and beheld an endless, meandering river, profound and distant. He could discern every droplet of water beyond the spatial tunnel, some sparkling like stars, illuminating the splendor of civilization, others dim and devoid of luster, chronicling the silence and vicissitudes of time. The sight of the river of time left Jiang Liuanian profoundly astonished, for he had not anticipated such a world beyond the dark and enigmatic realm of the evil god, who, as Jiang Liuanian gazed around, he beheld the secret realm he had departed from, witnessing an unforgettable scene. In an instant, the sanctuary upon which the dark demon evil god Tiger clan relied for their existence disintegrated and scattered into oblivion. The heart of Jiang Liuanian resembles a shattered mirror, each fragment reflecting boundless sorrow and anguish. He stands at the threshold of time's endless river, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated upon a shadowy figure as if he wishes to incinerate it to ashes. This shadow looms over him like a dark cloud, suffocating his very breath. His fingers are clenched into a fist, nails digging deep into his palm, blood trickling from his fingertips, yet he remains oblivious to the pain. The secret realm, once a sanctuary for his soul, a cradle of countless cherished memories and dreams, now crumbles beneath the onslaught of demonic forces. Each stone that falls strikes heavily upon his heart, inflicting an indescribable torment. And he, Uncle Sun, Uncle Shui, Bai Roli, and Qingyu, his most revered elders and kindred spirits he has come to know in recent months, now lie beneath the ruins of the shattered realm, perhaps reduced to mere bones and dust. Jiang Liuanian recalled the years spent alongside his neighbors, and an indescribable surge of anger and hatred towards Tang San welled up within him. I vow with the remainder of my life to ensure that you are torn to pieces and your bones ground to dust. Jiang Liuanian knelt deeply before the secret realm, offering 3 profound bows, before proceeding towards the other end of the passage. Within the depths of the ancient and distant river of time, there exists a colossal entity known as Xianwu. This alliance has emerged victorious in the contest for dominance over the entire river of time, claiming the upstream portion, signifying its existence solely in the past, while all others, all nations, belong to the future. Within the Xianwu alliance lies a tribe called Huan, harboring an enchanting paradise that seems to be meticulously sculpted by nature itself, far removed from the clamor of the world, tranquil enough to hear the gentle footsteps of time. In the spring, this place is tenderly veiled in a layer of mist, as the morning light breaks through, casting golden rays through the gossamer, dappled upon the verdant bamboo growth. Each bamboo leaf appears to be coated in a delicate golden sheen, shimmering with the vitality and hope of life. Under such illumination, the entire grove seems to be gilded, each stalk glistening with a golden luster, intertwined with its own lush green, forming a breathtaking tableau. The dewdrops upon the bamboo leaves, under this golden glow, become crystal clear, resembling pearls embedded in green satin, radiating dazzling brilliance. The air is infused with the fresh aroma of earth and bamboo leaves. A deep breath feels as though it could cleanse the dust from the soul. Deep within the bamboo grove lies a quaint and elegant courtyard, quietly nestled among towering, upright bamboo stalks, forming a natural barrier that isolates the disturbances of the outside world. The shadows of the bamboo dance gently, swaying in the breeze, producing a rustling sound akin to celestial music, uplifting the spirit. Within the courtyard stands a bamboo house, constructed beside a mountain and by the water, simple yet refined. Crafted from naturally grown bamboo, it is woven by skilled hands, sturdy yet exuding an air of understated elegance. The thick bamboo leaves atop the roof provide shelter from the wind and rain while adding a touch of rustic charm. Sunlight filters through the sparse gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting beams of light that play beautifully with the modest furnishings and delicate bamboo decorations inside, creating a warm and serene ambience. In the courtyard, a small pond lies crystal clear, where a few koi swim leisurely, occasionally leaping from the water, creating delicate ripples. Along the pond's edge, wildflowers sway in the wind, reds, yellows, and blues, adding vitality and color to this tranquil space. A swing hangs gently in the shade of a tree, swaying lightly, as if recounting the laughter of days gone by. At this moment, the sky is a vivid blue, with a few white clouds drifting lazily by, occasionally punctuated by the cheerful calls of birds flitting through the trees, further enhancing the tranquility and harmony of this realm, every corner brimming with life and hope. Here, time appears to slow, allowing one to forget the troubles of the world, immersing oneself in this rare tranquility and beauty, permitting the soul to undergo a thorough relaxation and cleansing. Suddenly, the horizon seems to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a terrifying rift before one's eyes. The barriers of time and space are violently ripped asunder, as if they were fragile paper. Concurrently, a deafening, piercing buzzing sound slices through the sky, like a sword piercing the very fabric of space itself. With this sharp buzzing, a massive shadow plummets from the heavens, akin to a falling meteor, descending with astonishing speed. Its size is unimaginable, exuding unparalleled might, instantly shattering the tranquility of the bamboo grove. The bamboo leaves swirl in the air, violently disturbed by the shadows, creating a green tempest. Amidst this whirlwind of greenery, a colossal figure descends, carrying an aura of devastation, crashing forcefully into this peaceful world of bamboo. This shadow is none other than Jiang Liuyan, who has just emerged from the time passage. Forced out in a disheveled state due to an unexpected tumult in the fabric of time and space, revealing his primal form as the dark demon tiger. His body is immense and fearsome, with dark fur glistening coldly in the dim light. Though disheveled, it still exudes a regal ferocity. His eyes resemble two profound night skies, glimmering with a blend of madness and despair. His forepaws strike the ground, causing tremors throughout the bamboo grove, as if the very earth quakes at the suddenness of his presence. The surrounding air seems to freeze, time itself appearing to slow. The creatures of the bamboo grove, whether leisurely foraging squirrels or birds ready to take flight, are startled by this abrupt change, scattering in search of safe refuge. Jiang Liuyan slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping around, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Where is this? Where am I? Who am I? Jiang Liuyan clumsily rose to his feet, his massive form pressing against the bamboo. After a brief moment of disorientation, his mind swiftly regained focus as he surveyed his surroundings. Towering bamboo forest loomed above him, an endless expanse of green, rendering him unable to discern any direction. Shaking off the fallen leaves clinging to him, Jiang Liuyan arbitrarily chose a path and began to move forward. However, the sheer size of the dark demonic tiger's true form made navigating through the bamboo grove inevitable, fraught with scrapes, as the stout stalks obstructed his passage. Jiang Liuyan became acutely aware of his predicament, channeling his soul energy to transform himself into a humanoid form. He recognized that due to the chaotic currents of time and space, he had strayed far from his intended destination, utterly oblivious to his current temporal or spatial coordinates. Thus, in the absence of clarity regarding his surroundings, it was imperative for him to swiftly adapt to the environment, ideally locating a place inhabited by others to address his survival needs. Although bamboo could serve as sustenance, it was not what Jiang Liuyan desired. He was not a fierce ancient beast like the iron-eating beast, for he, as a tiger, was inherently inclined towards consuming meat. In the coolness of the air, another figure appeared, a middle-aged man engrossed in painting in the courtyard. Holding his brush, he conversed with a cat languidly reclining beside him, seemingly understanding his words. "Meow, what concern is it of mine that someone has arrived? Meow, all is well, all is well. It's that illusion." How he came in. He must also find his way out, the little cat meowed. Rightly so, yet he was an unpredictable variable. Once he tires, you may invite her in. We have awaited guests for a millennium, the middle-aged man remarked, placing his brush upon the stand. The artwork he created depicted a vividly lifelike representation of the dark demon god Tiger, and upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Liuyan's true form. Throughout the millennia, I have encountered many so-called children of fortune. Those endowed with great destiny invariably possess an array of serendipitous encounters, growing at an astonishingly rapid pace. They can even transcend one or two major stages to challenge foes beyond their levels. Such individuals should be befriended rather than antagonized, should one choose enmity. It must be executed before they mature, severing them at the roots. Yet he, with whom I share a connection. It is time for my legacy to find a worthy heir, the middle-aged man concluded. Meow meow meow, good good good, the lounging cat interjected with a hint of sarcasm. The middle-aged man, infuriated by this interruption of his carefully cultivated emotions, was poised to strike while the cat seemed to anticipate his move. With a graceful leap, the cat jumped off the table and onto the eaves, resuming its slumber. Time passed in silence. Jiang Liuyan wandered through the labyrinth of bamboo for an interminable time, never once contemplating the possibility of becoming lost amidst the verdant stalks. After all, his aptitude in spatial geometry was remarkable, and he had marked numerous indicators along his path. He was acutely aware that he was not merely traversing in circles. Within this bamboo grove, the notions of north, south, east, and west had become utterly meaningless. Surrounding him, all that met his gaze were towering bamboos, inciting an inexplicable sense of agitation within his heart. The bamboo forest exuded an aura of the uncanny. Jiang Liuyan raised his gaze to the heavens, sunlight filtering through the dense bamboo leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Yet it failed to illuminate the confusion residing in his heart. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of emerald green, each bamboo stalk standing tall like a sword, pointing towards the sky. It felt as if nature had woven a labyrinth, making it difficult to discern direction or find an escape. What astonished Jiang Liuyan further was that, despite his physique as a member of the dark demonic tiger clan, which had once allowed him to effortlessly run hundreds of kilometers in a single breath, he found himself utterly drained after merely wandering through the bamboo forest for an afternoon. The spiritual energy in the air was unfathomable, seemingly infused with a higher power that rendered him incapable of replenishing his reserves. Consequently, a profound weariness surged within him. Could it be that I am destined to perish in this nameless bamboo grove? The vendetta against my clan remains unavenged, the blood feud yet to be settled. That fiend, Tang San, I have not yet exacted my vengeance upon him, nor have I reduced him to ashes. How can I succumb here? A swell of reluctance and fury surged within Jiang Liuyan as he struggled to rise, only to collapse weakly onto the ground, sweat mingling with tears, blurring his vision. The leaves of the bamboo rustled softly, as if responding to some unspoken sentiment. The wind, imbued with a hint of sorrow, swept through the grove, gently brushing against Jiang Liuyan's face, carrying away a portion of his sweat and tears, yet it could not erase the tenacity and resilience within his heart. The sound of the rustling leaves transformed into a clarion call of inspiration in that moment. Amidst the whispering bamboo leaves and the howling wind, a peculiar radiance emerged from the depths of the forest, illuminating Jiang Liuyan's visage. He looked up in astonishment to see a vividly colored spirit bird soaring forth from the bamboo, its feathers seemingly imbued with some arcane power, gliding gracefully towards him. Is this a sign from the heavens? Jiang Liuyan pondered silently as he extended his hand. The spirit bird alighted gently upon his palm, bringing with it a sense of warmth and vitality. With its arrival, an unprecedented vigor surged into his being, dissipating his fatigue at an astonishing pace. Heaven does not forsake me. Jiang Liuyan, nourished by the spirit bird, gradually regained his peak condition. Just then, a silent white cat emerged from the depths of the dense bamboo. Its steps were as light as a feather, each movement harmonizing with the sway of the bamboo leaves, evoking a sense of serenity and mystery. This white cat's fur was as pure as freshly fallen snow, devoid of any blemish, embodying a pristine essence. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom and vitality, deep and bright, as if capable of perceiving the inner worlds of all beings. As it gazed around, an ethereal quality radiated from its demeanor, rendering the entire scene even more tranquil and harmonious, as if time had come to a standstill. The white cat glided gracefully through the bamboo grove, its figure seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment, reminiscent of the enigmatic creatures depicted in ancient legends. Chapter 34. Illusion. As the white cat approached with its ethereal grace, Jiang Liuyan felt an indescribable sense of awe and anticipation swell within him. This was not merely due to the cat's extraordinary presence, which seemed incongruous in the bamboo grove, yet harmoniously intertwined with it, creating a paradoxical sensation within him. "Are you here to lead me away?" Jiang Liuyan's voice trembled slightly, his gaze unwaveringly following the white cat. In this silent and mysterious bamboo forest, he felt he had exhausted every ounce of his strength, yet was still unable to depart from this place. Thus, he placed his final hope in every conceivable direction, silently praying, what if there truly is a chance to escape? The white cat paused its graceful steps, elegantly turning to regard him with its bright, lively eyes, gently swaying its tail as if responding to his innermost queries. Then, it turned once more, gliding effortlessly deeper into the bamboo grove, each step exuding a sense of calm. As if this grove were its domain, familiar with every corner. As they traversed through layers of dense foliage, the light gradually softened and grew mysterious. Perfumed with a subtle fragrance, a unique essence that seemed to embody millennia of culture and heritage. Finally, in a clearing, a quaint and elegant bamboo pavilion came into view. At the center of the courtyard, an elderly man clad in white was absorbed in painting, his strokes revealing an extraordinary artistic vision. "Meow, little Huanzi. I brought someone for you. Don't keep me from my slumber." The white cat raised its head, letting out a meow devoid of its earlier grace. Then leapt onto the eaves, curling up atop the house. For the sake of 10 small fish snacks, it thought, bringing a person to little Huanzi isn't too bad. The middle-aged man in white, upon hearing this, slowly lifted his gaze. His deep eyes seemed capable of discerning the hearts of men. He smiled gently, a warmth radiating from his expression, as if to dispel all shadows of the world. "Jiang Liuyan, welcome to the replica secret realm of the illusion sect. I am the former sect leader, Huan Qi, and also a temporary inhabitant of this bamboo grove and secret realm." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Liuyan felt a surge of respect within him. He bent his body in a gesture of gratitude, his appreciation evident. "Thank you, sect master, for your rescue. I am profoundly grateful." Huan Qi smiled and said, "Do not be hasty in your thanks. To be frank, the grand formation outside was devised by me. The intricate array within the bamboo grove is a replica of the protective formation of the Huan sect, a unique array filled with various enchantments, energy absorption mechanisms, and counteractive formations. Surely, you have sensed that within the illusion, you are unable to exert your full strength, and the rate of energy and stamina depletion is several times greater than usual. The outer layer of this formation comprises 18 spirit-gathering arrays responsible for drawing an external spiritual energy, while 3 internal spirit conversion arrays gradually assimilate the energy of those within for the formation's use. Altogether, this grand formation encompasses 46 major spirit conversion arrays and 148 minor spirit conversion arrays, each capable of transforming the internal energy of its participants into a form that cannot be directly utilized. What do you think? Is this grand formation not exceedingly profound? Meow, a white cat perched on the eaves, called out, indicating that he had said too much, and that they had yet to ascertain whether the young man could indeed join the sect. Zilu gently waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned, and addressed Jiang Liuyan, "Young man, we are fated to meet. Do you wish to become my disciple?" Although Jiang Liuyan was perturbed after being ensnared by the illusionary array for an entire afternoon, he soon found solace in the sheer magnificence of such enchantments. As he beheld the elegant middle-aged man before him, he respectfully performed the rite of apprenticeship. Huan Qi cast a glance at the white cat, seemingly reveling in the moment, her eyes sparkling with a hint of triumph, as if to say, "Look at the admiration directed my way," despite having claimed she would not take him as a disciple. Unable to contain her joy, she turned and raised a hand, indicating that Jiang Liuyan need not be overly formal, before gesturing towards an unfinished painting on the table. "Behold this artwork." As Huan Qi's words lingered in the air, Jiang Liuyan's gaze fell upon the painting laid out before him, depicting an extraordinarily majestic, dark, demonic tiger. Earlier, while ensnared within the bamboo grove's illusion, the painting had only presented itself through Jiang Liuyan as perspective, appearing lifelike yet merely a representation of the dark demonic tiger. However, after Huan Qi's further refinement, the artwork now transcended mere representation, channeling Jiang Liuyan's essence to traverse time, capturing the apex of the dark demonic tiger clan from millennia past, a posture of disdain for the world, an embodiment of unrivaled might. The formidable form of the dark demonic tiger nearly dominated the canvas, its fur shimmering with an enigmatic blue-violet luminescence, reminiscent of the most profound dreams within the night sky, or the tumultuous currents beneath the abyss, both mysterious and haunting. Its eyes resembled two resplendent yet indifferent gems, profound enough to pierce the deepest fears of the soul. Glimmering with an entrancing, ghostly light, each blink seemingly weaving invisible curses and nightmares. Encircling its being were tendrils of dark magical energy, motionless yet alive in appearance. Swirling and coiling around the tiger's form, transforming into sharp blades or grotesque visages, embodying the supreme authority and terrifying power of the sacrifices made to the dark god. The paper itself appeared burdened and warped by this overwhelming force, as though it might shatter at any moment. As Huan Chi's voice resonated, the painting seemed to awaken. Bamboo leaves swayed gently, a soft breeze stirred, and the water remained undisturbed, until a spectral dark, demonic tiger emerged from the canvas, gracefully descending before Jiang Liuyan. Its posture was one of defiance and pride, reminiscent of its clan's most spirited past. This painting acknowledges your indomitable spirit and serves as my personal gift to you for enduring my trials. Huan Chi's voice was deep and magnetic. I hope you can glean from it the unique qualities of your clan's most glorious past, a reminder that, regardless of the adversities faced, one must remain true to oneself, pursuing one's essence, much like the creature depicted within this artwork, which, even in the face of adversity, stands tall above all. Jiang Liuyan gazed intently at the painting before him, his heart stirred by an unprecedented sense of awe. His kin had all been slain by the celestial demons, perhaps leaving not a single survivor. This painting was not merely an ordinary artwork, it served as a profound connection to his past. Each stroke and line encapsulated the figures and memories of his ancestors, evoking a profound sense of familial love and the warmth of his community. As he beheld the painting, it felt as though he could hear the joyous laughter of his kin, sensing their enduring presence. This overwhelming sensation brought tears to his eyes, filling him with nostalgia for the past and hope for the future. He understood that although his kin had departed, their spirit would forever be etched in his heart, inspiring him to forge ahead. Simultaneously, this painting represented the great expectations and aspirations of the sect leader, Huan Chi. As a disciple, he was acutely aware of the responsibility he bore to inherit and promote the culture of his sect. This artwork was a testament to the leader's affirmation and encouragement, fortifying his resolve to continue on his path. Jiang Liuyan secretly resolved to transform this hope into motivation, diligently cultivating his skills to become a formidable practitioner. He aimed to repay the trust of the sect leader through tangible actions, ensuring that he did not betray their expectations. Simultaneously, he wished to grant peace to the souls of his ancestors, making their sacrifices meaningful. Master, I am willing to become your disciple and join the illusion sect to avenge our clan. Initially, his desire to learn was sparked merely by witnessing the formidable array skills of Huan Chi. However, upon receiving the painting, Jiang Liuyan was profoundly moved. The leader's earnest efforts touched him deeply. He knelt on the ground, his tone resolute, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, fully accepting Huan Chi as his master. Huan Chi nodded in satisfaction and announced the commencement of the apprenticeship ceremony. The ritual, though simple, was solemn and sacred. Huan Chi personally brought forth a bowl of clear spring water and placed it before Jiang Liuyan, stating, "This spring is called Heart Source. Drinking it will purify your heart and clarify your aspirations, allowing you to forget the troubles of the mortal world. Drink it. If you do not sever the threads of your 3,000 worries and momentarily set aside your hatred, how will you be able to reclaim it later? Harboring hatred will significantly impact your future studies. The master does not urge you to abandon your hatred in favor of love to sway everyone. Rather, one aspect of the illusion is to perceive malevolence. Understanding and magnifying the flaws within the human heart is essential for our path. Thus, one must first let go before being able to grasp. If you seek strength while carrying hatred, although you may rapidly enhance your abilities in the short term, in the long run, should that delicate string within you snap, the losses will far outweigh the gains." Jiang Liuyan listened to the words of the sect leader, immersed in contemplation. Indeed, he had always believed that his ultimate aim was to become formidable, to exact vengeance and settle scores. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he realized that each of his thoughts and every endeavor stemmed from a profound animosity towards his adversaries and an unwavering resolve for retribution. Memories of his past surged forth, the agonizing moments of losing loved ones and friends. These recollections ignited a tempest of anger and sorrow within him, simultaneously awakening a fierce determination deep in his soul. Nevertheless, he also came to a poignant realization, should the day arrive when he successfully avenged his grievances, that taut string of purpose might very well snap. At that juncture, would he still be able to sustain his pursuit of power? Or would he having lost his guiding goal, descend into a chasm of confusion and self-doubt? Jiang Liuyan was acutely aware that the path of vengeance was fraught with hardships and challenges, demanding a substantial toll. Yet, bereft of this ambition, how could he discern the direction in which to proceed? He found himself pondering the true significance and value of his existence. As these thoughts crystallized, Jiang Liuyan grasped the cool spring water and drank deeply, feeling a refreshing essence coursing from his throat to his heart, as if even his soul had been cleansed to a state of crystalline clarity. Subsequently, Huanqi produced an ancient jade pendant, intricately inscribed with elaborate runes that emitted a gentle glow. This pendant, named Dream of Illusion, was the sole token of my lineage as the former master of the Huan sect. It not only serves to protect you, but also offers guidance on your path of cultivation. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Huan sect and my cherished disciple. Zilia delicately affixed the pendant to Jiang Liuyan's waist, her eyes brimming with satisfaction and anticipation. Jiang Liuyan took the jade pendant, feeling the mysterious power it harbored, and a wave of gratitude surged within him. He understood that this pendant held profound significance for him. It was not only a symbol of his status as the direct disciple of the sect leader, but also a guardian of his soul. Furthermore, it represented the trust and support bestowed upon him by Huanqi. Thank you, esteemed senior. Jiang Liuyan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Huanqi. Huanqi smiled gently and nodded, saying, "There is no need for such formality, it is merely the result of fate. Our connection is one of destiny, and you will find this pendant invaluable in the future. I hope you wield it wisely and achieve great accomplishments." Through Jiang Liuyan's eyes, Huanqi seemed to glimpse a future moment when he would use the pendant to deflect a fatal blow that could have claimed his life. Jiang Liuyan tightly grasped the jade pendant in his hand, a flicker of determination glimmering in his eyes. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yet he felt fortified by the protective presence of the pendant, instilling him with the confidence to confront any adversities. "Rest assured, Master, I shall not betray your trust," Jiang Liuyan vowed. Master Huanqi nodded in satisfaction. With the ceremony of apprenticeship complete, Jiang Liuyan's heart brimmed with gratitude and excitement. He was acutely aware that he was about to embark on a journey of cultivation filled with trials and opportunities, a path he had never envisioned. The dark demon evil god tiger, rooted in the 6 elemental systems, had evolved into myriad skills. While the innate ability of the life and death arena could only be mastered by exceptionally rare soul beasts, he had never imagined that he would study the art of illusion arrays under a mentor, a concept entirely foreign to him. Perhaps through this learning, he could exact vengeance upon Tang San, avenging the annihilation of his kin. With Master Huanqi, the former leader of the illusion sect, guiding him, he believed he could overcome all obstacles, growing stronger to achieve his aspirations. In the distant juncture where the river of time intersects with the timeline of Douluo continent, a shadow traversed upstream against the current of time. Its form aged and rejuvenated in a perpetual cycle, oscillating through various stages of life, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was youthful, middle-aged, or elderly. At that moment, if it were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the silhouette of that shadow, which traversed the river of time in search of a remedy for the impending eruption of the evil god's power within him. However, during this journey upstream, he learned of the devastation wrought upon the entire secret realm by an otherworldly demon named Tang San. Thus, only 2 members of the dark demon evil god tiger clan remained. Chapter 35. Striving for strength with the successful completion of the apprenticeship ceremony. Jiang Liuyan was ablaze with an unprecedented fervor and resolve. He understood that to become a formidable force capable of vanquishing Tang San and avenging his people, mere enthusiasm would not suffice. He needed relentless effort and the guidance of wisdom. Under Huanqi's leadership, Jiang Liuyan navigated the winding pathways of the bamboo forest, arriving at a secluded courtyard hidden deep within the sect. This courtyard resembled a paradise, isolated from the clamor of the outside world, tranquil and elegant. The layout of the courtyard was simple yet refined, with paths paved in blue stone flanked by meticulously pruned flowers and grasses. Though unremarkable, they swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance that lifted one's spirits. At the center lay a small pond, its waters crystal clear, where several koi swam leisurely, occasionally leaping above the surface in graceful arcs. Beside the pond, a rockery was artfully constructed, with trickling springs cascading through the crevices, merging into the pond and producing a melodious sound that enlivened the tranquil space. Most striking of all were the towering bamboo groves encircling the courtyard. These bamboos stood tall and verdant, their branches lush, as sunlight filtered through the dense leaves. casting dappled shadows that cloaked the entire courtyard in a veil of mystery and softness. As the breeze rustled through the leaves, they whispered, recounting ancient tales. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, Huanqi summoned a soft stream of spiritual energy from her palm, instantly enveloping the courtyard. The fallen leaves and weeds that littered the ground rose gracefully into the air, before being tenderly ushered outside, leaving the courtyard immaculate and fresh. The air imbued with a refreshing and ethereal scent. This shall be your sanctuary for cultivation and repose, Huanqi smiled at Jiang Liuyan, expressing her hope that he would find serenity here and swiftly realize his aspirations. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the rejuvenated courtyard, his heart brimming with gratitude. He stepped slowly into the house, where the modest decor exuded warmth and elegance. Gently caressing the bed, he felt the tender care and warmth bestowed upon him by his mentors, stirring a medley of emotions within him. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Jiang Liuyan reclined on his bed. Through the partially open window, he beheld the silvery moonlight cascading upon the bamboo shadows, painting enchanting scenes before his eyes. He closed his eyes, replaying the events of the day in his mind, the sense of impending doom as he found himself ensnared in the bamboo grove. The nervousness upon first encountering Huanqi, the exquisite portrait she had crafted for him, the solemnity of the initiation ceremony, and the carefully arranged training ground she had prepared for him. Each moment left him in awe and filled him with an invigorating sense of purpose. Jiang Liuyan gazed upon the artwork he had hung on the wall, a swell of gratitude blossoming within him, as he felt a subtle increase in his inner strength. He was acutely aware that his burdens extended beyond personal honor and disgrace. They encompassed the hopes and future of his entire clan. This weighty responsibility left him no room for complacency. Thus, he resolutely vowed to forge ahead, regardless of the obstacles that lay before him, until he realized the ambitions harbored in his heart. In such contemplative thoughts, Jiang Liuyan gradually succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself standing atop a pinnacle, surveying the world beneath him, exuding the confidence and composure he had long sought. The moonlight, ethereal and silvery, spilled over the tranquil bamboo grove, draping this secluded haven in a gossamer veil. The night breeze whispered softly, carrying the unique fragrance and coolness of bamboo leaves, weaving through the dense shadows, producing a delicate yet resonant lullaby, akin to nature's most enchanting nocturne. In this bamboo grove, tenderly embraced by moonlight, each bamboo stalk stood tall and graceful. Their leaves, illuminated by the silvery glow, appeared lush and vibrant, resembling exquisite jade. The leaves, dense yet harmonious, intertwined to form a vast green canopy that gently filtered the starlight and moonbeams, casting dappled shadows that added an air of mystery and dreaminess to the serene night. Moonlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting a mottled glow upon him, adorning his handsome visage with a soft radiance, further enhancing his extraordinary grace. Huanqi, observing from the tip of a bamboo stalk, gazed distantly at Jiang Liuyan, who had already drifted into slumber. To her white cat perched upon her shoulder, she remarked on the young man's character, suggesting that perhaps he could shatter the long-standing patterns of this continent, which had been sealed for millennia. The white cat meowed disdainfully, its eyes reflecting a deep skepticism, as if to say, what can a fledgling like him possibly achieve? You perhaps hold him in too high regard. With that, the white cat leapt from Huanqi's shoulder, vanishing into the dense bamboo thicket. Huanqi glanced at Jiang Liuyan and then at the departing cat, letting out a sigh. All felines share the same lineage, yet why such hostility? She mused, recalling the last disciple of Phoenix blood who had nearly met a grim fate at the cat's claws, only narrowly escaping due to his timely awareness. Huanqi resolved to provide Jiang Liuyan with the most comprehensive training possible. The following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the bamboo cottage nestled within the grove, Huanqi awaited outside Jiang Liuyan's abode, ready to commence his inaugural lesson. When the gentle and radiant sunlight, akin to fine threads, caressed the bamboo forest, casting a golden hue upon the simple yet elegant bamboo dwelling, Huanqi stood tall before Jiang Liuyan's door. Her countenance was calm and solemn, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and determination for the future. As subtle sounds emanated from within the bamboo cottage, Jiang Liuyan emerged slowly, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Huanqi, bathed in morning light, seemed to merge with the tranquil bamboo grove, exuding an indescribable aura of authority and kindness. Jiang Liuyan, you awaken at the perfect moment. Huanqi's voice resonated, gentle yet powerful. She nodded slightly, beckoning him closer. Today marks the official beginning of your journey in cultivation. The first lesson I shall impart concerns the illustrious history of our continent. Huanqi turned, leading Jiang Liuyan into a secluded glade deep within the bamboo thicket, where sunlight danced in dappled patterns, and bamboo shadows swayed gracefully, a place of profound tranquility. She seated herself slowly, motioning for Jiang Liuyan to follow suit, and began her narration. Our world, known as the Xianwu continent, is divided into 16 regions. Millennia ago, our ancestors gazed upon the brilliant celestial rivers above and fell into deep contemplation. Why is this world so vast? Is there a realm beyond the heavens? Can I reach out to touch the expansive sky? If I were to walk endlessly northward, would I ascend to the heavens? Thus began the journey of humanity, traversing northward, measuring the entirety of the continent on foot. In those ancient times, the land was not yet fragmented into 16 regions, but existed as a singular expanse. Eventually, a cataclysmic battle between heaven and earth ensued, reverberating through the annals of time, resulting in the continent's division into 16 parts, a topic I shall elaborate upon later. What followed was a narrative akin to those found in countless tomes. Humanity, after all, is mortal, with limitations in both strength and lifespan. In the ensuing centuries, people authored two seminal texts, one titled Chronicles of the Sky, and the other Chronicles of the Land. The former chronicled the 32 clans of the celestial realms, the conflicts among the central tribes of the continent, and various natural phenomena, including earthquakes and whirlwinds, which were regarded as the whispers of nature's fury. Observing the forces of nature and gazing into the river of time, they glimpsed the past, present, and future, ultimately creating numerous cultivation techniques. After millennia of refinement, only a select few remained: the ethereal veil technique, carefree shadow technique, radiant glory codex, ethereal dark resonance spell, purple lightning tempest technique, blazing inferno manuscript, chronicles of time and space, void escape star technique, illusory realm technique, toxin dispelling codex, and the grand codex of the multiverse. Additionally, there exist secondary techniques such as mighty heaven's splitter technique and carefree existence sutra, though I do not recommend them, as the first-tier techniques have withstood the test of time for millions of years, while the second-tier techniques have endured for merely a century at most, an ephemeral blink in the continuum of time, and thus unworthy of reliance. It is also noteworthy to mention certain unique techniques such as the Buddha speaks, I am invincible, the scholar states, benefit the world, and the Tao claims, I am supreme. These texts require a foundational belief that must not waver. Despite their peculiar titles, their methodologies possess an implicit strength that can rival those of the foremost legendary techniques. Jiang Liuyan nodded in a manner that suggested a semblance of understanding. He then spoke of the transformative experiences of humanity and the changes on this continent. As humans develop techniques, these methods birth spiritual essence. The spiritual energy of millennia past was far more abundant than it is today. Its richness was such that even the least gifted of humanity, if transported back in time, could ascend to the realm of the celestial emperor merely through the passage of time, a truly terrifying prospect. At that time, the spiritual essence was categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Notably, the spirits that resonated more with the heavens and the earth attained higher ranks. Furthermore, all techniques created during that era were of heavenly grade, signifying their recognition by the cosmos and indirectly attesting to their potential. After the emergence of these techniques, spirits revered humanity, accompanying them across the vast expanse of the world, witnessing the fluctuations of various environments. Subsequently, one individual and 26 spirits swept across the continent, even leading humanity to the pinnacle of power, where proclamations such as "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who defy me shall perish" were uttered. Yet, this was merely a minor skirmish in the early stages of humanity's rise. Later, humanity formed clans, collectively known as humankind, and the concentration of spiritual energy experienced another significant surge, marking a period of explosive growth, referred to as the first spiritual transformation. During this time, both humans and other races focused on enhancing their own strengths. Although minor conflicts arose, they did not escalate into genocidal wars. However, as resources remained finite while the population continued to swell, a tipping point was reached where resource allocation became untenable, leading to alternative methods of population control or resource augmentation. Clearly, this world opted for the former, igniting the first cataclysm. The spark of this disaster could have been anything from a loaf of bread valued at millions of spirit stones to a gunshot or other unforeseen events. The calamity unfolded with an unpredictable swiftness. Battles raged incessantly, inflicting severe losses even on the mightiest of humanity. The progenitor of humankind, whom we shall refer to as the ancestor, saw his 26 spirits, each governing distinct territories, reduced to a mere 13 as various races invaded, with nearly half of their domains falling prey to outsiders. Some spirits were even slain on the spot, their essences harvested to bolster the strength of alien races. In desperation, the ancestor prayed to the heavens, invoking divine laws. Perhaps due to humanity's position as the apex of all beings, communication with the cosmos was facilitated, granting them the power to combat the entire continent's adversaries. This power, while obliterating the alien forces, cost the ancestor his life. Eventually, the continent fragmented into 9 regions, known historically as the 9 provinces, with the remnants of the dreaming flower continent left in ruins as the seas turned a blind eye to the 9 provinces. Our sect has existed since ancient times, enduring countless trials and tribulations, witnessing the profound transformations of the world. Following the first great cataclysm, the Book of Illusions inspired the creation of the ethereal realm's illusory techniques. This sect is not merely a sanctuary for martial arts and sorcery. It is also a hall of wisdom and virtue. Every corner of this land bears the sweat and intelligence of our forebears, each detail chronicling the glory and honor of our traditions. Huan Chi's voice resonated deeply, rich with magnetism, as his words flowed like a gentle stream, unfurling the history of the continent and the legacy of the sect before Jiang Liunian's eyes. He recounted tales from the sect's inception through the illustrious leadership of successive masters. From the steadfastness and preservation during turbulent times to the deep exploration and flourishing of martial arts and sorcery in peaceful eras, each tale was imbued with legendary significance, stirring Jiang Liunian's heart with fervor and excitement. As a member of this sect, one must not only master profound martial skills and sorcery, but also inherit the aspirations of our ancestors, upholding the sect's principles and faith. Remember, true strength lies not only in physical power, but also in the purity and nobility of the spirit. Huan Chi's words brimmed with expectations and encouragement for Jiang Liunian. As the narration deepened, the sun ascended higher, illuminating the bamboo grove with vibrant light. Jiang Liunian listened intently, filled with reverence for the sect's history and aspirations for his future cultivation. He understood that from this day forth, he would embark on a path fraught with challenges and opportunities, with Huan Chi as his steadfast support and guiding light. Chapter 36. The dark breath of the underworld. In the depths of the tranquil bamboo forest, the moonlight had quietly retreated, giving way to the first light of dawn. Golden rays of sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, casting a dappled glow upon the clearing before the bamboo hut. Huan Chi, a man of exceptional skill with a stern visage yet gentle eyes, sat upright on a mat woven from naturally grown bamboo, facing Jiang Liunian, who was filled with anticipation and reverence. Jiang Liunian, he began, I perceive within you the quintessence of 5 elemental powers, immensely pure yet exceedingly fragile. However, should you cultivate one elemental force to foster the growth and transformation of the others, the results may prove unexpectedly remarkable. Hence, after much contemplation, I have resolved to impart to you the supreme technique of this continent, the dark breath of the underworld. Huan Chi's voice, deep and magnetic, imbued each word with boundless strength and mystery, captivating Jiang Liunian, who held his breath in rapt attention, afraid to miss any detail. This technique originates from the underworld, once belonging to one of the 32 spirits under the ancestor. After its spiritual transformation, it absorbed the purest essence of darkness from the cosmos, and, through breath, integrated the dark essence into itself for personal use. However, prior to this, I must assess your affinity with the dark elements. Huan Chi slowly unfurled an ancient, yellowed tome, an ancestral manuscript that contained the complete secrets of the dark breath of the underworld. In the serene morning of the bamboo grove, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting intricate patterns upon the awakening stone. Huan Chi and Jiang Liunian stood beside a circular stone platform adorned with ancient runes, a special device used by the sect to measure the elemental affinities of practitioners. Huan Chi's expression was grave, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and diligence as he prepared to gauge Jiang Liunian's affinity with the dark elements. Jiang Liunian, step onto this stone platform, close your eyes, and relax your body. Let your consciousness resonate with the surrounding dark elements, Huan Chi instructed, his voice gentle yet commanding. Fully aware of the significance of this measurement for Jiang Liunian's future practice of the dark breath of the underworld. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Liunian took a deep breath and slowly ascended the stone platform, closing his eyes as per Huanqi's instructions. He endeavored to reach a state of mental clarity, as if he were merging with the surrounding environment, awaiting a response from the dark elements. Huanqi stood beside him, gently pressing a button on the stone platform. Suddenly, with two soft clicks, the entire surface of the platform illuminated, and dark beams of light emerged from beneath it, swirling around Jiang Liuyan like ethereal spirits. These luminous entities appeared to possess their own consciousness, orbiting his form and moving slowly, attempting to resonate with the dark elements within him. Each beam shimmered with a mysterious and profound aura, seemingly conveying some message to Jiang Liuyan. As time elapsed, he felt enveloped by a warm force, a continuous influx that filled his being with immense comfort and reassurance. Simultaneously, he sensed the dark elements within him awakening, as if drawn by the alluring glow, stirring from their slumber to resonate with the energies of the outside world. Jiang Liuyan closed his eyes, surrendering to the enchanting atmosphere. As he sensed the fluctuations of the dark elements within him, he discovered that his mastery over these elusive dark elements was gradually strengthening. What once eluded him now yielded obediently to his command. Time flowed gently, and the light began to intensify, initially a feeble glow that soon coalesced into a dazzling beam. This radiance was so profound that it resembled an infinite black hole, seemingly capable of devouring everything in its vicinity. Ultimately, this beam shot directly toward the center of Jiang Liuyan's forehead. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented power surging into him, a force imbued with darkness and mystery, evoking both a sense of the unfamiliar and the familiar. He understood that this was the dark elements calling to him, and he had finally grasped the true significance of the profound connection he shared with them. Very well, Jiang Liuyan, your affinity for the dark elements is exceptionally high, even hinting at the potential to reach that pivotal stage, almost as if you were inherently destined to cultivate the spectral dark breathing technique. A subtle hint of joy laced Huanqi's voice, for he recognized the profound implications of such talent for a cultivator. That pivotal stage represented the elemental body, yet it was, in many respects, a double-edged sword. Should one advance too swiftly to the celestial sovereign realm without restraint, they risked being assimilated by the fundamental elements contained within their cultivation technique, leading to elemental transformation and ultimately resulting in their demise. Thus, for centuries, those with the elemental body garnered great renown, only to eventually fade into obscurity. Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement and fervor illuminating his gaze. He had never anticipated possessing such a profound affinity for the dark element. This was undoubtedly the most significant affirmation and encouragement for his path of cultivation. Thank you, Master. Jiang Liuyan expressed his gratitude to Huanqi with a respectful bow, his heart brimming with aspirations and expectations for the future. He understood that with such a remarkable talent and Huanqi's meticulous guidance, he would surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments in mastering the nether dark breathing technique. Subsequently, Huanqi began instructing Jiang Liuyan in the nuances of the nether dark breathing technique. First, you must close your eyes and concentrate, attuning yourself to the flow of the air around you, allowing your spirit to descend into the shadowy realm. As Huanqi spoke, he demonstrated, his eyes gently closed, his demeanor tranquil, his breathing elongated and rhythmic, as if he had melded with the surrounding environment. With each breath, a faint dark luminescence seemed to swirl around him, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky, forming a stark contrast against the morning light. This enigmatic aura evoked a sense of profound and serene power, as though he had transcended into another world. As Jiang Liuyan followed the guidance, he slowly closed his eyes, striving to calm the restless turmoil within his heart. Initially, he could only perceive the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheeks, bringing a whisper of coolness and comfort. However, as Huanqi's soft and soothing voice led him deeper into his own psyche, he felt as though he had entered a shadowy and enigmatic realm. In this world, there was not a glimmer of light, only an abyss of profound depths and vastness, akin to an endless ocean of darkness. Amidst this obscurity, Jiang Liuyan discovered an unprecedented tranquility and solace. His thoughts began to clarify, as if all worries had been cast aside, leaving behind a state of ethereal emptiness. At that moment, Huanqi's voice resonated once more. Next, we shall explore the art of breathing. Her words, akin to celestial music, delicately reached Jiang Liuyan's ears, imbued with an irresistible enchantment. He inhaled deeply, adhering to Huanqi's instructions, drawing the air into his lungs, and then exhaling slowly. His breathing rhythm became increasingly steady and profound, with each inhalation resembling the absorption of surrounding energy and each exhalation akin to the release of stagnant air within. As he inhaled, he envisioned himself drawing forth the essence of darkness from the depths of the netherworld. With each exhalation, he expelled impurities and negative emotions from within. Huaqi's voice echoed in his ears, meticulously elucidating each word and phrase, ensuring that Jiang Liuyan missed neither detail nor nuance. Jiang Liuyan sat quietly, fully engrossed in the teachings of Huaqi. With his eyes closed, he began to breathe in accordance with Huaqi's instructions. With each inhalation, he could feel a refreshing aura rising from the depths of the abyss, as if a stream of power from the darkness was continuously flowing into his being. With each exhalation, he sensed the impurities and negative emotions within him being expelled, allowing his body and mind to gradually become lighter. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan became increasingly immersed in this extraordinary state of cultivation. His breathing grew steadier, and his body felt increasingly relaxed. Simultaneously, he sensed that his soul was being nourished through this practice, becoming ever more resilient. Huaqi stood nearby, silently observing Jiang Liuyan's progress. Witnessing Jiang Liuyan's unwavering focus on cultivation brought a sense of comfort to his heart. After all, for a cultivator, discovering a suitable method of practice and persisting in it is a rare achievement. However, at that moment, Jiang Liuyan suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. "What is it? Have you encountered a problem?" Huaqi inquired with concern. Jiang Liuyan shook his head, expressing a sense of unease. With each inhalation, an inexplicable dread surged within him, as if unseen eyes in the abyss were fixated upon him, sending shivers down his spine. He could almost perceive the gaze of that celestial demon from the time of his clan's annihilation, akin to a malevolent specter from the depths, intent on consuming him. Upon hearing Jiang Liuyan's words, Huaqi's expression shifted subtly, a sense of foreboding enveloping her heart. She placed her hand on Jiang Liuyan's shoulder, meticulously examining the elemental composition within his body, her outlook far from optimistic. Huaqi's countenance altered momentarily before she swiftly regained her composure, explaining, "This is due to your insufficient comprehension of the essence of darkness. Although it originates from the depths of the abyss, it is not inherently malevolent. On the contrary, it harbors boundless potential and vitality. If you can master it correctly, it will become a formidable ally." Contemplating the unexpected turmoil in the nether breathing technique, he pondered whether it stemmed from his constitution or perhaps the necklace adorning his neck. He decided to wait a few days, allowing him to practice before addressing the matter further. Despite currently cultivating the nether breathing technique, the malevolent elements within him were proliferating at a rate surpassing that of the dark elements he primarily focused on. Huaqi chose not to dwell on the malevolent elements any longer. Instead, she patiently elaborated on the nature and characteristics of the essence of darkness, guiding Jiang Liuyan on how to conquer his inner fears. She taught him a technique to cultivate a tranquil mind, effectively suppressing his apprehensions. After considerable effort, Jiang Liuyan finally re-entered a state of cultivation, continuing to draw upon the essence of darkness from the depths of the abyss. At that moment, the pace at which he absorbed the essence of darkness distinctly outstripped the growth of the malevolent elements within him. Under the guidance of Huaqi, Jiang Liuyan began to adjust his breathing. Initially, he found it somewhat challenging, but as time passed, he gradually discovered a rhythm. With each inhalation, he felt a cool and profound energy surge within him. With each exhalation, it seemed as though he expelled all his worries and fatigue. "Excellent. You have taken the first step," Huaqi remarked, opening his eyes with a satisfied nod. He understood that if it were not for the malevolent elements within Jiang Liuyan, given his extraordinary potential and talent, he would undoubtedly achieve mastery over the art of dark breath in due time, becoming a formidable controller of dark elements. Moreover, with the presence of 5 elemental connections within him, the transformations that could arise would be even more enigmatic, promising great accomplishments. Thus, in the days that followed, Huaqi delved deeper into teaching Jiang Liuyan. He not only imparted advanced techniques of the breathing method, but also guided him in utilizing the power of darkness for both offense and defense. Under Huaqi's meticulous tutelage, Jiang Liuyan's prowess flourished remarkably. After their daytime sessions, Huaqi spent his nights seeking solutions to the hidden issues plaguing Jiang Liuyan's inner being. If the elemental force within him continued to grow unchecked, it would lead to an imbalance that could result in uneven power distribution. The elements within him were not the conventional 5 of the Eastern continent: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, nor the 4 of the Western continent: earth, fire, water, and wind, but rather a rare amalgamation of elements: space, evil, power, wind, and thunder. While the 5 traditional elements could enhance the body by corresponding with the 5 organs and merging through the meridians, and the 4 elements could strengthen the body in sequence. Jiang Liunian's elements were unique. Although some individuals across the continent possessed such elements, they were all renowned figures. The thought of adding another element reminded Huanqi of a certain individual from a century past, gently caressing the ancient tome resting on the table, which bore the crooked title The Transformation of the Dark Demonic God. Huanqi pondered the connection it might hold with Jiang Liunian. He had stumbled upon this book serendipitously from a temporal rift, accompanied by the corpse of a black tiger tightly clasping it. The magical crystal within the tiger traced back to a time when it belonged to the illustrious sacred heavenly spirit tiger, a title that had once captivated the world. Perhaps everything was indeed orchestrated by fate. As Huanqi gazed out at the moonlit sky, it seemed as though a decision had crystallized within him. He carefully examined the book before pinning his own volume on balancing the power of dark elements. Both tomes were then meticulously set aside, intended for Jiang Liunian, perhaps signifying that one day they would find their rightful owner. With his wisdom and strength, Huanqi paved a path for Jiang Liunian towards becoming a formidable warrior. In the distance, a figure named Si lay within a sandpit, seemingly resigned to his fate, gazing upwards with a mouthful of sand. What a wretched existence, he lamented, spitting out a mouthful of sand. Chapter 37. Ordinary training. On the following morning, before dawn had broken, the horizon revealed a faint light, shrouded in a delicate mist. Huanqi gently pushed open the door and cautiously entered Jiang Liunian's chamber. The room exuded a serene ambience. Jiang Liunian lay quietly in bed, his eyes shut, a slight frown creasing his brow as if he were engaged in a silent struggle against an unseen force. A soft smile graced Huanqi's lips, his eyes shimmering with warmth. He extended a finger, its tip slightly curling, and with a gentle flick, released a strand of ethereal energy that danced gracefully like a delicate butterfly. This energy traced a beautiful arc in the air before silently merging with Jiang Liunian's brow. It was as if this ethereal essence were a crystalline stream, flowing gently into the depths of Jiang Liunian's mind, tenderly brushing away his fatigue and worries. Like a gentle breeze, it caressed his spirit, allowing him to bask in warmth and tranquility even in the depths of slumber. Jiang Liunian's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, his previously tense expression transforming into one of tranquility and peace. His breathing became steady and profound, as if he were immersed in a serene world, oblivious to the clamor and turmoil of the outside. Huanqi gazed quietly at Jiang Liunian, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Occasionally observing her disciple was indeed a delightful endeavor. Huanqi mused. As Jiang Liunian slowly opened his eyes, he was met by Huanqi's captivating gaze, which held an enchanting allure. Awake now, Liunian. A new day heralds a fresh beginning. Huanqi's words carried an undeniable strength, yet they were as gentle as the warm sun of spring. Jiang Liunian swiftly rose to his feet, donning his attire with alacrity, his eyes shimmering with an ardent desire for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. He understood that each training session with Huanqi represented a significant breakthrough of his personal limits, perhaps bringing him closer to that realm where the hope of vengeance would no longer seem so distant, and the odds would be slightly more favorable. The two departed the room, traversing the narrow path leading deep into the bamboo grove. The morning dew was cool, its slight chill dispelling any lingering drowsiness from Jiang Liunian. Within the depths of the bamboo forest, a mist enveloped the area, rendering it akin to a paradise untouched by the world. Huanqi had meticulously prepared a series of training grounds well in advance. First, there lay a winding and intricate route designed for physical conditioning, strewn with illusions and gravity arrays crafted by Huanqi's own hands. These formations intertwined, testing Jiang Liunian's speed and endurance while honing his willpower and sharpening his judgment. In the battles to come, both skill and observation would be indispensable. In contests of equal rank, the superior skill would prevail. In battles across ranks, proficiency would conquer valor. When skills were comparable, the will would be the blade. Perseverance would ultimately lead to triumph over the multitude. Ascending through ranks, one must be prepared to exchange injury for survival, where a slender thread of hope must be approached with utmost caution. In the realm of sages, evasion is paramount. Strength alone cannot suffice, and the preservation of life remains the foremost priority. In a deep and resonant voice, Huanqi slowly addressed Jiang Liunian. This is the first formal lesson I impart to you, an essential tenet on your path of cultivation that you must engrave in your heart. Remember, on the journey of cultivation, never let a moment of impulsiveness lead you to display mere brute courage. Often, enduring a moment can yield lasting tranquility and peace. When my strength is restored and I return with vigor, those who have once wronged you shall face my wrath, and I will restore justice on your behalf, imparting to them the lesson that you are not one to be trifled with. Furthermore, regarding future adversities, you must exercise utmost caution. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Your potential and abilities are boundless. If, during your cultivation, you encounter peers whose strength far surpasses your own, even if you find yourself overwhelmed, your response should not be to confront them head-on. Rather, learn the art of patience and retreat. This is not weakness, but rather a strategy, a wise choice to endure temporarily for the sake of a more distant goal. In the short term, you must silently bear their triumphs, allowing them their fleeting pride while you channel your discontent and humiliation into your drive for improvement. Have faith that, with unwavering diligence in your practice and enhancement of your strength, there will come a day when you shall surpass them, standing tall in a position of greater power, proving your worth through your prowess. When that moment arrives and you reflect upon the past, you will recognize that all your patience and forbearance were indeed worthwhile. Huan Qi's words overflowed with hope and wisdom for Jiang Liuyan, encouraging him to grasp that true strength lies not merely in surpassing others in might, but in possessing an indomitable will and profound wisdom. Only in this way can one tread further and more steadfastly upon the path of cultivation. Jiang Liuyan profoundly understood this sentiment, for his sole purpose in gaining strength was to avenge his kin by reducing the fiend Tang San to ashes. Yet, yesterday, his mentor had distinctly instructed him to temporarily set aside his hatred. Today's words felt somewhat discordant, leaving Jiang Liuyan in a state of perplexity, though he dutifully responded, pledging to adhere to his master's teachings. Huan Qi was not one to change his demeanor as swiftly as turning the pages of a book. Rather, he had meticulously employed the eye of illusion to scrutinize the elemental powers within Jiang Liuyan. The malevolent energy within him had intensified, surpassing that of the previous day. If yesterday's dark divine power was akin to the thickness of a forearm, today it had swelled to that of a thigh, an alarming escalation. Huan Qi found himself at a loss, resigned to await the conclusion of today's training to bestow upon Jiang Liuyan the tome of the dark demon god transformation. Such a situation was unprecedented in his millennium-long existence. After contemplation, Huan Qi gazed upon Jiang Liuyan, lightly brushing his sleeve before signaling him to remain at the commencement of this path. Etch it in your heart, tread with steadiness, maintain tranquility in your mind, and let your gaze be sharp. Huan Qi's voice resonated gently through the verdant bamboo grove, akin to the chimes of morning bells and evening drums, provoking deep reflection. He stood resolutely at the starting point of the trial, his eyes profound and warm, watching Jiang Liuyan's determined silhouette with unwavering support. Upon entering the realm of trials, Jiang Liuyan immediately sensed a subtle transformation in his surroundings. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a mottled pattern on the ground. Yet, within this area meticulously arranged by Huan Qi, the light appeared elusive, at times glaringly bright, and at others, dim and profound. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions, and began the challenge of pushing his own limits, as instructed by Huan Qi. The first obstacle he faced was an illusionary maze. Suddenly, multiple paths that appeared strikingly similar materialized before Jiang Liuyan, winding intricately until they vanished deep within the bamboo grove. He understood that among these routes, only one led to the genuine path forward, while the others were mere phantoms. Stepping onto any of them would ensnare him in an endless cycle. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to sense the flow of energy around him, seeking that barely perceptible essence of reality. Even the most flawlessly crafted illusion would exhibit slight discrepancies when compared to the natural environment, especially since this maze was a beginner-level challenge designed by Huan Qi, meant to test Jiang Liuyan's observational skills from an introductory perspective. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint illuminating his gaze, and without hesitation, he chose a path and strode forward with purpose. Huan Qi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he glanced at the white cat perched on his shoulder, murmuring softly, "This lad possesses some talent." Upon hearing Huan Qi's words, the white cat narrowed its eyes slightly, then arched its back, stretching vigorously as if in agreement. It then let out a resigned meow, imbued with a hint of sarcasm and exasperation, as if to say, "Indeed, you are the most perceptive." Having navigated through the illusionary maze, Jiang Liuyan was immediately confronted with the trial of the gravity field. He felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as if a 1,000-pound burden pressed down, making each step excruciatingly arduous. Struggling to lift his foot, he discovered his shoe had sunk deeply into the ground, and the air around him grew thick, suffocating him with its oppressive weight. Jiang Liuyan gritted his teeth, adjusting his breath as he concentrated all his strength into his legs. Resolutely advancing step by step, sweat trickled down his forehead, plummeting onto the ground, which had been compressed by gravity to the point of distortion, instantly evaporating into intangible vapor. His breath quickened and his heart raced, yet he steadfastly clenched his jaw, unwilling to yield. I cannot afford to lose here, Jiang Liunian roared within his heart. He recalled the teachings of Huanqi, reminding himself to remain calm and seek ways to counteract gravity. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the surrounding environment and the flow of energy. Gradually, he began to harness his own dark elemental power to resist gravity, alleviating the burden on his body. As time progressed, Jiang Liunian gradually acclimated to the pressure of the gravity array, his steps growing increasingly firm and steady. He continuously challenged his limits, advancing towards his goals. Although each step was fraught with hardship, he never faltered, for he understood that only by enduring this trial could he attain greater strength. With the passage of time, Jiang Liunian adeptly navigated the pressure of the gravity field, his movements becoming swifter and more assured. He began to maneuver rapidly within the array, experimenting with various techniques and skills to enhance his speed and agility. Whenever fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he would recall Huanqi's expectant gaze and his own fervent desire for strength, fueling him like an inexhaustible spring, revitalizing his spirit. Throughout his trials, Jiang Liunian faced not only the stress imposed by the environment, but also the constant readiness to confront sudden challenges and crises. These obstacles resembled insurmountable barriers, testing his courage, wisdom, and strength. At times, he would be ambushed by phantom beasts, their forms diverse, some resembling lions, others tigers, and still others wolves. Their astonishing attack power and rapid speed left him vulnerable to their onslaught. Jiang Liunian had to remain perpetually vigilant, employing his martial skills and strategies to combat these formidable foes. Occasionally, the ground would give way, creating bottomless pits concealed with cunning precision, into which one could easily fall. Jiang Liunian needed to scrutinize his surroundings meticulously, identifying these traps in advance and carefully circumventing them. Otherwise, the consequences of a misstep would be dire. Yet, in the face of such adversities, Jiang Liunian never retreated a single step. He pressed onward, resolutely aiming for the endpoint of the path ahead. With keen intuition, unparalleled bravery, and relentless effort, he navigated each crisis, growing stronger with every challenge he faced. This was also Huanqi's ultimate purpose, not only to fortify Jiang Liunian's physical prowess along this route, but also to hone his skills and enhance his control over his body under the extraordinary conditions of gravity. Furthermore, as the latter stages approached, it was evident that Jiang Liunian's stamina had waned, relying solely on his willpower to persevere, thus fortifying his resolve in the final leg of his journey. In addition to physical conditioning, Huanqi meticulously crafted a series of thin arrays that drained spiritual energy, compelling Jiang Liunian to learn how to utilize and conserve his elemental power effectively in an environment devoid of spiritual essence. These arrays not only tested Jiang Liunian's elemental manipulation abilities, but also prompted him to delve deeper into the mysteries of his own elements, seeking a path to balance. Ultimately, as the sun's last rays bathed the bamboo grove, Jiang Liunian completed all his trials. Standing at the edge of the testing grounds and reflecting on the path he had traversed, his heart brimmed with pride and satisfaction. He understood that this was not merely a physical trial, but a profound cleansing of the spirit. Under the gentle caress of the sunset, everything in the bamboo grove was suffused with a golden glow. Jiang Liunian slowly rose. Though his body was weary, his gaze shone brightly, filled with aspirations and anticipation for the future. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of newfound power within him, a resilience and confidence radiating from the countless challenges and trials he had endured. Huanqi, observing from the side, felt a sense of gratification and admiration. He recognized that Jiang Liunian's journey was not solely one of physical training, but a transformative evolution of the spirit. This growth was more precious than any power. Liunian, you have proven your potential and determination. But remember, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. The challenges ahead will only intensify. Always maintain humility and reverence, and relentlessly pursue higher realms. Jiang Liunian nodded earnestly, etching Huanqi's teachings into his heart. Master, I shall strive to enhance my abilities while remaining steadfast in my principles, impervious to the temptations of the outside world. I believe that if I persevere, one day I will stand atop that seemingly unattainable pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Huanqi's lips curled into a gentle smile. Very well, I eagerly await that day. Now, return and rest. The future holds many challenges for you. Additionally, study this book diligently, as it may prove beneficial for tomorrow's training. Come here and follow the regimen. Do not slacken your efforts. With that, Huanshe handed Jiang Liuyan 2 books, one on the dark demon god transformation and the other, his own notes on elemental analysis. Thank you, Master, Jiang Liuyan expressed sincerely. Feeling the weight of the books in his hands, Huanshe waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk towards the bamboo grove, leaving behind a silhouette as Jiang Liuyan followed closely. Their figures gradually receded in the golden hues of the setting sun, leaving behind a series of resolute and powerful footprints. Chapter 38. The former sect master Huanshe in the central region of the Huan continent, a voice called out. Sinner Huanshe requests an audience with the sect master of the Huan sect. Please relay the message. To understand why he was referred to as Sinner Huanshe, one must delve back several decades. In the vast and boundless realm of the immortal martial continent, there are 16 distinct and enigmatic regions. Among them, one land, revered for its unique charm and historical significance, is the Huan continent. The history of this land can be traced back to the era of humanity's ancestors, closely intertwined with the legendary spirit of Huan, one of the 26 spirits. The spirit of Huan, a formidable entity under the ancestor of humanity, had once accompanied the ancestor in battles across the land, achieving remarkable feats. After the war, the ancestor bestowed a territory upon the spirit of Huan, tasking it with safeguarding the realm. Through millennia of turmoil and change, this territory gradually evolved into what we know today as the Huan continent. The Huan sect, standing for nearly 10 million years on the Huan continent, conceals countless secrets and legends within its walls. It is also the legitimate inheritor of the spirit of Huan, transformed from the purest form of the Huan scriptures. As for the origin of Sinner Huanshe, it intertwines with the tale of another prodigious youth, Qian Huan, from the same cohort. A story that has left a vivid imprint even amidst the vast currents of time. From a young age, Huanshe exhibited extraordinary talent in cultivation and a profound understanding of formations. His eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity and desire for the unknown. Decades ago, upon entering the sect, he was found to have a compatibility rate of nearly 98% with the illusory realm's ethereal techniques, indicating that, barring any misfortune, he could attain the level of the previous sect master, who ranked 3rd among the 16 continents. The title of sect master would be inherited solely as one, with the heavenly path erasing all memory of his name to prevent curses. A common practice among the sects following the Second Great Temporal Conflict, where individuals from the future and past conspired to eliminate established martial artists of the immortal martial continent. In the same cohort, there was a boy named Qian Huan, whose name had long been erased by the heavenly path, leaving only the code name Qian Huan. This individual possessed unparalleled talent, achieving a compatibility rate of 99% with the illusory realm's ethereal techniques, nearly reaching perfection, with only a fraction less than the sect master's compatibility. Thus, Qian Huan was deemed the presumptive candidate for sect master, attracting immense attention. Due to their formidable compatibility, Qian Huan and Huanshe became the twin stars of their cohort, supporting one another in their cultivation. Over 3 years at the Huan sect, they forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. However, fate seemed to delight in playing tricks. As an unexpected turn of events cast Huanshe into the shadow of betrayal, all due to his soul-bound brother, Qian Huan. The tale unfolds from the Disciple Promotion Conference held 3 years after Huanshe joined the sect. This event, akin to a grand competition among the disciples, involved duels to accumulate points for ranking, ultimately determining the following year's cultivation resources. The possibility of cross-dia challenges allowed for additional points. It was during this conference that their paths diverged irrevocably. At that time, Qian Huan had reached an extraordinary level in formation mastery, creating a formation that only existed in ancient texts, a breathtaking blend of illusion and reality. However, it remained a mere prototype, with some flaws in its construction. Yet, to refine an ancient text and make it one's own was already an impressive feat despite its imperfections, under Qian Huan's boundless imagination and unparalleled talent. Each of his maneuvers seemed to demonstrate to the world the true essence of transformation. This was how formations should be employed. That year's promotion conference was indeed a gathering of heroes. Qian Huan's astounding formation skills captivated the audience, and during the climactic battle, he summoned a spirit contained within the formation using his own 16-layered illusion, an achievement unprecedented in centuries. Although not on par with the spirit that had once pioneered the Huan continent under the ancestor of humanity, it was a unique entity that had eluded capture for millennia. Qian Huan utilized this spirit as the primary controller of his formation, crafting dozens of subformations to perfectly simulate his physical attributes, ensuring he could move freely without exhausting his energy reserves. His core, however, remained the so-called spirit. As Qianhuan's illusory avatar deceived the crowd while his true self stealthily infiltrated the Huan sect's most enigmatic forbidden zone, the Dream Abyss. The Dream Abyss is the sacred ground where each sect master of the Huan sect receives their legacy, harboring numerous ancient secrets and treasures of the sect. Qianhuan's objective was none other than the legendary Qianhuan mask, reputed to possess the terrifying power to alter minds and distort reality. For a millennium, no one had managed to wield it. It was said that the wearer could mimic anyone they had ever seen and amplify their own abilities through illusion, flawlessly replicating their opponent's techniques, even their unique spiritual energies. Yet, this was merely the least noteworthy of the mask's functions. It was, in fact, an artifact formed from the remnants of the spirit of Huan after its fall, shrouded in mysteries yet to be uncovered. However, Qianhuan seemed to be irresistibly drawn by some unseen force. On the eve of the duel, he somehow obtained a secure manual for the Forbidden Zone, deftly avoiding all traps and even dismantling 2 primary formations, subsequently altering their operational methods as per the manual's instructions. Upon successfully acquiring the Qianhuan mask, the entire Huan sect trembled in shock. The Thousand Illusion Mask could be described as the cornerstone of the illusion sect. Even after avoiding all the illusion arrays, Qianhuan was surprised to discover a unique trigger mechanism on the mask itself. He found it unexpected that the illusion sect, renowned for its illusion arrays, would possess such specialized gadgets, prompting him to take a second glance. Unperturbed, Qianhuan slowly walked outwards, donning the Thousand Illusion Mask. The mirror-like mask covered his face, instantly transforming his appearance into that of a guard. He swaggered to the entrance, where he saw the guard lying on the ground. With a ruthless resolve, he plunged a knife into the guard's heart, intending to use the stolen identity to escape. Unexpectedly, the blood from the guard's heart sprayed onto the mask and was immediately absorbed. To Qianhuan's astonishment, he found that the mask allowed him to perceive fragments of the deceased's memories. Without hesitation, he fed the entire corpse to the mask, experiencing extreme discomfort but pressing on nonetheless. As time ticked by, the sect elders finally arrived in haste, their brows furrowed at the sight before them. Qianhuan then feigned awakening, his face pale and eyes filled with terror as he looked at the blood-soaked ground and the corpse. He spoke in a trembling voice, cautiously begging for the elders' forgiveness. The sect elders gathered around him, their gazes sharp and scrutinizing. One elder coldly demanded a truthful account of the events. Qianhuan took a deep breath, seemingly trying to compose himself, and began to narrate a thrilling tale. He described the scene in detail, including the guards' actions, expressions, and the nuances of their conversations. The sect elders listened intently, interjecting with questions to find inconsistencies in Qianhuan's story. However, Qianhuan had meticulously crafted an airtight lie. He not only explained why so many guards had been killed, but also cleverly shifted the blame onto other forces, claiming he had acted only in self-defense. Despite this, the sect elders remained skeptical. They questioned Qianhuan extensively about his identity, including his name and origins. Qianhuan secretly rejoiced, grateful for the mask's unexpected ability to provide plausible answers to these questions. Nevertheless, the sect elders still harbored doubts. Finally, the leading elder ordered the enforcement hall to apprehend Qianhuan, imprison him, and await further instructions. Qianhuan's expression flickered before he adopted a resigned demeanor, complying with the enforcement hall's officers. Inwardly, however, Qianhuan was elated, as this was precisely the outcome he desired. With the Thousand Illusion Mask, he was unafraid of the spiritual energy suppression imposed by the spirit-binding cords. The mask could replicate the spiritual energy levels of anyone it mimicked, meaning that unless his face was physically peeled off, he would have an inexhaustible source of power until the mask's energy was depleted. During the escort, Qianhuan contemplated his escape. He knew he could not afford to kill again, as it would only deepen his predicament. However, faced with a life-or-death situation, he had to make a decision. Suddenly, he saw an opportunity. As they passed through a forest, he seized the moment, catching his escorts off guard and striking their necks with all his might, knocking them unconscious. Qianhuan felt a pang of guilt as he looked at the fallen officers, but he knew this was his only path to survival. He took a deep breath and whispered, "No more bloodshed." Then, he swiftly fled the scene, disappearing into the woods. Later, the elders confirmed that the stolen item was the Thousand Illusion Mask, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. The mask was the treasure of the illusion sect. They then refocused their attention on the surviving guard, but by the time the elders arrived at the enforcement hall, They found only the two unconscious escorts, with no sign of the guard. Meanwhile, on the arena, Qianhuan's illusionary clone had reached the end of its duration. The intricate array, operating beyond its capacity, collapsed rapidly, and the array spirit seized the opportunity during the explosion to escape. It was Qianhuan's theft of the mask that had drawn away most of the sect's high-ranking members, allowing the spirit to flee more easily. Following Qianhuan's theft of the 1,000 illusion mask, the position of sect leader became vacant. The deeply cultivated and virtuous Huan Qi was thrust onto the throne amidst skepticism and anticipation. The Elder Council needed a new leader for the illusion sect, and they wanted to support a puppet leader while suppressing the news of the stolen treasure. However, the weight of power did not make him forget his deep friendship with Qianhuan. He secretly sought opportunities to understand the truth behind Qianhuan's actions. Letters became their only means of communication. The letters were routed through various merchant guilds and intricate paths, sometimes taking months or even years to reach their destination. Despite the difficulty, they persisted in corresponding, as the time was a small price to pay for the answers Huan Qi sought. Each letter carried Huan Qi's deep affection and bewilderment, while Qianhuan's replies were always brief and enigmatic, mentioning only the future of the illusion sect without further explanation. This vague promise shrouded Huan Qi's heart in uncertainty and anticipation. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. Huan Qi and Qianhuan's secret correspondence was eventually discovered by the enforcement hall. The sect was thrown into turmoil as the former friends and companions became adversaries. The head of the enforcement hall, along with other hall leaders, launched a swift arrest operation against Huan Qi, accusing him of betraying the sect. Facing the sect's judgment, Huan Qi did not defend himself or flee. He knew that his actions, intended as mere brotherly concern, had violated the sect's ironclad rules. Amidst the gazes of anger and regret, he accepted the punishment of having his cultivation abolished and meridians destroyed. He was even stripped of the title Huan. At that moment, his eyes held no remorse, only deep concern for the sect's future. Qianhuan's words, for the future of the sect, echoed in his mind. Stripped of his cultivation, Huan Qi was no longer the high-ranking sect leader. He was expelled from the illusion sect, reduced to less than an ordinary disciple. His body was frail, requiring assistance even to walk, but his will was stronger than ever. He believed that Qianhuan's actions had a hidden reason and profound meaning. He would continue to protect the illusion sect in his own way until the truth was revealed. Meanwhile, in the Qianhuan sect, Qianhuan learned of Huan Qi's fate. His heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew he owed Huan Qi too much, a debt that he could never repay. But he also understood that the responsibility and mission on his shoulders were more important than anyone's misunderstanding or criticism. The mask in Qianhuan's hands was one of the most important keys to unlocking the mysteries of the ancient world. Yet it had been hidden away by the fools of the illusion sect for so long. Qianhuan clenched his teeth, filled with injustice for Huan Qi's fate and rage towards the idiotic individuals in the illusion sect. He was acutely aware that Huan Qi was destined for a more illustrious future. Yet the ignorance and folly of certain individuals had wrought a cataclysmic change in his fate. Soon after, upon learning that Huan Qi had been utterly expelled from the inner 3 layers of the Huan continent, Qianhuan did not hesitate to manifest his external incarnation, accompanied by his precious array spirit, to the location where Huan Qi resided. Harnessing the wondrous power of the illusionary array, he meticulously restructured Huan Qi's damaged meridians, achieving a staggering 99% compatibility with the illusory solution's ethereal record. Subsequently, he cleverly transformed the array spirit into an adorable white cat to accompany Huan Qi, enabling him to maintain contact and communicate with Qianhuan at any time through this feline companion. Ultimately, Qianhuan and Huan Qi ventured into a tranquil bamboo grove, deliberating on grand plans for the future. Qianhuan expressed his willingness to leverage the immense power of the Qianhuan sect to diligently gather the remaining keys, while Huan Qi proactively offered to undertake the significant responsibility of locating the pivotal figure capable of breaking the current stalemate. Chapter 39. Secrets Atop the Mist-Laden. Fantastical peaks of the Sect of Illusions. Huan Qi's figure gradually entered the ancient and solemn main hall of the sect, each step seemingly treading upon the dust of time, stirring invisible ripples. Upon his arrival, the guiding disciple respectfully ushered Huan Qi into the Lord's hall, stating, "Mr. Huan Qi, please enter." Following Huan Qi's conviction of treason, those around him were also unjustly implicated. Nevertheless, during Huan Qi's 4-year tenure as sect leader, he had diligently steered the Sect of Illusions toward thriving prosperity, enhancing the welfare of its disciples year after year. This is why, even now that Huan Qi was no longer the leader, most disciples continued to hold him in high esteem. Inside the hall, The flickering candlelight illuminated the profound and inscrutable gaze of the sect leader, Huan. He sat regally upon a high platform, surrounded by a soft, lilac glow. His aura representing the pinnacle of the illusory realm's ethereal techniques, resonating with the very essence of the sect's main hall. It was as if, at his command, the entire hall would bend to his will. Huanqi stepped forward, respectfully performing the customary salutations. Even as a sinner, he was ingrained with a sense of decorum. Yet his tone was nonchalant. "You have ascended to the position of sect leader as well." Huan smiled, rising to offer his seat to Huanqi, who sat upon the stool Huan had moved, an act of utmost respect. Huanqi, unreserved, boldly took the leader's seat that Huan had relinquished, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. "Time has flown by in the blink of an eye," Huanqi remarked. "Master Uncle, you have been away for 60 to 70 years. How's the world beyond?" Huan spoke, devoid of the usual commanding presence expected in the Lord's Hall. The new sect leader, Huan, was the disciple of Huanqi's disciple's brother. Thus addressing him as Master Uncle was entirely fitting. After all, both of Huan's masters were merely nominal. While all genuine teachings had been clandestinely passed down by Huan during his tenure, encompassing the intricacies of the techniques and their resonances, as well as methods for maximizing offense and the foundational concepts of the illusionary array. These were all akin to the teachings imparted by Huanqi during his leadership. However, after Huanqi's meridians were damaged, he adopted a path of concealing the array within himself, having not further explored the old methods. How shall I put it? "After reconstructing my meridians, I feel invincible," Huanqi chuckled. Huan was well aware of the circumstances surrounding his master uncle's prior downfall, including certain unmentionable truths. A grandson of the fourth hall master of the law enforcement hall was in desperate need of the holy blood essence to elevate his mediocre bloodline. As his innate talent was unremarkable, the hall master lacked the means to procure such blood, leaving the fourth hall master in a state of distress. For a defeat in the internal competition would diminish his own gains. Coincidentally, during this time, Huanqi's correspondence with Qian Huan was discovered, leading the fourth hall master to volunteer for punishment, intent on obtaining Huanqi's blood, as Huanqi was a celestial sage at the time, and his blood, coupled with herbs, could purify the grandson's bloodline to potential mid to upper-level earth grade. In the dark, damp recesses of the law enforcement hall, chains rattled the braziers, swaying with the currents of air that seeped through the cracks in the walls. The fourth hall master's face was obscured by the flickering light, revealing a cold and merciless demeanor. He summoned the spiritual energy within him, converging it in his hands, wielding it like a colossal hammer, systematically pounding at Huanqi's meridians. Yet, this alone did not merit the title of a secret. The fourth hall master unleashed a particularly sinister form of energy, exuding a black sheen reminiscent of bone-eating maggots, eroding Huanqi's fragile meridians. Each rupture was accompanied by chaotic fluctuations of Huanqi's inner energy and agonized moans. However, these cries gradually diminished, ultimately fading into a hoarse silence, reminiscent of an old bellows stirring dust from the depths of despair. Had it merely been a conventional destruction of meridian pathways, it would suffice to begin at the heart meridian, infusing energy in a ripple-like fashion through the bloodstream, causing the meridians to swell until they ultimately burst under the strain of foreign energy. After all, the punishment of destroying meridians was intended as a measure of retribution, not a means of sadistic torment. The fourth hall master's method of gradually eroding the meridians was inhumane, akin to placing thousands of ants within the pathways, gnawing incessantly, leading to unbearable sensations surging through Huanqi's body. The surrounding enforcers, witnessing this horrific scene, felt a pang of pity. Yet they were paralyzed by the undeniable authority of the fourth hall master. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and fear, yet none dared to plead for mercy, lest they become the next victim. After all, this was the fourth hall master, and should he report any dissent as master, a venerable elder of great repute, witnessed this harrowing scene with a heart torn asunder, yet he could only endure in silence. Had the accusations been of a different nature, he might have maneuvered to assist. But the charges of collusion with the thief of the sect's sacred artifact, the Thousand Illusions mask, and the crime of treason, especially with his disciple caught red-handed, rendered him powerless. He was forced to watch helplessly as Huanqi endured such torment. In a desperate bid to preserve Huanqi's flickering hope for survival, the master, disregarding all else, procured a talisman that significantly enhanced vitality and affixed it to Huanqi's back. This was the only recourse left to him. The talisman seemed imbued with the power of resurrection, forcibly awakening the remnants of life within Huanqi, enabling him to barely sustain his shattered form and crawl out of the third district of the illusionary continent. Without this talisman, Huan Qi would likely have succumbed there, left to be devoured by rats until nothing remained. The third district was a realm inaccessible to the Thousand Illusions, even with the Thousand Illusions mask. Entering would trigger detection by the protective array that enveloped the entire area, established by the Sect of Illusions. Thus, rescue could only commence after Huan Qi managed to crawl out of the third district. Meanwhile, the outside world, due to the law enforcement officer's discretion, remained oblivious. With everyone considering Huan Qi's injuries as merely a normal consequence of his actions, just a shattered meridian, after all, it was deemed a generous punishment. Ordinary disciples guilty of treason could expect to have their spiritual roots extracted, becoming mere energy sources for the Sect of Illusions. Their bodies discarded in the herb garden as fertilizer. The fact that Huan Qi, as the sect leader, still drew breath was already a fortunate outcome, and no one cared to inquire into the specifics of his punishment, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Subsequently, the grandson of the Hall Master experienced a meteoric rise in strength, having his innate talent purified by Huan Qi's blood. He single-handedly challenged the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, even being informally appointed as the sect leader's sparring partner. The position of sect leader rotated every 20 years, with a sparring partner serving as the litmus test for the new leader's potential successor. If one could defeat the sect leader, they would be further evaluated for their character and capabilities. However, such victories were rare, as the sect leaders were always the elite among elites, impervious to the mere sharpening stones. Meanwhile, Huan Qi's disciple, a young cultivator named Bai Fei, learned of his master's plight by chance and was filled with righteous indignation. Astonished by the hidden truths behind the incident, he resolved to endure hardships and dedicate himself to rigorous training. At last, the opportunity arose. During a grand sect competition, Bai Fei adeptly employed the techniques imparted to him by Huan Qi, skillfully manipulating the opponent's internal energy fluctuations. In the fleeting moment when the adversary's bloodline became obstructed and their energy was thrown into chaos, Huan Qi decisively intervened, executing a variant of his renowned technique. 10,000 arrays unite as one. Countless illusory formations coalesced at his fingertips, ultimately manifesting as a dazzling sword light that pierced through the opponent's defenses, culminating in a breathtaking counterattack. The technique employed by Huan Qi was unprecedented within the entire Sect of Illusions. His approach, rooted in the ethereal art of the illusory realm, fortified his array-drawing capabilities, yet even at his peak, he could scarcely remember more than 1/10 of the myriad formations without utilizing the technique of spirit energy fragmentation, which he had stumbled upon. Bai Fei, however, possessed a unique understanding of this discipline, blessed with an extraordinary memory. After receiving instruction in the technique, he flourished, memorizing countless formations, which ultimately enabled him to vanquish the grandson of the fourth Hall Master. Following this victory, Bai Fei's name resonated throughout the Sect of Illusions, and at that moment, he was informally recognized as a candidate for the sect leader, a full 19 years after Huan Qi's expulsion from the sect. However, I did not come to reminisce with you, little Huan. What I seek is of utmost significance. The essence of the bloodline from the demon god Tiger clan is a testament to our sect's collective effort in suppressing evil and maintaining peace across the continent. I am aware of its exceptional rarity. After all, I was among the main forces that eradicated several demon god tigers back then. I understand that it is not easy to procure, given that there are no more of that lineage left for us to hunt. Nevertheless, I possess a tome to offer in exchange, intended for my newly accepted disciple, Jiang Liuyan, though his essence is that of the dark demon god tiger. He shares a common origin and dark power with the demon god tiger. Huan Qi paused momentarily before continuing. It is of no consequence to divulge further. This matter possesses the potential to upend the entire continent and stir its very winds. He is the child of destiny, destined to be one of the final players upon this land. His words conveyed an unutterable sincerity and urgency, for he understood that his request might place a burden upon little Huan. Yet he was more acutely aware of Jiang Liuyan's immense potential and significance. Huan Qi further elaborated. The essence of the demon god tiger's bloodline, while containing ferocious power, also harbors boundless possibilities. For Jiang Liuyan, this represents not merely a leap in strength but a challenge and transcendence of his limits. I am willing to shoulder all consequences to ensure that he retains his core self while wielding this power, fulfilling the hopes of our sect. The sect leader regarded him with a shifting gaze, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Master Uncle, your words ring true, but the matter of the demon god tiger's bloodline essence is far from trivial. It serves as a source of power. And while its use could yield boundless potential, improper absorption may lead to unforeseen repercussions, even manifesting traits of the demon god tiger itself. However, since you assert that your new disciple is of the tiger lineage, it should not pose significant issues. I shall make the decision to exchange with you. Moreover, I presume the tome you possess is not the illusory realm ethereal record, miscellaneous chapters, 6th treatise, is it? Truly, you are as clever as I have taught you. Huan Qi commended. That tome was penned by the 8th sect leader himself, and you've managed to pilfer it. Now you wish to extract further concessions without recompense? Master Uncle, you remain as shameless and unscrupulous as ever, Huan Qi chuckled. Enough, enough. Hasten to give it to me. I have pressing matters to attend to. Once things settle down, I shall return to reminisce with you. Also, be cautious in the interim. After my departure, handle the law enforcement hall's personnel with care, lest you suffer a fate similar to mine. Huan nodded lightly, raising his hand to summon 6 translucent jade vials, brimming with formidable power, which materialized in his palm. They contained the most ferocious essence of the demon god Tiger's bloodline. Farewell, Master Uncle. Convey my orders. The sinner Huan Qi has absconded with 6 vials of the demon god Tiger's bloodline essence from the sect treasury. Pursue and eliminate. I have retrieved the illusory realm ethereal record, miscellaneous chapters, 6th treatise. Please, Elder, impose the appropriate punishment. With a bow, Huan humbly sought forgiveness. In the distance, Huan Qi felt a surge of anxiety, silently lamenting that had he known this young man was incapable of holding his tongue, he would not have hoped for a cordial exchange with the enforcers. Instead, the blame had fallen squarely upon him. It seemed this lad had also mastered the art of shamelessness. Chapter 40. A fitting weapon. Huan Qi summoned the intricate formations within his meridians, enhancing them with his spiritual energy, conjuring dozens of formations that gracefully enveloped his being. The ethereal purple energy morphed into arrays that transformed his height, weight, and appearance in an instant. Even his flowing white robe was artfully altered, adorned with delicate gray patterns. Ah, this better suits my scholarly disposition, Huan Qi mused inwardly, while simultaneously plotting his next venture to reap some benefits. After securing a disciple, it was only fitting to extract some goodwill from his old acquaintances. He thought of that elderly talisman master, who ought to provide him with life-saving artifacts capable of enduring damage, burrowing underground, and traversing great distances. There was also the alchemist, whose skills, though not exceptional, could still yield potions of saintly grade for his disciple, Jiang Liuyan. Huan Qi's mind raced through the various titans of different domains he knew. As for the realm of Huan, aside from the essence of the demon tiger bloodline from the Huan sect, there was little else to plunder. During his tenure, he had visited the sect's treasury numerous times, though much of the treasure was ill-suited for Jiang Liuyan, as it did not resonate with his elemental affinity. Some items that could enhance spiritual power would likely overwhelm Jiang Liuyan's current capacity. Thus, he refrained from claiming those precious materials, fearing that such actions would tarnish his reputation further, leading to accusations of theft and betrayal against him. Moreover, considering Jiang Liuyan's unique attributes, he was ill-suited for the path of formations. However, the 6 special elements he possessed could potentially lead him to mastery in the art of array drawing, which would significantly bolster his combat prowess. Huan Qi ruminated as he unwittingly traversed several streets, arriving at a secluded alley. In that hidden alley at the city's edge, time seemed to have gently pressed the pause button, leaving a serene and antiquated charm. The narrow passage stretched long, flanked by towering, weathered gray walls, where vibrant green moss spread freely, as if time itself had delicately painted a tapestry of years gone by. Sunlight filtered through scattered clouds, casting dappled patterns upon the moss, adding a gentle verdancy to the tranquility. In a corner, a spiderweb, intricate and delicate, ensnared hapless insects that became the protagonists of this microcosm. These seemingly chaotic strands harmoniously intertwined with the surrounding environment, narrating the timeless tale of life's continuity and nature's cycles. The cobblestone path beneath, worn and uneven from countless storms, echoed with every step, a soft cadence of time's whispers and history's melodies. These stones bore witness to generations of comings and goings, holding countless stories within their weathered surfaces, exuding a resilient spirit that commanded respect. Though the alley appeared desolate and somewhat dilapidated, it was precisely this unrefined beauty that bestowed upon it a unique charm. The air was infused with the subtle freshness of earth and moss, occasionally punctuated by the distant aroma of cooking from nearby homes, an essence of life that felt warm and familiar. Walking through such an alley felt like traversing time itself, evoking a long-lost sense of peace and tranquility. allowing the soul a moment of release and purification. Thus, this seemingly obscure, moss-covered alley, teeming with spider webs, transformed from a mere symbol of neglect into a sanctuary where one could slow down, savor life, and embrace the serenity of time. As Huan Qi strolled through the alley, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the weathered walls seemed to whisper tales of time, with each cobblestone recording the footsteps of yore. Though initially burdened by a sense of gloom due to recent misfortunes, a glance at a worn sign for a defective ironworks unexpectedly tugged at his heartstrings. Memories flooded back, reminiscent of his old friend, Yun Tai, a forthright blacksmith of exceptional skill who could forge remarkable creations from the most unassuming materials. Their acquaintance blossomed from a chance encounter during a perilous time when Huan Qi was targeted for assassination by rival factions. With no powerful allies, he found refuge in this very alley, which was once lively and bustling. Now, after 6 or 7 decades, it stood in stark contrast. Yet it was Yun Tai's forge that had gifted him a short sword, cleverly designed for self-defense, enabling Huan Qi to vanquish his assailants. This act forged an unbreakable bond between them. Recalling this, a sly smile crept across Huan Qi's lips. With resources in hand to enhance his own vitality, how could he not procure fine weapons for his precious disciple? He chuckled inwardly, knowing that while Yun Tai feigned indifference to wealth, deep down he harbored an irresistible yearning for rare materials and ingenious designs. This desire stemmed not from greed, but from a pursuit of exquisite craftsmanship and unique artistry. Strictly speaking, Yun Tai was of noble lineage, a fact he would only reveal when inebriated. Huan Qi once overheard him divulge that his father was the esteemed master of the Forgers Guild, one of the 10 renowned smiths of the continent. Yet, Yun Tai chose to carve his own path, seeking recognition for his talent rather than relying on familial connections. Despite this, everyone needed a trusty weapon, leading to the proliferation of renowned forges across the 16 continents. The Guild's branches not only sought to accumulate wealth, but also aimed to locate the long-lost young master. However, due to the exceedingly clandestine nature of Yun Tai, the Forge Chamber has been unable to locate him for many years. Huan Qi, on the other hand, is adept at providing various extraordinary ideas. His innate talent in the realm of illusion arrays is remarkably prominent, and he has studied the magical formations associated with weapon inscriptions. Through his unique understanding, he has enabled Yun Tai to conjure a plethora of bizarre, yet exceptionally practical creations during his forging journey. Furthermore, as one of the elite warriors of the illusion sect, Huan Qi has often seized many rare materials during his extermination of other races or large-scale battles. Thus, the exchanges between the two often resemble a tacit game of give and take, with Yun Tai's craftsmanship being traded for Huan Qi's treasures. Huan Qi slowly pushed open the heavy door, and with the creaking of the hinges, a familiar scent of rust and charcoal wafted towards him, instantly transporting him back to bygone days. Inside the blacksmith's workshop, the fire blazed brightly, its flickering flames illuminating Yun Tai's face, which had been sculpted into a visage of resilience by the passage of time. His gaze was focused and profound, as if the entire world consisted solely of the iron block and hammer in his hands. His arms swung powerfully, each strike resonating with a weighty force, sending sparks flying like brilliant fireworks. "Ah, is that you, brother Huan Qi? What brings you here?" Yun Tai lifted his head, his eyes landing on Huan Qi with a glimmer of surprise, though he quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor. He set down his tools, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and a faint smile graced his lips. Huan Qi returned the smile and approached Yun Tai, scrutinizing the half-forged iron block. "I came to see an old friend and perhaps find something worthwhile to take with me." Yun Tai laughed heartily, patting Huan Qi on the shoulder. "You haven't changed a bit, but there are no treasures here. These are just ordinary iron blocks intended for crafting farming tools and weapons." Huan Qi nodded, surveying the neatly arranged tools and semi-finished ironware. Picking up this and that, his curiosity piqued. "I must say, brother Yun Tai, your skills have improved considerably. The quality of this common iron is nearly on par with fine steel." "That's an exaggeration. I still have a long way to go. However, these materials are more than sufficient for creating farming tools or other everyday items. Recently, I have been experimenting with a few extraction methods." As he spoke, Yun Tai's hammer continued its rhythmic dance, bringing the heated iron block down onto the anvil with fervor. With each strike, the iron transformed, producing a resonant clang that seemed to shake the very earth, as if responding to Yun Tai's power. After a time, Yun Tai set down his hammer and wiped his brow, chuckling. "You, my friend, never visit without a purpose. What have you brought this time?" Feigning mystery, Huan Qi produced an exquisite wooden box from his robes and gently opened it to reveal an unusual ore emanating a faint blue glow. This ore is called Soul of the Abyss, a rare find. I stumbled upon it while practicing the Yinming's secret technique with my disciple, exploring the underworld. It contains a power of the abyss that even I scarcely comprehend. Ancient texts suggest it can significantly enhance the resilience and sharpness of weapons, making it an exceptional material for forging superior arms. Brother Yuntai, what do you think of this? Are you satisfied? Huan Qi raised his chin with pride. Yuntai's eyes sparkled as he took the ore, examining it closely, his fingers gliding over its smooth surface, as if he could feel the immense power contained within. What a fine piece of Soul of the Abyss. Brother Huan Qi, what luck you have, discovering such material while training your disciple. It's truly beyond mere chance. Huh. As long as Brother Yuntai can forge a weapon to my liking, this little cost is nothing. Huan Qi secretly smirked. Knowing that once Yuntai encountered such a remarkable material, he would pour all his effort into the task, allowing Huan Qi the opportunity to procure a unique treasure. In the following days, Yuntai dedicated nearly all his time and energy to forging the Soul of the Abyss. He toiled day and night, conducting repeated experiments to extract every ounce of potential from the ore. Meanwhile, Huan Qi seemed to take up residence in the blacksmith shop, pondering that while his illusion arrays were formidable, encountering the Grand Elder could be perilous, especially since the illusion sect was still pursuing him. Should I risk my life to venture out? Huan Qi mused. Despite lingering in the workshop, Huan Qi occasionally brought fine wines and delicacies to share with Yuntai, while also observing and occasionally offering seemingly casual suggestions that held deeper significance. Finally, on a stormy night, with a final resounding strike of the hammer, a long sword gleaming in shades of black and gray emerged triumphantly. Its slender yet formidable blade stretched over 4 feet in length, exuding a profound inky hue that seemed to absorb all surrounding light, instilling a sense of dread. Dark purple magical energy flowed along the blade, twisting and writhing as if alive, emitting a low, eerie wail that whispered tales of endless resentment and curses. On either side of the blade, ancient and distorted runes were intricately carved, glowing with an eerie green light, emanating a powerful malevolent force capable of distorting reality and manipulating hearts. The hilt, forged from an unknown dark metal, was cold and heavy, adorned with a large black gem that appeared to swirl with an abyss within, releasing a torrent of darkness and despair. Those who wielded this sword would feel an alluring and corrupting temptation from the depths of their souls, as if the entire world bowed before them, casting aside all rules and morals. Chapter 41. The Transformation of the Dark Demon Goddess. Huan Qi embarked on his long and uncertain journey to the 3rd district of the Illusion Continent to secure benefits for his new disciple. Jiang Liuanian was not indulging himself in the bamboo forest. Within Jiang Liuanian's heart resided not only a deep-seated hatred for those who had annihilated his clan, but also an urgent yearning for the enhancement of his own abilities. The 2 manuals gifted to him by Huan Qi appeared as a mysterious key, imbued with an inexplicable allure, seemingly beckoning him to embark on a journey of exploration. They shone like a radiant beacon, illuminating the path ahead while igniting a fervent desire within him for ascension to greater realms of power. Among these, one manual titled Dark Demon Evil God Transformation piqued his interest intensely. This tome was steeped in enigma and peril, evoking a mixture of excitement and confusion within him. He could not help but ponder the secrets concealed behind its name. What transformations and challenges would it bestow upon him? In his mind, this Dark Demon Evil God Transformation had become an irresistible enigma, compelling him to delve deeper into its mysteries. Each page he turned intensified the magnetic pull it exerted on him, urging him to fathom its profound secrets. Perhaps this manual would be the key to transcending his current limitations and ascending to a higher echelon of strength. However, he recognized that mastering such an arcane technique would not come easily. It demanded greater dedication and time. Yet, he was undeterred. Upon receiving the Dark Demon Evil God Transformation from Huan Qi, Jiang Liuanian was filled with anticipation. Yet, when he opened the ancient volume, he found the text on the cover, though archaic, lacking any aura befitting a divine technique. This disappointment led him to question whether the book was truly as formidable as Huan Qi had claimed. Nevertheless, upon returning to his abode, he resolved to study this mysterious tome with utmost diligence. As time passed, he became increasingly engrossed, gaining a deeper comprehension of the techniques it described. He was astonished to discover that the cultivation methods within were both unique and intricate, spanning various domains and requiring profound insight and resilience, as well as a deep understanding of both body and spirit. Each page unfolded like a new world, broadening his horizons. Jiang Liuyan began to perceive that this book might harbor immense potential, merely awaiting further exploration and comprehension. Thus, he resolved to thoroughly investigate the manual, seeking its hidden truths, and aspiring to harness its power to become a true master. The cultivation method outlined within was not merely a mere accumulation of strength. It represented a transcendent path, an ultimate pursuit of the delicate balance between elemental forces. Achieving its pinnacle would yield a force capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Devoid of any adverse effects, an exceedingly rare phenomenon in the realm of cultivation. Known techniques, such as the supreme arts of the immortal martial continent, exhibited various flaws and side effects, whereas this one promised none. Therefore, when Jiang Liuyan beheld the vast potential and glorious prospects encapsulated within this technique, a wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. He yearned to personally experience the transformations that this wondrous method could bring about, and thus, without hesitation, seated himself on his bed, preparing to confront the challenges of his inaugural night of cultivation. However, as he earnestly endeavored to channel his quintessence of elemental energies according to the manual's guidance, he was met with the disheartening realization that he was utterly incapable of practicing such a technique. Given his control over the elements, it seemed implausible that he could not even achieve the most rudimentary entry into its practice. At that moment, doubts about his innate talent for cultivation plagued him severely. Yet, he soon discovered that it was not a deficiency in his elemental command, but rather other underlying issues. He realized that his 5 elemental energies, under the framework of dark demon evil god transformation, appeared woefully incompatible. They clashed and repelled one another, akin to turbulent currents in a storm, violently battering his body and soul. Each attempt to amalgamate them unleashed a tumultuous energy storm, threatening to rend him asunder. This agony only intensified as his understanding of the technique deepened. The text explicitly stated that to master this art, one must achieve a balance among the 6 elemental forces. The absence of any one element would be akin to missing a crucial piece of a puzzle, potentially precipitating the collapse of the entire system. However, he possessed only 5 elemental energies, and no amount of effort could fill the void. This realization plunged him into profound despair, for he understood that no matter how hard he tried, he could never truly grasp this extraordinary technique. The intertwining of wind and thunder ought to be the most ferocious amalgamation of forces in existence, yet within Jiang Liuyan, they manifested as chaotic disarray due to the lack of necessary equilibrium. The lightness and agility of the wind element sought to guide the ferocity of the thunder element, often falling short and resulting in backlash. Conversely, the thunder's might, bereft of effective direction from the wind, spiraled into uncontrollable danger, threatening to tear apart his fragile meridians. As for the dual forces of darkness and malevolence, they were interdependent yet mutually restraining. Excessive darkness would devour the malevolence's brilliance, rendering it dim, while unchecked malevolence would expose the darkness, leading to inner turmoil and fear. In stark contrast to the tempestuous forces of wind, thunder, and darkness, Jiang Liuyan's own spatial power appeared alarmingly feeble, akin to a timid chick trembling in the corner of his consciousness amidst the fierce strife. This was hardly surprising, for he had never systematically learned the methods of cultivating spatial power. His grasp of it remained at a rudimentary level, though he yearned for strength. The lack of relevant knowledge and experience left him feeling powerless. At this juncture, Jiang Liuyan found himself ensnared in the fierce conflict of the 5 elemental forces, his mental river seemingly stirred by a tempest. Yet, this turmoil was not a result of his own power, but rather a symptom of his exceedingly weak spiritual strength. The elemental images of the 5 forces resembled fierce beasts clashing within his mind, leaving him dizzy and in torment. These elemental phantoms rampaged through his mental realm, scattering his thoughts and rendering him unable to concentrate on the predicament at hand. His spiritual energy, akin to a frail vessel, teetered precariously on the brink of being consumed by the chaos surrounding him. Faced with such adversity, Jiang Liuyan was compelled to summon every ounce of his strength to resist, striving to stabilize his mental state and seek a resolution to his plight. In the dim and tranquil confines of his meditation chamber, the flickering candlelight cast shadows upon the ancient wooden bed in the center. There, Jiang Liuyan sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his countenance contorted, enveloped by a kaleidoscope of chaotic elemental energies, thunderous rage, chilling malevolence, razor-sharp winds, and impenetrable darkness, converging into a nightmarish tableau. His spiritual force galloped like a wild stallion through his consciousness, each collision accompanied by excruciating pain, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. In this critical moment between life and death, The moonlight outside poured in like water, and a light, ethereal figure quietly leapt through the window. It was the extraordinary white cat that often accompanied Huanqi. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom, and its steps were light yet resolute. Each stride seemingly in harmony with an unseen rhythm. Jiang Liuanian, awaken. The white cat's voice did not resonate audibly, but instead pierced through Jiang Liuanian's tumultuous thoughts via a subtle telepathic connection, cleansing his agitated soul like a gentle spring. The voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with an irresistible power. The white cat gracefully leaped onto the wooden bed, its soft tail resembling a nimble serpent, precisely landing on several concealed acupoints on Jiang Liuanian's body. These acupoints served as conduits between the human form and the natural elements, with each delicate touch of the tail. The previously chaotic elemental forces began to flow gradually, restoring tranquility. The thunder ceased its rampage, darkness slowly receded, and the wind subsided, as malevolence transformed into gentleness, enveloping the room in an atmosphere of peace and serenity. However, the white cat did not cease its ministrations. A glint of mischief flickered in its eyes. As if aware of the extraordinary measures required next, it slightly parted its crimson lips and, astonishingly, articulated human language, conveying through telepathy to Jiang Liuanian, young one. What follows is my unique secret remedy. No sooner had the words left its mouth than it retrieved a verdant plant from an unknown source. Was it an ordinary catnip? Jiang Liuanian swiftly recognized this object due to the remnants of his consciousness, a feat attributed to the cat that resided in the home of Uncle Shui, which was given a whiff of catnip every few days. Could this substance also serve as a medicinal ingredient? Although his mind was clouded, he managed to extract a sliver of clarity to ponder these questions, yet after much contemplation, he arrived at no conclusive answers. The white cat gently placed the catnip into Jiang Liuanian's mouth, and an invigorating aroma instantly enveloped him, akin to a gentle spring breeze that whisked away all weariness and agitation. At that moment, his mental energy received unprecedented nourishment and solace. The furrowed lines of his brow gradually unfurled, and his chaotic thoughts began to crystallize into clarity. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the gaze of the white cat, which sparkled with wisdom, and a wave of ineffable gratitude surged within him. Thank you. Jiang Liuanian expressed weakly yet sincerely, fully aware that without the timely intervention of this enigmatic white cat, he might have been teetering on the brink of disaster. The white cat seemed to comprehend his sentiments, lightly swaying its tail, its eyes gleaming with pride and satisfaction. Through a telepathic connection, it conveyed to Jiang Liuanian, "No need for thanks. Had it not been for that old rascal Huanqi asking me to look after you, I would not have come. Remember to take it easy during your next training session. Do not put yourself in such a precarious situation again." With that, it gracefully leaped off the bed, leaving behind a trace of warmth and tranquility, vanishing once more into the night, while Jiang Liuanian lingered in reflection of this brush with mortality. He could hardly fathom that his training had led him to such a precarious outcome. Had it not been for the benevolent intervention of the elder white cat, he would have surely faltered. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that he would not have the opportunity to practice this technique again, as he possessed only the resonance of 5 elements within him. Where, he pondered, could he possibly seek the 6th element? A sense of confusion enveloped his thoughts. Jiang Liuanian had contemplated the possibility of transforming the 6-element hexagram formation into a 5-element pentagram configuration. However, it appeared that the intricate interplay and integration of these elements surpassed his current capabilities. After all, the amalgamation of 6 elements within a formation was an exceedingly complex task, akin to astronomical calculations. To dismantle and redraw a 5-element pentagram would be no different from creating an entirely new method. The essence of the tome on the dark demon god lay in the myriad of formations it contained, each intricately interwoven without any corresponding parts affecting the elemental conduction efficiency. Despite Jiang Liuanian's considerable knowledge of formations, he found many aspects incomprehensible. Nonetheless, the formation itself was undoubtedly a remarkable one. Faced with this dilemma, a wave of despondency and confusion washed over him. He understood that without addressing the imbalance among the elements, further cultivation would lead him down a path of futility. Yet, this very challenge ignited an unprecedented fervor and resolve within him. He began to explore various methods, seeking to bridge his deficiencies and achieve a balance among the 6 elements. As night descended and the moonlight bathed the land, within a bustling tavern in the illusory continent's 3rd region, the atmosphere was vibrant with laughter and conversation. Huanqi, a young prodigy renowned for his intellect and profound understanding of the art of formations, found himself unusually relaxed this evening. After a few jugs of fine wine, his cheeks flushed with color, and his eyes sparkled with a dreamy yet excited gleam. Opposite him sat Yun Tai, a robust warrior known for his immense strength, his muscular frame exuding power. Though straightforward and not particularly loquacious, mention of martial contests ignited a fierce spirit in his eyes, drawn by Huan Chi's enthusiastic invitation. He had come to the tavern with the intention of a modest drink, unaware that an unexpected contest was about to unfold. Brother Yun Tai, we have known each other for many years and have yet to engage in a satisfying sparring match. Why not take advantage of this jovial mood and have a friendly duel? Huan Chi raised his cup, his gaze slightly blurred with inebriation, infused with both challenge and anticipation. Yun Tai paused momentarily before a smile crept across his lips. He knew well the formidable nature of Huan Chi's expertise in formations. Yet seeing his slightly intoxicated state stirred a sense of camaraderie within him. Very well. If Brother Huan Chi is so inclined, I shall gladly oblige. The patrons of the tavern gathered around, their cheers and applause echoing, adding to the excitement of the impromptu duel. With the sound of a glass shattering, the contest commenced. Though intoxicated, Huan Chi remained nimble, his form blending seamlessly with the surrounding shadows, creating numerous illusory figures that made it difficult to discern his true self. Meanwhile, Yun Tai stood firm as a mountain, his fists clenched, enveloped by a subtle aura of energy, a testament to his years of training, capable of withstanding any sudden assault. Phantom steps. Huan Chi called out, and the tavern's light and shadow became chaotic, with countless indistinct figures weaving through the crowd, dazzling onlookers. However, Yun Tai remained unperturbed. He closed his eyes, honing his extraordinary perception to detect the faintest fluctuation of Huan Chi's true presence. Breakthrough of 10,000 laws. Yun Tai suddenly opened his eyes, roaring as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, aiming directly for Huan Chi's true form. His fists, imbued with overwhelming force, tore through the air as if it were paper. Seeing this, Huan Chi's lips curled into a sly smile. Instead of confronting Yun Tai head-on, he deftly evaded, merging once more with the shadows while subtly manipulating the formation to confuse Yun Tai's perception, creating an opportunity for counterattack. Thus, a uniquely intense duel unfolded within the tavern, pitting Huan Chi's exquisite mastery of formations against Yun Tai's raw power and determination. Despite his inebriation, Huan Chi's passion for martial arts remained undiminished, making him increasingly unpredictable in his approach. In contrast, Yun Tai demonstrated his unwavering will and exceptional prowess, resolutely pursuing Huan Chi's elusive form amidst the surrounding chaos. Ultimately, the contest concluded amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd. Although there was no clear victor, both participants emerged with a profound sense of fulfillment and growth. They exchanged smiles, their bond of friendship deepened by the experience, and that night in the tavern became an everlasting memory in their hearts. Chapter 42. Laying the foundation upon a bed suffused with the golden-red hues of dusk, Jiang Liuyan sat in a trance, seemingly devoid of spirit, lost in silence. His gaze was hollow and bewildered, as if he bore the weight of unspeakable anguish and pressure. His body trembled slightly, on the verge of collapse. At times, curiosity about the unknown flickered in his eyes, only to be overshadowed by profound worry. This intricate tapestry of emotions ensnared him in an endless labyrinth of confusion. Jiang Liuyan found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how to confront the predicament before him. This disorientation stemmed not merely from the fleeting repercussions of his recently shattered mental fortitude, but also from the disheartening realization that, despite his relentless efforts, he remained unable to transcend the barriers of his cultivation realm. Such revelations plunged him into a profound sense of despondency and despair. To exacerbate matters, after attempting to harness the power of the 5 elemental forces in his practice, he was met with a backlash that only deepened his sorrow and helplessness, leading him to question his suitability for the path of cultivation. In this moment, Jiang Liuyan felt akin to a lost bird floundering in the darkness, incapable of discerning the way home. His heart was a tumult of contradictions and struggles, leaving him at a loss for how to navigate through the enveloping fog. He understood that had he not been in this fractured mental state, the overwhelming psychic energy emanating from the catnip would have wreaked havoc upon his consciousness, potentially obliterating his path to cultivation entirely. Yet, it was precisely because of the tumult wrought by these 5 elemental powers that his mental sea was shattered, allowing him to experience an unexpected boon, an unprecedented nurturing and restoration of his psyche, akin to encountering a refreshing rain in a barren desert. Consequently, his life tree flourished with renewed vitality. Jiang Liuyan gently caressed the cover of the ancient tome transmuted by the dark demon evil god, yearning to practice the profound techniques inscribed within its pages. How desperately he longed to cultivate these methods. Perhaps, with this knowledge, he could finally match Tang San's prowess. Tread the same path of cultivation and avenge his kin. This book was undeniably his last beacon of hope, yet his innate talent shackled him, extinguishing the final glimmer of possibility. Why, oh why, Jiang Luyan lamented within, his heart screaming in despair. He understood that his unique physique, embodying the coexistence of the 5 elemental forces, was both a remarkable gift and an immense challenge in mastering this tome's techniques. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the absence of a top-tier method would render his journey fraught with adversity. To illustrate, the elements of wind and thunder coursing through his veins are among the most common of natural forces. However, their pinnacle techniques are firmly held within the confines of the Wind God Tower on the Wind Continent and the Thunder Valley on the Thunder Continent, both deemed forbidden realms. It is said that a millennium ago, these elemental techniques were not as scarce as they are today. Yet, upon the emergence of 2 holy sons from the realms of wind and thunder, the tide shifted dramatically. They proclaimed their intent to consolidate all practitioners of wind and thunder, encompassing not only humans but also magical beasts, evil entities, and even non-human elemental beings. The result? Over the millennium that followed, up until the present day, the entire realm of Xinwu Shiliazu has scarcely witnessed an owner of both wind and thunder elements. Why is this so? The truth is, these individuals have been forcibly assimilated into those 2 continents. As for the techniques circulating in other realms, they can only be classified as mediocre or even inferior. Hence, the aspiration to cultivate the most powerful manifestations of wind and thunder has become an almost insurmountable endeavor. Jiang Liuyan was engulfed by profound sorrow and helplessness. He was acutely aware that if he opted to cultivate those rudimentary techniques, even if he devoted his entire life to it, achieving any substantial progress would remain a formidable challenge. He recognized the vast chasm that separated him from Tang San, and the prospect of catching up to, or even surpassing Tang San seemed almost insurmountable. What tormented him further was the weight of his mission to avenge his kin. However, given his current circumstances, that aspiration appeared almost unattainable. As these thoughts consumed him, tears streamed down his face, and a deep-seated despair for the future took root within his heart. Jiang Liuyan felt a wave of oppression within, as if an invisible force were constricting his heart. He slowly closed the tome of the Dark Demon God, letting out a heavy sigh. As the pages fell shut, his thoughts gradually transitioned from the realms of the book back to reality. He lay there quietly, his gaze somewhat vacant, seemingly still immersed in the emotions evoked by his recent reading. After a moment, Jiang Liuyan gently shook his head, attempting to dispel the weighty sensation. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes landing on a book resting on the table, a fundamental treatise on the perception and application of elements, penned by Huanqi herself. He extended his hand to retrieve the book, carefully opening the first page and beginning to read with great attention. Jiang Liuyan tightly clutched this invaluable tome, his emotions swirling within him. He understood that this was not merely a simple manual of techniques, but rather a profound manifestation of Huanqi's deep affection and expectations for him. With gratitude, he gazed upon the book, as if he could sense Huanqi by the flickering light of an oil lamp in the stillness of night. Intently attuning to the elemental forces while meticulously practicing the techniques, carefully inscribing these precious insights with each stroke. Every character was forged from Huanqi's dedication and passion. And this heartfelt sentiment stirred a profound sense of emotion within Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan gently turned the pages of the book, his gaze lingering upon the densely packed annotations beside him. These notes were meticulous and comprehensive, covering a myriad of potential scenarios and corresponding methods of response. Whether it pertained to the sensations of elemental power, the techniques of attraction or absorption, or guidance on how to react in specific situations, the essence of each element's typical sensations and strategies for harnessing elemental forces, Huanqi selflessly shared her insights with Jiang Liuyan. Each annotation emanated a profound sense of care, enveloping him in warmth. Jiang Liuyan understood that these notes would not only aid him in better comprehending and mastering the techniques, but also help him circumvent numerous pitfalls and dangers. It could be said that this book was the crystallization of Huanqi's cultivation wisdom, the life-esque work of a grandmaster of the universe, laid bare before him. As Jiang Liuyan read on, tears brimmed in his eyes. His own kin had perished, nearly decimated, and now his mentor Huanqi extended such thoughtful care towards him. In his heart, Jiang Liuyan silently vowed to treat Huanqi with the same affection he would afford to his own family, resolutely determined not to betray her expectations of him. Jiang Liuyan abruptly rose, redirecting his spiritual energy to introspectively examine his own body. Simultaneously, he summoned his elemental power, initiating the flow of soul energy. Enveloped by a faint and mottled radiance of elemental light, a miracle born from the arduous journey of mastering elemental forces. Yet, this joy was ephemeral. For as he delved deeper into the techniques bestowed by Huangqi, a more vast and profound realm gradually unfurled before him. The 5 Qi Sealing Yuan Technique. An esteemed scripture passed down through generations of the Dark Demon Tiger clan, held its brilliance not merely in the exquisite manipulation of elemental power, but also in its perfect harmony with the practitioner's own bloodline and meridians, as if it were custom-tailored for this lineage. In contrast, Huangqi's techniques, while equally profound, transcended the mundane, aiming directly at the path of celestial martiality. The trajectory of elemental energy in her method diverged significantly from that of the 5 Qi Sealing Yuan. Akin to two parallel lines, destined never to meet. Faced with such disparity, Jiang Liuanian did not falter. Instead, it ignited the unyielding spirit within him. He understood that to establish himself in the formidable realm of celestial martiality, teeming with powerful adversaries and stringent laws, and to pursue the elusive pinnacle of martial arts, he must break conventions and dare to experiment. Thus, he resolutely chose to reforge his path by practicing Huangqi's techniques, a journey fraught with the unknown and challenges, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. The process of cultivation was, to Jiang Liuanian, akin to a dual refinement of body and mind. He had to relinquish his past reliance on the 5 Qi Sealing Yuan, starting anew, gradually sensing and adapting to the changes ushered by the new techniques. Each time he guided the elemental power through his meridians, it felt as though he were slicing through long-form barriers with a sharp blade, painful yet necessary to persevere. He had to meticulously expand the originally narrow meridians, enabling them to bear a more formidable elemental force. Simultaneously, he needed to accurately align with his acupoints, ensuring that every trace of elemental energy landed precisely in its intended position, maximizing its efficacy. This arduous and protracted process often left Jiang Liuanian's body trembling under immense pressure, his vision blurred by a mix of sweat and tears. Yet, he never entertained thoughts of surrender, for he knew that only through such tribulations could he genuinely transform into a formidable being capable of towering over his peers in the realm of celestial martiality. As time passed, Jiang Liuanian's body gradually acclimated to the new method of operation. His meridians became increasingly resilient and expansive, while his acupoints grew more sensitive and precise. When he once again guided the elemental power, it was no longer the feeble and mottled force of the past. Instead, it surged forth like a roaring river, brimming with unprecedented strength and vitality. In that moment, Jiang Liuanian recognized that he had taken a significant step toward the pinnacle of martial arts. As he immersed himself deeper into the cultivation of Huangqi's techniques, it felt as though he had unlocked a door to a new world. The trajectory of elemental energy within him had been completely reshaped. No longer rigid and methodical, it became agile and multifaceted, akin to streams converging into rivers, rushing forth into the sea, imbued with an everlasting vitality. This transformation not only catalyzed a qualitative leap in the essence of his elemental power, but also yielded an unprecedented increase in quantity. Previously, the process of absorbing elemental energy felt akin to cautiously sipping from an unfathomably vast cup with a slender straw, each drop precious and scarce, demanding immense time and effort to capture and assimilate. However, after switching techniques, everything changed dramatically. It was as if he had acquired a colossal funnel, allowing him to effortlessly draw in primal forces from all directions. This torrent of energy surged into his being, nourishing every inch of his skin and every meridian, causing his elemental power to expand rapidly, astonishing even himself. The benefits of this transformation were innumerable. As Jiang Liuanian introspected and constructed a miniature version of himself within his mental prowess, he discovered that he could manipulate elemental power in battle with unparalleled freedom. Whether for aggressive strikes or defensive shields, his prowess surged several-fold. His techniques grew fiercer, his speed akin to lightning, and his precision staggering, often defeating opponents before they could react. Moreover, due to the significantly enhanced efficiency in absorbing elemental energy, his recovery capabilities experienced a qualitative leap. In the heat of battle, even when gravely injured, he could swiftly draw upon the surrounding elemental forces to mend his wounded body, rapidly restoring his combat effectiveness. Yet, more crucially, this remarkable technique bestowed upon Jiang Liuanian not only an elevation in strength, but also an expansion of his mindset and perspective. Through the practice of this art, he began to grasp the intricacies of elemental powers and how to harmonize with the forces of nature. This newfound understanding not only rendered him more adept in combat, but also instilled in him a respect for nature and a harmonious coexistence with the world around him. Furthermore, As his power continued to grow, Jiang Liunian gradually realized the paramount importance of one's mindset for a cultivator. Only with unwavering conviction and indomitable spirit could one remain calm and resolute in the face of adversity. This cultivation of mindset required continuous refinement and accumulation, not achievable in a single leap. Therefore, he resolved to persist in his training in the days to come, striving to elevate his mindset and broaden his horizons to achieve even greater breakthroughs. Jiang Liunian's comprehension of the elemental forces has grown increasingly profound, even surpassing that of Huanqi. He has begun to realize that true strength is not merely contingent upon the quantity of power one possesses, but rather on the adeptness with which one wields that power. Furthermore, a deep understanding and appreciation of the laws of nature and the truths of the universe are of paramount importance. This profound insight has laid a solid foundation for Jiang Liunian's future path of cultivation. Meanwhile, on the Illusion continent in Region 3, Huanqi, under the influence of intoxication, brandished the already forged evil curse demon abyss sword towards the heavens, contemplating whether it would be acceptable to test the sword on behalf of her disciple. She exclaimed, "What a splendid sword! Truly a magnificent blade." Chapter 43. The necklace. Jiang Liunian sat quietly in his bamboo dwelling nestled within the tranquil bamboo grove, surrounded by faint yet distinctly perceptible fluctuations of the 5 elemental energies. Ever since he practiced the technique bestowed upon him by his master, Huanqi, the previous day, his perception and manipulation of the elements had undergone a remarkable transformation, as if every inch of his skin resonated with the spiritual essence of the universe. However, this newfound power, though formidable, resembled scattered pearls, lacking the cohesion to form a unified force. Jiang Liunian has assessed his current strength, concluding that he can barely be regarded as a typical elite contender. In other words, his combat prowess enables him to consecutively vanquish 5 opponents of the same level. However, he finds it exceedingly challenging to simultaneously fuse 5 elemental powers to confront them all at once. Excluding his personal skills, he can only manage to face 3 adversaries concurrently, a realization that fills him with considerable frustration. In recent days, while Huanqi journeyed to the 3rd district of the Huan continent, Jiang Liunian stumbled upon a tome entitled Chronicles of Heroes from the Immortal Martial Continent. Each time he concludes his daily training or embarks on a new session, he eagerly opens this book, savoring the tales within. The heroic exploits inscribed upon its pages shimmer like brilliant stars, illuminating the desires and aspirations nestled in his heart. These young prodigies have, through their formidable abilities, successfully altered the very fabric of reality. Some have even transcended realms to engage in battle, etching their own legendary narratives into existence. Jiang Liunian is acutely aware that despite having traversed to this immortal martial continent and being merely 18 years of age, the canvas of his life is just beginning to unfurl. Yet, his yearning to become a formidable warrior burns fiercely within him, akin to an inferno that grows ever more intense. Each time he compares the characters within the book to his own circumstances, an indescribable sense of solitude and desolation quietly creeps into his heart, making him feel like an inconspicuous speck of dust in the vast cosmos. This resonates with the adage, "Should you neglect your training, you will perceive me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. Should you pursue your cultivation, you will see me as a mayfly witnessing the vast sky." After reading a short story, Jiang Liunian let out a long sigh, only to regain his composure shortly thereafter. Yet, it was this very sense of unwillingness and yearning that burned fiercely within him like a blazing flame, becoming his most resilient strength. Confronted with the adversities of life and the inequities of fate, he chose neither to succumb nor to admit defeat lightly. Each night over the past few days, after perusing the tales of heroes from the immortal martial continent, he carefully tucked away the surging waves of desire for power that roiled within him, burying them deep in his heart, and resolutely returned to the arduous and monotonous path of cultivation. In that cramped bamboo dwelling, the flickering candlelight danced gently in the darkness, resembling a solitary star illuminating his determined visage. Sweat trickled down his forehead, falling onto the cold ground with a faint yet resolute sound, as if narrating his indomitable will. On what seemed to be an ordinary night, as Jiang Liunian engaged in the cultivation techniques bestowed upon him by Huanqi, he suddenly sensed an oddity within his body. He discovered that the dark elements within him appeared to be more potent than before, their flow becoming increasingly smooth. As time progressed, these dark elements began to accumulate within him, forming a powerful vortex. This vortex spun and grew, seemingly endless, while the other 4 elements retreated like mice fleeing from a cat, as if conceding the stage to this swirling mass of darkness, as profound as ink. The vortex spun continuously, emanating an enigmatic aura. Jiang Liunian felt an unprecedented pressure, yet simultaneously, an inexplicable thrill surge within him. Perhaps this was akin to what Huanqi had described as the gathering of spirit within the body, its essence resembling a circle. Though his own vortex differed significantly from her depiction, it was undeniable that his elements had indeed coalesced. And the text indicated that the first gathering of spirit bore the highest likelihood of success. Thus, he understood that even with some deviations from the book's illustration, this was a harbinger of his impending breakthrough to a higher realm. As time elapsed, the vortex expanded, ultimately reaching a critical juncture. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted, unleashing a wave of formidable energy. Jiang Liunian felt as though his entire being would shatter under the force of this energy wave. For the vortex had initially erupted within the sea of his soul, sparing him from harm. He merely felt as if his very essence had been torn asunder, yet astonishingly. The black vortex, after the explosion, fragmented into countless smaller whirlpools that occupied every corner of his soul's ocean. Remarkably, he sensed that his body brimmed with vitality following the vortex's detonation, as if an inexhaustible power coursed through him. Jiang Liunian understood that he had successfully transcended his previous limitations. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a world that had grown remarkably clearer, allowing him to perceive a multitude of details and information. He recognized that this was a result of his enhanced cultivation, rendering his strength even more formidable. At that moment, the necklace hanging around his neck suddenly radiated a peculiar warmth, as if an ancient and mysterious power was quietly awakening. To him, this necklace was more than mere ornamentation. It was a precious relic that bore witness to a heart-stirring memory. Reflecting on the past, his emotions remained tumultuous. At that time, Tang San descended upon the realm like a harbinger of death, mercilessly slaughtering the dark demon tiger clan, plunging the entire forest into a shroud of blood and despair. In the face of life and death, the spirit within the venerable director of the ancient Spirit Academy awakened first, conveying to Jiang Liunian a unique strategy through a peculiar spatial logic, as they united against Tang San's tyranny. The director, a man of grace and unparalleled wisdom, sacrificed his very soul to protect the tranquility of this land and uphold justice. He bore the weight of numerous souls, both strong and weak, which converged at this critical juncture into an unstoppable torrent. Fueled by this power, the director launched a decisive strike against Tang San, successfully inflicting a grievous blow. Amidst this fierce battle, he daringly salvaged this necklace, a relic associated with the dark demon tiger clan. This artifact not only encapsulated the final memories of the clan, but also embodied their boundless hopes and unyielding spirit for the future. Today, as he experienced a breakthrough in his dark elemental power, the necklace transformed, evoking distant and indistinct calls, echoes of the dark demon tiger clan's final lament. A perpetual yearning for justice and peace. At this moment, the warmth of the necklace rekindled his memories, allowing him to relive those harrowing years. He grasped the necklace tightly, his heart brimming with unwavering conviction. The runes etched upon it glimmered with a ghostly light, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura. They seemed to possess life, pulsating and narrating ancient and potent tales, as if an invisible force beckoned him, guiding him towards uncharted realms. A profound premonition surged within Jiang Liunian. This power may very well be the key to breaking through his limitations and achieving the unity of the five elements. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and surrendered his heart to the guidance of this force. As the radiance of the necklace intensified, he felt an unprecedented warmth flow into his being, as comforting as the sun's embrace in spring. This warmth intertwined with the restless elemental power within him, forming a harmonious symphony that heralded an extraordinary transformation. In that moment, he sensed the call from the depths of his soul, a yearning for power and an insatiable quest for exploration in the unknown world. Jiang Liunian opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve and determination flickering within them. He understood all too well that the true challenge was only just beginning. Upon sensing the power contained within the necklace, he instantly comprehended everything, the reason why she had entrusted this necklace to him. Though it appeared unremarkable at first glance, it harbored a profoundly terrifying secret. Jiang Liunian let out a bitter laugh, realizing that his five elements, no, it should now be referred to as the sixth element he was about to obtain, had come to him in such an unexpected manner. Far away in the 3rd district, Huanqi sheathed his sharp sword into the scabbard on his back, a devil-may-care smile curling at the corners of his lips. I'm off, old Yun. If there's good fortune next time, I'll seek you out again. All right, be off with you. Don't come back. I've already invested quite a bit of materials this time, and Yu Haven Tea even compensated me for the Yun iron, he jested with a chuckle. After bidding farewell to Yun Tai, he casually took some precious and unique materials for crafting formations, materials that might prove useful when he taught his beloved disciple, Jiang Liuyan. In the future, with a final farewell to Yun Tai, Huangqi embarked on the long journey back to his tranquil bamboo grove, his heart brimming with anticipation. Eager to return to that serene and mysterious haven. My dear disciple, your master has missed you dearly, Huangqi mused to himself, reflecting on how much treasure he had accrued under the guise of his disciple's name. Chapter 44. The Past of Another Time and Space. C, a being of extraordinary wisdom, was among the few surviving members of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, aside from the soul ring associated with Tang San's martial spirit. After feigning death to escape a great fire, C evaded the ravages of the River of Time by elemental transformation, continuously absorbing the power within the time stream, claiming it as his own. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's secret realm itself was a vast and complete fragment of space. However, centuries of erosion by the River of Time had rendered it somewhat damaged. This was the reason why, several hundred years prior to Tang San's obliteration of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, spatial rifts began to proliferate, primarily due to the need to digest the instabilities caused by the damage to the secret realm. Coincidentally, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan possessed spatial abilities, making the handling of these rifts an integral part of their existence. C was undoubtedly a genius in this regard. Having comprehensively understood all 6 systems of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan over a span of 147 years, imbuing them with his profound insights to transform them into his techniques. Within the River of Time, C captured the power of time using fragments of his soul, enduring great suffering to forge a symbiotic relationship between his soul and the power of time, rendering himself impervious to its erosion. Utilizing the existence of spatial rifts, he meticulously dismantled them to deeply grasp their fundamental structure, establishing a nexus between his body and soul based on these rifts, which he could summon at will, yet remained elusive to others. Moreover, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan's mastery over the elements of wind, thunder, darkness, and evil allowed them to achieve complete elemental transformation. This remarkable ability rendered them extraordinarily powerful. Unless countered by opposing elements or pure elements of a higher caliber, C's form would be virtually immortal. In essence, unless faced with specific elements or energies capable of restraining his power, he was nearly indestructible. Consequently, C possessed an almost invincible defense mechanism, granting him a significant advantage in battle. With his modest yet crucial understanding of space and time, C adeptly discovered a fissure and successfully traversed into an ineffable realm. This place was neither the familiar Douluo continent nor any known spatial or temporal node, but rather an utterly alien desert. The desert stretched endlessly, waves of sand rolling like an ocean, seemingly without end. The sun blazed brightly, casting dazzling reflections upon the golden dunes, while the wind whispered a haunting melody, evoking a profound sense of solitude and desolation. Standing atop a dune, C gazed into the distance, engulfed by confusion and trepidation. What was this place? Why had he arrived here? He began to ponder his predicament, seeking clues to unravel the mystery. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a dead end, unable to uncover any answers despite his efforts. Determined to explore this desert, C treaded cautiously down the dune, the sand beneath his feet soft and fine, each step akin to walking on cotton. He navigated the valleys between the dunes, striving to avoid the towering sands to prevent losing his way. As he ventured deeper, he discovered many wondrous sights hidden within the desert. Occasionally, he encountered bizarre plants thriving between the dunes, their shapes peculiar, colors vibrant, exuding a faint fragrance. At other times, he stumbled upon strange creatures resembling mythical beasts yet possessing unique traits. These sights elicited a mix of excitement and fear. He was uncertain whether these beings were friendly or how to respond to them. Though C had merely grasped a sliver of power from the gossamer threads of the Time River flowing towards the Douluo continent, this was sufficient for him to claim mastery over the cosmic forces. This power enabled him to stand toe-to-toe with the elite combatants of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, even surpassing them. However, standing in this unknown desert, C dared not act recklessly. He understood well the adage that even the mightiest dragon does not trample the local snake, especially considering the density of spiritual energy here far exceeded that of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's secret realm. This dense spiritual energy not only astonished C, but also made him acutely aware of the power and enigma surrounding this place. He refrained from impulsive actions, fearing that any recklessness might lead to unnecessary trouble. Silently observing his surroundings, he sought clues within the desert. However, beyond the endless yellow sand and the occasional whisper of the wind, there was nothing to see or hear. Doubts began to creep in. Had he truly ascended to the divine realm, or was this merely a more advanced or primitive world, filled with uncertainty and unrest? C understood the necessity of maintaining composure and rationality in this unfamiliar territory. He contemplated how to establish a foothold in this strange land, utilizing his wisdom and strength to delve into the secrets of this world. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips as he mused that perhaps he needed to offer himself some consolation, a reason to explain why he had found himself in this alien environment. After all, anyone faced with such a sudden upheaval would feel lost and helpless. And C was no exception. He began to think that perhaps this was fate's design, yet another trial on his path of cultivation. Only through such challenges could he resolutely advance forward, exploring the unknown world and pursuing higher realms. Chapter 45. Is it an illusion? Do I deserve it? Part 1. Jiang Liuyan's fingers brushed against the ancient necklace that hung around his neck, as if it had slumbered for a millennium and was suddenly awakened, erupting once more into a peculiar and resplendent radiance. This luminescence was not of a singular hue, but rather fractured into three distinctly different glows, resembling three invisible chains that enveloped him tightly. A sudden convulsion gripped Jiang Liuyan's heart, and a heavy sense of unease surged within him, as though a dark cloud loomed overhead. He could not help but berate himself for his carelessness. He should have sensed this unforeseen upheaval and made ample preparations in advance. Yet, regret came too late, for those three mysterious beams of light had ensnared him tightly, rendering escape impossible. These radiant manifestations seemed imbued with a peculiar power, imprisoning Jiang Liuyan and leaving him immobile. He attempted to struggle, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force, unable to break free. Amidst the flickering light, he glimpsed a series of unfamiliar scenes and heard sounds he had never encountered before. The emotions of Jiang Liuyan resembled a roller coaster, filled with trepidation and unease. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his composure and attempted to observe the changes in his surroundings. Upon witnessing the three beams of light, he could not help but feel a profound shock. These luminescent rays seemed to possess a mysterious and ineffable connection with him, as though they were summoned solely for his presence. As time unfolded, Jiang Liuyan gradually became aware of the influence exerted by these three lights. He discovered that they seemed to possess the ability to penetrate the defenses of his heart, delving into the most tender and secretive corners of his being. This sensation was both foreign and familiar, akin to a long-lost relative suddenly appearing before him, offering the warmest embrace and the gentlest words to soothe his weary soul. Jiang Liuyan found himself profoundly moved by an extraordinary sensation, prompting him to ponder the mysteries of the world and his connection to the three radiant beams of light. He came to realize that perhaps this was the design of fate, orchestrating his encounter with these luminous entities at such a pivotal moment. Consequently, he resolved to relinquish the fears and anxieties that plagued his heart, fully embracing the influx of these three lights. The inky black radiance resembled the most profound dreams of a starless night, imbued with an air of mystery and unfathomable power. It flowed gently around Jiang Liuyan, seemingly beckoning him toward an endless abyss while simultaneously bestowing a fragile sense of security, preventing him from losing his way. In stark contrast, the pure, immaculate light shone like the dawn sun, radiating warmth and gentle brilliance. It caressed Jiang Liuyan's face, akin to a mother's hand tenderly brushing his forehead, alleviating his fears and unease. This light seemed to possess a magical ability to rewind time. Under its glow, Jiang Liuyan felt transported back to the carefree days of his childhood, experiencing a long-lost tranquility and serenity. This luminosity subtly resonated with the void within his heart, and as he placed his hand on his chest, he sensed a faint excitement, though its precise nature eluded him. As for the gray light, positioned between black and white, it appeared more intricate and profound. It lacked the cold indifference of the black light and the pristine purity of the white, embodying a tantalizingly elusive charm. This light circled around Jiang Liuyan, instilling him with a bone-chilling coldness that sent shivers down his spine. However, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating as if it had never existed. The intertwining of these three lights created a surreal and beautiful tapestry. Jiang Liuyan felt an unprecedented shock and emotion within this canvas, as if an invisible force compelled him to lower his guard and relinquish his defenses. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing the three lights to flow into the depths of his soul like a warm current. In this transformative process, he sensed his spirit undergoing a profound purification. The beams of light penetrated the clouds, illuminating the dark recesses of his heart. In the wake of their radiance, his worries and distractions gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of tranquility and peace. This sensation resembled a long-awaited rain after a drought, nourishing and revitalizing his spirit. As the light permeated deeper, Jiang Liuyan felt an unprecedented surge of power welling up within him. This strength did not stem from the external world, but arose from a profound awakening within. It resembled a blazing flame, igniting his passion and pursuit of life. It felt as though he glimpsed the most primal and formidable essence of his ancestral lineage. The dark demonic tiger clan, leaving him awestruck. Simultaneously, the three beams endowed him with extraordinary wisdom. He perceived the essence of all things in the world, unraveling the mysteries that had once perplexed him. This newfound wisdom allowed him to see the entirety of existence, transcending superficial appearances. He began to contemplate the meaning and value of life, setting forth on a quest to discover his true purpose and direction. Jiang Liuyan was enveloped in this extraordinary experience, acutely aware of the transformations and growth within himself. Three radiant beams encircled him, each penetrating only a fragment of his being. As the light delved deeper, Jiang Liuyan gradually sensed the metamorphosis of his body. His muscles became increasingly resilient and robust, while his bones hardened like iron. A surge of formidable power coursed through him, as if poised to unleash astonishing force at any moment. Simultaneously, his mind sharpened to an extraordinary clarity, enabling him to perceive the subtlest fluctuations and changes in the world around him. However, this power was not without its toll. Even a mere sliver of light entering Jiang Liuyan's body brought him excruciating pain. After all, the universe operates on a principle of equivalent exchange. To acquire strength, one must pay a price. As the light continued to penetrate and merge within him, Jiang Liuyan experienced unprecedented agony and torment. The fragments of the three beams collided and intertwined within him, threatening to rend him asunder. Even this minuscule portion induced thoughts of surrender, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the internal anguish and fear, striving to maintain his composure and clarity. In the distance, a pristine white cat lay quietly on a branch, its eyes resembling deep, tranquil lakes, observing everything within the house through layers of foliage. There, Jiang Liuyan writhed in pain, his form contorted beyond recognition, as if possessed by a demon. The white cat sighed deeply, filled with a sense of helplessness and sympathy. Was this what they called inheritance? It pondered silently, its gaze revealing a hint of confusion and concern. The cat seemed perplexed by this power, unable to discern a solution to the dilemma. It recognized that Jiang Liuyan was undergoing a grueling trial, one that required him to confront the fears and anguish buried deep within to truly master this formidable strength. Yet, for Jiang Liuyan, this was undoubtedly a monumental challenge. The white cat gently shook its head, aware of its own powerlessness, yet silently praying for Jiang Liuyan to persevere. Ultimately, it was only through his own efforts and resilience that he could hope to conquer the fears within and the pain in his body, emerging as a true warrior. Meanwhile, in the desolate wilderness of the desert, the sole heir of the dark demon evil god tiger clan felt a sudden resonance. Enduring some pain was to be expected, merely a physical trial. Soon enough, it would lead to a more comfortable state. Chuckled mischievously, reminiscent of an elder playfully punishing a younger relative to stand for a day. As for why was not counted among the dark demon evil god tiger clan. His body had become elementalized, disqualifying him from that lineage. Furthermore, his soul had been fragmented into millions of pieces, which explained his ability to manipulate various plants within the dark demon evil god tiger academy, guiding Jiang Liuyan to the side of his past seclusion. Chapter 46, Is it an illusion? Are you worthy? Part 2. Jiang Liuyan's body began to tremble slightly as he gradually absorbed the three peculiar rays of light. Among them, the black light was the most captivating, resembling a colossal black hole that emanated in infinite darkness. This force appeared to possess a formidable allure, making Jiang Liuyan feel as though he were being consumed by the black hole itself. As time passed, the gravitational pull of the black hole intensified, violently tugging and distorting his very soul. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The agony and despair were nearly unbearable, yet he understood that only through such trials could he attain greater strength. Throughout this ordeal, Jiang Liuyan's heart was a battleground of conflict and struggle. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the black hole's devouring embrace, nor could he foresee the consequences this power might entail. However, he recognized that to become a true powerhouse, he must bravely confront the suffering and despair brought forth by this radiant light. The white light, in stark contrast, rendered his soul's perception of time static. Jiang Liuyan distinctly felt that the white light froze his thoughts, causing time to flow in an exceedingly bizarre manner. His spirit, already ravaged by the black hole, was unable to replenish its strength due to the eerie white light enveloping his mental realm. Consequently, he was slowly being torn apart, the pain magnified to an excruciating degree, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. As for the gray light, the most enigmatic of the trio, it enveloped Jiang Liuyan's battered form, incessantly seeping into his beings, instilling a chilling sensation akin to plunging into the icy expanses of the northern tundra. His thoughts became frozen and chaotic, leading him to ponder existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Had Jiang Liuyan been a master of psychological insight, he might have grasped profound concepts beyond mere strength. Regrettably, the gray light constrained his body and thoughts, hindering rational reflection. Instead, it evoked trivial, almost shameful memories, such as contemplating fabricating excuses to teachers or mischievously mixing sugar and salt in culinary endeavors. During this protracted ordeal, Jiang Liuyan seemed to endure countless cycles of life and death. At times, he was engulfed in boundless darkness, grappling with waves of despair and terror. At others, he basked in the stillness of time, feeling his soul gradually disintegrate. Occasionally, he experienced the freezing of his essence as his most shameful past actions resurfaced, leaving him increasingly weary. He fought relentlessly, striving to find equilibrium amidst these three extreme forces. Jiang Liuyan endured profound anguish. Yet these three radiant lights appeared to possess a sentient quality, as if they feared not to extinguish Jiang Liuyan's spirit. Instead, they surged forth with greater intensity, subjecting him to an even more excruciating ordeal. As Jiang Liuyan's thoughts drifted back to the tome of Tianjibian, he encountered a passage on the 16th day that was unexpectedly accompanied by a note, resembling a sticky reminder. The note bore the words, "When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their mind with suffering, exercise their muscles and bones, starve their body, and expose them to hardship. It will disrupt their actions, thus cultivating their resolve and enhancing their abilities." Jiang Liuyan had never experienced such profound anguish. Yet a particular phrase flickered through his mind, perfectly encapsulating his current predicament. Indeed, to temper one's spirit with suffering, to toil one's muscles and bones, to starve one's body, every endeavor bears a price. In this world, everything is marked with a clear value. If power were to come so easily, perhaps my mindset would shift. He pondered. Where are the so-called children of destiny, the favored ones whimsically cherished by an elusive deity? On this vast earth, I, Jiang Liuyan, thou to forge an immortal legend with my mortal frame. My fate is dictated by me, not by heaven. Even if the road ahead is strewn with thorns and beset by storms, I shall shatter the shackles of destiny and break free from those invisible constraints. While the world asserts that it is futile to oppose fate, I shall, with fervent passion, inscribe a chapter against the heavens. I seek no mercy from gods or compassion from the universe. I, Jiang Liuyan, shall become the dawn's light, illuminating the darkness and allowing all creation to witness what it means to embody true resilience and fearless bravery. I vow to demonstrate that every soul unwilling to accept mediocrity can become the master of their own destiny. Those so-called fates and predestined paths are merely stepping stones on my journey, the rungs of the ladder I ascend to reach greater heights. I, Jiang Liuyan, am destined to be that defiant individual, causing the heavens to tremble and the stars to dim, ensuring that future generations remember what it truly means to defy fate and alter one's destiny. Jiang Liuyan murmured to himself. Jiang Liuyan's momentum steadily ascended, as if he had grown accustomed to the agony wrought by the three sources of radiance. Even his rapid breaths had begun to soften. In the distance, a white cat perched upon a tree, fixated on Jiang Liuyan, seemed to have heard his murmurs. It could not help but reflect on the remarkable nature of Jiang Liuyan's character. Indeed, I would award him a commendable score of 9.5 for this utterance, reserving the remaining 0.5 lest he become conceited, should he achieve greatness in the future and pen a book. This very passage would undoubtedly qualify as a classic inspirational tale worthy of inclusion in the Legend of Celestial Heroes. Speaking of which, where is my 6th volume of Legend of Celestial Heroes? This collection is indeed a treasured edition, and it just so happens that this series belongs to the White Cat. Observing that Jiang Liuyan posed no significant issues, the White Cat leapt down from the tree, feeling considerably more cheerful. Had his disciple faltered during Huangqi's departure, the latter might have deprived him of his beloved fish treats. This thought crossed the cat's mind. Z sensed the lingering spiritual energy within the necklace and couldn't help but smile. It appeared that the first phase had concluded, and it was time for him to take action. Halt! This path is mine, and this tree is of my planting. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll," he declared as he suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes, shouting loudly. The 10 burly men in the middle of the road regarded the seemingly fragile Z with predatory glares, simultaneously retorting, "What did you say?" With that, they raised their fists to strike. "I was mistaken. Please, no. Don't hit my face too hard. I apologize. Is that not sufficient? Another blow, and I may perish." Chapter 47, A Mirage? Do I possess the qualification? Part 3. After absorbing that other strand of tricolor radiance that surged into his body, Jiang Liunian experienced a profound transformation. Initially, this luminescence merely augmented his physical strength. However, as more of the light fused within him, the fortitude of his muscles, bones, and sinews astonishingly multiplied by 30 times. This newfound power not only rendered him unprecedentedly formidable but also invigorated his circulatory system, causing his blood to flow tumultuously, akin to a roaring river, surging through his meridians with unrestrained vigor. The phenomenon of qi and blood like a rainbow, once chronicled in the ancient tomes of the Dark Demon Tiger clan, now unfolded vividly within Jiang Liunian. It was an indescribable awe, as if he harbored within him a colossal force capable of shaking mountains and rivers. According to the ancient texts, 1,000 years ago, if a soul beast could cultivate to the realm of qi and blood like a rainbow, it could single-handedly annihilate an entire village, a testament to its formidable might. Now, Jiang Liunian seemed to transcend a millennium, as if he had reclaimed the ancient essence of the soul beast, reinterpreting the profound meaning of qi and blood like a rainbow. Every inch of his skin, every bone, and every sinew became indestructible under the nourishment of this power, as if he had metamorphosed into a true primordial behemoth, poised to unleash earth-shattering strength at any moment, complementing the internal state of qi and blood like a rainbow. Two additional realms describing the ultimate conditions of the meridians and bones are meridians like dragons and bones like jade. As Jiang Liunian continued to absorb the 3 strands of radiance, a profound transformation unfolded within him. In the realm where his meridians resembled dragons, they transcended their mere function as conduits for blood, seemingly imbued with life, morphing into serpentine dragons that coiled and twisted within. These dragon veins coursed through his body, each pulsation accompanied by a surge of immense spiritual energy, as if his entire being had been invigorated by this force. In this elevated state, Jiang Liunian's meridians became remarkably resilient and elastic, capable of withstanding spiritual shocks far beyond the limits of ordinary individuals. Every movement he made, every breath he took, directed this power through his meridians, creating a formidable internal circulation. This cycle not only amplified his strength tremendously, but also elevated his reaction speed and agility to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the dragon-like meridian state endowed Jiang Liunian with a unique ability to perceive subtle changes in his surrounding environment, allowing him to adapt to these fluctuations by adjusting the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians. This skill kept him perpetually alert in battle, ever ready to counter sudden assaults. After absorbing the last remnants of the lingering light within him, he felt as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, with his entire being brimming with vigor. As he closed his eyes to attune to the changes within, he discovered that his bones had become incredibly hard, akin to jade. This signified his successful entry into the realm of jade-like bones, a crucial milestone for any cultivator. In this state, Jiang Liunian's skeletal structure appeared translucent, as if sculpted from the purest jade. These jade bones were not only immensely durable, capable of withstanding any form of physical assault, but they also harbored a mysterious power that could absorb and transmute external damage into his own energy. In this realm, Jiang Liunian's bones seemed to manifest as a second source of energy for his body. Whenever he faced an attack, these jade bones would instinctively activate a defensive mechanism, converting incoming impact into nourishment for his skeletal structure. Over time, his bones were destined to grow ever stronger, potentially radiating a faint luminescence, resembling true jade in its crystalline clarity. Additionally, the jade-like bone state granted Jiang Liunian an extraordinary healing capability, regardless of the severity of his injuries. As long as he was not reduced to ashes in the initial moment, given sufficient time, his bones could rapidly regenerate and return to their original state. This ability rendered him nearly immortal in combat, allowing him to remain undefeated against even the mightiest of foes. Jiang Liunian felt a surge of joy in his heart. The surprise brought by this necklace was truly overwhelming. He had never anticipated that these 3 radiances could rival the fruits of his cultivation over a millennium, a level of achievement that even 1,000 years of diligent practice might not be able to attain. Jiang Liunian no longer paid heed to the agony brought forth by those three luminous auras. He merely felt that if enduring pain could propel his strength to unprecedented heights, thereby allowing him to catch up to Tang San and surpass the realm of his family's annihilator, he would willingly embrace it. As the flow of time slowed, Jiang Liunian's spirit became tranquil, allowing his consciousness to expand. His soul seemed to detach from his body, manifesting a portion of itself into a distinct form to perceive the enhancement of his own power. This unique advantage enabled Jiang Liunian to adopt a third-person perspective, revealing the flaws accompanying his newfound strength, thus allowing him to focus on refining his abilities. It was akin to a Santana suddenly being equipped with the engine of a Lamborghini. The abrupt alteration in components necessitated a period of adjustment and modification. The extraordinary surge in Jiang Liunian's power had augmented his physical strength by more than 30-fold, clearly requiring a specialized approach to acclimatization. Yet, at present, he could achieve only this much. Perhaps upon the return of Master Huanqi, he would acquire new training methodologies. Huanqi gently caressed the necklace, which seemed to harbor a unique tricolored energy that resonated with Jiang Liunian's inner vitality, almost as if it possessed a life of its own. Jiang Liunian yearned to absorb its entirety in one go, but the tricolored radiance abruptly concealed itself, resisting all his attempts to awaken it. Much like a bashful maiden hiding within the necklace. Perhaps I have yet to earn the necklace's approval? Jiang Liunian pondered. Or could it be that my cultivation level is insufficient to withstand such energy? Doubt swirled in his mind, yet he steadily placed the necklace upon the table. Rising, he engaged in some physical exercise. He could not deny that his formidable physique rendered him somewhat uncontrollable, his steps light as if he might ascend to the clouds. And the gust from his punches seemed capable of conjuring a small whirlwind. Is this what power feels like? Jiang Liunian mused. Dressed appropriately, he stepped outside. After a night spent absorbing the energy from the necklace, he felt not an ounce of fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated, brimming with vitality. Indeed, the tricolored light had even expanded the boundaries of Jiang Liunian's mental ocean, nurturing it and imbuing him with a vibrant spirit. Chapter 48. A mirage? Do I possess the qualification? Part 4. After absorbing the tricolored radiance, Jiang Liunian settled into a tranquil and unadorned life, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of his own power. He understood that true strength lies not merely in possessing formidable abilities, but in the precise control and application of that power. Thus, he earnestly endeavored to harmonize with the newly acquired force, striving to attain a state of ease akin to the dexterity of one's own fingers, at the very least achieving flawless mastery over himself, lest this power become an untamed stallion. However, the magnitude of this power far exceeded Jiang Liunian's initial expectations. Whenever he attempted to harness it, even the slightest movement would unleash astonishing force. For instance, upon rising from his bed, he inadvertently cracked the bamboo floor beneath his feet, the sharp sound sending a jolt of apprehension through him, reminding him of the necessity for greater caution. The situation worsened upon his exit. Jiang Liunian cautiously pushed open the door, anxious that a momentary lapse could result in a greater calamity. Yet, despite his vigilance, misfortune struck. His strength had unintentionally surged to an unimaginable extent. As he gently pulled the door, it fell apart with a resounding crash, as if swept away by a tempest, shattering into pieces. This incident left Jiang Liunian in a cold sweat. In light of these occurrences, he became increasingly meticulous in controlling his power. Fearful that a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences, he began to silently recite incantations, regulating his breath, attempting to gradually quell the tumultuous energy and integrate it into his very essence. He recognized that the path of a true warrior was long and arduous, necessitating steady and deliberate progress to traverse it successfully. Thus, Jiang Liunian commenced a day of particularly rigorous training, continuously challenging himself to master his power under various circumstances. The gravity formation left by Huanqi, along with other stamina-absorbing arrays, was set to maximum capacity, yet the results remained minimal. Huanqi returned from the third district of the illusory realm, wielding a sword that shimmered with a chilling light, exuding an air of mystery. Her steps were light, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of strength, as if each footfall resonated at the very nodes of space. Upon entering the familiar bamboo grove, Huanqi's gaze was immediately drawn to Jiang Liunian, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. The transformation in Jiang Liunian's physique was so profound that even someone as well-versed as Huanqi could not help but feel astonished. However, this surprise was fleeting. For the moment she set foot in the bamboo grove, she established a mental link with the white cat waiting there, learning of all that had transpired during her absence. The white cat was not merely a companion who had grown alongside Huan Qi. It also bore a remarkable story. This celestial array spirit, a gift from Qian Huan to Huan Qi, possessed extraordinary wisdom and shared a profound connection with her. Years prior, when Huan Qi's meridians had been completely severed and her lifespan dwindled, it was Qian Huan who, through the innate spirit of the array, inscribed the essence of the universe upon Huan Qi's shattered meridians, while the protective array of her heart's meridian became the core formation of the white cat. Such core formations were exceedingly rare, with only 3 existing in the world, one belonging to the white cat, one to Huan Qi, and one to Qian Huan. The white cat curled up nearby, sleeping peacefully, for it already knew the messages that needed to be conveyed, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Huan Qi inquired about the events surrounding Jiang Liunyan's tale, and after listening to his account, her expression remained as calm as still water, though her heart surged with tumult. She comprehended the terrifying exponential growth of the power within Jiang Liunyan, a challenge even for someone as knowledgeable as herself. This power was both an opportunity and a trial. Mastering it perfectly became a formidable conundrum they faced. It seemed prudent to revisit ancient texts in search of a solution. Huan Qi sighed softly, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. She understood that when confronted with unknown forces, knowledge and wisdom would be their most reliable allies. With that, she turned slowly, reaching behind her to draw forth a beautifully crafted sword. As the blade emerged, the surrounding air grew heavy, as if acknowledging its majesty and might. The sword, as black as ink, resembled the profound darkness of the night sky, obscuring its true form from sight. The blade shimmered with a glow reminiscent of the depths of night, a glow neither bright nor ostentatious, but deep and enigmatic, exuding an irresistible allure. Intricate runes adorned the hilt, each stroke brimming with ancient and formidable power. They flickered with a faint light, as if whispering the sword's origins and tales. Jiang Liunyan, what name do you believe this sword should bear? Huan Qi asked with a smile, subtly conveying her anticipation as she extended the exquisite weapon toward him. Jiang Liunyan slowly extended his hand, accepting the sword. The moment it entered his grasp, a heavy sensation surged within his heart. He scrutinized the blade, which appeared as dark as ink, profound and enigmatic, resembling an unfathomable pool of black water, seemingly capable of devouring all light, yet exuding a unique allure. The hilt was adorned with a translucent gem that shimmered with a faint glow, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Huan Qi felt a tremor in her heart, yet soon found solace. The sword's weight was likely a staggering 100,800 pounds. Had Jiang Liunyan not enhanced his physique, he would have been utterly incapable of wielding it. Thus, he had inscribed over a dozen gravitational counteracting arrays upon the blade, enabling the physically inadequate Jiang Liunyan to wield the sword. However, with Jiang Liunyan's physique now elevated to an unexpectedly remarkable level, it indeed astonished him once more. Jiang Liunyan closed his eyes, immersing himself in the pulsating power coursing through the sword, a force akin to the tumultuous waves of the ocean, crashing against his very soul. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and his blood began to boil with fervor. This sword seemed to possess a wondrous bond with him, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them. Shall we name this sword Meyuan? His voice was deep and resonant, as if proclaiming a significant resolution. Huan Qi nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the name Meyuan as most fitting, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the blade. His gaze rested upon Jiang Liunyan, his eyes reflecting admiration. In a gentle smile, Jiang Liunyan tenderly caressed the blade, as though engaging in a silent communion with it. From this moment forth, you shall be my companion. Together, we shall stand side by side, confronting the challenges that lie ahead. His gaze was imbued with unwavering resolve and determination. Chapter 49. Swordsmanship. Huan Qi stood quietly amidst the serene bamboo grove, sunlight filtering through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled patterns upon him, as if enveloping him in an enigmatic radiance that rendered him extraordinary and unique. In his grasp lay an exquisite longsword, its blade shimmering with a faint azure glow, reminiscent of the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, captivating all who beheld it. Behind him, a complex formation, forged from concentrated spiritual essence, emanated an aura of mystery. Jiang Liunyan stood quietly to the side, his gaze intently following every movement of Huan Qi, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. He was filled with a yearning for this unknown world, eager to uncover the mysteries of cultivation and celestial techniques. Huan Qi wielded his long sword, carving elegant arcs through the air, reminiscent of a graceful fairy in flight. His movements were light and fluid, displaying a mastery of swordsmanship, each swing radiating immense power. As he danced, the surrounding air seemed to stir, coalescing into a gentle whirlwind that rustled the bamboo leaves in the grove. Yonyan, pay attention. Huan Qi's lips moved slightly, his voice akin to a clear mountain spring, crisp and melodious. He deftly waved his sword, the tip tracing dozens of intricate symbols in the air, which conjured infinite possibilities. These symbols, as if enchanted, drew closer together, and illusions began to materialize in the atmosphere, twisting and intertwining until they ultimately formed a sophisticated illusionary array. This is the first form of the illusory sword technique, the foundational version. You must wield the sword's tip as a pen and your spiritual energy as ink, sketching the array from the depths of your heart into the void. Remember, the sword is not merely a tool for combat. It is a medium for expressing will and creating miracles. As Huan Qi spoke, he demonstrated, each movement of the sword's tip accompanied by subtle changes in the array, leaving onlookers mesmerized. Jiang Liuyan was completely absorbed in the moment. Although initially taken aback by the rather mundane name of this profound sword skill, which he deemed too casual for something so intricate as the illusory sword technique's basic version, he believed that even an unappealing name should at least be on par with something as ethereal as the mysterious realm's veil. He pondered this in silence, ultimately shaking his head and focusing intently on watching Huan Qi teach. While he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of formations, Huan Qi's words illuminated his path like a beacon. He slowly drew the long sword from his waist, a blade crafted specifically for him by Huan Qi, its obsidian surface exuding an endless depth that subtly reflected her expectations of him. Huan Qi observed Jiang Liuyan for a brief moment, then adopted a serious demeanor, having intuitively grasped his thoughts. To be candid, Huan Qi herself found it perplexing why scholars and warriors alike wore swords at their sides, projecting an image of elegance or believing that wielding a sword was inherently stylish. Even the 43rd leader of the illusory sect had abandoned his original weapon, a pen, to seize the essence of the universe, transforming it into a sword with the noble intention of providing all disciples with means of self-preservation. He even ventured down the path of merging formations with swordplay, where spiritual energy could sketch formations and still wield a sword, a notion that left her utterly confounded. Yet, Huan Qi complied, for the sect leader had established a new rule mandating that every future leader must learn this technique, leaving her with no choice but to follow suit. The privilege of the sect leader included a singular opportunity during their tenure to make an irrevocable decision, which would then be inscribed into the sect's regulations. This was the primary reason future leaders were required to master this technique. However, Huan Qi's chance was forcibly nullified due to a crime of treason against the sect, marking only the second occurrence of such a fate in the sect's millennia-long history. Under Huan Qi's guidance, Jiang Liuyan endeavored to outline the formation's contours with the tip of his sword. Initially, his movements were clumsy and unrefined, his spiritual energy seemingly unresponsive. Yet, through repeated attempts, he gradually found his rhythm, the flow of energy within him beginning to synchronize with his will. As the sword tip traced its path, the ethereal patterns of the formation slowly took shape. "Excellent, you have taken your first step," Huan Qi remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She recognized that while Jiang Liuyan might not be a natural talent in formations, his indomitable spirit and thirst for knowledge were sufficient to carry him far along this path. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan devoted himself to practicing his swordsmanship and diligently memorizing the foundational formations taught by Huan Qi. He toiled day and night, repeatedly honing his skills until these intricate patterns were indelibly etched into his mind. In the stillness of night, he would use a pen in place of a sword, meticulously drawing on paper. Each stroke deepened his comprehension of the formations. Now, let us learn the second form. When Jiang Liuyan finally mastered the ability to adeptly sketch the basic formations on paper, Huan Qi reappeared before him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. This form was known as the illusory sword technique basic version second form. It was not merely a sword skill but a seamless integration of body movement and swordplay. You must, while moving at high speed, use the sword tip to outline continuous illusory formations, creating a dazzling array of phantoms to bewilder your opponent and seek the opportunity for victory. As she spoke, Huan Qi demonstrated, her figure weaving through the bamboo grove, the blade's light weaving like fabric, each strike accompanied by a flicker of illusion, rendering her true position elusive. Jiang Liuyan's eyes widened as he fixated intently on Huan Qi's movements. He observed Huanqi's body gliding through the air with the swiftness of a specter, the long sword in his hand tracing elegant arcs, reminiscent of a butterfly dancing gracefully. Each demonstration of swordsmanship left Jiang Liuyan in awe and exhilaration. He couldn't help but ponder how splendid it would be to master such extraordinary techniques himself. A surge of unprecedented fervor welled up within him, igniting a yearning to acquire this remarkable skill. Did you see clearly? Huanqi suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Jiang Liuyan. Awakening from his reverie, Jiang Liuyan emerged from his trance, contemplating the possibility, perhaps. Huanqi, unaware of Jiang Liuyan's innate talent for swordplay, could only offer a reassuring smile, encouraging him. It's all right. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly master it. With that, he resumed his demonstration, wielding the sword with elegance once more. Jiang Liuyan was wholly absorbed in observing the movements of Huanqi. An ordinary individual by nature, Jiang possessed no extraordinary talents. If one were to pinpoint any innate advantage, it would solely be the 5 elemental forces within him. Thus, the unremarkable Jiang Liuyan diligently scrutinized the sword techniques, striving to commit every detail to memory. He understood that to become a true swordsman, he must invest greater effort and time. Presently, he recognized it as the opportune moment to embark on his learning journey. Consequently, he once again immersed himself in arduous training. Each failure fortified his resolve, while every advancement filled him with elation. Under Huanqi's meticulous guidance, Jiang Liuyan's swordsmanship and mastery of formations flourished, leaving behind a personal legend amidst the bamboo grove. Chapter 50. Sword 3 in the early morning. A delicate veil of mist gently enveloped the bamboo forest. Sunlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow that infused the tranquil space with an air of mystery and vitality. The aroma of earth and bamboo leaves permeated the air, and the distant chirping of birds intertwined with the gentle rustle of the breeze, creating a melodious morning symphony. Dewdrops shimmered on the verdant bamboo leaves, resembling pearls embedded in green satin, clear and exquisite, a sight to behold. The entire bamboo grove seemed to have just awakened from slumber, imbued with a touch of languor and serenity, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Huanqi awaited Jiang Liuyan deep within the bamboo thicket, ready to impart the foundational third form of the illusory sword technique. Within the profound realm of the illusory sword technique, the third level, known as Shadow Dance of 1,000 Illusions, epitomizes the perfect fusion of swordsmanship and illusion. Practitioners at this level not only wield extraordinary sword skills but also harmonize themselves with their surroundings, transforming into an intangible shadow, executing myriad sword moves amidst the interplay of light and shadow, leaving adversaries bewildered and defenseless. However, to embark upon the enigmatic path of the Shadow Dance of 1,000 Illusions, one must first master a secret art known as the Shadow Mystery Technique. Practitioners are required to close their eyes, concentrate, and attune their inner selves to the surrounding world. They must learn to connect their consciousness with the shadows, light, and whispers of the breeze, thus entering a realm where the mind moves with intent, and shadows follow their every action. Only through prolonged meditation and profound comprehension can a practitioner seamlessly blend their form into the shadows of the environment, becoming part of the night, eluding capture. Most crucially, light must exist for shadows to emerge. Only by deeply understanding the connection between oneself and the shadow can one advance further. It is said that within the legend of the immortal warrior, there exists an assassin codenamed Shadow. This individual, initially obscure, became astonishingly renowned upon taking action, possessing a mastery of shadow transformation akin to a true specter lurking in the dark. In a self-penned autobiography, he recounted decades spent before a stone wall, observing the sunlight and moonlight casting his shadow upon it, reflecting on the shadows through the seasons, from morning dew to evening glow. He devoted years to forging a profound bond with his shadow, culminating in the creation of the Shadow Assassin. By chance, the Shadow Mystery Technique was unearthed after the assassin's demise, illicitly extracted by grave robbers and circulating in the black market. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the technique was lost, and the last breath of the grave robber led to the transcription of hundreds of secret techniques, flooding the black market like a common commodity. Regrettably, the art of shadow mastery requires immense perseverance, and despite its wide availability, few choose to pursue it. Yet, the 43rd Grandmaster of the illusory sect was no ordinary figure. During his tenure, he adeptly restructured the Shadow Mystery Technique, tailoring it specifically for the foundational version of the illusory sword technique, a legacy that has endured. Once practitioners grasp the shadow mystery technique, they embark on mastering the Thousand Illusion Sword Shadow. This swordplay does not rely on brute force, but rather on speed and transformation. With a mere flick of the sword tip, countless sword shadows are generated, each embodying the practitioner's will and sword intent, blurring the line between reality and illusion. In the heat of battle, these sword shadows traverse like living entities, sometimes converging into a singular, formidable blade of light. At other times dispersing into a torrential rain of swords, ensnaring opponents in a web of confusion and chaos. The pinnacle of the shadow dance of 1,000 illusions is the unity of heart and sword. At this juncture, the practitioner's spirit and sword become one. The sword embodies the heart, and the heart embodies the sword. Without the need for visual observation, the practitioner can sense the slightest movements of their opponent, anticipating their actions and delivering the most lethal counterattacks with minimal motion. In this state, the sword techniques transcend mere forms, manifesting as a direct reflection of the practitioner's emotions, will, and wisdom. Each stroke encapsulates the profound truths of the universe, capable of stirring the soul and shaking the very heavens. Huanqi turned the sword behind her back, holding it in a gesture of readiness, signaling Jiang Liunian for a practical demonstration. In the heat of combat, Huanqi unleashed the shadow dance of 1,000 illusions, her form instantaneously transforming into an enchanting specter, akin to a ghost upon the battlefield, silently drawing near to Jiang Liunian before launching a swift and thunderous assault. Jiang Liunian's primal instincts were scarcely given a moment's warning before Huanqi swept them away with the back of her sword, leaving him no time to react. In the depths of his heart, Jiang Liunian pondered, is this the true power of the illusory dance of 1,000 phantoms? As Huanqi continued her explanation, she elucidated that the illusory dance of 1,000 phantoms excels in harnessing every element within the environment, be it light and shadow, terrain, or even the psychological blind spots of adversaries, to conjure a phantasmagoric array that creates advantageous conditions for combat. Even when faced with foes who outnumber them, practitioners can, through this unpredictable swordplay, dismantle the enemy's assaults one by one, ultimately securing victory. However, despite its formidable prowess, the illusory dance of 1,000 phantoms is not invincible. It demands an extraordinary level of mental concentration and acute awareness of one's surroundings. A momentary lapse could lead one to become ensnared in the very illusions they have created, rendering them helpless. Thus, a swordsman who truly attains this realm must not only refine their swordsmanship, but also cultivate their spirit, striving for a harmonious balance of inner and outer mastery to reach the pinnacle of the sword path. The essence lies in the phantasmic formations along this journey. Embodying the unity of sword arrays, and utilizing these illusions to disrupt the opponent, Huanqi remarked nonchalantly with a wave of her hand. After all, this is merely the foundational version. When one advances to the higher tiers, those sword techniques truly become relentless in their execution, Huanqi mused. Jiang Liunian slightly nodded, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. He grasped the longsword tightly, as though channeling all his strength into its tip. Subsequently, he took a resolute step forward towards the distant clearing, his stride steady and powerful. Upon reaching the open space, Jiang Liunian paused, inhaling deeply to regulate his breathing. Then, he began to wield his longsword, executing strikes that were both fierce and intricate. Each slash carried an inexhaustible might, the wind howling and the sword aura sprawling. His body moved like a nimble swallow, gracefully weaving through the shadows of his sword, the momentum flowing as naturally as a stream. As time passed, Jiang Liunian's swordsmanship became increasingly sophisticated, his strikes sharper than before. Immersed in the realm of swordplay, he forgot everything around him. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Yet he remained oblivious, wholly focused on perfecting his technique. He understood that only through relentless practice and enhancement of his skills could he aspire to become a true master of the sword. Chapter 51. The fourth sword technique. The next lesson was to learn the foundational fourth form of the illusory sword technique, moonlight weaving dreams. On a night where moonlight flowed like silk, the illusory sword technique unveiled its fourth form, moonlight weaving dreams. This technique not only represented a profound fusion of sword and spirit, but also delicately captured the forces of nature and inner emotions. It melded the softness of moonlight, the ethereality of dreams, and a surging love, creating an unprecedented aesthetic of combat. This technique was conceived by a sect leader to commemorate the moment he met his partner under the moonlight, aiming to delight them with a uniquely special sword style, which held almost no practical combat significance. Yet its elegance was truly transcendent, surpassing even the techniques practiced by professional sword dancers. The initial step in mastering moonlight weaving dreams is to learn to stroll under the moonlight. Practitioners must, on nights filled with silver radiance, accompany themselves with their sword, stepping lightly to feel the resonance between the moonlight and the sword's intent. However, this is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies in how to infuse the emotions deep within one's heart into the swordplay. Practitioners must deeply comprehend and experience love and the flutter of the heart. For the essence of this technique is the power of love intertwined with the force of moonlight. Huan Qi recounted a tale to Jiang Liuyan. Speaking of a night when the sect leader stood alone atop a mountain, gazing at the radiant moon, he closed his eyes. Recalling those moments that once stirred his heart, the warm smiles, the affectionate gazes, and the sincere care, he sought to capture that feeling, weaving it into his sword intent. When he opened his eyes once more, he discovered he could feel the moonlight energy surrounding him. He raised his sword, gently swinging it, the blade glimmering with a faint light. As he moved, the moonlight seemed to respond, forming a beautiful halo around him. The sect leader took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention on the sword. He began to move slowly, each step imbued with a unique rhythm. His body became one with his swordplay, as if he had merged with the moonlight itself. Under the moon's illumination, his silhouette became hazy and mysterious. Each footfall seemed to create a subtle connection with the earth and the moonlight, rendering his movements more fluid and his sword intent more profound, thus giving birth to this technique. Huan Qi, with a sigh, expressed a look of consternation, lamenting that he had never experienced such emotions himself. During his years in the sect leader's position, he had devoted himself tirelessly, rejecting the advances of numerous female elders and wandering cultivators. To this day, he was only teased by classmates for a mere childhood crush on a class leader. As for this sword technique, he had always struggled to grasp its essence, merely practicing its form without understanding its spirit. Continuing, Huan Qi urged, "Next, you must feel that surging love within your heart. As for how, that depends on you." Jiang Liuyan. This is a tale from the sect leader's chronicles, along with his handwritten notes for your reference. He then handed Jiang Liuyan the foundational manuscript without waiting for a response. The quintessence of moonlight weaving dreams lies in the moonlight sword dance. At this stage, the swordsman will perfectly blend the gentleness of moonlight with the ferocity of swordplay, creating a combat style that is both elegant and lethal. Huan Qi drew the sword embedded in the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and began to demonstrate for Jiang Liuyan. Beneath the clear and resplendent moonlight, Huan Qi stood still in a secluded bamboo grove, surrounded by a veil of mist that gently wrapped around him, as if the entire world were embraced by the soft silver glow. The long sword in his hand glinted with a cold and mysterious sheen, resembling a slumbering silver dragon awaiting awakening. As Huan Qi slowly lifted his arm, the long sword glided through the air, emitting a subtle yet melodious hum, reminiscent of celestial music, resonating beautifully in the tranquil night. His movements were light and graceful, akin to a sprite dancing under the moonlight. Each leap of the sword tip, each rotation of the blade, harmoniously merged with the serene and enigmatic surroundings, as if resonating with the moonlight, the bamboo forest, and the world itself. The moonlight cascaded like flowing water, intertwining with Huan Qi's sword dance to create a captivating tableau. The sword tip traced silver arcs in the air, like ripples created by moonlight on a lake, light and rhythmic. The interplay of sword light and moonlight bathed the entire bamboo grove in radiant brilliance, with every leaf and dewdrop sparkling in this glow, exuding an enchanting luster. Huan Qi's swordplay was light and ethereal. Each swing seemed to paint a delicate ink wash. The sword tip outlined exquisite patterns in the air, embodying both the grandeur of mountains and the vitality of flowers and birds, as if he had infused the beauty of the entire natural world into each stroke. As the sword light flickered, the bamboo leaves swayed gently, producing a rustling sound, as if accompanying Huan Qi's sword dance, rendering the scene even more vivid and poetic. As Huan Qi's sword dance reached its climax, his movements became increasingly fluid and powerful. The sword tip carved brilliant arcs in the air, akin to the most dazzling shooting stars illuminating the dark sky and lighting the path ahead. Each flash of sword light was accompanied by the surging emotions within Huan Qi, although he could not fully grasp the profound love embedded in the sect leader's heart. His agile body and structured sword forms endowed his technique with a unique beauty. When Huan Qi finally retracted the longsword, gleaming with moonlight, his chest heaved slightly. Even with his extraordinary physical prowess honed through multiple formations and the various enhancement runes etched upon his bones, he felt a tinge of fatigue after executing this set of sword techniques. though he had yet to comprehend its deeper meanings, which seemed somewhat superfluous to him. The sheer exertion was undeniably real. However, it was this very expenditure that ignited the fighting spirit and passion within Huan Qi. Initially, his swordplay may not have perfectly embodied the profound love, but as the dance progressed, he felt an inexplicable force guiding him, making each move increasingly sharp and powerful. This was not merely an interpretation of sword techniques, but a cathartic release of long-suppressed emotions. The humiliations of the past, the tragic experiences, surged forth like a tide, transforming into a formidable impetus propelling him forward. During this process, Huan Qi discovered that as he continued to wield the sword, the resentment and anger within him gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and relief. It seems that this sword technique has, unbeknownst to him, become the key to unlocking his heart's burdens, allowing him to liberate himself from the shadows of the past and confront both his inner self and the world anew. Reflecting on this, Huan Qi cannot help but feel a sense of incredulity. He had never anticipated that a sword technique he deemed so trivial could elicit such profound transformation. It dawns on him that his previous judgment may have been somewhat misguided. In the desert, Xi calculated with a sense of foreboding, murmuring to himself that he must persevere, holding on to hope. Chapter 52. Self-practice under Huan Qi's meticulous tutelage. Jiang Liuyan gradually grasped the essence of the four foundational sword techniques of the illusion. Each move and stance became indelibly etched in his mind, akin to brilliant stars illuminating the endless night sky. As time progressed, his comprehension of these techniques deepened, as if they had seamlessly integrated into his very being, ready to be unleashed at will. However, amidst this joyous immersion, an unprecedented pressure began to swell within him. He realized that although he had mastered the basics, this was merely the beginning. The path to true mastery remained a distant horizon, demanding relentless effort and exploration to transcend his limits and ascend to a higher realm. Thus, he embarked on a rigorous regimen, dedicating ample hours each day to refining his swordplay. He tirelessly repeated each motion, striving for perfection. Simultaneously, he explored other sword techniques, hoping to draw inspiration that would help him forge a distinctive style of his own. Throughout this journey, he encountered numerous challenges and setbacks, yet he remained undeterred. He firmly believed that with unwavering perseverance, he could conquer all obstacles and achieve his aspirations. In this boundless ocean of knowledge, Jiang Liuyan pressed onward, unafraid of the novelty and uncertainty surrounding him. For he understood that only by courageously facing challenges could he continue to grow and reach the shores of success. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiang Liuyan, as he diligently practiced, a secret phenomenon quietly unfolded within him. In the silent depths of night, or when he was fully absorbed in his sword techniques, a tricolored radiance would subtly manifest around him, flickering like fireflies on a summer night, exuding an air of mystique. This shimmering light displayed hues of black, white, and gray, intertwining like three ribbons that perpetually encircled his form. Initially faint, the luminosity grew progressively brighter over time, as if proclaiming something to the world. In the bamboo grove, this light appeared particularly mesmerizing, akin to a mysterious bolt of lightning that swiftly pierced the darkened sky, casting an extraordinary glow over the entire grove. Strangely, neither Huan Qi nor the languid white cat, nor even the occasional whispers of wind rustling through the bamboo, seemed to acknowledge this enigmatic radiance, as if they were entirely oblivious to its existence. This peculiar phenomenon provoked curiosity. Why was such a brilliant light overlooked by everything in its vicinity? Did this glow possess a unique attribute or power, rendering it perceptible only to select individuals? Jiang Liuyan remained oblivious to the transformation occurring within him, as he devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of his swordsmanship. The sword in his grasp seemed to forge a mysterious and wondrous bond with him, allowing him to wield it with the grace of a fish gliding through water. It felt as though the sword had become an extension of his very being. Each swing was executed with an effortless fluidity, devoid of any sense of obstruction. This harmonious connection not only significantly enhanced his proficiency in swordplay, but also deepened his relationship with the martial arts he practiced. Each training session appeared to open a door leading him to higher realms of swordsmanship, granting him glimpses into its profound intricacies. As time flowed, his comprehension and mastery of the sword continuously deepened, gradually surpassing the understanding of the average practitioner. As the passage of time wore on, Jiang Liuyan's swordsmanship steadily advanced. After repetitively practicing the first form of the technique hundreds of thousands of times, he finally encountered a transformative experience. In that fleeting moment, a surge of immense power welled up within him, seemingly yearning to break free from the confines of his body, erupting forth. This sensation was akin to a long-slumbering dragon awakening, showcasing its unparalleled strength and majesty. With the emergence of this power, the sword in his hand became increasingly formidable, each strike radiating an irresistible force. Every movement within his swordplay grew more fluid and natural, as if he had become one with the weapon. His swordsmanship transcended mere technicality, now imbued with boundless strength and spirit. In that instant, Jiang Liuyan recognized that he had successfully crossed the threshold of swordsmanship, attaining a profound mastery of the foundational first form of the illusionary sword technique. His swordplay had surpassed the ordinary realm of sword arts, entering an entirely new echelon. From this moment forward, his understanding of sword intent would ascend to unprecedented heights. This achievement was akin to a clear spring, nourishing Jiang Liuyan's long-parched heart. He grasped that to attain greater heights in the path of the sword, relentless effort and perseverance were paramount. Henceforth, he devoted himself even more diligently, pouring the majority of his time into the practice of swordsmanship, scarcely allowing himself a moment's respite. Whether under the sweltering summer sun, the biting winds of winter, or amidst tempestuous storms, nothing could deter his unwavering march toward the pinnacle of the sword path. As time elapsed, his swordsmanship flourished, each swing resembling a captivating legend that left onlookers in awe. The sword, resonating with his very soul, radiated a dazzling brilliance in his hands, akin to a shimmering star illuminating the entire world. This radiance not only symbolized his prowess, but also represented his unwavering passion and dedication to the way of the sword. Throughout this journey, Jiang Liuyan gradually comprehended the essence of the sword path, realizing that the true spirit of swordsmanship lies in the unspoken connection and emotional exchange between the sword and its wielder. In a future realm, the prospect of a single individual confronting 10 allied clans was not a display of dominance akin to a dragon crossing the river. Rather, it was a reaction to the overwhelming arrogance of others. It stemmed from a mere bowl of chaos that had been unjustly exaggerated into 2 bowls, with the claim that he had only paid for one. If the situation had been ordinary, he might have endured it. But the audacity to declare he could not afford it, coupled with insults and curses directed toward his clan, struck a deep chord of indignation within him. Thus, he took it upon himself to challenge that clan, only to discover that they had colluded with 9 other major clans, leading to a confrontation where he stood alone against 10 factions, a testament to his formidable might. Chapter 53, The Teacher's Gratitude Ceremony as the sun set like blood, casting its crimson hue over the verdant bamboo grove. This tranquil place was draped in a golden veil. A gentle breeze stirred the bamboo leaves, creating a soft rustling sound reminiscent of nature's whispers, recounting tales of the past and future. Deep within this bamboo forest, tinted by the sunset's glow, a modest yet elegant cottage stood quietly. Before the cottage, Huanqi, clad in simple attire, faced away from the setting sun, directed toward the approaching Jiang Liuyan. His silhouette elongated in the fading light, exuding an air of solitude and solemnity. As Jiang Liuyan traversed the bamboo grove with a light and buoyant step, his heart swelled with both admiration for his master and a poignant reluctance to bid farewell. Upon reaching Huanqi, he found her turning to face him, her profound eyes shimmering with a complex interplay of emotions, gratitude, concern, and a barely perceptible ache of parting. "Liuyan, you have grown," Huanqi spoke, her voice deep and resonant, as if it could pierce through the dust of time and reach the very depths of Jiang Liuyan's soul. She extended her hand and gently patted his shoulder, the gesture imbued with both affirmation for her disciple and a hopeful anticipation for his future. "Master, did you summon me?" Jiang Liuyan inquired respectfully, his gaze brimming with reliance and reverence for Huanqi. With a faint smile, Huanqi turned her eyes toward the distant bamboo grove, painted crimson by the setting sun, and began to speak slowly. "Liuyan, you are on the brink of adulthood and will soon embark on your own path. Everything I could impart to you has been shared. Now, the rest lies in your hands to comprehend and practice." Pausing for a moment, her tone deepened further. "But remember, hatred is a double-edged sword. It can empower you, yet it may also lead you astray. You must learn to let go. At the very least, do not allow hatred to blind your vision. On the road ahead, countless challenges await you, but always bear in mind the principles of self-restraint and deliberation. The journey that lies ahead is one you must undertake alone," she continued. As she spoke, Huanqi retrieved a book and a black card from her robe, presenting them to Jiang Liuyan. "This book encapsulates the essence of my lifelong learning. Study it diligently, and you shall surely reap its rewards. As for this black card, It will grant you unobstructed passage across the continent and contains considerable wealth for unforeseen needs. Jiang Liuanian accepted the book and the black card, a warm current surging within him. He fully comprehended the significance of these two items and understood his master's heartfelt intentions. Bowing his head, his voice choked with emotion. He began to speak, but his master, Xuanqi, gently interrupted. Go, Liuanian, pursue your dreams and pin your own legend. Remember, no matter the time or place, I will always be here, waiting for you. As dusk approached, the sun gradually descended, leaving behind a brilliant evening glow. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm and gentle light upon the master and disciple, creating a comforting interplay of shadows. Yet, this sunset bore a crimson hue, piercing Jiang Liuanian's eyes, making it difficult for him to gaze upon it. Nevertheless, he summoned the strength to open his eyes, yearning for one last glimpse of the master who had accompanied him for a decade. Jiang Liuanian gazed quietly at his master's face, his heart brimming with an overwhelming sense of reluctance and affection. Over the past decade, they had shared countless days and nights together. His master not only imparted skills and knowledge, but also offered him meticulous care and guidance. Now, on the brink of parting, Jiang Liuanian felt as though his heart were being cleaved, his eyes welling with tears. He reminisced about the myriad moments they had experienced together, each instant etched deeply in his memory. From his initial ignorance to his present growth, his master had unwaveringly guided him, enabling him to continuously transcend his limits. Yet now, he was compelled to confront the impending farewell, the anguish within him beyond words. Clutching his master's hand, Jiang Liuanian savored the warmth and strength it conveyed. As twilight descended, casting shadows across the room, Jiang Liuanian rose in silence and offered his master a profound bow before departing. His steps were laden with the weight of his emotions. Yet he knew that only by confronting the trials ahead with courage could he prove worthy of his master's faith. Jiang Liuanian slowly exited the room, each step laden with profound weight. He offered 3 bows and 9 prostrations, every movement imbued with deep emotion and reverence. A testament to his gratitude for Master Xuanqi's years of guidance, as well as his reluctance to embark on a new journey. Within the room, the flickering candlelight illuminated Xuanqi's face, which bore both kindness and a hint of sorrow. The door closed gently, severing the final exchange of glances between master and disciple. Yet it could not diminish the profound bond of their relationship. Jiang Liuanian returned to his humble yet cozy abode, a quaint little dwelling nestled beside a small bamboo grove. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets of the past and future. He reclined on his bed, gazing out at the hazy moonlight, his heart a tumult of emotions. Over the past decade, he had transformed from a naive youth into a young man on the brink of adulthood. Each day and night felt vividly etched in his memory, a whirlwind of experiences both astonishingly swift and profoundly fulfilling. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts drifted far away. Suddenly, a faint yet sharp pain radiated from his neck, disrupting his reverie. Jiang Liuanian jolted upright, his right hand instinctively brushing against a seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly significant necklace that hung around his neck. It was this very necklace that had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Though he had yet to comprehend how to awaken its remaining power, perhaps the time was simply not ripe. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, recalling a brush with death that had left an indelible mark upon him. It was the second time the necklace had bestowed upon him the sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death, compelling him to confront mortality and strength for the first time. The tricolored radiance held not merely power, but seemed to conceal some profound secret or an enigmatic connection yet to be unraveled. However, since that moment, the necklace had returned to a state of tranquility, the tricolored glow never to reappear, leaving only a gentle warmth against his skin, so subtle that he often overlooked it. Despite dedicating 10 years to his studies in the bamboo grove, he had failed to decipher the secrets held within the necklace. Jiang Liuanian gently caressed the necklace, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within him. He recognized that although he had made significant strides over the past decade, the road ahead remained long, fraught with uncertainties and challenges awaiting his embrace. The books and black card bestowed upon him by Master Xuanqi were undoubtedly invaluable treasures for his future journey. However, more crucial were the teachings and expectations of his mentor, which instilled in him the principles of self-restraint and thoughtful deliberation, an irreplaceable spiritual foundation beyond any material possession. As the night deepened, Jiang Liuanian gradually found tranquility. He understood that regardless of what the future held, he must confront it with courage, employing wisdom and valor to unravel the secrets concealed behind the tricolored radiance, crafting his own legend. The bamboo grove, that room, and the silhouette of Master Huanqi would forever remain the warmest haven in his heart, guiding his path forward. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jiang Liuyan's face, reflecting a glimmer of determination and hope. He closed his eyes and surrendered once more to slumber, where the tricolored brilliance continued to shimmer, leading him toward broader horizons. Chapter 54. Everything is an illusion, surprising yet inevitable. Now, let us speak of Jiang Liuyan, who, over the course of 10 years, worked diligently without a single day of laxity. However, such an intense regimen of study kept his spirit perpetually on edge. Though Master Huanqi was indeed a kind and approachable teacher, Jiang Liuyan's self-imposed standards were excessively rigorous, leaving his nerves perpetually taut. Whether in cultivation or studying techniques, he exerted himself beyond limits, causing his mind to whirl with lightning speed. As previously mentioned, the necklace exhibited unusual phenomena, which was, in fact, a precursor to its attempt to assimilate Jiang Liuyan. The necklace encapsulated the essence of three elements: darkness, evil, and time. Its origin lay outside the Douluo continent. In the River of Time, a purged version of one of the 6 factions of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. Over time, the impurities were gradually cleansed by the power of darkness, which explains why the tributaries of a river generally contain similar substances to those found in the main flow. This is the primary reason why the path of time can be applied in the Xianwu continent. The intertwining of evil and temporal forces, however, created a distinct duality through prolonged conflict, resulting in their ultimate independence. The dark force was orchestrated by C, the head of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, who had once gathered numerous souls from the Hall of Heroic Spirits in the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's secret realm. He wielded the combined strength of countless souls to deliver a fatal blow to Tang San. Although the impact was minimal, it provided Gu Ling the opportunity to pass the necklace to Jiang Liuyan. At that time, it was not merely soul power but the accumulated energies of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Billions of years of soul and dark powers flowed into Gu Ling. Under such circumstances, Gu Ling selflessly filtered the majority of the impurities from the dark force, leaving the purest essence within the necklace. It is important to note that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan does not excel in spiritual power. Their talents predominantly lie within the attributes of wind, thunder, time, space, darkness, and evil, making it unlikely for them to experience spiritual anomalies. If they were to face a soul beast proficient in spiritual power, the collective might of the Hall of Heroic Spirits would be sufficient to reduce Tang San to a state of confusion. Yet, even such formidable power merely weakened the gray mist within Tang San's sea of consciousness slightly, an utterly unforeseen circumstance. Among these 3 elements, the most peculiar was the temporal element, which could anticipate the future and perceive most timelines unclouded by fate. Darkness, in turn, could obscure one's senses, while evil possessed the ability to discern all vulnerabilities. This was the very reason Jiang Liuyan remained oblivious to the true nature of events for a decade. In the instant he was assailed by the sudden surge of tricolored radiance, it felt as though an invisible hammer had struck him, not only shaking his physical form but also unleashing tumultuous waves within his mental sea, severely damaging his spiritual force and leaving him in a semi-conscious state. His complexion pale as parchment and breath shallow and rapid. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the bamboo grove, causing the leaves to rustle softly. A pristine white cat, its eyes twinkling like stars, gracefully leaped down from the emerald bamboo treetops. With remarkable agility and elegance, it navigated the dense bamboo thicket, each pawfall perfectly landing on the strongest joints of the bamboo, making scarcely a sound, showcasing extraordinary dexterity and intelligence. Ultimately, the white cat leapt onto the ancient eaves just outside Jiang Liuyan's room, its sharp gaze fixed intently on the happenings within, brimming with urgency and unease. Without hesitation, it sprang from the eaves to Jiang Liuyan's bedside, its light leap seemingly burdened by an immense weight. The cat's expression was grave, as if it had witnessed an unfathomable catastrophe. Its paws flailed helplessly in the air, sometimes gingerly measuring Jiang Liuyan's forehead for warmth, at other times gently checking his chest, as if to confirm the rhythm of his heartbeat. As a spirit cat born to respond to crises, it was accustomed to dealing exclusively with formations. Yet, as a spirit of an illusion array, it was only familiar with mirages. It had never encountered a situation like this, especially since it was not a pill transformed into a spirit. This predicament truly exceeded its capabilities. The white cat's agitation grew, its fur standing on end as if responding to its master's emotions, bristling wildly, appearing extremely disheveled. In its mind, it muttered, "Huanqi has only just departed a few days ago. How could this lad have stirred up such significant trouble?" If Huanqi returns to find Jiang Liuyan in such a precarious state, will I not be devoured alive? It is known that Huanqi had waited patiently for 15 years for him to awaken. Any mishap occurring on my watch would mean my certain doom. With this thought, the white cat's anxiety intensified. It began to pace restlessly within the room, each step causing the floorboards to tremble slightly, as if searching for a remedy or venting its pent-up anxiety and helplessness. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense and unsettling due to the presence of this white cat. The tricolored radiance that had rendered Jiang Liuyan unconscious did not dissipate but rather encircled him, akin to 3 ferocious hounds guarding him. This unexpected shift caught the white cat off guard, causing it to instinctively take a step back, eyes flickering with caution. However, it soon realized that the 3 beams of light harbored no malice. Just moments ago, when it had attempted to approach Jiang Liuyan to assess his condition, the lights had not attacked. Otherwise, with their power, the white cat would have likely been torn to shreds. Relieved, the white cat simultaneously became intrigued by these 3 mysterious lights. It observed them cautiously, striving to discern their origins and intentions. At that moment, the 3 beams of light seemed to awaken with their own vitality and consciousness, slowly intertwining and coiling together until they coalesced into a vague yet discernible human silhouette. This ethereal figure was none other than C, the enigmatic entity who had previously infused the dark energy into the necklace. The appearance of C astonished the white cat. It had never encountered this figure before and was filled with questions and confusion about his identity. C gazed at the white cat, his eyes gleaming with profound light, and then spoke in a calm yet resolute tone. I understand that this situation may be somewhat difficult for you to accept and comprehend, but please believe me. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern, dear little kitten. Chapter 55. The Unborn Future. After listening to C's enigmatic and seemingly profound words, the white cat's vigilance did not entirely dissipate. However, the unfounded fear and anxiety it felt were indeed alleviated significantly. It tilted its head, its crystalline eyes fixed intently on C's ethereal form, as if striving to capture a trace of reality from every subtle expression. Observing this, C's lips curled into a gentle smile, as if he had anticipated the white cat's reaction. So, this is not a crisis, but rather an opportunity? The white cat finally spoke, clearly troubled by the deepening bond forged over the past few days with Jiang Liuyan. C's ethereal figure nodded slightly, his tricolored eyes softly gazing at Jiang Liuyan, tenderly gliding over his slumbering visage, as if penetrating the mist of time to glimpse the hope of the future. Rest assured, I have seen it. Before C's words could fully materialize, the 3 beams of light once again floated and scattered, encircling Jiang Liuyan anew, like loyal sentinels guarding him as he delved deeper into his dreams and healing. The white cat observed this scene, its heart filled with questions like the twinkling stars in the night sky, both bright and numerous. C's appearance, the transformation of those 3 mysterious lights, and Jiang Liuyan's unconsciousness, all of these exceeded its previous understanding and experience. Nevertheless, the white cat was acutely aware that this was not the opportune moment for inquiries or to seek the truth. It needed to maintain its composure and await the right time. Thus, it approached Jiang Liuyan with light, cautious steps, each movement deliberate to avoid disturbing his slumber. Upon finally reaching his side, it gently nudged his arm with its head. The soft fur brushing against Jiang Liuyan's skin felt like a silent exchange of comfort. The white cat's gaze brimmed with tenderness and concern, as if conveying, "Master, I shall remain here with you until you awaken." After nudging his arm, the white cat began to search for a comfortable spot. It scanned the surroundings and ultimately chose a quiet, sheltered corner. It curled up slowly, resting its head on its chest, leaving only its vigilant eyes exposed. It quietly guarded Jiang Liuyan, akin to safeguarding its most cherished treasure. As time passed, the white cat began to feel weary. It gently closed its eyes, yet its ears remained alert. It understood that it could not afford to relax its vigilance, for Jiang Liuyan still required its protection. Thus, it found a delicate balance between fatigue and alertness, patiently awaiting Jiang Liuyan's awakening. During this time, the white cat continually pondered C's words and the origins of the mysterious lights. It endeavored to piece together these fragments of information into a coherent image. However, whenever it felt close to uncovering the truth, the clues would dissipate like mist before its eyes, leaving it in a state of confusion and curiosity. Regardless, the white cat firmly believed that one day, it would unravel all these enigmas. And so, the white cat quietly guarded Jiang Liuyan in the corner, its form appearing particularly warm and resolute beneath the dim light. The future of the future has arrived. This was an era of the Forsaken, simultaneously resisted by the present alongside the past of the Xianwu continent. To speak of the future, one must mention the western sandhills of that continent. A vast desert expanse ruled publicly by 8 prominent clans. These clans, in their quest for supreme glory and resources, annually held an unprecedented duel competition. This event became a battleground for young talents, a testament to various powers, as well as a complex distribution of future resources. In the sky, clouds billowed and rolled, while on the ground, the spirit of battle surged. At this moment, Xi was no longer merely an ethereal figure composed of 3 colors of light. He stood on the competition stage with an air of transcendence, his gaze profound, as if capable of perceiving all that exists. The reason Xi found himself here stemmed from a minor incident upon his arrival. After dining on a bowl of chaos and facing a language barrier, a dispute arose. This affair could have been easily resolved, but the proprietor of the chaos establishment belonged to one of the 8 clans, the Bai clan, specifically the nephew of the clan's leader. Given this connection, coupled with Xi's status as an outsider, the entire future realm harbored a peculiar aversion towards those of unknown identity. After all, this continent was bordered by 3 realms, their mortal enemy and long-desired past, the Xianwu continent, their ally, yet always wary of betrayal, the present where spiritual energy was reviving, and the elusive clan of the celestial demons, drifting through the temporal continuum. Thus, Xi suffered a considerable loss here, in this unfamiliar land. Even if he chose to endure and remain silent, he could hardly evade detection. Moreover, he possessed neither wealth nor connections, nor could he comprehend the local tongue. Fortunately, Xi was indeed a genius from the cunning and dark lineage of the Demon Tiger clan, a rarity in millennia. He leveraged a fragment of the spiritual path he had severed from the river of time, which temporarily allowed him to understand the language spoken by the inhabitants of this continent. This fragment of spiritual path became his bridge to the outside world, enabling him to discern the intentions of those around him. Fortunately, the 8 clans greatly revered martial prowess, thus offering Xi a contract. Should he secure first place in the competition, he would merely need to apologize, and all would be forgotten. Otherwise, they would contact other realms, the North Ridge, Central, South Cloud Pavilion, East Sea, and the Gray Zone, to unite in pursuit of him. Consequently, Xi was compelled to participate in the martial competition, recognizing that escape was futile. Weighing the pros and cons, he opted for this course of action. As for losing, if he were to lose, then so be it. Fleeing after a defeat would not differ much from fleeing before the battle. Xi thus accepted the challenge with a clear conscience and even pilfered a plethora of techniques from the Bai clan's ancestral halls and libraries, feeling quite pleased with himself for obtaining such a significant advantage. Although the average strength of this future realm was not extraordinarily high, these techniques opened his eyes to new possibilities. These techniques truly embodied the essence of the future, their intricacy far surpassing his imagination. Perhaps it was precisely due to their complexity that practitioners found them so arduous to master. After all, geniuses are not commonplace, even with profound techniques. Ordinary folk struggle to grasp them. Lacking talent and resources, they remain confined within their limitations, left to lament from afar. For ordinary individuals, these techniques seemed as distant as a fairy tale. However, this did not diminish Xi's appreciation for them. He understood their intrinsic value and resolved to study them diligently, aiming to extract greater power from them. In this world rife with challenges and opportunities, he must continually elevate himself to confront various crises. These techniques from the future undoubtedly became a vital asset on his path forward. Chapter 56. The arena of combat. In this vast and boundless continent, martial prowess flourished, and the strong were revered. The various clans and factions sparkled like countless stars, vying for prominence. Within this intricate web of power, the annual clan martial competition undeniably stood as one of the most captivating events. This is not merely a contest of strength and skill. It serves as an exquisite stage for various clans to showcase their prowess, vying for honor and resources. This year's martial arts tournament adopts an unprecedented format of challenge points, aimed at selecting true champions through a more equitable and transparent competitive mechanism. The arena is situated on a vast plain at the heart of the continent, surrounded by lush forests. At its center lies a colossal circular platform paved with hard blue stones measuring 100 feet in diameter, capable of accommodating hundreds of participants and spectators. As the sun sets, casting its golden rays upon this ancient land, the arena appears to be enveloped in a radiant glow, enhancing its solemnity and sanctity. The rules of the competition are straightforward. Each participant must consecutively challenge opponents on the platform, earning points for each victory, with the total points determining their ranking. Notably, after each victory, participants will face evaluations from 9 judges. These judges are all luminaries of the continent, with 8 representing the 8 major clans, each steeped in history and possessing unique martial arts and resources, making them formidable forces not to be underestimated. The 9th judge, however, is a messenger from the Central Imperial Court, whose role is particularly significant, embodying the will of the court and symbolizing justice and fairness. The Central Imperial Court, a mysterious institution located in the heart of the continent, wields immense power and influence that surpasses ordinary comprehension. Beneath the court, there are over 100 registered major forces, each controlling rich mineral resources, possessing formidable martial arts legacies, or being commercial giants that hold the economic lifeblood of the continent. Moreover, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. In the unrecorded corners, countless minor factions exist, perhaps small in number but possessing unique skills or secrets that are equally noteworthy. The presence of these forces renders the situation in the central region intricate and full of variables. Yet, amidst this complex landscape, the Central Imperial Court stands unyielding. Attributed not only to its formidable martial prowess and wisdom, but also to its precise grasp and balance of various forces. The court understands that only by maintaining a delicate equilibrium among the top powers can the peace and stability of the entire continent be ensured. Hence, when selecting judges for the martial arts tournament, the court exercises utmost caution, ensuring both the judges' impartiality and the balance of interests among the major forces. The 9th judge, the messenger from the Central Imperial Court, named Yun Feiyang, is in his 30s, possessing a striking countenance and an air of authority that commands respect. Although he hails from a subsidiary family of the Yun clan within the Imperial Court, this family has formed a core member of the court's alliance through interconnections with other forces. From a young age, Yun Feiyang underwent rigorous training and education, excelling not only in martial arts but also in military strategy and tactics, making him a rare talent within the court. The public remains unaware of his connection to the Yun clan, perceiving his surname as a mere coincidence. More importantly, he is known for his integrity and impartiality, executing his duties with decisiveness and never showing favoritism. During the martial arts tournament, Yun Feiyang's responsibilities are paramount. He meticulously observes each participant's performance, assessing their martial technique, combat strategy, mental fortitude, and even their respect and demeanor towards their opponents, all of which inform his evaluations. He understands that a true contest is not merely a clash of strength, but a display of wisdom, courage, and character. Therefore, his scoring often reflects the participant's comprehensive abilities and potential accurately. Most crucially, he will reveal his true identity today to represent the Yun clan in the final battle. First battle. C versus by families by Mo with a sword like a fleeting shadow. By Mo, clad in immaculate white attire, wields a glimmering longsword, its tip quivering as if poised to slice through the air at any moment. A young prodigy of the Bai clan, he is renowned for his swordsmanship, particularly the elusive flowing cloud sword technique, a closely guarded secret of the Bai clan, light and agile, akin to drifting clouds. Facing C, Bai Mo exhibits no fear. Instead, his eyes gleam with excitement, fully aware that this duel presents the perfect opportunity to prove his strength. With a sharp whistle, Bai Mo leaps into action, his sword transforming into a silver streak, targeting C's vital points. However, C appears to have anticipated this move, effortlessly sidestepping Bai Mo's attack. C then moves like a specter on the stage, appearing alternately to Bai Mo's left and right, each strike perfectly countering Bai Mo's swordplay while seeking opportunities to retaliate. Although Bai Mo's sword technique is impressive, he gradually finds himself overwhelmed by C's elusive maneuvers. Ultimately, during a clash, C swiftly closes the distance with a phantom step, disarming Bai Mo with a light touch, decisively determining the outcome. Second battle. C versus Qian family's Qianju with fists that split the air. Qianju, renowned for his formidable boxing skills, unleashes a relentless assault. Each punch seems capable of tearing through the atmosphere, instilling fear in the hearts of his opponents. Against C, Qianju holds nothing back and launches a fierce offensive from the outset. The winds of his punches howl like a tempest. Yet C navigates through the onslaught with the grace of a fish in water, utilizing strength against strength and softness against hardness, neutralizing Qianju's attacks effectively. Realizing he must summon greater power to defeat C, Qianju takes a deep breath, tensing his muscles as the ferocity of his punches escalates, threatening to cleave the very air. Yet, C remains undaunted, employing his internal energy and agile footwork, engaging in a contest of speed and strength. In a decisive exchange, C employs a Taiji push, sending Qianju sprawling from the platform, securing victory. Third battle, C versus Shun families, Shun Lang mastering hidden weapons and lightness techniques. Shun Lang, a paragon of the Shin clan, adeptly wields his elusive soul-chasing needles. Without hesitation, he launches his barrage of hidden weapons against C, the needles darting through the air like meteors streaking across the night sky. Yet, C seems intimately familiar with Shun Lang's arsenal, evading each attack with precision. His swift movements thwart Shun Lang's lightness techniques, rendering every strike futile. As Shun Lang grows anxious, he realizes he must alter his strategy to overcome C. He begins to experiment with varying angles and speeds of his needle launches, attempting to disrupt C's rhythm. However, C appears to be one step ahead, his movements fluidly sidestepping Shun Lang's projectiles. Ultimately, in a pivotal confrontation, C executes a dragon claw technique, capturing Shun Lang's wrist and compelling him to concede. Fourth battle, C versus Yi families. Yi Siyuan. The Yi clan is celebrated for their exquisite swordsmanship, and Yi Siyuan stands as a distinguished representative of the younger generation, having reached the pinnacle of sword mastery. When Yi Siyuan wields his longsword, it transforms into a serpentine entity, gliding gracefully through the air, harmoniously attuned to his will. Each swing of his sword emanates an unparalleled momentum, evoking awe and reverence. Today, however, his opponent is none other than C. This enigmatic presence possesses formidable strength and a profoundly unfathomable background. Yet, Yufeng does not falter. Rather, his eyes gleam with fervent combat spirit. He understands that this will be a grueling battle, but he is undeterred, for he has unwavering faith in his swordsmanship and, more importantly, in the latent power that resides deep within his heart. With a piercing cry, Yifeng leaps into action, his sword resembling a soaring dragon breaking through the waves, transforming into a brilliant arc of light aimed directly at C's vital points. However, C remains unperturbed. Drawing upon an amalgamation of elemental forces and the sword techniques he recently acquired from the library, thus unfolds a captivating duel of swordplay between Yifeng and C. The interplay of shimmering sword light weaves a beautiful tapestry, yet beneath this exquisite facade lurks an undercurrent of lethal intent. Each clash seems poised to shatter the opponent's techniques entirely. Ultimately, in a decisive moment, C unleashes a signature move of the Yi family, the sword pointing to the sky. The brilliance of his sword cleaving through Yi Feng's defenses, securing his victory. Indeed, this was the Yi family's hidden ultimate technique. Despite some underlying issues caused by a few unscrupulous individuals within the 8 great families, it must be acknowledged that in this continent, where martial prowess is revered and often reaches obsessive levels, the dedication to martial arts is nothing short of astounding. Thus, the 8 great families laid bare all their martial arts secrets before C, allowing him 10 days of rigorous training, resulting in a prolonged contest compared to previous tournaments. In the 5th match, C versus Huang family's Huang Tian. Indestructible and formless, the Huang family is famed for its mastery of boxing and internal strength. With Huang Tian standing as a distinguished representative, his training in the indestructible body renders him as resilient as steel, impervious to enemy strikes. When faced with C, Huang Tian exhibits no sign of trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkle with exhilaration. This is because he understands that only by confronting formidable adversaries can he truly gauge his own abilities and skills. Even though he witnessed C's sword pointing to the sky technique in their previous battle, Huang Tian yearns to challenge his limits and transcend his own capabilities, filling him with anticipation for this encounter. In that moment, Huang Tian embodies the confidence and valor of a top-tier martial artist, ready to embrace any challenge. With a thunderous roar, Huang Tian's muscles tense instantaneously, charging towards C like a moving mountain. His boxing technique is immensely powerful, each punch seemingly capable of shaking the heavens. Huang Tian exclaims, "Let me see, which is sharper, your swordplay or my indomitable body?" His booming voice reverberates, as if aiming to rend the very air. Yet C remains calm, wielding his sword with one hand, deftly engaging Huang Tian in a battle of swordplay against the indestructible body. Although Huang Tian's punches are formidable, they gradually appear inadequate against C's agility and swordsmanship. The arena resounds with the clashing of steel as C's blade meets Huang Tian's iron-like form, seizing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Huang Tian's eyes blaze with intensity, channeling all his strength into a right hook that rushes towards C like a coiled tiger. His muscles swell, veins protruding, signifying his resolve and explosive power. Should he connect, it is almost certain that C would be gravely injured or worse. However, C meets this thunderous strike with only a serene smile, embodying both tranquility and a hint of acknowledgement of Huang Tian's efforts. Choosing not to engage in a direct confrontation, C deftly sidesteps with an extraordinary speed and agility, evading Huang Tian's devastating blow. Almost simultaneously, C performs a surprising maneuver. He raises his sword and, without hesitation, hurls it into the air. The blade arcs through the sky, dazzling like the brightest meteor against the night, embedding itself into the solid ground of the arena, producing a distinct sound as it penetrates the earth, sending dust swirling and vibrating as if heralding the battle's commencement. This act not only displays C's precise control over his power, but also reveals his astute judgment of the battlefield's dynamics. He is confident that even without a weapon, he can maintain an undefeated stance in this confrontation. Huang Tian, witnessing this, feels a jolt of realization. He understands that despite his fierce assault, it seems as though C has seen through his every move, leaving no secrets hidden. C's form does not linger after casting his sword. Instead, he springs forward like a rabbit, quickly forming hand seals as an ethereal glow begins to emanate from him, suggesting the preparation for an even more formidable technique. Though Huang Tian is valiant, against an opponent as inscrutable as C, he risks falling behind. Nevertheless, Huang Tian does not exhibit any signs of panic. Instead, his gaze sharpens, as if he has found newfound resolve in C's composure. Taking a deep breath, Huang Tian feels a surge of power within him. His muscles become more defined, each inch of his skin seemingly charged with explosive strength. He swiftly adjusts his stance, anchoring himself to the ground like a deeply rooted tree. With a thunderous roar, he launches himself at C once more, each punch and kick infused with a relentless desire for victory and an indomitable spirit. C, observing this, allows a knowing smile to grace his lips. He understands that the true contest has only just begun. With a graceful sidestep, C flows like a feather in the wind, effortlessly avoiding Huang Tian's tempestuous onslaught. His eyes gleam with intelligence, calculating the trajectory and force of each of Huang Tian's movements, seeking the opportune moment for a counterattack. Though Huang Tian's assault is fierce, under C's agile evasion, it begins to falter. Every punch he throws feels as though it lands upon thin air, a frustrating sensation that ignites an indescribable agitation within him. Yet, Huang Tian refuses to surrender. He knows that giving up in this battle equates to defeat. In a sudden moment, C pauses, seemingly suspended in midair. Huang Tian's heart leaps with joy, believing he has found a chink in C's armor, and without hesitation, he launches a punch towards C's chest. However, just as his fist is about to make contact, C vanishes like a phantom, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Huang Tian stumbles forward, his strike falling short. At that moment, C's voice echoes in his ear like a specter. Your strength is formidable, but alas, you have encountered me. Huang Tian spins around, only to find C has inexplicably appeared behind him, gently resting his hands upon Huang Tian's shoulders. Huang Tian felt a gentle yet powerful aura permeate his body through C's hands, instantly dissipating the energy that had accumulated within him due to the relentless assaults. Indeed, Huang Tian had not only mastered the indestructible technique of the Diamond Sutra, but had also practiced a rare art that could amplify momentum and strength. If he could successfully stack this technique 81 times, he would unleash a force exceeding his own by a staggering 281 times, a figure of 24178516392292583494123552. Regrettably, most individuals would find their bodies unable to withstand such an overwhelming surge after merely 18 accumulations, leading to catastrophic consequences. Yet, it was evident that even with Huang Tian's subtle accumulations, C perceived the technique and effortlessly neutralized it. Combat transcends mere displays of strength. It is also a contest of wits and skill. C's voice was calm and resolute, reminiscent of a sage imparting the profound truths of life. You have performed admirably, yet there remains ample room for growth. Upon hearing this, Huang Tian was filled with an unprecedented respect. He understood that C was not only a formidable opponent, but also a mentor deserving of reverence. Bowing his head, he sincerely replied, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I shall continue to strive for greater strength." C smiled gently, patting Huang Tian's shoulder lightly. "Excellent. With such determination, your future path will be all the more expansive." Meanwhile, the spectators below the arena were left in awe, having never witnessed such a captivating battle, nor encountered opponents so magnanimous and wise. The duel between C and Huang Tian showcased not only their extraordinary prowess but also conveyed a spirit of positivity and resilience. As C and Huang Tian shook hands in reconciliation, This intense clan martial competition drew to a close. However, for C, this was merely the commencement. As the subsequent battles, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and the ultimate showdown, would prove to be even more arduous. 6th battle, C versus Li family's Li Ru. The dance of the sword was as light as a swallow returning to its nest. The Li family was renowned for their mastery of sword techniques and lightness of foot, with Li Ru being among the most distinguished. His sword, light as a feather, danced through the air with grace, while his agility was nothing short of extraordinary. The name Li Ru was derived from his lineage's cultivation of a philosophy drawn from Confucian texts, embodying the essence of wisdom and insight. In the face of C, Li Ru exhibited no trepidation. Rather, his eyes sparkled with the light of challenge. He recognized C as a formidable adversary, but feared not the prospect of failure. He had faith in his own strength, courage, and intelligence. With a piercing cry, Li Ru sprang into action, his long sword soaring through the air like a nimble swallow. His lightness of movement was breathtaking, each leap seemingly defying the pull of gravity, his motions as delicate as a gentle breeze stirring the surface of a lake. Nonetheless, C remained unperturbed. His gaze was as tranquil as still water, and his sword, akin to a nimble serpent, was poised for a lethal strike. Over the past 10 days, he had honed his swordsmanship and studied the techniques of the Li family. It was undeniable that the swordplay, passed down through generations and heralded as one of the Western 8 great families, was profoundly intricate, warranting its esteemed reputation. Upon completing his study of their swordsmanship, C realized that before his training, his understanding was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Post-training, it was as if a mayfly had caught sight of the vast sky. C found himself overwhelmed by the disparity in techniques. Even with his remarkable memory, 10 days was insufficient to absorb the entirety of what he had learned. Thus, he resolved to do his utmost, utilizing his spatial and temporal awareness. He fused the swordplay with 2 elemental forces, rendering his blade exceptionally formidable. His technique diverged from the lightness of the earlier battles, resembling a tempest, fierce and relentless. Li Ru, a true prodigy of the Li lineage, deftly parried C's every assault with effortless ease. On the arena, the 2 figures intertwined like streaks of lightnings, their swords flashing like thunderclaps. Their movements were swift as the wind, their techniques fierce, each strike imbued with unyielding intent. This was a contest akin to a battle for life and death, with both parties exerting their utmost efforts without mercy. The audience, captivated, widened their eyes, fixated on the duel, fearful of missing any moment of brilliance. Their emotions swayed with the ebb and flow of the confrontation, at times tense, at others exhilarated. Each individual was immersed in the breathtaking clash, experiencing the sparks and collisions of master swordsmen. Suddenly, C pivoted, his sword carving an elegant arc, and he bellowed. The swallow returns. Realizing the significance of C's movement and the invocation of the technique's name, Li Ru instinctively sought to defend himself. However, C's smile hinted at an impending revelation. Li Ru sensed the urgency and attempted to retreat, hastily positioning his sword across his chest. Yet, how could a misnamed technique mislead Li Ru, who was well-versed in the art? C's sword traced a graceful curve, akin to a swallow spiraling through the air. His technique became increasingly sharp and radiant, dazzling the onlookers. It was not merely the swallow returns, but rather the swallow returns to the nest. A wholly distinct method of attack that rendered Li Ru's defense futile. Feeling the weight of immense pressure, Li Ru fought with all his might to withstand the onslaught. But how could he squander such a rare opportunity? C's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, forcing Li Ru into a defensive stance. During a fierce exchange, C unleashed an attack starkly different from the swallow returns, exploiting Li Ru's unpreparedness for the previous technique. With a surge of energy, C simultaneously employed 2 different forms of martial arts, aiming to deliver a crippling blow to Li Ru. His sword traversed the heavens like a shooting star, imbued with unparalleled speed and power. Li Ru attempted to block the strike with his long sword, but C's technique exploited the very weaknesses in his defense. In an instant, Li Ru's weapon was sent flying, and his body involuntarily staggered backward, nearly losing his footing. Gazing at C, a flicker of helplessness and disappointment passed through his eyes. He understood that despite his utmost efforts, he could not overcome this formidable opponent. Taking a deep breath, he gradually straightened, bowing to C in acknowledgement of his defeat. Chapter 58. The Arena of Battle, 7th Battle. C versus Zhao family's Zhao Yunkai. The spear danced like a dragon, and the sword cleaved through the vast river. The Zhao family was famed for their spear technique, and Zhao Yukai was a master of this art. The spear, the king of cold weapons, with its elongated shaft and sharp tip, allowed for a myriad of tactics: thrusting, lifting, sweeping, and parrying, serving both as an avant-garde on the battlefield and a guardian of the flanks. Its very presence was the source of morale and strategic significance, eloquently articulated in the annals of ancient martial arts. Zhao Yukai gripped his spear tightly, its shaft emanating an aura of sharpness, reminiscent of a fierce dragon poised to leap from the depths of the ocean. The spearhead shimmered with a chilling light, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Confronted with the formidable sea, Zhao Yukai exhibited no fear, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve, akin to distant stars. Suddenly, Zhao Yukai let out a thunderous roar, the sound reverberating like a tempest, causing the air to resonate with its power. He launched himself into the air, embodying the ferocity of a predator, his speed a dazzling blur. He charged towards sea like a cannonball, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The spear in his hand transformed into an enraged dragon, claws outstretched, lunging fiercely at sea. Zhao Yunke's spear technique was both powerful and agile, each thrust imbued with boundless strength. His movements flowed as naturally as water, yet struck with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. His spear play was akin to a tempest, rapid as lightning, leaving no time for a response. Each attack seemed poised to utterly shatter sea, rendering him without an escape. Zhao Yunke's onslaught intensified, forcing sea to retreat continuously, yet he remained undaunted, growing ever more exhilarated. He summoned all his abilities to withstand Zhao Yunke's strikes. However, the might of Zhao Yunke's spear was overwhelming, and Sea gradually felt himself faltering. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persisted, refusing to yield easily. Yet, Sea remained composed, relying on his internal strength and swordsmanship to engage Zhao Yunke in a duel of blades and spears. The two exchanged blows on the platform, their sword lights and spear shadows intertwining, creating a breathtaking tableau. Sea sword techniques were like a sudden storm, swift and fierce, each stroke laden with lethal intent. His style was multifaceted, at times striking like a viper, at others pouncing like a raptor, making him difficult to predict. In contrast, Zhao Yunke's spear technique resembled an impregnable fortress, steady and powerful, each thrust carrying an overwhelming force. His spear play was exquisite, flawless in both offense and defense. As their figures darted across the arena, the clashing of sword and spear resonated with crisp echoes. Their movements quickened, leaving the audience in awe, eliciting gasps of admiration. This confrontation of swordsmanship and spear play revealed the allure and strength of martial arts. The clash between Sea and Zhao Yunke was akin to a dance of dragons and serpents, utterly captivating. Zhao Yunke, a master of spear techniques, wielded his spear like a deity of war, each move radiating immense power. In his grasp, the spear seemed alive, sometimes sweeping through like a fierce wind, at other times flashing like lightning, aiming directly for Sea's vital points. Sea was acutely aware of Zhao Yunke's prowess, not daring to be careless. He exerted every ounce of his strength, pushing his swordsmanship to its limits. His technique flowed naturally like a stream, with no discernible flaws. Each of his attacks was perfectly timed, deftly evading Zhao Yunke's spear while delivering potentially fatal strikes. Zhao Yunke, not one to be outdone, unleashed an even more ferocious assault, each thrust imbued with unparalleled momentum. His spear play evolved, at times descending like a descending tiger, at others surging forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, making it challenging to anticipate. Each of his strikes bore down on Sea, instilling immense pressure, yet Sea maintained his composure, skillfully countering each crisis with his clever swordplay. Sea moved with agility, his sword techniques as fluid as a water serpent, yet as powerful as the forces of the four elements. His movements were at times light and ethereal, at others thunderous and forceful, providing a stark contrast to Zhao Yunke's spear techniques. However, despite the brilliance of Sea's swordplay, it seemed somewhat inadequate against Zhao Yunke's transcendent spear techniques. Zhao Yunke's spear play flowed like an unending river, each move perfectly countering Sea's sword techniques. Although Sea's style was agile and varied, under Zhao Yunke's relentless assault, it appeared increasingly strenuous. He slashed, blocked, and thrust, exerting every effort to barely withstand Zhao Yunke's attacks. Yet, Zhao Yunke did not relent. He understood Sea's strength and the gravity of this conflict. Although he held the advantage for the moment, he knew Sea would not yield easily, and there might be even greater forces waiting to be unleashed. He gripped his spear tightly, ready to face the forthcoming challenges. With a confident smile, he declared, "Sea, you are indeed a worthy opponent, but today marks your first defeat in 9 battles." Sea, hearing Zhao Yunke's words, felt no fear. He understood that the purpose of this battle was to demonstrate his worth. Victory was imperative. However, if he only triumphed in the first 6 matches, even if the 8 major clans intended to spare him, his future path would be fraught with challenges. C spoke little, instead slowly positioning his sword horizontally across his chest. His gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yunke. His eyes revealed an unspoken determination and resolve. His lips pressed tightly, as if gathering all his strength for the impending ultimate confrontation. How could I fall here? C questioned within himself. This was merely a method to elevate his momentum, especially since, centuries ago, he had discovered a fragmentary martial art that allowed him to pose 3 questions to himself. If he could firmly convince himself of the answers, he could significantly enhance his spirit and slightly amplify his strength. Unfortunately, this technique was incomplete, and C had only mastered the first question. Then, with a gentle motion, C raised his right index finger and lightly tapped the back of his sword. This action seemed to awaken the dormant spirit within the sword, which emitted a clear and resonant sound. The sound echoed like the roar of a dragon and the growl of a tiger, reverberating throughout the battlefield, instilling a sense of reverence. In that moment, C's demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. His eyes appeared to pierce through the mysteries of the world. The tip of the sword vibrated slightly, resonating with his spirit. Though his body remained still, a surge of powerful energy coursed within him, transmitting through his fingertips to the sword, enhancing its brilliance. The sound of the sword's call was both a challenge to Zhao Yunke and a manifestation of C's indomitable spirit. It seemed to narrate C's resilience and determination, proclaiming to all present that he would not easily concede, regardless of the might of his adversary. C was astonished to find his spirit resonating with the sword's spirit, considerably amplifying his capabilities, reinforcing his unwavering belief in victory. In an instant, the spectators surrounding the arena sensed this shift, rising to pay their respects to the stranger, acknowledging the profound essence of the sword's call. This resonance was the most direct embodiment of a swordsman's inner self, and with this singular sound, C earned the audience's admiration. As the sound of the sword echoed, C's aura subtly transformed. His breathing deepened and grew more powerful, each inhalation seemingly drawing energy from the very cosmos, further augmenting his strength. Zhao Yunke, observing C's actions, felt a shiver run through him. He sensed the formidable aura emanating from C and understood his unwavering resolve. The confrontation had reached a critical juncture, and Zhao Yunke knew he must exert every ounce of effort to contend with C. However, just as Zhao Yunke prepared to launch his next assault, C suddenly vanished, exploding forth with an even swifter speed, disappearing from sight like a wraith.